Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clown, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. There you go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Take the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm only ripping with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smoke all of the English. Long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
What's up? What's up? Can y'all hear me? Put a one in the chat if we coming through clearly. Put a one in the chat. Mic check, mic check. As y'all see, we finna be talking about Trump firing the board of education. Wow. Wow. Because he said our education ain't as good as we thought it was. Or in some cases, you got a lot of people over here that say education system suck anyway, so I don't think everybody gonna be mad about it. But let's talk about what's the effects though. What are the effects? I'm finna put it in the chat. Give me 1 second. I'll put the link in the chat. Let's talk about. Mic check, mic check. All right, baby. All right. Appreciate Dev, appreciate Q, and the rest of the brothers that be on the panel with us. You know, get y'all turn that down. Family, we got the link out there. Appreciate it, Dev. Carnell, since I see you in the chat, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear? Man, we had an exciting show last night, if y'all can hear me, boy. Hey, Wale in the building. Come on, Wale. I know you well rested and got something to say. Now, I'll tell you this. I'm not particularly. Can I get y'all to turn them TVs off so we can get ready to go to the park? Set the water. Can I get you to turn them TVs off so we can get ready to go to the park? We need to clean up everything so we can go. All right, appreciate that, Dale. But what I will say, what's up with it? Hit the panel, Wale. How you feeling about this situation Trump got going on with the Board of Education? You find everybody. Everybody must go. Big U got Rico. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. That was kind of interesting. Not to say I'm interested in seeing the downfall of anybody. What's up, Big Lou? I'm not interested in seeing the downfall of anybody, but what I will say is don't be surprised if the legend Nipsey Hussle comes up in this case. Want to keep this? Yes, baby. Thank you very much. Don't be surprised if the legend Nipsey Hussle's situation don't come up in this case. Mine's in the chat. Yeah, please keep posting the link. Keep posting the link. As a matter of fact, let me help y'all as well. Let's see. But nah, I mean, what I feel like was most interesting about the situation is I haven't seen this many Ricos in a long time. Long time. And to me, it goes to show, you got a lot of people out here thinking, because they done been able to get away with a few things for a little while, that it ain't gonna never come back around. To the point that it leads to people doing even more stuff. So when you get to that, what did I figure out what's going on? So when you get to the point that you recognize that, you begin to see that people begin to escalate. It's almost like the no, it ain't no almost like that's a tactic of the government. When they watching you, they ain't gonna just stop you in your tracks. They gonna let you keep on going, building up a case on you. So you want to keep on playing the game like you can't get caught or you untouchable. And again, this is all allegedly because I don't be in these people back pocket. I don't know what they got going on, but I will say somebody tired of seeing you do whatever you've been doing for them to come after you like that. And let's stay tuned to see what comes of it. This is why Trump won care more about some criminals, legal troubles than the Department of Education getting cut. I mean, hmm, yeah, that's a point to be made. I ain't gonna combat that. Cause I can't argue with you one way or another. Let me set this alarm real quick, y'all, while I'm talking to you. Got a little man on potty training. So I make sure I stay on top of that time. Shout out to all the mother, fathers out here, and especially the babies. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Build a Bunker. Hey, you ever been on the panel, bro? I be seeing some of your comments. I'm interested to see how your conversation go. Wale, you on the panel, Wale? Just so you know, Tony Africa is in the building. Tony Africa is in the building. Now I'm skimming over some of the topics just so y'all can pick what y'all want to talk about when y'all come up here. We got hold on before I skip that. We got AI, and more AI. Hey, AI is on the rise. I would encourage anybody who can to dig in, figure out what field you want to go in, or what tool AI can be used for you. How can it be beneficial for you? Uh, okay. Well, if you think you can keep up with the speed, which I think you could, feel free to join us today. We equal opportunities up here. What's up, regular Joe? I see you. What's up, Camille? 100 Rex.
Hey, Goldman.
What's up, Wale? What's good with it?
I was just laughing because the first time I heard the phrase artificial intelligence, AI,
Mm-hmm.
that meant that meant when people believed whatever they were told and thought they knew something.
Hold up, I never heard that one. I never heard that one.
You
Hey,
see it
but
all the time, where they think they know what but
yeah,
because they were told something, and there you go.
yeah. And
Artificial intelligence is all over the place.
and if you think about it, some people, I wonder how many people fact check what Chat GPT and Google, and all them what they, give you as answers, because I remember when I first started, I was doing research until I came across some brothers that was a little more studied than me. They showed me how
Mm.
to do cross referencing and,
Oh,
basically fact checking sources and, stuff like that. Just basically going over and beyond to make sure you're not being a person, as you say, just taking whatever people tell you. What's up with it, J. Cal?
there you go.
What's up with it? So, how you feeling about them firing the board of education? Is it
Well, as far as I know about the Board of Education, it came in as and that's desegregation thing. So it came in as supposedly as a benefit. Supposedly, you heard that right? As a benefit for colored people. And so it's been utilized in that particular fashion, as far as I know. And then lately, I'll tell you what, I'd say in the past 15 to 20 years, the Spanish people, yeah, 95, something like that. 95, yeah, 20 years, 20, 25. The Spanish people have taken over almost all of that stuff. So anything of that type, they didn't took it.
they
They in high demand, they in control, all kind of they make the decisions, they on the boards, they hire and fire. And if you don't know it, you don't know it. You understand what I mean? Because they will speak Spanish on your ass in a half a second. And if
said
you don't know, hey, if you don't know what they saying, you will not be hired. Like look
well,
at Florida, man, half of Florida is Spanish. That's how they do. They propagate their own people. Like a nigga be like, I don't care if he don't know how to do the job. I'm gonna hire anybody. That's what a nigga says. But almost nobody else on the planet says that.
wouldn't that be called nepotism? Is that what they call nepotism when you basically
No,
work within
it-
your circle of people?
it's called nationalism.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
When
Mhm.
Puerto Ricans work with Puerto Ricans, Chinese work with Chinese, niggas work with niggas, la di da. The rest of that story is called nationalism.
Hmm.
And we shy away from nationalism. Why you don't want no crackers around? You hear all this talk, man. Come on, you've been living here long enough. Anyone over 30 years old and heard everything that I'm talking about already. It's impossible. In 30 years, you're gonna know it. So that was what it was started for. Like I said, they got almost all of them things, like Social Security. I ran across a Social Security person. Is that my phone or yours? That must be mine. Maybe I need to relog in. I'm gonna relog my thing, man. I'll check you in a minute.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
Go ahead. You paired up.
Wale,
Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Wale, you coming through clear. I don't know what's going on. You coming through clear
Oh,
on mine, man. You
I had
clear?
I just rebooted my speaker. That's all.
Oh, your speaker. Okay, okay. I was just letting you
Mm.
know we could hear you. We could hear you.
It
But
had said it earlier. I didn't know what it was saying, but I needed to reboot it every now and then. But
mhm.
yeah, I was just saying that that's a big thing. That's why they were talking about the browning of America and stuff. So what Trump's doing is attempting to stop the browning of America, with the Spanish people, because they were coming in like you wouldn't believe. You saw the 11,000 came in one day, damn near one day, 1 year or something like that. They were just like, okay. And they've been doing it for the past, like I said, 20 years.
Mm.
Because Social Security, I first ran into it about 20 years ago. I ran into this little fat Puerto Rican girl, and she had just gotten
Damn,
to, she had just gotten to America, right?
yeah.
Off the plane, and she was getting Social Security to more than I was making where I was working. They were just giving her that much every month.
Mm.
because she went to a Spanish doctor who said she was something that fit the category, whatever it is. It has something to do with her being big as hell, though, and they gave her enormous amounts of money, and she had so much food stamps. It was dropping out of her ears and stuff. That's how they were doing it. So they got people inside. Okay, when I first went to the military, right? There was a brother there. He was a young brother. Me and him were kind of like, we could tell we were like family type thing, right? We could see similarities in one another, right? He came right over to me, man. He said, "Hey, dude, you know anything about languages? You speak another language or anything?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, take this, man. Do this thing right here. This a shoe in. This like a golden slipper to get into the military. You won't have to do nothing once you pass this test. It's a language test. If you pass the test," he said, "take it. Even if you don't pass it, take it. If you pass it, though, you're gonna be good, right?" So I took the test. That's what I'm saying. When they come in, people see them and they tell them where to go, what to do, what the lowdown is, and they're not telling you. And so when they go in, and the lady say, "Well, what you filing for?" And she said, "Oh, well, I'm filing because I got a broke toe." She said, "Well, that won't fly. But if you got a broke finger, we can put you down." And she, oh, my finger is broke. And then they put them down. You see what I mean? That's how it go, baby. That's called life. And that's what's going on. And just period, and we sitting around in slumber. That's why I put people being woke is unpopular. I'm seeing how it's becoming unpopular to people who want to remain in slumber, right? Because people want to remain in slumber. They don't want to be awake and have to deal with reality and what's the name of this stuff? Responsibility. Waiting on Trump to educate your children. Gold mine, you still there? Am I still there? Shit, my computer may be off.
No, you good, bro. I was just attending to the kids and the family. You good? Checking on them.
You send your children to school or you teach them at home?
Man, that's a complicated one. But after my divorce, they started back going to school. I used to homeschool them in their first few years, but with a mother having to go to work and do all that type of stuff, and we live in different states, had to make some difficult decisions. But yeah, they definitely started off as IX.
I managed to get my kids through home, taught them at home, till the first one was able to go from the house to college. She went, I say, from the kitchen to the college, because we taught them in the and the other two, I managed to stay on them until they were teenagers. Before, like you say, we got divorced, la-di-da, the rest of that story. But that's how I had 3 children altogether. I got one straight through, no problem. The other 2, they were like 13, when they started going to school. And they had problems that I wasn't around to deal with because they were living with their mom, but they had problems with their school stuff. I still speak to them now about them problems they had when they had to go into the public like that without being fortified and ready for the public. They got pushed into the
Nah, I feel you on that, Wale. And that's not a far-fetched conversation, given you talking about this issue with the Board of Education.
The Board of, I think, to me, what people need to do is what I thought you were going to answer when I asked you whether you teach your children at home or you send them to school. Mm-hmm. What I expected you to say was both.
I know what you mean, because when they come home, I definitely be what you learned today, and put our perspective on it.
Some people abdicate the whole job, like, oh, I send my kids to school, and that's that. You know what I mean? They don't teach them nothing. They got to go for a football game or go get a haircut or watch bowling or something. hockey game, hang out with the niggas. I got a rap to put on, I got some, what they call them, bars. I got some bars I want to put down. They ain't got time for their children. So they send them to school only, abdicating the education of their own children. That's what I was saying. That's why I say I expected you, because I have spoken with you before, and you seem to be conscientious. I don't know about conscious, but conscientious, right? That's a different word, yes? Okay. So you seem to be conscientious. And I'm saying, yeah, when I heard you hesitate, I say he don't know how to say both right now. But you had more history than I even knew about. So yeah, I could dig it. I could dig it.
Nah, I appreciate you lacing my boots on there, because a lot of times we think from the perspective of what made me hesitate at that time. I was just thinking about how things kind of fell apart with the relationship. I'm like, damn, I was on that path. I do when they still like when they call me here today when they get out of school, and I ask them what they learned, and then give them a background that's representative of our culture. Like, oh, okay, you learning math. Well, let me tell you about some of the first mathematicians that look like you. So they can understand the importance of learning.
Oh, okay.
Because my problem in school was I really didn't understand why they was making us do that type of stuff, and nor did I identify with the information because nobody was giving it to me. I felt
That
like
was
they trying to
beautiful.
whitewash me. You know what I'm saying? So I was bugging. Dang, what up, this? But as I got older and started learning our culture and how we have affected the education systems that we had before we came into these different systems, I was able to, break them shackles on my mind and surprise myself to the point I'm like, darn, I didn't know I could do this. But by me identifying with the information, it opened up them pathways.
You know what, Domo? Before I was 16 years old, I had been through 4 apprenticeships
Mm, that's
before I was
dope.
16.
How you
That's
learn
how
doing
the
that?
I never even realized it until like now I look back and see my life in retrospect. Because while I was doing it, I was just living. You know what I mean? It wasn't they have no name on it or nothing. They go work with this man here. He'll pay you. He'll tell you what he needs you to do, what you need to do, and la di da. I go work with him for 6 months. He shows me everything how to do. He makes sure I know how to do everything he want me to know. He pays me, and then I go back home. And then I next year I do the same thing at a different instructor. And I didn't know what was like I said, I didn't call it an apprenticeship until I got out of it. And I look back and say, wow, because my mom now tried to send me up to Wisconsin
Yeah.
for an apprenticeship in welding or something like no electric. See, because what they did was when they knew people, like they had people in their circle, as we call it. You know what I mean? Your social circle.
Mm-hmm.
And when they know somebody, they say, "Hey, I got some boys over here," because my mom had 4 boys, 5. I was the 5th one. See, I got some boys over here. Can you show them how to do it? Well, send one of them over. Any of them interested in this kind of stuff? So she come back say, "Hey, dude, say he'll teach y'all electrical stuff if you want." And I turned it down because Wisconsin cold. I ain't going from Miami to Wisconsin nothing.
What's up? What
And
you
I was
saying? We got some
I was
brothers that
12 years.
joined the.
Hey, oh, somebody else on the station. Oh,
Yeah, we got
okay.
some.
What's good,
No, you
gentlemen?
good. I just wanted to speak to him real quick. How you doing?
Everything's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just wanted to say everybody probably tripping on this Board of Education thing, but people got to understand is just something simple. People don't realize each state is its own country. It's the United States. Each state is its own country. So basically, the federal government not being involved in the Board of Education or eliminating it, that just the states just handle everything. Now the states not taking federal funding, so the feds now not telling each state what has to be in the curriculum and stuff like that. You know what I mean? The state just handles it. So that's all it is. And one thing about our people is we've been talking about how bad the Board of Education, everything has been for all these years. Now somebody comes in office out of nowhere and say, hey, we're eliminating that and cutting that bill. People should be, I would like to think people should be excited about it, because like we all complained about how poor it was from day one. We've been hearing how poor it was since the 70s. And I was born in 72. So, you know, we can't have it both ways. You can't complain about something for 40 or 50 years, then they eliminate it, and then we want to cry foul. You know what I mean?
That's some good points.
May I ask you about that though? Like, I'm curious about your perspective. May I question you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why was the Board of Education created?
He said, how was it created?
Why?
Oh, why was the Board of Education created? Well, I can't give you I'll just give you my perspective on it.
Okay, tell me, when was it?
I don't know. Obviously, I don't know the dates. I haven't researched it like that. But the why factor. But
okay, let me just deal with the things that you did speak on.
Yes, sir.
That you spoke on, and then I was trying to see how deep you know about how deep your knowledge of the actual thing goes. But you're telling me now, don't go. It's kind of surface. Okay, that's fine. Let's just talk about what you actually spoke, right? Just the words you spoke, nothing else. I ain't gonna add no new stuff in, like the date and all that stuff. Okay, is that cool?
Yes, sir.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, let me suppose with you that you have a car that you complain about because it's not in the best shape, and the guy you keep taking it to get it fixed, he just puts it together with bandages, and the next week you got to go get it fixed again. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Often, right? So you're complaining about the car, and you come home one day, and your wife said, you get up in the morning, you say, hey, baby, I'm gonna go to work, and you go out and you say, where the car? She said, you were complaining about it, so I dumped it.
Mm-hmm.
So is that like a relative fix for your situation? I mean, to just, hey, you were complaining about it, so I just dumped it. But meanwhile, you were able to go to work and stuff. Don't you want to have a chance to try to get the car fixed or something like that, or get you something set up so you won't just be what? You know, because that's what they left the people with. What? You know what I mean? Because they just dumped the car. So I'm just saying, it seems similar enough of an analogy to bring it to you and ask you, are you okay with your wife just dumping the car? That would be the thing that you would be like, oh, okay, that's cool. I was complaining about it anyway. You're right, honey. Thank you. Would you say that?
No, that metaphor wouldn't suffice, because you still have the car. The country that you was born in, like I was born in Ohio, I live here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, the country I was born in, they still got an educational system, but now they won't get federal funding. I'm here in Georgia, graduate high school here in Georgia. They still gonna have the educational system here in Georgia, but they won't have federal funding. The federal government now, under the new administration, is saying we're out of that business. It's just up to the state. All right, so the state got to step up and not looking for to take federal funding. Then once you take, it's like anything, growing up in parents' homes and stuff like that, you're under their rule. And you know what I'm saying? They're feeding you and taking care of you. So again, with the educational system, the Fed for all of these states was telling them, hey, if you want this federal funding, you got to do this. So a lot of things that was happening in the school system from elementary through high school, those states were doing. Obviously, the states that always agreed with what the Fed wanted to do, but they were like whores. They wanted the money, so they did things that they shouldn't have did. That wasn't good for the people. But they was following where they took the money, so that had them go along with the agenda, whatever the agenda is. But now the Feds is out of it, so now it's just on the state. So that's all. I mean, you still got the car. The car is still running. Take you back and forth to school, pick the kids up back and forth. Car is still there, still available. But now you're not getting that funding. That's all it is. People, we get too alarmed over something that's really not.
So how would you synchronize the two analogies? Because your wife did jump the car, so and they did jump the Fed education thing. So how would you put it so it makes sense? I'm just curious.
Well,
Using the same method.
it makes sense. The student's still going to school. You know what I mean?
So when she says she junked the car, she didn't junk the car.
No, the
So
car's still running.
Wait a minute. When I'm saying, you said that the people were complaining, as far as you know.
Yes.
People around you were complaining
Since I was a child.
About the Board of Education being effective to the benefit of the people. Is that what you first said? Because I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to.
The Board of Education, the Board of Education, it just, you know, the educational system here, period, it was not to benefit us as a people, period. It is not education, it's indoctrination. You know what I mean?
What you mean by as a people? Because I need to know that term. Because people saying
people who are falsely classified as Negroes, colors, and blacks, Afro Americans, not African Americans. Those people.
Okay, so what about the Board of Education not doing something for those people?
I said the Board of Education is obviously set up to indoctrinate, not to educate, to make people into basically workers, not to be, and then take away critical thinking. Because you have to be honest. We don't think really for ourselves and for each other. We're not building anything for each other. We build up stuff for this system and keeping others rich and powerful. But we don't do that have that same energy and critical thinking for ourselves. And that's what the so-called educational system here in North America has done, and done a great job of it. We're consumers. And we also,
so you think that comes from the Board of Education?
Last 60, 70 years, we stopped producing.
So you think that comes from the advent of the board, federal Board of Education? Because mostly, like you said, the states have a Board of Education too.
That comes from the so-called education system, period. The Fed was just involved with funding, giving extra funding, and then also implementing things with that funding. Because once your state takes the money, they have to implement what the Fed wants them to implement. For example, for example, and this happened last year. All right, I have a daughter that was in elementary school last year. Now she's in the 6th grade, middle school. She's in elementary school last year, and out of nowhere, it was in the doggone kitchen. I'm cooking dinner, and she said, "Dad, look, I'm having with this word right here. These couple words." I look in the book. It's happening. She's like kind of like maybe 25, 30 pages in. I look in the doggone book, and then something said, "Keep reading." And when I kept reading, then I found out that this book was about gays, lesbians, homosexual, all this stuff in the elementary book. I said, "Milan, where did you get this book from? Who gave you the book?" Well, the librarian and the people at the school, they recommended this book or whatever. I was hotter than 5th grade. I took the book to work the next morning, let the people at my job see the doggone book. Males and females, everybody was hot. They was, I couldn't believe it. So then I set up a meeting at her school and took it in there and met with the people. And they said, "Oh, we did not know this was in the library, this, that, and the other, and the third." So basically, that wasn't from the state. See, they said them books got shipped in right to the school. That was and we know under the last administration, Obama and Kamala Harris and Biden, that was a big push. And also under the Obama administration for 8 years, the big thing that he pushed in and then got things signed specifically for a specific group was gays, lesbians, and transgender. Then you fast forward to Mr. Biden and Kamala Harris, they continued it, and no books ended up in my daughter's elementary school. You can't make this stuff up, but you can go ahead. So that's
I can't relate. I barely can relate
that's on the federal side. That's what they shipped in for them kids to read. They're pushing that agenda.
I know. I've been knowing that for a long time. The state got an agenda too to push to your children, and that's why I never sent my children to school.
Good job.
I taught them at home, and then now you're telling me, "Ooh, I don't even want to get into that." I know you had a personal experience, but it's difficult to me to relate to any of what you're saying because you're already sending your kids to school and expect, I don't know, something from them. And now you're arguing with your kids. Hey, I'm lost, man. Do you think?
No. I'm just a regular human being living an existence where You know, I'm not having the ability, being a single parent, wife passed away,
I'm
but anyway,
glad I'm
that's
not
that's
human.
irrelevant.
I
That's
wouldn't
irrelevant.
want to be human for 10 seconds. I pity. You know what I mean? I feel sorry for you, my man. You're human. I am not human, and I am glad of it.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I don't have the ability and the position to homeschool, but I understand. Hey, for those who did and doing that, hey, beautiful thing. But one thing I do understand, and that shouldn't happen, is having federal bureaucracy behind your back, or even the state behind your back, try to push an agenda of that goes against nature. Because you know, like I explained to my daughter when she's about 2, 3 years old on up. Look, two men together can't reproduce themselves, and two women together can't reproduce themselves. If me and your mother decided not to have children, you wouldn't exist. So she understands nature, and she understands getting with at some point meeting a man, you know what I mean, that can court her, and you know they get married and have child and keep. And then I told her, and when she's like 4 years old, it's her responsibility to keep the bloodline going. You know what I mean? That type of lifestyle is anti-family, and it goes against nature. You understand what I'm saying? So it is what it is. You know. So yeah, we don't want that so-called teachers and the educational system to go behind your parents' back without them knowing and teaching your children that. That's demonic. That's deceptive. That's Satan or Shaitan.
Let
I
me
want to say it, but go
let me
ahead. Listen to you.
let me. I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a, a statement in the chat. I got to go find it, and I want to know what you think of this statement. I'll bring it to you in just a few minutes. I have it over on Facebook. I have to go and retrieve it.
Yes, sir.
And I haven't brought it up yet. I hope I still got it. Oh, it's gone. Looks like it's gone. Oh, there you go. This thing that you were saying about what you expect, that's the part that that I'm dealing with. I hope like I said, I hope I can find this thing real quick. But the part that you say you expect certain things from the school system, and I
was saying not well.
Go ahead.
Not for them to go behind parents' back and try to teach your children about an alternative lifestyle that's anti-family and anti-nature, goes against nature. That's very deceptive, right? They're pushing an agenda, and they don't want the parents to know about it because they know it'd be pushback, major pushback. You understand what I'm saying? Right.
Oh, sure.
Right. So that's why they have.
Have you? Are you familiar with the law of, what we're talking about, or anything like that? Are you? I'll put this law here and get ready. I'm gonna set it in the back chat because the long chat won't let me put. The forward chat won't let me put this long statement. I'll read it though.
Okay.
I did put it in the statement before, so everybody can know what I'm referring you to.
Okay.
It's the congressional record. The congressional record of. I'm just starting with this one thing now. There's many stuffs involved in what we're talking about, and I'm curious if you know what they are saying. But I would start here. It says in the congressional record of June 13, 1967, pages, 641 through 646. A citizen of the United States is a civilly dead entity operating as a co-trustee and co-beneficiary of the PCT, the constructive Sestu trust, some kind of trust.
Yeah, that's a Q trust. Yes, that's a Q trust. Yeah.
Of the U.S. Incorporated under the 14th Amendment.
Right.
Okay. You say right as though you are already know what I just read. Is that
Yeah.
how I should take that as that?
Yeah. I'm
You
familiar with that. Like years back, 11 years back, about Secure accounts about the Act of 1871, changing the United States from an actual government or whatever the case may be to a corporation. I'm familiar with that many years ago. Like I said, 10, 12 years ago. Yeah, I
oh,
know.
you're familiar?
Listen,
Go ahead.
check it out. I understand that.
Listen, I'll put myself on mute to make sure I listen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm familiar with that. I'm also familiar with citizens is not a good thing. You're putting yourself under somebody, jurisdiction. You know what I mean? Again, under somebody else's. Again, just leave it at that, like jurisdiction and stuff like that. All of these things are basically to hold us in bondage, like we were just talking about, what I said earlier about, being falsely classified as Negroes, colors, and back, civilitorum mortuus, meaning you're legally dead. Black has no standing in law. African American has no standing in law. Negro has no standing in law. None of that stuff. So those are what we call legal fictions. Like there are no white people, there are no black people, there are no red people, there are no yellow people, there are no brown people. Those again are legal fictions. Okay. So now, and one beautiful thing about that you can understand is obviously, even though it's something that negative that the Spanish brought here when they met the people and they classified them and said that, Negroes, black, Spanish, Negro or vice versa. But also the interesting thing about Negro is if we go back into the 14th and 15th century and read those writings, Negro is a synonym for Indian, the Indian being a symbol for Negro. So if you're saying Negro, you're saying Indian. If you're saying Indian, you're saying Negro. Obviously, the people here did not call themselves Indians. They had their own names, their own customs, built their own empires, and so forth and so on. But go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Okay, so you already know why they're teaching your kid about this homosexual stuff then, because you just ran the whole thing down. That's why I was talking about it, not necessarily to get into 1871 or the 14th Amendment per se, but to realize that as a citizen of the United States, you are civilly dead. You said that yourself. I didn't even have to
That's
go through much of
that's
that.
correct. I understand the
So,
war
so
technology.
then at the last line of this whole statement that I put in there says, and I will read that aloud because a lot of people I couldn't put it in the chat.
Yes,
In
sir.
conformity with the above reference creation of the United States, 1871, and the 14th Amendment, which most people misunderstand. The legislature of each state created a limited liability. Yes, each state had, like you said, each state is a country or something like that. Yeah,
Yes,
each one incorporated.
yes, sir.
Every it's called a municipal corporation. Counties are called all of that is municipal corporations. Cities, counties, all of them are municipal corporations. All of them are corporated. They're all businesses, and people who live inside of those businesses are like people working at McDonald's.
You
Doesn't
teach.
matter if I was just saying that. So now, when you take your children and you submit your child to school because you do not have to,
That's facts.
you don't have to take your children to them perverted places that's
That's
going to teach them all of this garbage, and then you got to complain. Look what they teaching our children. You damn right. You took your child there. And you gave
yep.
them permission to
Yep.
do
That's
so.
a fact. That's a fact. Yep. Yep. It's all everything is voluntary. You're right. Everything is
I'm
voluntary.
just asking if you know all that when you were going through all your statement. I was wondering if you knew all of that information. And since you do, I appreciate your comment. Thank you very much,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Hey, you're doing you're doing your people a good service by teaching them this information. Great job, gentlemen. Great job. Great job. Yes, sir. I can't hear y'all. Y'all still there?
I don't know what happened to the host of the show.
Yeah.
And there was a different icon that had come up, and I thought they were going had something they wanted to comment,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I mean, as far as I was good with your comment.
Yeah. But you 100% correct. You know, it was voluntary, and I think at some point, hopefully, we can raise up this next generation to begin to work together, and then basically get back to having our own educational facilities, and start building, because obviously we done tried this, and this doesn't work. This is not the way, and the same thing is, not unbelievable, but it's very interesting that the things that Malcolm was teaching in the 50s and things like that, and then it's still this from the speeches. We still dealing with the same things, and we haven't learned our lesson. That the only way we're going to be able to get ourselves out of this situation is working together. There's no other way,
You know what they had? They had a show on this channel yesterday entitled something about are people okay with white supremacy or something like that. Comfortable, I think was the word. And how many people, I think was the exact wording. And I put the word all. They say how many black people are comfortable with white supremacy. And I put the word all. Every black person is comfortable with white supremacy. Because look at this, I'm about to say something that you all have already spoke on, and watch what I'm about to do with that information, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said we were misnomered all of these different names, which includes black. I think you included black even, African American. We were misnomered all of these names and given all these names by who?
Facts. People that's classified as white.
So we're going to take on what they say we are, not what we are. I'm looking at you, I see a brown man. You look at me, you see a brown. We ain't going to say that. We're going to say we black. Why? Because the cracker said it. When you do that, you automatically are giving away to a concept of white supremacy. Just to even think you black, you are automatically supporting white supremacy. It's a done deal. That's why you can't unfix yourself and tie yourself at the same time. You know about the Chinese handcuffs? You know about I get like that sometimes. You know about the Chinese handcuffs? They go on your little finger. They bamboo strips, and they so weave that when you slip them on your little finger and you try to pull them apart, they get tighter. The harder you try to pull them, the tighter they get. The trick is to just simply slowly move your hands out. But as long as you're fighting it, it's going to trap you. And that's why I say people be fighting all the time. And that's how they stay in the trap. Stop fighting. We don't have a fight. We're in good condition. We just think we're in a bad position because of our perspective, what we take as reality that the cracker told us. Once we leave that alone, shit, our perspective can change and we can see how wonderful we are. Man, we inventing stuff over here, making stuff over there, creating stuff over here, having great thoughts over here, moving things over there. We are great people. We don't need Trump or his educational department. Who cares kind of attitude is what I got to teach my children at home. This guy got his own school system and he don't care either. You understand what I mean? So when you get into that form where you're doing your own thing, then you don't have no problem, right? You don't have to worry about nobody and what they are doing. Like, okay, we maintain our own culture. I got I'm gonna say my own farmyard. I got my own farmyard. There's a guy over here got a farmyard. Sometimes he be like, Wale, what's happening at my farm? Did you check it out? I be like, no, nigga, I got my own farm. I ain't had to man looking at your farm. That's your farm. Go over here, look at yourself. I'm concentrating on my farm right now. So when this guy say he's killing the Board of Education, that don't bother me an inch. That ain't on my farm. My farm I'm working on is my children, my you know what I mean? The people in my group to educate my people. I don't care what his farm do and don't do. The more you depend on his farm and he brought us some watermelon. Don't get used to that. Take them seeds and grow some watermelons. Hey, when somebody bring you something, what they say, give a man fish and he can eat for a day. Teach him how to fish and he can eat the rest of his life. That you ever heard that one?
Yes, sir. That's true.
So I'm saying, when I go to buy food, fruit and vegetables, stuff like that, I don't be buying. I be buying I'm gonna eat it, right? But I be buying it for the seeds. I got containers of seeds, watermelon seeds, this kind of seed. That I'm growing all kind of stuff because I'm in my farm. I'm not in his farm. I ain't got nothing. Not, but if he gives me a watermelon and I like watermelon, I'm gonna take them seeds and grow them in my farm. I ain't gonna say, oh, because he gave it to me, I ain't gonna grow the watermelon. No, I'm gonna grow the watermelons in my farm too. If I want those watermelon, because now Santos, I don't know what they call it, Santos or some kind of people in the agriculture business, they're putting out seeds that grow a product that doesn't produce seeds, like seedless watermelons and seedless oranges and stuff like that. You know about that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
In artificial food, those are artificial foods.
That's right.
The very definition of the word fruit, it must have seeds. Without seeds, it is not a fruit.
Hey, but I'm happy to get off here. Hey, I appreciate talking to you, brother. I appreciate you. Appreciate y'all, gentlemen. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. All right. Y'all,
What's your name? What name you go by on this thing, man?
Stolen Legacy.
Stolen Legacy.
Appreciate you coming through, Stolen Legacy.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man. Y'all doing a wonderful job.
Motin Gator is here. That's how you pronounce that, Motin Gator.
Appreciate y'all. Salute.
One love. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
I appreciate the elders popping off the conversation. That's what I'm talking about. What's up with it, Sabio?
I was on YouTube. I just timed in on their thing because it's interesting how that works. Right. Ty comes in here and said, hey, what the hell Trump doing about this goddamn border education? I didn't even know. I heard him talking about getting rid of that shit, but I guess maybe
I don't think he talking to his own when it's the eavesdrop too much. He might talk crazy about us in a minute.
I hear you. I do the same thing too.
Yeah, I'd be like, man, these fools tripping over here. But nah, he seemed like a well-to-do brother. That was a decent conversation y'all was having though.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sabio not in right. Oh, here you go.
What up with it, Goldman?
Man, you got it. How you feeling about these topics?
Man,
the board education situation.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, if without the Board of Education, where would the educational levels of the peoples in the Americas be without the Board of Education? Do you think there would be an education? Do you think there would be these things that we call education? Wale, since we need to get rid of the Board of Education and all that?
Oh, that wasn't my call. That was somebody else's call about getting rid of the Board of Education. I have no stance on the subject.
Well, I'm just trying to figure it out because if we're supposed to move ahead or level the playing field, I think one of the best ways that even in Africa, over in ancient Kemet and Egypt and all those places, they had education. So anybody shunning education shouldn't be talking to anybody that calls themselves African American or Black. From my perspective, you should go over there and talk to the Trumpians and all those people that wants to get rid of education. Just from my perspective, I could be wrong. Yeah, it may need to be overhauled. Some things may need to be changed and adjusted to make the educational system more equitable, more useful, more viable. But get rid of it for real. So we finna become a third world country? Huh? That's what's going on now? Sure. Okay, cool. And you sitting up here pining and saying black people supposed to move up. How? If education is a thing that most of the people other than African Americans is leading in, China, India, and all the other races is leading in education. We got black people talking about we don't need education. This shit is confusing as hell to me, y'all. Go on. We have taken the white man's playbook and we running down the motherfucking street headlong to where they want us to go. Headlong. We are anti-education now in 2025. Anti-education. It's over. It is over. So don't talk about AI, because we ain't gonna get on the AI technology swing. You gotta teach yourself. You gotta learn. That's too much. Niggas ain't trying to learn. Niggas trying to believe. Believing is easier than learning. You can just say it, and everybody just gotta accept it. When you learn, you gotta challenge yourself. And some things you might learn or you might believe might be wrong. Nah, niggas ain't trying to learn. Great white hope has made these niggas lose all hope. Now all they want is just leave. Something else is better gonna happen for them. Not an education. Go ahead, Wale. Y'all got it. You and your homeboy, y'all got it.
What you tripping on now, Sabio?
These anti-education cats. Wasn't Malcolm and Martin in the 50s talking about get educated? We got niggas in 2025 repeating them, but now they repeat them wrong and say, don't get the education. Woo! Shit is confusing.
Sabio, they
What
snatched
up?
they snatched me up. Everybody and their mama act like they want to call me all of a sudden when I got something going on. But what I was saying was tell them why you mad, Sabio.
These anti-education pushers out here.
That's what they talking about. I thought they was talking.
Man, go ahead.
I don't think Wale against education. You know, he educated his baby. I don't think he against that.
Yeah, he's against homeschooling them and teaching them that they abo-oriental, immortal mortals. Bruh, all this, all this make-believe, made-up history is the shit that people want to teach people. You can make up whatever you want to make up. You can't challenge it because it's made up. shit is insane.
Heaven must be like this. It must be like this. Heaven must be like this. It must be like this.
Full of insane people. You're right. Heaven must be full of insane people. Let me get 3 packs and 2 lighters.
You do. Man, education is important though. Mind is a terrible thing to waste. You need y'all to act like you know that. Hey, but on the lighter note, because I see y'all ain't playing about that education conversation, and I don't want Truth to have to come up here and get with y'all. How y'all feeling about these Ricos, Sabio? I know you seen that.
Man, I'm not tripping off them Rico. That's not important to me. Yeah, them
Look,
niggas gonna
that's what
keep going
happens
to jail,
every year about this time, right?
right?
Like,
That shit ain't important to me. They gonna keep doing it because they stupid.
oh, Coffee and Culture want the link. My bad, I ain't see that.
Who is that, my boy Rock?
You said you know him?
Who? Culture Coffee? Yeah, that's my boy Rock.
Oh, okay. I'm finna pull him up. Hold on, I'm finna drop the link for you, bro. I'm over here taking care of the babies and holding down the panel at the same time. Give me 1 second. I'm
Oh,
gonna
go
pray for
on,
my
man.
baby.
You double clutching, huh?
Oh, you already know. I'm so glad they on spring break.
I'm glad to hear it, man. Spend as much time with your children as you possibly can.
Man, they grow up so darn fast, bro.
Ain't no doubt. And they don't grow up, they grow off. Pretty soon
Oh
they'll be
yeah,
doing
you right. You right. They be off doing their own thing.
that's right. They
They,
start growing their own tree.
man.
That's the beauty.
Oh yeah, Wale, I did want to address something you did mention. And it's about this about the term black. Well, I'm not black per se. I am an African American. And the reason why I'm an African American is because my DNA, my family lineage originated in Africa. What makes me an American is because I was born and cultivated in America. So I am an African American. What word spell you think they put on our mind? It's not, we're not going to play these games because when we talk about Indian Americans from India, it ain't none of this bullshit. When we talk about Chinese Americans, it's none of this word spell bullshit that you just tried to pull. So stop the bullshit and grow the
Hey,
fuck up and get real, dog.
I know y'all
Tired
having
of playing
fun, but
this shit with you.
don't forget it's daytime hours. We can't be doing too much,
Hey, my
belligerent.
fault.
No,
My
you
fault.
good.
I apologize for that.
I know the passion get the best of us sometimes. It's all good.
Mhm. It's an effort to I could dig it, man. What you say. And whatever you say about yourself, I have no argument.
Okay, but when it comes to us as a whole, just like as I was speaking on the Italian Americans, we don't hear that. It's only a word spell when it applies to us, African Americans, because we want to be anything but African Americans. We want to be Aboriginal Americans. We want to be all these others, anything but African. Well, when you're talking to African Americans, keep the word spell to yourself because you're the one under it. They put a spell on your mind to confuse you, to make you other things, but what you truly are. Don't do that to the rest of us, though, because we are proud to be, the majority of the people that I speak to, we are proud to be African Americans.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Cool. Words. Too old for this shit.
Peace to the panel. Peace to the fam.
What
You
up,
know,
Rock?
Man,
I
peace to
thought
you,
you
bro.
were somebody. Hey, man.
how y'all doing today?
Great, man. How you feeling about the board education topic?
How are you? How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm here. I'm here working on the other computer here. But on the Board of Education topic, truthfully, I'm not educated enough about what's all in that bill um to react to it. Because what I've noticed is that I'm probably this is probably gonna be hurt some feelings, but I think Trump is like a new Hitler, right? So I'm not necessarily a person that goes Democrat or Republican because I think that's a trick for all of us to fall into. I think I'm gonna take a man at what he says and I'm gonna look at his policies and the people that surround him by. And he's surrounded by white supremacists. He comes from his father was a white supremacist. Elon Musk's family comes from, and I'm painting a background to get to the
An
Department of
apartheid
Education
family.
question. Yeah, and I just want to say this this caveat. I'm painting the background to give y'all my reasonings, right? Why I raise my eyebrow when when we see a chicken start to sound like a chicken, but nobody wants to call the chicken a chicken, right? Even when they see the eggs, right? So then you look at Elon Musk, and like Brother Savio said, we know his family actually didn't get into South Africa until South Africa became an apartheid state. If I'm not mistaken, his father is originally from England. So they moved there and made their money off of the mines in South Africa, right? When they took the land from our cousins and they gave the land away, right? The white folks gave the land away, told us that we can't live in our own house, essentially. That's where his family gets the money from, right? And so when I see the actions taken by these people, I'm naturally skeptical. That's why I have to say I'm vehemently against their movement. And their supporters seem to only have polarizing outlook of it at like one side against the other instead of let's focus on common issues with agreeable solutions. Now, when it comes to the Department of Education bill that he signed in, I don't want to. I saw the news yesterday. I haven't had time to dig into what was in that bill, so I don't want to come out and respond with rhetoric against what's in the headlines as opposed to what's in the actual legislation itself, if you understand what I'm saying. But I do want to say that the numbers show us um, more than half of the American population cannot read at a working level. If you
And
Google
that's
it,
a
I
problem.
believe the percentage is 52%. I think 52% of Americans read at a middle school reading level. We're talking about sixth or seventh grade reading level. The issue with me comes when the minority of the population. When I say minority, I mean the smaller, less than 50%. Right now, we're talking about 20% or below in this instance. Reads at a proficient level. What's considered proficient? A high school graduate level. We're not talking about
Right,
college, right?
right. High
So
school grad level.
so when we're looking at all these things, and when we're looking at Trump's first 2.5 months, almost 3 months in office, and we're looking at and we're looking at the town halls, and we're looking at the constituents' reaction to their local representatives. What I'm seeing is I'm seeing people voting off of pop culture and out of ignorance because now when you look at the town halls and the Republican constituents, they are pissed off. I don't know if you brothers had a chance to go see what's going on, but the constituents in those districts are so upset that some of the not all Republicans, but some of the main MAGA Republicans are actually coming out and lying and saying that those people that are speaking out against their representatives choosing not to put the pressure that they want to be applied, right? And choosing to go the other way when they voted for those representatives to go the opposite way, right? They're pissed off. And now these people are claiming that they're liberals trying to make problems at the town hall events, which is it's bullshit and it's polarizing scare tactics to me, right? I think if we continue to allow ourselves to point, it's like being at work, right? So, and I say it like this and I end because I know I've been talking a lot. Y'all forgive me. I had that strong ass iced coffee. So look, so it's like at work. When it's a problem at work, when it's a problem at work, first we see the problem, remedy it, and then we fix it. That's efficient. Now we can focus on who made the mistake once the mistake is fixed. Then we can address where the mistake comes from. But it's a character flaw when you're dealing with a person or an organization that first points the finger at who caused the problem before making attempts to actually address and remedy the problem. And then that's all I have to say. I'll mute out and listen to you brothers for a while.
No, we appreciate you. Appreciate you dropping that. You can stay up here, in case somebody got some feedback towards that, or you hear something else. You don't gotta go nowhere. But I see DT just pulled up, literally. Let me see what's going on in the chat while I'm seeing. DT, you got something to say about this board of education stuff, man?
The only component that I'm concerned about is the FAFSA. The FAFSA potentially take over the FAFSA. As far as those FAFSA funds. So yeah, that's the only thing I'm worried about, though. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about.
I ain't hear too many people say nothing about. I could have sworn Trump gave like homeschooling or parents that want to homeschool a certain amount of thousands of dollars. Y'all hear about that?
I did not. I didn't.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's see. But yeah, I know when I first ran across it, I was like super excited because for one, I got a little brother that definitely homeschools his kid and well his kids, three of them, and all the resources that we can get when we doing that type of stuff is definitely useful. Like I think it was like somewhere like $10,000 or something like that. Like you can imagine that would allow for a parent to be able to buy computers, you know what I'm saying? Different textbooks and all kind of stuff for their child. I think Jackson said school. It's called school choice. Man, I think that's what he responding to. But for anybody who find it in their heart that that's something they want to do or in their time span, because that be the thing. A lot of people work schedules don't allot for them to do it, but if it's something that you feel is so important, rather than I feel like rather than us complain, about what they doing in the schools, the curriculums and stuff. Case in point, we on the platform of a good brother that took that in his own hands and expanded and expanded. You know what I'm saying? Expansion after expansion with the schools that he built. Um, I feel like it's very important for us to take back the hearts and the minds of our children. And honestly speaking, that starts with education and educating our kids. Like, let's imagine, when your kid is real young, they look at mommy and daddy like they superheroes. Then after a while, you send them to school, and darn near chastise them if they don't listen to other people. And then you wonder why after a while they not listening to you at all. You get a different level of respect for people when they teach you shit. You know what I'm saying? You start looking at other people like, what's your purpose if they ain't teaching you nothing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, it might help us understand a little bit of that contention that we find ourselves in the household. At least that's adding to it. I ain't gonna say that's the total, root of it all, but that definitely would add to it. It did for me. I ain't gonna front. Like, you gonna whoop me for not listening to them. And shoot, you weren't the greatest student either, but what in the world? Like, what's the point of it all? It caused a lot of confusion, but be that as it may, I think it's a beautiful thing to be able to educate your kid. I know a lot of people feel like, cause they want no valedictorians or something, they can't do it. Bro, what teachers do a lot of times, not to say they don't go to school, no shot at none of them. This ain't that. This ain't no shot at nobody, but this is for the people that feel like their kids deserve better. This is for the person that felt like, um, I'm tired of complaining. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Here's your opportunity now. You have an opportunity. The resources is there. It used to be people say they ain't got the money to do it. But if they give 10 bands, where is that excuse now? Like, if anything, shoot,
Even
I'd be, like, the excuse that should come next is I don't know what it is or what's it called, but you can Google it. And if Jackson was responding to what I was saying, I think he said it's called school choice. Keep your distance training, man. Right? I would definitely say homeschooling my kids is an opportunity for me to make the rest of the world keep their distance. Like, we talking about young people that are put in environments where they're most impressionable during their most impressionable times, and we keep on complaining about the different things that's happening in these institutions, whether it's the mistreatment, miseducation. Like at some point, you gotta stop complaining and do something about it. And when the resources is there, it's like you really ain't got no excuse no more. Other than you don't got comfortable living your life how you been living it. You like getting off at 5 o'clock, so you went there thinking about going to a second shift or even working a third shift just to make sure you can educate your child. The same person who, when they get older, they're gonna have to take care of you. But what if they educate your child to say, "Oh, send your parents to the nursing home at a certain age"? You can't get mad because you didn't instill that in them when you had the chance. You sent them off. Why they can't send you off?
Yeah, there should be some responsibility with parents. I have a 6-year-old, and brother, I don't know your name that was just speaking, but I think there comes a time where as parents we gotta look and we gotta say like, for example, my son, the way I approach education with him is I look at it like it's my responsibility to first educate him, and the rest what he gets in school is almost supplementary, right? So whatever that looks like, it may look different for you, for y'all's children, right? But for us, it's reading every night, it's working on some math problems every night, right? He's in kindergarten. My wife speaks Spanish, so he's like, he knows. I ain't trying to make it a bragging session, right? But what I'm saying is, there comes a time where we gotta hold ourselves accountable and put that time in our children's lives. I don't think that it's fair for us, like, y'all know that one joke where they're like, uh how your parents used to do you when you was a kid and you needed help on your math work, and you'd be like, Johnny had 3 apples, and then the joke, they get hit in the back of the head or something because they not understanding and they messing it up. Well, that's what kind of makes kids not want to, that's what build up the frustration with education, right? And when you treat them like that, when they're frustrated, the thinking stops, right? And that's where I think a lot of our issues are. If we're patient with our children,
I was just thinking that
and we
patience.
poured into them educationally, we'll go further. But also, a lot of us aren't educated, right? A lot of us can't actually read at a proficient level, right? So I think that we got to be present and do the best that we can do. But as long as we're present, I think for children, that matters the most, that has mattered the most, at least to my son, being present. And myself, I'm educated, right? So I can teach him some more things. But I think even if I had, like, my mother-in-law, she's from a different country where they didn't have public schools like we had when she was growing up, and she stopped going to school with she was 15. I think it's a 6th or 7th grade education, right? So there's only so much that can be passed down education wise from mother to child, but she can be present in that in her kid's life when they're in school, and she can push them in a direction, right, that'll result in them being competent, whether that's, working every day when you get home, working on reading, working on studying, or whatever. No matter what schedule you have, because I work a 9 to 5 myself. Now I'm hybrid. I can be in office or I can be from home, right? But I don't that's not an excuse for my son not to be proficient in the classroom, because when I get his grades back, I don't look at, especially he's in kindergarten, right? He goes to a school for gifted kids, right? So I do got to put that out there. So the grading scale is a little different. The expectations are higher. But when I get him, I look at what he's average at, what he's not excelling at, and I take that as, oh shit, I haven't been going on this with him. That's on me. That's not on him, right? Because he's 6 now. When he get to high school, right? When he gets to 10th, 11th grade, 12th grade, that's on him, right? But for me as a parent, from kindergarten to his freshman year of high school, that's on me to put. I'm a gardener, right? So that's on me to put all the nutrients, all the fertilizer, all the perlite in the soil, right? All the water mix, the compost tea, everything I need to get my plant to grow up and flourish and flower into a young man, into adulthood, into his own family. That's all on me. That's all my responsibility. When it comes to sports, I train my son in basketball, but when it comes to sports, we put a high importance on sports. We'll make sure our children get trained in sports. We'll make sure they good. We'll make sure that boy outside practicing basketball. We'll make sure to put him on the team. We'll make sure to get him to practice if we can't get him to practice, especially in areas where there's projects and stuff. We'll make sure that he got a good relationship with the coach, right? Y'all know how I go into projects and shit. Y'all got a best friend that can hoop, or y'all got a best friend that's good at football. They tapped in with the coach. They tapped in with their friends on the team. They make sure the kids get to the sports. We got to make sure the kids get educated, regardless of the situation that's going on, because we got people like Booker T. Washington that went through everything he went to just to learn how to read. I don't know if a lot of people read his autobiography, but what he went through just to learn how to read was a crazy. And we out here forsaking the opportunity to read. Like, we look down on a lot of these things, right? Because we're now in 2025 and we're almost 200 years removed from slavery or whatever, right? But for me, we lose when we don't take responsibility for our kids' education ourselves.
Yeah, I just want to mention that Booker T. Washington, that's the guy that started some college, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He started teaching kids in poor black kids in his community first when he first got educated, but
Okay, sure,
eventually
that's
he
the
founded a college. Eventually he founded the college. Yes, sir.
okay. He wrote 2 autobiographies.
Yes, sir.
I heard you say in his autobiography, he wrote 2 of them, is all I'm saying. Maybe if you don't know about both, you might want to read the next one as well.
Yo, Wale, for you to presume that this man don't know about Booker T. Washington's autobiography, that's kind of presumptuous of you, because he mentioned auto. yo,
He just said
yo, Rocky,
autobiography.
yo,
I
Rocky,
just
yo, Rocky. The one
Well,
thing
I'm
look.
not.
that I'm gonna let you
I don't
know
take.
is
Yeah.
that they try to belittle or downplay the educational levels of people. If so, because you didn't mention autobiographies, he think you only think Booker T wrote one.
Got you. So what I'm referring to specifically is his explanation of his journey to the boys' school where he got educated in his book Up from Slavery. I'm referring to that section specifically where he describes his internal drive and his yearning to be educated and learn to read and his struggle in his journey to the boys' school where he did get the opportunity to get educated at a school that he went to that was populated with also some native young men. It was one of those boys' schools where they damn near stripped them of their culture, the native men, the native young men specifically. So it was one of those boys' schools where he sought out education and where he got educated. And I think that portion of his autobiography, Up from Slavery, is something that all young men, regardless of race, should read to understand the struggles that people went through just to learn to read.
That's beautiful, man. I agree.
I tell you one thing I don't agree with. Um, I think I heard our good brother say majority of us can't read or something. I'm like, hold on. I don't
Something
know.
similar. I said we read at most of, when I say us in that case, in that statistic, I was talking about American people. I don't really
Oh,
know the
okay.
statistics specifically for black people. I was, when I looked at it, if you pull it up, it'll show you like 52% of Americans. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'm on my other computer. It's like
Okay.
52% of Americans read at a middle school level, and that's looked at as below proficient.
Hey, Goldmine, I don't know why
Yes.
you disagree with that because we encounter these types of arguments and conversations all the time.
Actually,
It's
54. It's even worse.
I ain't
Y'all
know it was
excuse my
that
dog.
bad, bro.
Excuse
I
my
ain't been
German
around that
Shepherd in
many
the
people
background.
can't read, bro. That's crazy.
What
54% of
it's
Americans
not it's
read at that's it's even worse actually. Below a sixth grade reading level.
hmm, hmm.
I did not
and
know
we
that many people can't read. I'm promise.
it's not only reading, it's the comprehending what they read that goes along with it.
The age
So
group is between ages 16 to 74.
mm,
50 approximately 54% of Americans have literacy skills below a sixth grade level.
mm, 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 we're exposed to that on a regular basis on these
All
channels,
right.
on this show.
Said it. I need my other hand. Man, you dropped your break
What's
your
your
phone.
name? Chocolate something, dude? Is that your name? Chocolate something? I don't
What?
see it on the board, so I don't know.
Who the hell is chocolate?
Coffee and culture. If you're asking about who was
Oh,
just talking.
coffee. Oh, coffee. Yeah, coffee. Yeah, I was trying. I didn't know.
Yes, sir. No problem. Yeah, I'm coffee and culture. Yep.
Okay. Uh the people who you're referring to and the way they refer to it, do you assume they're saying the literacy in the language of English, or they mean literacy, period?
This is a study specifically on Americans. So it's gonna
I
be
got the American part.
yeah, so it's gonna be based on the rigor applied in American schools. So that's gonna be we're talking about reading comprehension skills.
We're
That's what
talking
we're
about
talking about.
English. Yeah. Okay, because I know a rash, not a rash, a whole god doggone overcoat of immigrants come to this country every day. And they are not all proficient in English, but they are not illiterate either. Not what I would consider illiterate. They just are not good at English at all.
Yeah,
And
see that's
I'm trying
yeah.
to see, I'm trying
That's
to
a
see,
slippery slope.
especially when you took the age group that you're talking about, would that affect this thing or not? We taking gross
We're
generalities.
not talking
I
about
was curious.
immigrants. We weren't talking about immigrants,
Dude,
Wale.
Yeah,
dude,
we're
according to
we're talk we
Obama,
were
go ahead,
the
my man.
the article was referring to a Americans in general. It makes no mention of immigrants. But what I will say is,
Like that shit wild.
my son's school is an example of a school. My son goes to a school for gifted children, where they teach, because most of the community in the area are Spanish speaking, so they teach them in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. So when it comes to, when you talk about literacy rates, my son's school being an example, I'm sure that that may be included. I can't speak to it. I can, if you would like, I can try and send you a copy of the article, um if you would like. But you can find it. Just type in how many, you can find it from a quick Google search. It'll be the first link that pops up. It should be the first link that pops up.
Yeah, I
uh
just took the words that you said. I didn't. I'm just using the words that you said, and I'm looking around them, and I'm seeing different places, so that assumption can take over, and I'm
yeah,
attempting not to
yeah,
be assumption.
I get you, we cool. I know, we just talking. Yeah, but
Good.
I encourage everyone to go look at the literacy rates, because if they're so bad, they'll damn near make they'll make you examine everybody in your family, and so we'd be like, dang, people really slow out here. So I
Yep.
encourage y'all to go check, go go check
There used
that.
to be a show on TV about 20 years ago now. It was called "Are You as Smart as a Fifth Grader?"
Is it
And
illiterate or is it
it was a game show about,
illiterate or is it proficient at a certain level?
Mm.
oh, let him do that. I don't know.
Are
Hey,
you
Truth, how
asking?
you doing?
What
Hey,
up,
what's going
Daniel?
on? What's going on? Is it
What's up,
illiterate?
Truth?
What's
No,
going on?
it's proficiency levels. It's reading proficiency levels. They kind of use the term illiterate on a panel, but what I was referring to was that 54% of Americans aged between 16 to 74 have the literacy skills of or below a sixth grade reading level.
Okay.
Right. So sixth graders can read, right? But their comprehension level isn't gonna
Isn't
be on par
right.
with a high school graduate for the most
Right. So
part.
that's going to be different. Right. But that's a little
Yeah.
slightly different between literacy and comprehension.
Right.
Right.
So
Because
I was
you
going
can
to
read
go
the
ahead
word
and
yes,
refer.
and you understand them.
I can't hear you. My bad. I can't.
I said you can read the word yes, but can you understand them?
Mm.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Mm.
So those are, a little
That's a
bit
big
different
key.
skill set. And yes, Domo, it is at like eighth grade because the Times is actually written at eighth grade. And I think the New York
Yeah, eighth
Post is
grade
written
level.
at a sixth grade or seventh grade, but the New York Times is only like an eighth or ninth grade, something like that.
So that's something they do purposely, right?
Yes.
They write the articles in
Well,
it to make them more consumable for.
that's what is the purpose of media,
Mm-hmm.
and then who is your audience, and then the
The
purpose of the
right.
newspaper was to get it to the general masses. And it wasn't something, I mean, yes, you had to be literate, but it wasn't necessarily for the exclusivity of it. It was to get information to the masses. So it was the proficiency of the masses so they could read what you were printing. Many
Yeah.
of them weren't literate. This is why when you have the opportunity to have images put into newspapers in particular, then that actually helps. But you're only writing a newspaper to get information out. What's the other purpose? So if you write something above the literacy of the people, then how are they gonna try to understand what you're trying to present?
Right.
Yep.
So you're not gonna pick up a newspaper and expect it every day to be written like someone's thesis paper.
For sure.
Sheesh.
For
Who
sure.
gonna
For
read it?
sure.
So, culture. I was going to ask you, did you ever hear of the little game show called "Are You as Smart as a Fifth Grader"? It was out about 20, 25 years ago.
Yes, sir. I remember that one. I know it's an older. I was a kid at the time, but I remember that show.
There
Yeah,
was
bro.
a
I wanted.
follow-up question that I wanted to ask you also. Are you familiar with the book and I think also a movie or documentary called "The Dumbing Down of America"?
I couldn't hear the first part. You said bring down or being down?
Uh-huh.
The
Okay.
dumbing down.
The Dumbing Down of America
Oh, the
is the
dumbing
name.
down.
I think it was a documentary and a book. The Dumbing Down of America. I don't think that was around the same time of the fifth grader show. Are you as smart as a fifth grader? Give or take 5 years either way. So I was just
Nah,
trying to give you an idea
I was
of,
very
of
young, so I can't recall nothing like that. Not a
Yeah,
so
documentary.
I wanted to
all
ask
of
you
this stuff
about
is
your
a
kid's
progression.
school. You don't have to
Go
be too
ahead.
specific, but that talented and gifted school, is it a charter school? Is it a
Yeah,
private school?
It's a charter school.
Charter school. All right.
Yes, sir. Yep.
It's gonna be like NIL deals now, Willie. That's how I want you to think about
Yep. Yep.
it. As soon as you get it, they're gonna sweep by the PJs, whoever could get the Joe Clark
Yeah,
momentum, and they're gonna scoop out of there, and the rest everybody gonna be done on.
Yep.
Niggas,
hey, true.
I'm telling you, yes.
Do you know anybody by the name of Gotcha Gin?
Gotcha. I don't. I don't.
Anybody on the panel know this person?
Absolutely not.
All right,
Hey, yo,
Gotcha
true.
Gin. I'm gonna need you to turn your camera on if you're
What
trying
up?
to join the panel.
Hey, yo, true. I was trying to get my kids in that, my son at the time, in that Jeff Canada school so bad. I said,
Yo,
I got sick of them lotteries. I left the state. That's why I moved.
Willie,
True.
I'm trying to tell you, it's gonna be like lottery picks getting at the charter school. People think, okay, we could just open up a charter school. Okay, those are for-profit entities.
Can you get in the light, Gotcha Gin? Cause your camera on, but I
You know
can't
what I'm
see nothing.
saying? So niggas gonna be sitting around. Either you gonna get, well, you'll be able to dunk, or you can read better than everybody else in the PJs. That's
My
gonna be the
man.
only
True. I
way
Man,
out.
said,
only way you
fuck this. I
getting
said,
in.
kids, pack your shit. We getting out of New York City. I cannot get y'all in the
Yo,
Pride
Use a
Academy. I'm
brother. You
out.
good?
I'm out.
niggas gonna be
Yeah.
toe up out here, yo.
How is the education system in New York? I'm in Georgia, right?
You can turn
So
your camera off now, bro.
Okay, in New York,
Appreciate it.
um,
Hey, you can hear me?
yeah, it's it's one of the better ones, but it still sucks because you have to educate such a large number of people, right? So you have to take that. I think it's what the New York City alone, not even the state, but is right there with California and Texas. I think are bigger as far as number of students, but um, it was one of the reasons I came up here. It's like we talk about proficiency, but proficiency for what at this point? Because the school system, public school, was initially set up to serve a particular function. I don't want to get too into it, but that's pretty much gone. Although Trump seems to think he can revive it.
Hmm.
So, okay, like I said, the average kid may be graduating from high school, but proficient to do what in the world?
Hmm. Work.
But work
Retail.
where?
well, it depends.
Fast
It depends
food.
on what we talking about. What programs those high schools offer. I know it's kind of
Right.
anecdotal, but in some places you might have, like here in Georgia. I'm in North Georgia, just outside the city, in the suburb area. Here we had when I don't know if y'all had it in same thing happened in New York, but transitioning from middle school to high school, they got rid of all the technical classes, like the trade classes and stuff, like the wood shop, the auto
Yeah,
mechanic, the home ec for the girls and stuff, like all of that. My year, my trans from 8th to ninth grade, that wasn't even an option, right? But I know my grandfather, he was able to take trades. He was able to go to a high school that offered those trade, vocational classes and get certified before he graduated. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it kind of
right.
depends.
So it's kind of where I was going. I see Camille's comment in the chat, but where I was going, and I'm pretty sure this is where his kid goes and stuff, is those particular charter schools or even private schools are set up to be college preparatory schools.
Mm-hmm.
The public high school is not set up to be a college preparatory school. So that's the difference in the education. Like it's geared from pretty much day one to get you on some track to be prepared to go to college. And that's how they kind of modeled some of the charter
Charter
schools
school. Yep.
after to
And
do that.
everybody else will be Joe Blogs.
If we're being
Yeah,
honest, aren't most schools
in the entire United States focused on getting kids into college? Isn't that like the culture
No.
since the early 2000s?
No,
Once
I
I
don't
again,
believe
believe
it
no.
that.
was. I believe that.
Okay, so let
No,
me.
No,
every
no, no.
child left
Are
behind
you
is
going
Nah,
to ask
nah,
not
the
a.
question and
nah,
answer it? Do you want to ask a
nah.
question and
It was
answer it?
literally a culture. It was literally a culture.
Answer it then.
Well,
Okay,
go
go ahead.
ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Right, he
So, like
answered.
I
He
said,
asked and answered.
public school education for the masses was not that. It was
Mm-mm.
exclusivity for a certain class of white folks who were trying to make a come up, in particular Irish and others. This
Absolutely
is why.
ridiculous.
So
Absolutely ridiculous.
if you like
And I
to
would say
just
you have no evidence to back up such an
I
assertion.
would
Oh
say I have
wow.
complete evidence and I could show you. This
Oh
is what a
wow.
yuppie is. Do you understand that this is where the yuppie comes from? That's different from the blue bloods, which is old money. You have no
Right.
idea what you're talking about, young man. But keep going. Go ahead.
Everybody
All right,
wants to
thank you.
try to
All right,
educate us,
appreciate it.
Chief.
What I was speaking about is I was just basically pointing out the fact that people from since like the late 90s till about I want to say the tech generation, which would be like 2015, 2016, were mostly college based. Like growing up, they were trying to get to college. If I'm not mistaken, most people in the United States were raised specifically to try to go to college, which is
You are
why a lot of the
mistaken.
technical resources, okay, maybe, but a lot of the
Completely.
technical resources and fundings were cut by people because they felt like more people weren't going to go towards those places and trades.
That's incorrect.
Obviously a bad idea. Obviously a bad
Manufacturing
idea.
went overseas and you have zero idea what you're talking
Yeah.
about. We lost
Yeah.
manufacturing, young man. This is why those
Hold on,
schools
hold on. Point it out then.
you have
Tell me what I'm
zero
wrong
idea.
about. Go ahead.
Point them out.
I'm listening
Okay,
to
in
you.
particular, here are examples. Those technical schools that the other young man was talking about, those vocational schools, whether they be aviation, automotive, or whatever their name was in your area, was because there was factory work and those type of jobs into play. Many of those jobs went overseas. You can see that by what happens in places like Detroit or Gary, Indiana. If you want empirical data that you're searching for, young man, this is what happened. The manufacturing left. Therefore, no need to have a vocational system set up where in high school you learn those things. Why? Because the factories no longer exist. It was to give you a general education so you do not stick your hand in a piece of machinery when you go and be proficient and be reading some of the signs in the factories that existed. That was the purpose of education. That was the purpose of the public schools and the way they were set up. You have zero idea what you're talking about. What you're talking about
Okay. I disagree with you
came later.
fundamentally. Based
What
on
is
the
the
fact that you
evidence you
said,
have to
sorry,
support?
my bad,
What's
because
the
you was
evidence?
going on for like 30 minutes. I feel like I
Okay,
had to
so
cut
it
you
was
off for a
actually
second, dog.
5, and you said
OG,
you
Hey,
have zero
I'm gonna let you
idea.
speak,
What's the
but I'm trying to
evidence
kick
now?
I'm
Let's
trying to
see if
kick you
you
some of
want
this young
to
knowledge real quick.
Let's do it.
Uh,
Go ahead.
maybe I'm
hey,
wrong.
bro, hey, bro, chill out for a second.
2015. You mentioned about 1990 to 2015, which is exactly what I was doing. So this is all
Daytime.
primary evidence. Primary evidence. I want
Yeah, and I was disagreeing with you.
that
That's why I was
about.
pointing
You
it out.
can't disagree, and I'm giving you the evidence. Where is something in the contrary besides your
Okay,
talk?
so basically what I was saying was, as I was saying, I wasn't debating that most of United States' resources were outsourced to other countries for cheaper labor sources. Of course that happened. Everybody knows that. That's basic
That
history in
was
the
the
United States.
purpose of the
Uh,
school, is why I mentioned it.
But what I'm talking about is, I think that also, what you, like you said, there is something that you said that I do agree with. You said that those
Could
jobs
be
were
all
very
opinions. There's
dangerous.
nothing
There
else.
were a lot of unregulated places that black people were working that they were getting hurt at and
It
overlooked,
wasn't just black
such
people.
as construction. It well, yeah, I'm just pointing out, but I'm black, so I'm talking about black people. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? So basically, those jobs were dangerous, as you pointed out, correct. And I think that led to a culture of people saying, let's get the kids away from these jobs in the factories
What?
and on the farms and in the mines
No,
and
that's
working
completely
on cars in
incorrect.
dangerous
You
places
still
where
The
have
people.
heck?
vocational
But no,
schools
no,
at
but my bad. But I'm just saying, maybe I can allow a perspective to enter your mind real quick. And I understand you disagree,
no,
but
from falsehood, and it's not going to be backed up by any facts why I would even entertain it.
Right. That shit
okay,
weird.
okay. Let me see what facts you got. Hit me with some facts.
Are you not listening? That's the problem. You said it was
Hit
30
me with some
minutes. You
more
didn't give me
facts.
3 seconds. No, I'm not. This is where you begin to then research your own because you don't have a clue, and I'm just showing you.
Nah, man, I disagree with you. I think the
Right. You
culture in
should.
America
That's
was
what it
was
says.
focused on. I think the culture in America at the time was focused on getting kids into college out of
And
the
thus
type of
the
work that
recreation in
people
the
we dislike.
suburbs
Culture
and the
of
public schools, which
America.
became college preparatory for white folks in the suburbs. What are you talking about once again, young man? The
I
suburb high
disagree.
schools were the college. What do you mean you disagree? Look at the stats of the people who were in college, slow boy.
Man, this shit is ridiculous at this
I
point.
disagree.
Exactly, because you're slow now at this point.
Well,
That's an
Those are
ad
the
welcome to the
hominem.
people
That's
who
slow
pretty
went
club.
to
disrespectful, man.
college. They were
I'm
white
trying to have a respectful
folks. How
conversation with
many
you, and
folks
you
It's
over
did
not
here
an
they
saying,
ad
Let's
have
hom.
keep
in this
It's actually,
camp?
let's
hey,
keep the
hey,
let's
So-called
keep
hey,
the
blue
name
collar
calling
white
to a
folks
minimum
it's
if
not
tried
an
they
ad
to
can.
hominem.
transition into
Hey,
white
hey, hey.
collar fields. They were
Hey, and
college
let me,
preparatory systems that were in play. This is how many of the Irish go. You ever see the TV show Billions? Since y'all like TV examples, those, for
no. Can you
example,
tell me
how the
about it?
Irish get into Wall Street.
Wall
Those
Street.
are why, because the opportunities to go to schools like Fordham or Seton Hall or any of the Notre Dame in some cases are the instances where they can get into the white collar professions because they daddies with sanitation and firemen. You have zero idea what you're talking about.
I think your
So
worldview, I think your worldview is too isolated on that point, and I think that
Isolated. I'm holding
many
you to all the
combination of
worldview.
things.
information and the things
What
that the
did
Wait,
sources
this
wait, wait.
are
man
Can I
just
being
speak?
say?
Can I
scattered and all
speak?
over the place.
Can I speak?
Did
Can
he
I
Let him
just
finish what
say
I'm
land. Let
saying?
him
worldview?
land.
Damn, hold up, dog.
It's 2-on-1 right now.
Are you
Let him
listening
land
to
his
what I'm
plane.
saying? Can
No,
you hear
because
me?
you're not saying
I said I
anything.
think your worldview is too isolated on too many focal points. Like you're focused on too
Isolated
many
Isolated
on
small
on two.
what?
things.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up,
How's
hold
it
up,
My
hold up.
bad.
isolated
God
on
Sorry,
two
I
damn.
said
Hold
the
up,
wrong
hold
word. I
up.
said the wrong word. I apologize.
Right.
I can't get the word out
I
because
told you
I
you
can't
would speak
talk.
like
So
this.
now
How is it
I'm trying to make it as
isolated on
specific
too
as
many
possible so you can
focuses?
understand me. So I
What are you
apologize for using the
talking
wrong word just
about?
now. So hold up, check me out. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think you're too focused. Your worldview is too isolated on certain things that
Like,
contributed to it,
like what
yes,
we're
but
talking
not
about?
the entire story, the picture.
So you want me to give you the entire story when you can't understand what I'm focusing on? Really?
I can't understand what you're focusing on. What I'm
We're
telling you is
talking
I
about
disagree
school,
on
and
what
it's
you were
still the
focusing
same
on,
thing about
and I'm
college
telling you
preparatory.
that I
I
think
haven't
that
moved on
what
what you
contributed
came
to
on it.
that
Go ahead.
is mostly the culture of danger, people not wanting their people to die.
Culture
I
of
think
danger
war,
and the
Culture
Vietnam,
culture
I
of
think
of
stuff like
danger.
that
exaggeration.
contributed to the school system that
Vietnam?
we had
He
I think
basically saying
I think
people
the
in survival mode.
early
That's what he's saying.
yeah, I'm
You in
basically saying
survival?
that the early
Go ahead. Go ahead.
sorry, I apologize. It may be detracted from your mind because I said something so far
Yeah,
away from
Vietnam
what
is
we're talking
ridiculous.
about. But I'm
That's what I mean.
saying that those
If you
things
want to focus
contributed
in,
to the school system. The danger of the world contributed to the school system, not just white
the
people wanted to be souped
danger
up.
of
We could
the
talk about the
world
bad shit that white
contributed
people
to.
did. Now we could talk about all the bad shit that white
Okay,
people
stop
do
right
and
now.
did
How did
and
the
have done,
danger of the world
and their
contribute to the
systematic
American school
oppression that they
system?
put upon black people and how black
Now you're
people were
just
fucked up
babbling.
for mostly
No,
their entire
this is
history. But
emotional
we
woke
could talk about
babbling.
that. But what you're talking about is bullshit.
Go ahead.
Honestly, I think you need to open your mind
Hey,
I'm
bro.
and look
talking
at
Hey,
about
why the
bro.
school
exactly what
system is.
happened. This is woke
Oh,
babble out
excuse
of
my
you.
language. You're right. Absolutely correct. That's a bad
Hey,
word to
bro.
use.
Okay, so
Uh,
now back
Hey,
to education. How
yeah.
was it
please, because what
primarily
he
to
just
go to
said was a
college?
bunch of psychobabble.
No, no, let
That
him
was
go.
just pure
How? Let's get back to
psychobabble.
it. How
Hey,
was
Go
let
it
ahead.
him live.
primarily
He
to
new
go to
around here.
college? Show us.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Show us how all of this was set up for the people to go to college, the masses.
What's up,
I don't
man?
think it was a setup. I think it was something that happened as a consequence of the way the world was at the time.
What
Did
the
most
hell
people
is
end up
this man
going to
talking
college?
about?
Hold on. Did most people end up going to college?
You said, did most people end up going to college? No.
Yes. So
Well,
why
shut
not?
the hell up.
So why not?
Hey,
You said,
hey,
so
hey,
why
hey.
not?
I
Yes.
know how we normally run the panel, but
Hold
let
on.
him
I'm
live.
sorry, Go. You running things. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he
Go ahead.
new.
Okay,
He
okay,
new
I can
around here.
answer your
Let him
question.
live.
You know what you just did? That's what we call a gotcha, right? You see how my
I
name was
asked you
gotcha
a
again?
question.
Because people like to do gotchas again and again and again. So
What are you
pause. Let's take a step
talking
back real
about,
quick.
You
young
got
man?
your you
You are
got
Pause.
your
Let's take a
you are
step
feelings.
like
back.
a case
Let's
study
take a
for
step
social
back.
media
Okay, look.
neophytes.
Let's take away
Gotchas,
the condescending
Elite
attitude and
Earth
actually listen to
Sapien.
what I'm
get
saying.
the
Okay,
reality
hold up
out
real
of
quick.
it.
Let's
No,
take
Okay.
we
away the
won't.
Let's
condescending
deal with
attitude and
school.
listen to what I have to
Let's
say.
deal
No,
with
we
Pause.
what we
won't.
were
So
We're
talking
going to
about.
be very
Focus. Remember you
condescending
kept saying focus?
because
take
you're an
away
Let's
the
deal
idiot.
with
condescending
hold on.
attitude.
Let's deal
You're an
Yeah.
idiot
Take away the
of the
condescending
highest order.
attitude and listen to what I have to say. Be
That's
respectful.
that
I'm being
damn right
respectful to
I'm
you.
being
boy.
nice. I'm
Go
being
ahead.
I'm being
nice.
respectful to
No,
you.
you not. You
Go,
not
man.
being
Go
Yes,
ahead.
I
nice enough.
am. I'm
Go
being
ahead.
I'm being
nice.
respectful, man. Come on,
Go
No,
man.
I ain't
ahead,
Hey,
talking
but
man.
look,
about.
check me
I
out.
ain't talking.
Man,
I ain't talking about you, young brother. I'm talking about my older brothers up in here.
you
I'm like,
have to be
damn,
able to
bro,
Hey,
y'all act
focus.
like you supposed to know everything.
No, he's
Hey,
acting like
look,
he's supposed
look.
to know
I might
everything.
be,
I
I
didn't
might be
start.
wrong, but look, I'm gonna tell you my
You
perspective of it. I'm
completely
gonna tell you my
wrong.
perspective. I said,
You
I think
are.
that it's a consequence as to the way the world was, meaning that I think that because of the past, such as Jim Crow laws, such as, you know what I'm saying, such as Vietnam War, such as systematic oppression,
Wait, hold
such
on
as
one second. Hold on one
not being
second.
able to get
I'm not.
housing and
Hold on
loans,
one second. So are
contributed
you
to the
saying
college
because
culture,
of Jim
people wanting
Crow?
to
Wait,
rise
hold
to where
on.
those
Wait,
same,
so you saying too
hold up,
much and I
no, bro,
can't.
I'll let you talk. You
No,
gotta
because
let
I
me
can't
talk.
talk
Straight
like
up,
this.
respectful. Hold up, because
Because
every
of
time I
Jim
get to a
Crow,
point, I
more
see what you're
people.
doing. You like to
So
cut me
this is
off.
the point.
Hold
You're
up, dog.
babbling. Go
Because,
ahead. More babbling.
okay, all right, I got you. So I gotta be quick and to the point for you.
Like you said, focus. Try it.
I got you. I got you. What I'm saying is the prior history of African Americans in America or Black Americans, however you want to put it, contributed to the college culture that existed now. I think that many people didn't get into college because they didn't get accepted because the street life took them away. But I think that their parents were always pushing for them to get a better education.
Jesus
Do you think
Christ.
I'm wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So a
Simple as
better
that. Agree to
education
disagree.
did not. Wait, so let me finish. You
Better
keep
education
asking
meaning
questions.
college, meaning like
A
not
better.
specifically. I'm
Yo,
not talking about
man. Yo,
trades. I'm talking
you go ahead,
specifically.
keep
Bruh.
going.
All right, let
Go ahead.
Reverend Ayah
You
cook
won't let
for a
you won't
second.
let nobody speak, but you want to have a conversation. A better education didn't mean college. That came at a certain point, and in context, even when it came at that point. So you're wrong about that as well. No, that's not the
Man,
case. It
it's
didn't mean
always
college.
molasses.
And then I ask you, when did these things happen? You said everybody's supposed to go to college, and I ask you, did everybody go to college? And how was that
And
a
you
gotcha
said
moment
no.
if everybody didn't go to college?
It's just the truth of the situation. It's not a
And
gotcha
then you wait,
moment.
hold on. And then you mentioned Jim Crow. Now, how would Jim Crow and segregation be the onus for you to magically
Go to
go
college.
and integrate a place?
Mm.
Make that make sense.
Okay, I can answer all your questions very simply.
Okay.
One, everybody got pushed to go to college at a certain point in time between, I believe, the late 90s, like I said, until the tech era, which is about 2013, 2015. I'm talking
The
about that
tech
specific point in
era?
history. I think, yeah, what I consider the tech era in my mind. I
What is
think in
the
the
tech
future,
era? Hold on.
2015, 2013,
In the
2015,
future,
the
you
eras
the tech.
where the internet,
All right. So,
I'm
okay,
just
good.
saying the eras where,
You said
to put it simply,
that.
my bad, I get it.
Once
To put
again,
it simply, technology took over the minds of people. That's the first time I ever seen a phone, right?
Hmm?
when did this? The first
Like
time
a touch
you ever
screen phone,
saw a phone?
a touch screen phone
2015.
is what I mean.
So it goes by when you saw
Tw-
a touchscreen phone when
2013,
technology came.
2013. I'm saying 2013 through 2015 is the era
2013 now.
where
20.
people, can you please stop? Can you please stop
No,
and let me
because
speak?
this is amazing. I need people in the chat to follow.
Bro,
Everything is
yeah, okay. Let them follow and let them point out the
this is
bad shit that I'm saying. But you gotta let
dopamine.
me speak. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, you asked me what era, 2013 to 2015, was I talking about? And I said the tech era. You said, what is the tech era? I said,
No, you just
to
made
me,
this whole
that's the era
conversation
where
up. Keep going.
people have, you want to say something?
No, I said keep going.
Okay, thank you. That's the era to me where people got taken over by phones. So we're talking about a totally different era about
Yeah,
education, as
another
far
one
as
you just
education
made up
goes.
just now, by the way. You just made that whole totally different era up.
I think that era is where the decline of the education started for America in general. That's just my
So wait, hold on. So
my
the
public
education of
opinion,
America
right?
started in 2013. The diseducation. I use that language
That's what
in
I said.
2013.
Then you obviously have terrible hearing. Then you obviously are not
So
listening
you
to what
did
I'm
say
saying and not
diseducation.
listening.
Okay, keep going then. This is
Hey,
crazy.
can the other brother tell him what I said?
No, keep going. I don't want anybody to interrupt this
Because you're not
information.
listening. You keep telling everybody to be quiet, but you're not listening yourself. What I'm
Correct.
telling you
I'm
is,
listening to
I
everything
think
you're
that
saying.
the
Take your time.
old things that happened in our
Listen up.
history, Black Americans, I
Yeah.
think that slavery, I think that Jim Crow, I think that segregation contributed to, those are way bigger things. And I'm not even saying those are the only things that contributed to it, because you said something also that contributed to the education system for Black people. I think the education system, yes, wasn't made for specifically Black people, but I don't think it was made for anybody. I think it was made to make people into a certain type of person, such as like the military, if that makes sense, right?
No,
And
it
what I
doesn't.
mean
No,
by they
that
wanted
doesn't
to
make
continue their
sense.
education,
No, it
yes, it
doesn't
does
make
make sense.
any sense. No, it
Tell me
doesn't.
why. Tell me why.
Because
Because it's
nothing that you've
ridiculous
been
and you're
saying
all
is
over the
right.
Tell me,
place
no,
and
no,
And
tell
you're
me,
all over the
tell me
place.
because you
specifically
just
why.
said
Tell
slavery
me what I said, then tell
contributed.
me why.
I'm telling you, you just said for one, slavery contributed to this, to the school system. How
What
so?
the fuck
Yes,
is
it
wrong
did.
with you?
How?
It did.
Go ahead. How?
Well, because systematically we're destroyed. We start off in a position where we're not educated enough at the bare minimum.
So we start off
So
not
across the
educated
United
enough.
States, for the African American, the education was at the floor, right? Right? Or is that wrong? After slavery, I think things like that contributed. They're not just something that happened and we blink and it don't affect nothing. I think that goes down the line of things that contribute
Wait,
to
wait, wait. You
the
just
way
said
we are
shit.
now.
Wait, hold on. There's something that happens and we just blink and it's not about nothing. What does that mean?
It was
Right.
a metaphor. It was a metaphor basically saying that just because something happens and we look away doesn't mean that it doesn't continue to affect down the line, like the butterfly effect.
Just
I
say
think that
that.
slavery put
Like
Shit.
the
no,
butterfly?
bruh, that was easier for me to say. Why can't
No,
you
it wasn't.
understand that?
What you just
Affect
said
Because
was
like the
easier.
you're
butterfly?
trying to force your perception on
No,
me. That's what you're trying to do.
no,
So
no,
I need you
no.
to
We're
listen to
trying
what I'm
to get
saying rather than
clarity
tell
of
me what
what
you
you're
think I'm
saying.
saying, bro. Hold
We're
up, man.
trying to
Hold
get
up,
clear.
man.
Hold on, bro. Hold on,
Hold
big
up,
bro. Because
man.
I've been
Hold up,
listening
man.
to your dumb
Yeah.
ass, and I've been being real
Hold up.
nice.
Oh
Wait,
man,
Yo,
that's
Sabio, but
disrespectful,
you
man.
gotta let him
hey,
That's
talk. That's
hey,
disrespectful, man.
hey, bro.
Sabio,
I ain't even gonna lie, bro.
Sabio.
You know why I let people
Roman.
say stuff
Let
like that?
him
Because I'm
It's
talk.
6'4"
daytime. We
and
can't
I'll
do
body
that. It's
slam you in real life.
daytime.
So I'll let you say that on
Video.
the internet. That's
I
cool,
doubt it.
Crazy
right?
You ain't
I
gonna do
doubt
I'll
it.
shit.
body slam you
Well,
in
I
real
did it
life.
against
I'll
you.
body
No,
You
slam
no,
got
you.
you
Real
into
won't.
talk.
a soundbite.
No, no,
I
you're not gonna
would.
body
I
slam
would.
nobody.
I
No, you
would.
wouldn't.
Hey,
No,
hey,
you
it's
wouldn't. That's
I
why you
would.
daytime.
standing
Y'all
on the
gotta
internet.
chill with all
Be
that, bro.
quiet.
Chill with all
No,
that. It's
you're not gonna
daytime.
body slam nobody. Stop coming on this panel making threats. You ain't gonna do a damn thing but talk. Who got that rustling in the background? Somebody's mic is rustling.
Oh, that man. I'm going to mute that. My bad, y'all. It might be. I'm
That was
sorry,
you?
Dad. No, it wasn't me, but I'm going to go on mute anyway, okay?
Oh no. I think somebody got a either earpiece or something with their microphone. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
still there.
It's zero tolerance for threats.
But we gotta
So
watch
don't be
the
coming on
name
here talking about you're
calling.
gonna beat somebody's ass because they don't agree with you. That's crazy.
Nah, dude, it was a little more intricate than that. Sabio, I keep saying no name calling, no cussing during the daytime, bro.
Hey,
And
go
that's
Marv.
I
when
mean,
that man said he
unprovoked,
gonna body slam
Sabio,
you.
Sabio, listen to me, man. Unprovoked, the words. I think everybody that come to this channel on a regular basis, that all they have to do is just say and get you to go off, man. That's an old trick. That's play it out. Don't fall into that every single time, especially when you know it's not gonna go nowhere, man. But yeah, just try to keep conscious, during the daytime. It's really not that serious. If we don't agree with you, I mean, the name
The,
calling ain't gonna do nothing but make it worse.
right. And I understand that. But it's sometimes people have to slow down in what they be saying and actually listen to the things that they're saying to us and they want us to accept. So
You actually
if
think
you're
they're
going,
gonna do it? If they haven't been using logic up until that point, is there anything that either you or anybody can say that's gonna turn them around and they're gonna start using logic and act morally?
oh, and that's a question that I'm already aware of. But
All
it's
right.
like, how are we supposed to have these conversations if only people are talking are the ones who aren't aware of the things that they're actually trying to have a conversation about, but they're trying to talk about these things as if they're aware of them.
That's fair. Yeah, I agree with the slow down part because he will just rambling, but I didn't want to
Like, he
get it.
had to slow down.
I didn't want to turn it to WWE, man. But y'all go
And I
ahead
was
though.
trying to slow him down so I could say, because I was really just over here like, he's dumb. This man, like, this is dumb. Like, at some point, he's going to have to just shut up at some point.
Yeah,
And when I was
y'all got the tolerance, man. 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, no sense in letting him go for 20, 25 minutes. But
right, and he just like, I know we want to have these conversations and dialogues with people, but can you at least know what you're talking about? You're blending errors, you're mixing things from the 1800s to the 1950s to the 20s to the 2025. Like, what are we talking about? Can't just let people ramble. the whole conversation about education got lost in the mix
Yeah.
because
Nah, I agree. Kind of got thrown off.
I mean, not really,
not
because
really,
if we
but it
talking about education, how much patience you gotta have for people that ain't that's not educated? Ain't that part of educating people?
to an
And
extent,
it's
yeah.
gonna turn them off if we just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I
How
have my
but
moments too, so I ain't gonna sit here and act like, you know, but
right.
we gotta remind each other sometimes. It's like, all right, we still need another force coming up out to us. We look, you know what I'm saying? We about to be over the hill in a minute. So when we gonna reach the youth?
But the youth have to be willing to listen because
That
they
man
don't
was
have all the
apologizing
answers.
and everything, bro. Like he was very, you know what I'm saying, like receptive, but he just
Yeah,
had his word
he
enough.
wasn't receptive. That man wasn't receptive to
Man,
anything that
aside
was
from the
being said
shots
to
that was
him.
being taken at
That
him,
man
yes.
wasn't being receptive to anything that was being said to him by Truth Historian, yo. Truth Historian was laying out the facts, and this man was trying to refute them based off of his feelings. There wasn't no acceptance of anything, go, ma. That's what you call pandering to keep the conversation going. You will concede or you will say, okay, I might agree with you on this, or I'll give you that in order to keep the dialogue going.
You about to get it all over.
Got to catch these moves and
Man,
how these
y'all ass
dudes
better
do it.
not be in my child's school. No, we walking right out there, man. I already know y'all gonna be in there. You slow and you dumb, and I'm like, nigga, hold on, bro.
No,
That
I don't
man
do
young
children.
enough to be y'all
I
kid.
don't do children. I don't do children under the age of 18 the way I do adults. I don't.
I mean, he a child to me if he like 20, 21. You know what I'm saying? Like that's still a
If he's
kid.
that young, I don't, is he that young? He didn't tell us how old he was.
I was getting young vibes. I'm like, I
I
mean, you
was
could
getting
tell the
about
way he was
30.
summarizing stuff that he
I was getting
obviously didn't
about
live in the
28.
time.
I was getting 28 somewhere up in there, maybe 26
Yeah,
somewhere
I
up in
give him at
there.
the most 26. But even that, when I look back at the 26-year-old me compared to the conversations we be up here having, shit, I wasn't on this level. I
No,
had to
I wasn't
mature.
on this level at 28. I agree, or 26. I agree, but I there was some things that I was exposed to that I knew was going to lead me to a situation where I am, to where I'm having these conversations because I was educating myself at that age.
Yeah, I feel like he missed out on a good opportunity to learn from y'all, but only reason why is because I feel like y'all turned his ears off.
No, he turned his own ears off. His ears was off when he made his initial statement. He wanted attention from that moment. Questions are
You think
asked
so?
in two ways. Yeah.
You
Question,
cold.
questions are asked in two ways. Mainly to learn or to challenge. His statement
I
question
clean the rest of
was
it
a
for
challenging statement,
right.
challenging question.
Sabio landed out to y'all. This how Sabio gonna see it. Y'all come up here asking questions, challenging the statement.
So to the brother whose kid is in the charter school, right? What was the process like getting him into that school?
Who said that?
Rocky.
Um, yeah, Rocky.
Rocky, you available or you working? I think he's still up here.
Nah, he'll
Yeah, he's
pop
still
back
up
out.
there.
What's up with it,
And
KT? I see you just joined the panel.
to
What's
Domo's
good in the
point, though,
Cowboys?
to Domo's point, that is the crux of the issue. Like, if you're getting rid of this Department of Education, you are talking about Title One, which was specifically for children in low income
Income.
communities where it's been clearly documented and demonstrated that they get some of the worst education, have the least funding. And so Title One was supposed to try to bridge that gap. So if you get rid of the Department of Education, that's one of
That
the
gap
things
will
that's
never be
now gone.
bridged,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that was one of my initial statements. I didn't mention Title One, but I was talking about how are we going to bridge the so-called gap or this
I had
gap.
to I had to look it up, Savio, because I didn't know the specifics on the term. So when Domo dropped it, I said, let me just pull it up real quick. And yeah, that is the crux of the problem.
Jonathan Kozol wrote a good book, Savage Inequalities. I had to read when I was taking my classes. And it talks about how Title One was to bridge that divide and it actually hasn't been working the way that it's supposed to, but it has some positive effects.
Sabio, I watched this dude, Jeff Canada, get quite wealthy. You get what I'm saying? Like cherry picking the best black kids that there were to offer. And so even like me, I was literally trying to get my kid in these schools. And my son's mom, she read to him, I read to him. Like he was ready, but there's only what 300 slots this year. We got 1,500 kids applying. Take your number, have a seat, we'll start the lottery. And so, if these are some of the most talented from our communities, some of the parents that are the most involved, right, and are literally trying to push their kids into good schools and can't even get them in, what's going to happen for the other 85% who
Hmm.
just send their kid to their zone school? It's a trick bag that's going to have disastrous consequences if people can't see it before it happens. Because once it happens, it's a wrap. You're gonna have to figure it out. And that's gonna create a new market for trade schools. Yeah, we're gonna have a school specifically to teach your child how to take orders at Chick-fil-A. We're gonna
Man,
teach them how to fold shirts at H&M, right? But
man.
you can't get into these institutions that do college prep. It's gonna be hard to get them in there, man.
Well, you know
Does
what?
does your local school system offer the public schools? I'm sorry, I was kind of on a work call
You
at the
good?
beginning, but I caught you on the end.
Hmm.
My bad, Sabio. Do they
Oh, that's
have?
Rocky. I'm glad you back. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad, brother. I got a work call. Do they have extracurricular because don't get me wrong, I'm in the suburbs of North Georgia, right? Georgia isn't the highest in the nation on education, but I've been afforded the opportunity to grow up in the projects and be in a place where the schools system is generally good, right? So we have
Hmm.
programs, extracurriculars offered from the schools around us. And I was just curious if do they have those for your schools? Is that an option for your child even at a public, technically charter schools are public schools, but you know what I
Right.
mean, like a regular public
Right. Nah,
school.
I absolutely get you. So in my neighborhood now, like now I live in North Carolina, right? I feel like it's more determined by the area you're in, the tax base, right? The
Yes.
schools simply become better in certain areas, right? There-
Yes, sir.
there's there's more of those charter schools that your child will have access to. In New York, you asked the question earlier, and in New York, I think New York is one of the markets where you actually have a chance, right? It's not guaranteed, but you have a chance to escape being locked in your tax bracket, if that makes sense, right? You can get your kids into other schools, right? But in my new area, and I think it's more reflective of, the average cities and towns in America, nah, it's going to very much be determined by your tax bracket. That's what's going to determine the type of schools you have access to.
I hear you, and uh, that's a good point. We gotta face the reality of what pool of money, how much money is funding these schools, because that's the only way that they have access to whatever extracurriculars they need. But in Georgia, I was talking to this teacher, and this is kind of anecdotal for the state. An assistant principal, and she was telling me that because I was asking her how teacher like when teachers apply for schools, what's that process like? because I know there's I don't know with the Department of Education being dismantled. I don't know if the teachers union is the same, but I know there was a teachers union, and I was just curious. Like does the is it a regular apply? Like, do they regularly apply for schools, or does the union put them in certain recommend them for certain areas to apply or whatever like that? So the lady, it was told to me essentially, because I know that the money that funds the school is important, and usually will the more we would hope the more money a school has access to, the better the programs of the school, right? We would like that to be the case. I know it's not always the case. But the teachers also, I think teachers also, good teachers, are a part of that kind of educating our kids. Um, Teachers that enjoy and approach teaching their subjects with enthusiasm. And I think that has something to do with it too, man. No matter what school it is, I think that has something to do with it too. I had a part of my lifelong mentor. He died a couple years ago. Who was my AP literature teacher in high school, and the way he approached it, it was like it's like watching somebody catch an alley. You can't help but be enthusiastic. You know what I mean? You can't and help
Yeah.
but get lit, because the way his approach to literature was, so you reading something and he approach it, and he'll put it in a language that's kind of relatable to everybody in a room, right? He didn't play a Tribe Called Quest song sometimes and read from certain books and show how they're expressing the same sentiment from different avenues. So I think the teachers, a lot is on the teacher's shoulders. A lot's on the where the school is located. Cause the city of Atlanta school system has been freaking decimated, y'all. Like, it's crazy. If y'all get some time, look at all the schools that have closed in the city of Atlanta. It's been decimated. And Atlanta used to have not the best schools, but Atlanta had some good schools. They weren't terrible. It wasn't like school in the trenches.
But bro, I
Now,
do think though we're being a little too hard on the teachers a lot of the times, because
mhm,
these school zones are underfunded, and you do have teachers out here spending their own dollar, right, trying to buy things for the kids in their class because they are that invested. So this is where funding comes into play. You're only
yeah,
going to get the best if you're paying for it.
that's true.
So
That's
a lot
true.
of our
That's
best and
true.
brightest aren't looking at going into teaching.
Yeah. And teachers going to teaching to teach, right? They don't, I guess, as black men, at least me, I have a heart for young black children. I have a black son myself. I have a heart for my people naturally, right? So maybe someone like us probably would care more for the kids, right? But that's a good point, because people going to teaching to teach, not to be
Yes.
behavioral therapists. So
Yes.
that's also a point I understand. I get that,
Yes. Teachers
because
go
we're
into
yeah.
teaching to teach because they have a love for teaching, educating, and seeing and bringing out the brightness of children, of others. So if they have to become behavioral therapists and things like that, they did not go to school for that.
And they're
But
not
now they have
trained
to
for
take
that. Yep.
but now they have to take psychology courses to better understand children throughout the lifespan. And they should get paid for that, but they're
Yeah.
still getting paid. So it
Yeah.
makes it a difficult field to actually pursue, because we have to actually, and being the person who's been a sub, worked in some classrooms, and actually was trying to become a teacher, seeing what teachers go through, it's not easy. It's
Yeah.
not easy. Parents mad at them because your child failing. But
Anybody
your
know how much
child's
a
failing.
teacher make per year?
It all depends on the district and the state. Missouri, I think they make 70,000.
Whoa.
I don't know.
Hold
That's
on.
a lot of money, brother.
We
A
can
lot of
look it
money.
Yeah,
up for
that's a
let's
lot.
look it up for the country. Average teacher
I
I
would
salary.
think
say
the
it
best
starts
is
in like the
Connecticut.
40s. I think it's in like
Yeah,
the 40s.
I think I think I might be wrong. I don't know.
So
I know Connecticut had like 100,000, I think, and I think
New
they
York
like
and
the best.
California have the highest. New York and Cali at
Oh,
95 on this is average. This is not, this shit can get real nuanced when you talk about the degrees the teachers got, how many degrees they got, the years at the school, all of that,
right,
is factored
right.
in. But on average, California at 95 K, just over 95K. New York is at just over 92, almost
Oh,
93,000.
For
I was
Uh
thinking
teachers,
in college.
for teachers,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
So those coincidentally
I'm looking
enough,
at the
those
national
two.
educate. These are the numbers from the National Education Association right here. That's what I'm
the
looking
Mm.
at.
only
So,
reason I think those numbers might be skewed because when you're talking about assistant
whew,
principals and principals, then you can get into a six-figure range. So that might throw off the averages.
That's what
No,
I
Nah,
I
That's
think,
why I
New
mentioned
York,
I
that.
New
think,
York
I
City
think,
teachers
no,
ain't making 90.
incorrect.
That's why I
They
mentioned
make
that
that much
stuff
money.
because
The
those
problem
numbers.
is their debt from their education debt, and the debt that they have at that point by the time they become teachers. Most
I am
teachers
can
telling
have
we?
you,
debt.
I am telling you for a
Are y'all
fact.
gonna
I was
take the highest cost of living places? New York and California traditionally have been the highest cost of living. So why would a high salary be any surprise?
Like,
now
Yeah,
that
yeah,
does
no
make
surprise
sense,
to me.
Dev.
yeah,
I agree
yeah.
with you, but I'm
It
saying
doesn't
I
make
don't think
sense. It's
those
not a
numbers are
surprise to me.
accurate. Like I
Those
was
numbers
going
are
raw.
very. Those
I
ain't
was
nothing
going
wrong
That's
with
fair.
those
raw on a
numbers.
New York City public
Yeah.
school teacher. She was not making 90.
It might depend on the
What
That's
city
what
that's
type
it,
of
why he
it
school.
said
it's
average.
nuanced. Yeah, it's
Damn.
nuanced. It's a weighted average, right? It's a weighted average, and outliers skew the average naturally, right? That's
Right.
gonna happen. Large outliers are gonna skew that number, which I totally understand. But
Yeah,
we
he's not.
also
Okay,
He's
let's
know
not
take
we
50.
reading.
all we also
Yeah,
know the
he's
more
not. He,
expensive cost of living states you live in, the more you're gonna get paid for doing the same job, right?
yeah,
That's
Hmm.
how
and
that
he's
works.
he's not reading fresh out of college, zero experience, no intern, first day
Right.
on the
I
job.
assume it would be all teachers. A teacher's a teacher,
Oh, there's
right?
Yeah,
If
you
I'm
have
not
teachers.
mistaken.
Most of my teachers
Yeah,
taught my mother. I
it
mean, that's how long
increases
they've been
with
in the game.
tenure. It increases with tenure. Your salary can increase with tenure, or if you
Well,
Yeah,
get
depending on the
other
state.
I think
degrees or
teachers need
whatnot.
more benefits in general. I don't think teachers need more money, in my opinion.
I don't know if
Like
it's
as a
me. You
professor,
kind of cutting
like in a
out, bro.
different
You
school.
in and out.
Oh, my bad. Let me
I
pause
I
real quick.
think
Y'all
think
go ahead.
teachers should get paid
I
more.
think if
I
teachers were
think teachers should
actually
make as
getting
much
90,
as I think some
Damn,
teachers
Will, you can
should
look up
get as
the
much.
numbers. They're in the union.
Dev, please leave me alone, Dev. I'm not even disagreeing with you, bro. Let's
Right.
just
They
talk.
are in unions.
I'll give y'all where I'm pulling it from. It's just the website for the National Education Association, and it
The
breaks it down
NEA,
by
yeah.
and then it breaks it down by state. Now, I was gonna go through the highest and the lowest because Sabio mentioned Missouri and the conversation, but I just want to go because some of y'all in New York, so I want to throw New York in there too, right? I didn't want to just drop it out, right? But I'll just go by like where I'm at right now, cause outliers change it, right? So y'all mentioned starting salary, so I'll put that in there too, because the National Education Association also has the starting salary up there, right? So in Georgia, where I'm at, the average teacher starting salary is $41,148. That's number 39 in the nation.
It's
That's
about
pretty low.
starting out here too.
Right.
The average teacher salary though is 64,461,
Once you get the
right?
Sound good to
tenure.
me.
Yeah,
That's
once you
the
get the
average.
tenure, I get it.
And then Missouri, Sabio mentioned Missouri. Missouri is one of the worst paying school system actually.
Yep.
The average starting teacher is like minimum wage. It's 36K, bro.
Oh
Right,
wow.
almost 37K.
Oh, so I
That's
was
like
way off.
that's terrible. And then the average teacher salary is only 54K. That's crazy.
Isn't
That
that
is
all relative because of cost of living?
Yeah, of course it's gonna be in comparison to the cost of living, right? But in the context of the conversation,
Yeah,
we're talking about how much they get paid.
where's the rank
How
on
much
the
they make.
list of states?
I
Missouri.
was
It
way off.
is so the starting so the for the starting pay, it's number 50th in the nation. And for the
Last.
average weighted salary, it's number 47th in the nation. So it's the bottom
Damn.
10 in both. It's the
Right.
bottom 5 in both categories.
So that's another
And then you
reason why I
wonder why
didn't
those
go into
kids can't
teaching.
read.
That's
Yeah.
another reason why I didn't go into teaching.
That was
Now
elite,
it
Bill.
also shows the higher education faculty staff on this website as well. So the average higher education faculty staff, so postgraduate staff with postgraduate degrees, it's at
Masters.
85K.
Right.
It's at
So this is
85K, and that's number
why
40. So that's
teachers make
still
a
bottom
career
10.
out of going to school because it ups their salary once they get that master's. Yep, you on point.
That's a big up too. That's 25, 30K extra a year
Huge.
with that's a big
Huge.
up.
Go
That's a big
ahead, Willie. Get out of here.
that's a big one.
Condescending wasn't Sabio. Just what Aaron talking about? What did I miss?
He gone, man. He gone. That dude is gone. Yo.
Oh,
Nah, I'm back in this bit. Nah.
there he go.
Right
There he
here.
goes, son. What
Yeah.
up,
Oh, there you
baby?
go.
When was I
But
condescending?
nah, what I think that teachers need more benefits. I don't know if I'm cutting in and out, but I think teachers need more benefits, not more money. I think we need to reduce the cost of living. I think teachers deserve a discount like veterans.
Oh, now we on teachers. Okay, so teachers need more, but how do you lower the cost of living?
See, that's
Wait, hold on.
I think that lowering the
That's why I
cost of
brought it
living
up.
is something. I think that lowering the cost of living is something that's done like by our leadership in the government, right? As far as like how we vote
Leadership.
in our areas and shit like that. Our local, excuse my language. Yes, our leadership in the area, such as our officials and representatives, starting from our grassroots, like our counties, you know what I'm saying, our areas. If you want to make a real difference, you have to start at home, right? So if you want to help teachers, you want to try to vote for things that reduce the cost of living in your area, in your state. I mean, that's one option, right?
Which
But
things?
I
Which
also
things
think that
reduce
teachers
the
just
cost?
need to.
What can one vote for that will reduce the cost of living?
Please.
I think if
Hold on.
like
Well, I
Let
think that
him go. I'm asking something. Go ahead, brother.
I live in Florida, right? I live in Florida. Okay, so let's give an example for Florida. Can you ask the question again so I can put it in that
What can one
framework?
vote for to lower the cost of living?
What can one vote for to lower the costs in Florida? I think that we can vote against bills like Tico raising the down here. Tico proposed a bill for them to raise the prices. You know, I don't know if you know what Tico is. They're an electric company down here, monopoly, and they proposed a bill that basically allowed them to raise the prices every 2 years, I believe, or something like that. Basically, annually or biannually. But aside from that fact, people voted it down. There's plenty of laws that come through, like residential zone. You can go to your like county meetings and talk to them about residential and zoning. You know, trying to reduce the amount of building that's going around in your area.
Right.
You
So
know, trying to
how does the
lower,
reduction
not
in
trying to
building
I don't want to say it. It sounds terrible.
lower the cost of living? How does the reduction in
The
building lower
reduction in building reduces the people in the area, and it reduces the impact of major shifts in price changes. So in your
Nah,
area,
The less
let's say like
people.
you're in
the
Alaska,
demand would
right?
go high, so the cost of living would be higher in that area because the demand for housing would
No,
rise.
I think there's less people living in Alaska, right? But Alaska's far to get to. But I think if we're in Florida, a place with a lot of trains, a place like that's able to
So
ship, like
Florida's known
Florida
for its
has
trees?
some of the best interstates. Florida's known for its interstate. It's known for its oranges.
Trying to be
It's known
nice.
for its sunlight and sunshine. It's known
And
for
its
it being the lightning
trains?
capital in
Is
Tampa,
it
where I'm
known
at.
for its
I've
But
trains?
never heard
wh-
that in my life.
what I'm
Is
saying
Florida
is,
known for its trains?
The lower the
Yeah.
light bill, the lower the light
Florida has,
cost of living. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I
yes,
be trying to be nice,
yes,
Right.
doggone it,
sir,
Bill.
Let's
bro.
see.
Florida's history runs
You're
deep.
doing a
With
great
Florida's history
job,
runs
bro.
deep as far as
Keep it
their
up.
trains. I know about my at least my state. I can tell you about my state. You can just fact check me on that. But the interstate and the train system, we would be able to move goods across Florida in a way that would not impact us very
Are the
greatly.
trains?
What
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
saying
Are
is
the
we already
trains
have
moving
populations.
product
We already
across
have
Florida
cities with
now? Are the
populations.
trains moving product
Sorry.
across Florida now? Are the trains moving
Hell yeah,
product?
every single day. Hell
Okay.
yeah, every single
He
day.
said every day.
Florida has, bro, listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. Florida is a peninsula. It has multiple
Florida.
ports. Of course we're gonna get goods here. So I'm in Florida, so I can tell you that at least I'm gonna get goods if there's less people here. But what I'm trying to tell you
How
is
would you
that
get
I
goods
think
if
that
there's less people?
voting, I don't want to get too caught up in the ridiculousness of voting for specific laws and hypotheticals. I'm telling you
Let's
that I think
actually
that
ask
we
the
should vote for things that do reduce cost if we do have the chance to, provided that we do have the chance, right? And we should take actions that help teachers, as far as their lives, because their lives are our lives, right? Teachers aren't much different from other people, right? They're not
actually
different from
their
the
people.
factory worker. They're not different from the nurse at the hospital. They're not different from their people. So what
Yeah,
we need to do
they're
is
all people.
collectively work together for all the people. I feel like it's an isolated incident. Again, remember how I said
It's
earlier,
not
no
isolated at all.
disrespect to people, but I feel like when we isolate things like this, we don't actually solve the issue.
All
Right. So
right,
you
all
Because
got
right. Hold
people
on,
teachers,
all over
pause.
the place.
teachers, if
So
if we take a
Okay,
step back
pause.
and try
Hold
to,
on,
talking all
hold
over the
on, young
place.
man. Hold on. We
if we
got full panel, yo. We
correct,
can't
okay,
talk to
I
it.
hear you. I hear
Yeah,
you. Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Corey. I've never heard the train reference before. When I think of trains, the last place I think of is Florida. One way in, one way out. Every other state has multiple
Oh, I
borders
wasn't asking you
except
to
for
think. I was asking you to look at the facts.
Oh shit.
Oh
Oh
wow.
Damn.
damn.
Hey
no, it's
yo.
all right. It's all right.
Hold
It's all right.
on,
It's
bro.
all right. It's
Sorry.
all right.
And the one person that should be thinking twice to throw a shot.
Nah,
Damn.
it's
Yeah,
cool,
gold
man.
mine and dad.
I'll take
I'm
Wow.
that.
trying to be nice.
You, yeah,
Let
yeah,
him
yeah.
live, Sabio. You
Yeah,
already
I
on
think it's
papers.
better
You
when he
gotta
talks.
chill, Sabio.
It's
I think it's
cool.
better when he talks.
I stay on
Identity, are
papers.
you recording any
Yeah,
of this?
yeah, we was trying to get some
But
sound
yeah,
bites, man.
Florida has multiple ports.
Okay, hold on, my
We have
man. Hold on,
McDill Air Force Base. We have
dude.
multiple Air Force bases, nuclear reactors.
Excuse me. We didn't ask for a breakdown of Florida. No, I'm sorry. We were on education. Yeah.
Or lack
So that's what
thereof.
happens when you think. You think you can talk about Florida forever, but it's not gonna happen right now, yo. And come back during state hour.
So you want to lie more about teachers and how they don't need more money?
Right. That's what I want to hear. How we need to lower the cost of living. That is
No,
a
forget about that. That's a little bit too dicey and complex. But
Nah.
how are teachers not supposed to get more money? What's the rationale
True.
behind that?
Why
Teachers
do,
one
I
of the
don't think?
lowest
All
paid
right. So look, I
professions.
think teachers need more benefits.
Once again, no, I
I
asked about
don't think they
money.
need more money. Everybody wants more money, right? Everybody wants more money. Everybody think
What
they could
type
need
of
more money.
benefit?
I'm talking
What
about what
type
they
What
actually
type
need.
of benefit?
Benefit.
specifically? What type
I
of
gave an
benefit?
example of I gave an example of a benefit earlier. If you were listening, I said they should
I wasn't. I wasn't.
I
have
wasn't
discounts like
listening.
veterans. Obviously, they already
What does
have the
that mean?
benefits such as getting reduced prices for school supplies and stuff like that. If they're in the system in Florida, at least, right? But I think that we could also do better. We could take it a
Reduce.
step further.
So a
We could
benefit for a teacher is
we
getting
could
reduced
implement a system.
prices. Wait, hold on. Let's go slow. So a benefit for a teacher would be getting reduced prices in school supplies that they would need for the class anyway.
That's already a
And
benefit
that's
they get in
all they
Florida.
get.
Right. So
That's
that's
all
the
they get a
benefit.
discount
No,
on is school
A benefit
supplies.
would be, hey, you get a discount
you
on the
just told me
supplies
to
you
list
need
examples,
to
and as
teach
soon as
the
I started
course.
listing examples, you cut
The
me off
first
as
one
if
was
I wasn't going to
ridiculous
name more.
because the first one was utterly ridiculous. So I can imagine what the follow-ups would be. But the first one said, "Hey,
What was the
teacher,
first one I
a
said?
benefit."
What was
I'm
the first one I
repeating it
said?
once again. A benefit for being out of the one that I threw out the window, but we're dealing with this one. Hey, teacher, a benefit for being a teacher, you get a reduction in the supplies that you're going to need for your class anyway.
Thank you.
That was the
We
second thing I
appreciate
said.
that.
That wasn't the
Once
first
again,
thing I
I said
said.
and that's why I said I threw the first swing
Oh,
thing out. You
those
have to
who would.
listen. You have to pay
You were
close
talking about
attention.
school
All right,
supplies
I got you.
for their
I'm
job.
listening.
Yes,
For the job.
Correct.
that's what they get. They
Oh
get
my
benefits
god!
at Staples.
Such as
Construction
printer
paper.
paper, such as
All
Printer
right,
all the things
paper.
that they
cool.
need to make their job easier,
You think I was
quality of
talking
Crayons.
life.
about the
So I
technology
work in the
era
Crayons.
of
We
office
get a
any
To
reduction
and
on a
printer
box of
paper.
crayons.
Printer
in
paper.
I
office in the
appreciate you
corporate
for
environment.
giving me a reduction on markers, bro. I appreciate you.
in a
2013 to
like somebody
2015
was just about to say, in a
era.
corporate
You talk about
environment, those are
printer
definitely things that are used daily and cost lots of money, such as paper. People
But
don't even
What
realize
I
the
was
cost of
gonna
printer
say
school
paper
has
is
never
and
been
ink
what I was
and
gonna
corporate
stuff
say
like
is
that.
when you
environment.
go.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say is when you go to the office, they provide those
School
tools
is
for you at
basically a
no
corporate
cost.
environment.
Right?
No,
So
it's not, man.
you're making hold on, brother. He making my point
Are
actually.
you
He actually
kidding me,
hitting it
bro? Are you?
He's
Did you
making a
just say
before.
point
school
for
is
you.
not a
So
That's
corporate
dangerous.
environment? Then what
so
environment is it?
when you
He's making
go
a point for
in
you. You better slow down with that.
Education.
You sure?
when you go in, hold on, truth. What I'm saying is this. Because he said he brought up
Because you
discounted
contradicted
school
your point from
supply.
earlier. I'm gonna go back to it, but I'm gonna let him talk.
Hey, bro, at this
Oh
point, he
man.
on your side. Let's see what he talking about.
He's because all I'm saying
No,
is
I ain't talking about him. I'm talking about.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
relax, let him cook.
Jesus.
no. What I'm saying is
Sensitive,
this,
aren't
right?
you? Sassy too.
What I'm saying is this, right? And I was listening and I was just thinking, right? And I was putting myself in that position because I'm no teacher, right? I'm in sales in for a corporate company. I'm no teacher, um, but when I go into the office, even for my at home my remote setup for home on days I'm home, I think a discounted school supplies is all it's like so ridiculous. It's dubious, but it's dubious to the point where it's so ridiculous for that to be considered a benefit. It's silly because when I go to the office, right,
Wait, hold on.
I
Like,
can
wait,
I
hold
get
on, bro.
I,
Bro, we don't need to go that. You can just we're happy with just saying it's stupid.
Stupid, right?
Simple, bro.
We're
You don't
happy with
need to
that,
go
Rock.
into a whole. We get it. We on your. It's stupid. So, guys, keep continuing with your stupidity. Next one.
Okay, yeah, that might be stupid to you, but I think a lot of teachers
Most
definitely
people
You
I
ain't
deserve
was
shit
discounts
for
on
I
the
that
was
resources
shit.
that they
it's the
have.
most.
I was still fuck it.
But okay,
That's all
Rock,
that's
you
good,
okay.
bro.
We
I
started
mean,
helping
agree to
with
disagree. Second, number two,
no,
number two,
everyone
number
agrees
two,
it's stupid.
number two is
Universal.
I think that educators, with a degree, educators specifically that are currently educating, need a permanent discount, like the veterans do for certain
On
things.
what?
I think they need like a veteran style discount, like as far a broad veteran style discount for educators.
On
I
what?
think they need that as well.
On
I
On
what?
think
what
that
specifically?
educators would benefit on all goods, like when they go to Walmart,
oh wow.
when they go out to
So
buy
veterans, wait, hold
something
on.
at the
So
mall or
veterans get
something
a
like that.
discount at Walmart.
Veterans get a 10% discount at some places, maybe
Is it
20%, depending
Walmart?
on the place. I know
He
for
said Walmart.
maybe let's give an example.
Do
I'll get
veterans get
I
a
don't know Walmart
discount at
specifically.
Walmart? Then why did
Right.
you start that as a
Bring that up.
benefit to
Look it up, look
veterans?
it up, look it up.
If
Tell
you
me.
want
You tell
teachers
me.
to get a
Can they?
benefit to veterans that veterans don't get, do you see how stupid that is?
What I'm saying
This
is,
goes back to
bro,
the
are you
initial
being
part
ridiculous? I'm giving
about
look,
No,
listen.
meeting
I'm being
This
No,
is
really
what
he's
I
not.
serious.
He's
this is
Your
what I don't
responding
no no no
specifically
bro.
to what
Nah,
you
nah, nah,
said.
nah, 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 nah. You see how this go? You see how this go? You take a
yes,
specific
you're an
small
idiot, and
point
I'm
and you're not listening
entertaining
to the whole idea of what I'm saying. I'm
yes,
saying
you
they
because
need
it's
a
are.
utterly
broad, they need a
stupid from the
broad.
beginning.
You're not arguing,
Because
you're not
your
No,
debating that. You're
argument is
talking about
hinged on
fucking
the
I'm not
excuse
small
my
debating it.
point,
language.
and that
Excuse my
small
language.
point was stupid.
Excuse my language. You're talking
Your
about
argument
Walmart.
is hinged on the
Bro,
small point,
It's it,
and
it
that
don't make
small point was
sense.
stupid.
no, it's
Yeah,
not, bro. Are you
That's
ridiculous? We're
ridiculous.
having a discussion to help black
No,
people,
we're
and
not.
you're
We're
trying to
just
sit
being
here and tell
So
me
idiots.
that the
please
word that
tell
I'm
us
saying
where
is,
the veterans get a discount at Walmart.
yeah.
Qualify
And
that
lie.
statement.
I'm trying to help black people get educated. Okay, so let's
Am I
bring it back to
lying
number
to them?
two. Number two, what I was saying was,
Trying to help black
I
people
think
get
that teachers
educated.
need a broad discount across America like veterans get.
Yo,
Educators
that
who have
was
degrees
comical.
specifically, not
What
interns,
benefit do
not
veterans get?
substitute teachers coming from somewhere else.
What do
Discount
the
veterans get
veterans
tons of
get?
discount. You can just
Like what?
Google where do veterans
Name
get
one,
discounts
because
at.
you
You
brought it
can
up
go look it
and
up
lied
right
about
now.
it.
Go do it
Name
yourself, bro.
one.
You know veterans get
Name
discounts. I don't even
one.
know why we having this argument.
Name
So
Nah, the
veteran, do you
one.
bad
know
part
veterans
is,
get
look,
discounts?
Name
you do have
one.
a decent idea, but you're being
Name a
contentious. Like,
benefit.
watch this. Hold on. Watch this. If we were talking
Hold
about
up,
the New
pause,
York,
pause,
hold on,
pause,
hold on.
pause, pause.
If
No,
we
look,
were
check me out.
talking
Look, I'm
about the
finna
New
kill all
Name a
York
this.
City
My
benefit.
sister
public
right now
school,
is a sergeant in
slow down,
Okinawa, bro. What are
listen,
you
Name
talking
slow
about, bro?
down,
So I know
name
listen,
about
a
veterans
benefit.
discounts.
listen, slow down.
You can go to
He
Truly
said
down here. You can go to
Okinawa.
dispensaries.
Real
You can go to
real quick,
Dispensary.
all
real
Can you
types
slow
quick,
of
down
real
for a
quick.
Kohl's.
second?
Hold
You can
on.
go to the
Discounts at
mall. You can go to
Hold
Walmart.
on.
Who
Macy's.
said
You
dispensary?
can go.
Discounts at
Yeah, see, you
Macy's.
bugging.
That's a
You
benefit.
ruining your own point.
A,
I'm
a
just
Because
saying.
when
You
you
weed
asked for
store?
said
places.
Teachers
something,
get benefits at
you
Getting a
dispensaries.
almost
discount at a
Bruh,
had
no,
weed
I'm
something.
not. I'm
store
giving
is
you
a
facts.
benefit.
I'm
This
giving you
nigga
facts.
stupid, stupid.
Hold on, man.
don't
Just
You
because
I
going
you
don't
too
know.
far.
I
disagree with
don't
my point, don't
know.
mean it's
I don't
ruined.
know if you're
Hold on, hold on,
aware, but there
It's
are
getting dumb.
hold on,
situations and
hold
scenarios.
on one
Something like
second. You can't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on. A discount
Peace
at a weed
identity.
store, a discount at a weed store is not a benefit for a teacher. This is
Who
worse
said
than
that?
What's
damn school
going
supplies.
on?
Who said that?
So that's
He
what I'm
just
saying. You're
said.
not
He brought
listening,
up
man.
dispensaries.
I
You
can't
said
even.
it.
I
Y'all
didn't
not
hear that
listening. Y'all
one.
saying I'm being
Yeah.
mean. This is
None
just
of these are
stupid.
have been benefits for teachers. None of them have been legit benefits for teachers yet. I don't
And
hear
Yeah,
it.
he's
veterans don't
open
get them
too.
either. Veterans don't get no discount at no dispensary. He's making that
I've
shit up
never heard
too.
it. I've
Yeah,
never heard of that.
niggas getting
Man, let me
discounts
find a
on
veteran to go
marijuana.
to the dispensary with, man. Where they get the discounts at, man? I know a couple veterans, man.
Hey, So real quick, just from real life experiences, have you ever bought a house? Have you ever tried to get a loan? Have you? Some of those questions are you a veteran and or teacher? So there are things that already exist just because you're in the
You
teaching
couldn't name
profession.
me one. I
It's
didn't.
not one to one. It's not one to one. It's not exactly like veterans. But I have seen that I thought it was interesting. Like, well, damn, like that's pretty cool for
May I
teachers.
speak?
But I didn't know the weed thing was on the table. That was a different one for me. I ain't never heard that one before.
Or the Walmart,
May I speak
or
real
Right.
quick?
Or the
the
Walmart.
EBTs.
So now to the
May I speak?
original question.
This
Now to
what I
the
what I
original
okay. So look,
question
check
of
me out.
how do we lower
You just
the cost of living, right?
ah man, see,
We can
look,
look we can
hey,
look
look,
at a specific market, right? I
look
don't
at this.
think New York City teachers get a free Metro card, right? If we provide them, you could swipe your Metro card as much as you want. You can get on Metro North and go to the outskirts of the city, which would allow some people out there to actually come in to the city and teach
Yes, Willie.
and
Those are
not have
called
to
white women, and you know it. Cut it out.
listen, I'm not
Okay,
arguing that.
so
Truth
What I'm
stupid.
saying is we could get the best white women
so
from Poughkeepsie. Stay
so
with me,
yeah,
True. Hey, yo, True, can you stay with me for a second? If we said, yo, y'all got Metro North for free, right? So now these good white women from Poughkeepsie and from all these other towns can now come in and teach our babies. There are ways that this can be done, but if you're making comparisons that aren't there, like saying that veterans
Yeah,
get
you
a
lost me, Willie,
discount at
when you say go
Walmart,
get good
nah, they
white
don't.
women. I'm
Right.
sorry.
no,
He lost
bro.
me
Come
with that
on, bro. I
too.
hate, bro.
Ayo,
Y'all know what I hate about
identity.
that.
Ayo,
I hate when
identity. I'm
people,
being goofy,
bro. You
man. Don't
you
do that
literally
to
just
me,
sat
identity.
there. You literally just sat there and asked me to list places specifically where you can go and get a discount. That it would be technically a discount, a benefit to the teacher. Number one. So let me stop you right there. Two. Yeah, hold up, cause I gotta fact check y'all, bro. Cause y'all be saying some ridiculous stuff and just be laughing like
Gave
it's
one. I don't
facts.
think you
No, you're
did.
wrong.
Did you give one?
Absolutely,
Right.
bro. Hold
See,
up,
what
dog.
you
And
don't
let me give number
understand
three. You
is
told
we're
me to
not
list.
even
You told
saying
me to
your
list. You
I'm
idea
told me
is
to.
telling
wrong,
y'all, I'm
right?
trying to be nice.
When you've been being good, Sabio.
So what y'all?
Hold it
So what
down,
y'all gonna do? Y'all
Sabio.
gonna give?
You've
What
been
y'all gonna give about 10 more minutes?
I ain't trying to hear it.
we're
Don't be
not
5
nice
even
to
minutes?
me.
saying
Hold up, check me out. Don't be nice to
I'll be
me.
careful what you
Speak
wish
facts.
for,
Tell the
bro.
truth. Shame the
First of
devil.
all,
fuck it.
Judah.
Release the
That
You
what you got.
are
Sabio.
not
Fuck it.
intelligent.
Release
Hold
the
on.
Sabio.
Hold on. First of all, Judah, I don't respond to every little single comment, and I don't even know that person. So it looked like it bothered you more than me. So you can take that for what you want, but yeah, have that person click the link. If you want to talk about me, click the link, and then let's see how much you speak. Get out the chat. Yeah. All right, he can come back on the panel. I don't know how much how long y'all gonna get this cat.
Yo, I don't know why. I
Man,
look
nah, man. I'm speaking
some
facts.
things.
Hey,
Please
man.
speak
Once I hit
facts
you with that thunder,
Hey, bro.
it's strike.
Hey,
Yeah.
bro.
and pause.
Speaking, yes. Facts, I am not sure of
Right.
that. I'm still
Right.
trying to
Then
When
wait
you're
for
surely
like
you
some
speaking,
have a problem,
I'm
tangible.
still
identity. If
waiting on
you're
the
not sure
facts.
identity, then you have a problem.
Yeah, I guess
Right.
I do because
Right.
I'm still
Right. We
waiting on
have the
No
facts. What
cap.
the
Y'all
hell
problem.
is wrong with
arguing.
me?
Y'all talking like it's 1920. It ain't no internet. Like you can't just go look up what you saying.
And you
Like I
haven't
can't
looked
just
up
go
one thing you
Google
said.
what you saying, and
And
you
you
can't
Why
just
haven't
go
don't you
Google what
do
I'm
it?
proven
saying
one
Why
like I ain't
thing
don't
you
speaking
you
said.
do
facts.
it?
That's the
Why
irony
don't
of
you
it.
But
do
you
it?
That
still
makes it
haven't
even more
qualified
stupid.
your statement. Look up your statement about
Wait, real
Walmart.
quick. Have you been here?
Want
Have
to
you
go
been
back
here
there?
before,
What did I
brother?
say?
Have you been here
What
before?
did I
Nah,
say?
he knew around here. He knew
No,
around here.
he
That's why I was
hasn't.
like, y'all let him live. Like this is what up.
So he
What I'm
okay. So
trying.
he may not know that. Like over here,
Bro,
you got to
hold up,
bring
hold
your
up.
own
No, no, no,
sources,
no.
bro.
You know why I say, bro? No, bro.
Yes,
Bro,
bruh.
hold up,
You
pause. You
got to
keep
bring
cutting
your
me off and
own
then saying you're
sources.
dumb. This is dumb. Bro, be quiet,
Hey,
bro.
I
Let
ain't
me
No, you
called you
speak.
are.
dumb yet.
Let me
I
speak.
haven't
Let me
even went
speak.
off.
Hold up, dog. Let me
You've
speak.
been speaking the
Yeah,
whole
you did.
time.
Hold up,
So,
dog. My bad. Not you. My bad. Y'all voices
so,
be sounding the
so,
same.
Hey,
hey,
All right, go
hey,
bro,
yo,
ahead.
bro.
Goldmine, we gotta release the
Go ahead.
Sabio. Like, let
Hey,
him
I'm
go
trying.
for
No,
a minute.
hell
Hey,
no. Go ahead, relax.
Hey, yo, True, it's after 3 o'clock. We
I
could
didn't
release
know it's
Go
the
ahead.
not.
Nah,
I
go
Sabio.
gave you
ahead.
enough.
Let's
I'm
I
hey,
listening.
said
nah,
if you stop, let
I'm
him
cool
talk.
right now. I'm cool right
Yeah,
now.
thanks, baby.
I
It's a
just want him
soundboy
to
show.
understand. I just want him to understand that we live by this creed. You provide your own
Why
sources to the
shouldn't the
claims
teachers
that
get
you
more
make.
money? Why
Right.
shouldn't
That's
the
all we
teachers
want to
get
Dang,
know.
more
no wonder
money?
you sound so wrong all the time, bro. That makes sense. You be
Why
providing
Now
your
he
own
posted.
sources.
He's
You
smoking
making
a
them up.
beer,
You just
man. Be
throwing them
get
out.
careful.
more money? Why shouldn't they?
Y'all heard what
Sorry.
he just said.
Sorry.
Why
Y'all
why
heard what this
shouldn't the
man just said.
teachers get more money?
Everybody needs more money. I think teachers need more
Oh my
benefits.
God.
You see, identity is easy. Once again, you just prove you're stupid. You just
Hey,
argue the
truth
other
and
side.
identity.
See?
Y'all just
See?
got fired for
See?
being a teacher. Sabia, you definitely not gonna be no teacher. Y'all don't got no patience.
Man,
Boy,
Like
my
nonsense. Ain't
patience
none.
is
nobody got no
there
time for
for not
nonsense. They got
him.
to press.
I
They got to
already
My
know.
press
patience
to the
is
Voice
there
truth.
of reason.
for people
Hey, look,
that
that's why I
deserves
had to.
an
That's why I just be
We
education.
quiet.
need
Hold on, I'm
He
listening.
doesn't
we
he
need the
doesn't
clips,
I'm
he
bro.
listening.
doesn't deserve an education.
We need the what Q used to tell me all the time. We need the footage, man. What y'all doing?
And that's what I'm
He
Cause
saying.
doesn't
This
somebody
is
else
deserve
the
an
out there feel
education.
like him.
What I'm saying
I'm
is,
over
I think that
exaggerating by the
everybody
way I'm
needs more
coming
money. I
at y'all,
don't
but
specifically
feel
think
me.
that teachers need more money
no. We're
right now.
talking
I
about
think they need
teachers.
more
We're talking
benefits.
about
Oh,
teachers
wow,
right
wow,
now.
wow,
What are
wow.
you
People that's
talking
supposed
We're
to
about?
talking about
educate
I
your
got it
teachers.
out.
children
Jesus. Oh,
Hey,
don't need
time
more
out.
money.
So I
I
don't
feel
think
good.
nobody on the panel agrees with
There's
you
a
there.
piece in here that he's missing in his argument. He's saying everybody
I
needs
agree
more
with
money. But if everybody
But
got
teachers,
more money, we're back in the same position, bruh.
right.
Man, I'm with him. I need more money though. I don't give a damn what y'all talking
No.
about.
Somebody got the YouTube on?
You see, look, bro, this is what I mean. Listen to what I'm saying. You're being extremist when you take off the extreme hat when you're listening to what I'm saying. I gotta be dumb specific and talk way longer than I need to explain shit. Excuse
Talk
my
your
language.
shit,
Explain
man.
stuff to you. So check me
What?
out.
No, you
What I'm
don't.
saying is if you go ask any
The
person
longer
on
you
this
talk,
earth,
the
if
stupider
you go
you
ask
sound.
any person on this earth, if you go talk to a cashier, if you go talk to a worker at McDonald's, if you go talk to somebody that's flipping burgers at Burger King, they're gonna tell you they need more money. They're gonna tell you to raise the minimum wage. They're gonna tell you to throw some extra. They're gonna need more. I think teachers right
That's
now are in a
your
situation where they make a
argument,
decent amount
though.
of money and with more benefits, they could destroy the game.
Oh, this nigga
I
Hey,
think
slow
they
but
as
need
hey,
more
hell.
benefits. That's my argument.
but he
I
also
think
didn't he
teachers need more
didn't
benefits.
say he didn't say put
Facts, Chico.
everybody wage at the same as the teachers. So if everybody making the wage they making now and everybody get more money, it still won't make us all make the same money as teachers. So I don't know if y'all catching that.
This nigga is
But
slow as a
I'm
they
turnip.
That's
should make as
okay.
much money
That's not what I'm saying.
got
just as
money.
any other union worker.
Everybody
They
got
in the union
money.
just like everybody else. They got
Like,
plenty of benefits.
Man, teachers got
he just
benefits.
Hey, quick
described
before
inflation.
Teachers don't need more money. This is
Somebody
insane.
moving around
Everybody
again.
else need more
I
money,
said if
but
you
he
go
don't.
and ask everybody
Damn.
on the entire United States, they're gonna say they need more money. If
Except
you
for
that's an
teachers.
opinion. If I think somebody needs more
Your
money,
opinion
maybe. If
is
they
like
don't,
shit.
maybe. That's not what I'm
Opinions
arguing.
are like
I
shit,
think that
like
teachers. I'm not.
yours.
You remember at the beginning, we talked about the national average for a teacher's salary. And you said in some of the highest places they make 70K, and the lowest places they make 40K. And those were weighted averages. What I'm telling you is based off that data, I think that teachers need more benefits and not more money. I think they make enough money based off of that. So
I
you would
think
have to show
you
me
at
more
this
that
point need to shut up.
you would have to show
I
me
think
more data
you
than
at
that.
this point need to shut up because
Straight
there's
up.
not a teacher that I know
Why?
that will agree with you.
All right.
Because most
Hey,
teachers need more
I'm sorry,
So
money,
Savior.
what do y'all
want
disagree
more
with
money.
that he's saying though? What
That
exactly do you disagree with? Because I
he
actually agree
said
with
I
what he's
teachers
can
saying.
don't
tell you,
need more money.
I think the
He didn't say
problem
that.
is he's not articulating his point. He's just making this blanket statement of they need more money. Truth has been asking,
Brother,
what specifically are you talking
I've
about?
No,
And
articulated
he's
my
telling
point
us to go
multiple
Google it.
times to you. Are you kidding
he
me? Are you
Hey,
kidding me?
he
yo,
said
who?
Listen to what I'm
teachers
Hey,
saying.
don't
I
need
told
more
you
money,
that
Taz.
if you go and ask any human on if you go and ask any worker in America right now, do they need more money? They say yes, right? Where I work at, if you ask me, do I need
Teachers
more
are
money? I'm gonna say
workers.
yes, right? I think that I said we looked at the national average, the weighted averages for how much they make, right? Is that what I said? And I said in the highest
Okay.
places they make up to
Teachers need more
70K,
money.
and the lowest places they make up to
Teachers need
40K.
more
Did I
money.
not say that? My point.
Teachers need more
My
money.
point is you showed me data. You showed me data that was
Teachers
saying that teachers
need
made a decent amount of
more
money where they were living
money.
at. You showed me the data.
Teachers
I'm
need
telling you
more
what I think
money,
of that
bro.
data.
Teachers
Hold
You
on,
need
because
showed
more
me the
money, bro.
data, and I'm telling you what I
somebody
think of
needs
that
to
data.
let him know that his argument wasn't money; it was benefits.
It was
Now it's money.
benefits.
So
Now
I'm
he's
wondering,
switching it.
your
Bro,
argument
I told
keeps
you.
moving. It's
Are
confusing,
you
bro.
kidding me? I'm telling you, teachers, I don't think teachers need more money. They need more benefits. This is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we looked at the averages for their. Bro, are you kidding me, bro? Come on, bro.
Let me
Excuse me,
ask.
bro.
So when you
Are you
say
kidding
more
me,
benefits, I
bro?
think
You
that
not
is kind
listening
of
to what I'm saying? Can I? Do I gotta break it down to you again? No, I'm talking too much anyway. I made my point.
Talking and listen to the question.
Let me ask a question though. Let me ask you a question. So, because I heard the part about the dispensary and the coupons and
No,
shit
tell
like
me
that.
what I said that was wrong. Don't ask me no more questions. Tell me what I said that was wrong. Stop trying to switch the point. Tell me what I said that was wrong.
That up here, bro. Don't do that.
Tell me what I said that was wrong.
Hey,
Tell me what I said that I was wrong.
Let him get it out though, yo.
Like, for real, we can get it popping, my nigga. I came to agree with you, but nigga, this shit turned and I just
One of y'all got an echo too. One of y'all got an echo
I
and
don't,
some
bro.
background going
My
on.
bad. It might see.
Like, yeah, chill out, bro. Because I'm asking because I think you have a legitimate point when you say they should receive more benefits like a veteran, but then you kind of dropped off with your examples, right? I didn't think that was a bad point, but I think if you just say, well, they need more money, yeah, well, I hear that. But then when you said the benefits, it was kind of a loss there on where the benefits were. So that's, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that with you. That's why I was asking, can you clarify more of what you meant about the benefits?
Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. And
welcome to our level of
when I was speaking on the benefits,
Taz.
before I was rudely interrupted.
This is crazy, bro.
Okay, boom. See what I'm saying?
Hey,
all right, check me out.
Hey, as many times as you've interrupted people on this panel.
Yo, one of y'all got an echo, man. If you ain't talking, y'all should mute up. If you ain't speaking, you should mute up. And everybody shouldn't be speaking over each
Who is
other
that
either.
rustling in the background? Who's
Yeah, and
rustling in
whoever
the
got,
background?
y'all got some crazy
I think it's
static
the
going
new
on.
dude.
That's my shit.
Yeah, you got to mute up when you're not talking because you got some crazy stuff going on in the background.
But he don't never stop talking. That's why he don't never go on mute.
Yeah, I don't even think everybody's like, I think most people up here wouldn't even argue if you're saying, okay, give teachers more benefits, whatever. We're just asking, what are you talking about though? Because you're just saying it, but then you tell us to Google it. Like, why would I Google it? You made
When
the
I went to
statement
list
in
the
the
examples, I said I think that we need a broad, like veterans discount for teachers across America, right? And he said, name some places where you think that you should have a benefit. I said, maybe like Walmart, maybe like, you know what I'm saying, across the United States. And then he says, Walmart, do veterans get a Walmart discount? You can rewind it and look. I'm not dumb. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm talking about.
That was a
I think that teachers
Thank you.
need discounts in places that already apply the same discounts. How hard is it to just see that they need the same discounts where veterans get the discounts at? I can't tell you. I'm not a veteran myself. I can't go and point and tell you every place a veteran can get a discount. But I can tell you veterans get discounts.
The point of contention,
And I can tell you, my sister is a veteran.
The point of contention came from the statement where you said teachers should not get more money. That's where the contention started. The benefits is something we started questioning because the brother said more benefits should be put in place of more money, right? And that's where the contention is. Because we're talking about how
like
poor
if they get
public schools
discounts on
are.
housing when they get ready to purchase a house or buy a car,
That's what I said, Taz.
something like that, then I could rock with him. But right now, it's kind of shooting in the dark, saying silly
And tax
shit.
credits as well.
Yeah, but you didn't say that though, bro. That's what I'm saying though. You said a discount at Walmart.
Yeah,
Maybe if you allow somebody to speak, they may be able to get out their ideas in a
you've
peaceful
been
way.
speaking though. Nobody has dropped you or muted you. We've been asking you to mute your mic when you're not speaking because you're the only one with the rustling sound. You're like
No, I got you
everyone
on that
else's
point.
out.
What I'm saying is,
Well, no. We got what you're saying. So far, what you've said on your own without anybody else interjecting is the benefits on the discounts include going to the cash register. That's the only thing you said. And neither Walmart nor
you see
Amazon.
what I mean, bro? You see what I mean, bro? What is this, bro? What is this, bro? What is this, bro? Come on, man. Like, what is this?
I
Ain't no
was
point in having no
talking, and
conversation with you if you just going.
You just
if I'm
interrupted him and cut him off.
going what? If I'm just gonna blurt in whenever I feel like it and not wait till I get through finished speaking, like I don't have to ask permission for you to be quiet. Damn, now I gotta take this call. Go ahead, yo. Bring him back up if y'all want to.
Like he cutting off the hosts and co-hosts and shit.
Drop the link for Domo.
Like the shit is insane at this point. And he's saying if he's allowed to speak.
That motherfucker, man. Fuck that. Let that nigga look for the link. Fuck.
That's stupid.
Willie, you passing the book like a mother. You could have dropped the link for him, but I got it.
I'm trying to find it. All right, my fault.
Go on and pass that book to Zayix. I forgot our conversation.
Man.
But now I was kind of interested in where he was going though, because like at the end of the day, I do agree, and I think it sounded like everybody agreed with the assessment that teachers are underpaid. So I think if he would have added like something tangible to those benefits, other than like a Walmart discount, it might would have sounded better.
He said he don't. If teachers are underpaid, he said he don't think teachers should get more money. That's crazy.
And that's the problem.
That's crazy.
He wants to pay. He wants to pay the teachers through discounts and benefits.
Like maybe it was once y'all pressed him a little bit, but he did back off of that. You know, he backed up off of that and started saying everybody wants to get more money.
Way
which
later.
made his argument even worse because now you're saying if everybody got a raise, then you're still broke because your neighbor got the same. Like we all got money, so you just described inflation, bro.
Yeah,
What do we like?
He walked in and tried to back out a little bit, so you know how that goes, bro.
Fact identity.
Hey, nah, I only came up here to say the same shit. It's like my nigga. If you gonna say they need more benefits, and then the first benefit you break up is coupons, nigga. Like, come on, bro.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
Coupons.
Nigga, like, come on. That's
Hey,
all I
yo,
think.
Domo,
I mean,
don't come up here begging for the bussy teachers, all right? Like,
I
stay
came
on
up here to
topic.
have his back, bro.
what
I was
is you
finna get his
talking
back.
about, bro?
I don't know.
I'm fucking with you.
I came up here to ride with him. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I came up here to have his back. Like I thought he was gonna. I thought we was gonna build a little base around what he was saying, but I don't know how much of what he was saying he understands either. Though. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was the
Very
problem.
little to none.
Hey, but I still think, because somebody put in the chat, they pointed out how Donald Trump is saying that he's not gonna get rid of Title One funding. It's like you can't believe shit that nigga say. If you defunding the Department of Education, how do you keep funding it?
Right.
How are you able to still? How are you still able to allocate? You feel me? Like you're literally talking about defunding it
Got
to the
no
point
shit.
where it's not
Something
functional.
that's a part of the Department of Education. Yeah, I get it.
Like I mean, the shit is just. It's like nah, niggas. It's really niggas is saying fuck poor people. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Poor white
Like
people.
that's what this is. No, poor niggas too. What the fuck? You think poor niggas don't gotta deal with the shit poor white people do? You
No, I'm
smoking?
saying fuck poor white people.
Well, no, yes, okay, you can say that. That's fine. I'm not.
Listen,
I'm
man,
not.
you gotta do like me and my Boule brother Rocky do, and just get your kid at them charter schools.
I'm saying
Tell
like
him
totally
Rocky.
Hold on,
separate.
who else you say I need to rob? What's your
Totally
brother's name?
outside of this conversation, fuck poor white people.
Who else
But
you
no, I
say I
get
need to
that.
rob with? What's your brother's name?
And actually, I have did a little more research on that, and I'm actually in more of agreement with y'all position on that in terms of the Department of Education now. After doing a little bit more research, I don't think it's a good idea to get rid of it. I
Wow.
actually think it's a bad idea.
Dang,
Because
American Dream, I brought your ass up here just for you to drop off. Get your signal together.
Because
Who?
Taz, what ends up happening is
You
I
said
see
American
more of
Dream.
Because Taz, look, what ends up
a
happening is they use my kid and they use Rocky's kid to say, well, blacks can benefit from these programs. But the reality is, right, in the communities we're in for those type of schools, it's a lottery. We got 300 slots. We got 2,000 kids that applied. It's not going to benefit the masses of us. So we just got to be honest about that.
Bro, it's not gonna benefit masses of people, especially us. Cause niggas keep talking about, oh no, school choice. They just gonna get the money back to the states, and then the states get to decide. That's the fucking problem. The reason why federal intervention in the civil rights issues was always important is because the states were unwilling to do what was necessary.
States' rights
And
was the
we,
issue. Yeah,
I don't even think that's the real issue, though. I think the real issue is the
it is.
schools. Because now the schools, now that they're privatized, they can literally just say, we don't want little Walmart Tavius. Like, figure out
but
something
that's
else
but
for them.
that's but that's the point of federal intervention. So if states are unwilling to hold schools accountable to constitutional standards,
I agree.
right, then the federal government steps in and enforces
Absolutely.
that.
Mhm.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if
And
they
so,
don't, step in, we just go back to Jim Crow.
And each
That's
time we made
that's what Jim
advancements,
Crow
Kumo's
was.
making a good point because each time we made advancements in the school system, the federal government had to step in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm making a better point though, because the federal
fuck that.
government never stepped in during Jim Crow. No, I'm just saying for real talk though. That's I mean because that's what we're looking at though. We're talking about the Jim Crow era where the federal government was supposed to step in and they didn't.
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
In some
yeah,
instances, you're right.
And so we're talking about rolling that back. And that in
Yeah.
no way is going to benefit our babies.
yeah.
Well,
That's dangerous.
so again, like I say, what's turning me against a lot of it is how far the rabbit hole goes. I think some of the first ones were like, okay, dog, it's questionable. But now I'm starting to see where it is becoming like an outright agenda. And so, like for some of the people who would have been saying, "See, I told you," okay, I get that, but it has to start revealing itself, though. You know what I'm saying? I think that's one of the issues with some people. They just jump the gun, like, "See, I told you, I knew." Yeah, I get it, fam. But some of us want to see it, and some of us, when we say it, we want it to be because we're saying it, not because you said it. So yeah, that's where I'm at on this shit now. Though I see
But
where
Taz, the point that I'm making is I think when we have this conversation, we don't factor in that things can get worse. Yes, like the public school systems have failed in a lot of aspects. But if you take that off the table, it can get a lot worse. I think that's just the fundamental, simple answer to the pushback with rolling these programs back.
Yeah, I've been saying that shit for years. I've been saying,
I'm
but
with
I
you
mean,
on
because
that one, Domo.
the failure in, but if we talking about the failures of the Department of
If you
Education,
put the rainbow flag down, I could rock with you, right? Because I'm with you on that
bro,
one.
then you good. You can stay where you at. You can stay where you at. You can stay where you at.
I'm
But
fucking with you, my nigga. Nah, but I agree with you.
but the fucking made me lose my motherfucking point.
My fault.
Oh God, the failures of the failures of the Department of Education is centered around standardized testing. So like when Donald Trump is when Donald Trump is noting that standardized tests haven't gotten better or haven't increased or whatever, like what he's pointing out that that's the metric that they use to understand whether or not a school is functional or whether or not our educational system is functional, which
Right.
is as like I mean in education there are a plethora of studies that explain how standardized testing is the least efficient way to measure education, learning, the effectiveness of education and learning, any of that shit. So it's like it's the conservative approach to education through Bush and No Child Left Behind and that type of shit is what undermined the effectiveness of the Department of Education in the first place.
I get the point, but I have some pushback there because I don't necessarily have a problem with standardized testing, right?
That's
There
because
are,
you're not in education. That's because you're not in education, and you
well,
don't
no,
you
it's because I've been through those programs, right? Like my high
no,
school.
but
Now,
I can
listen to my
tell
point.
you,
My
I
high
can
school,
tell you
you
though.
had
I'm
to take.
saying there's a
Look.
plethora.
When I
There
went to
are
my
a
high
lot of
school,
problems.
right, you had to take a standardized test to get in that school. They eliminated that,
Bruh,
right? Go ahead.
this is not a good example because what he's trying to tell you is that it doesn't do a good job of actually taking the overall education of the schools into account. It's not a good rubric. So
But see,
it
Sabio,
actually doesn't it actually doesn't take into it actually
you
doesn't
don't
do a
stand
good
out in the
job.
standardized test, no one can
Right.
stand out.
No one can stand out. Right.
nah, that's not true.
Oh, bruh.
I think the design of standardized testing is to create standout children. We'll accept
Bro,
them into
okay.
this program.
You
We'll
saying here's the
accept
thing,
them.
Will. Here's the thing, Will. You're saying I think. I
Hmm?
am telling. that there is empirical data that shows that standardized testing fails at adequately assessing education level.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So
They
like,
fail me.
so when you say I think, you feel me? I think you should do a little bit
The
more
one thing I
research
know is the
and
one thing I
understanding
know
it.
for a fact is the children that do well at standardized testing
Come on, Will.
have an
This is a
advantage.
good times
Have an
episode, bro.
advantage
Will
of
said he
going
gonna be
on
Hey,
to
right
do.
at something.
Hold on,
Goddamn it, even if it
they
don't have
do
nothing to
have
do
an
with
Right
the
at
fucking
something.
advantage.
subject.
They do
Right.
have an advantage at going into the collegiate world and
Not really.
prospering.
Not
Is that
really.
what we were talking about?
Not at all. But he's
We're
trying.
talking about education, right?
Try to get him something. Let him try to get something.
Now
it's a
we're
good
talking about
times episode,
education.
bro. Go do your homework, Will.
Mm?
So
Yep.
here's my issue, right? This is where I accept our fault, right? Because I do think there are programs that are here that I can tell you as a child, I
That
personally
I think statement.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. That I personally benefited from as a child, right? When I
Personal.
bring up the term, listen, when I bring up the term Joe Blogs,
Subjective.
right? Listen, Sabio, when I bring up the term Joe Blogs, it's because of something that was specifically taught to me on
Cool.
how to beat these standardized tests.
Cool.
And
Now
so
again, Will, your subjective experience doesn't equate to the
I get that.
overall.
I get
And
that.
this is why the conversation that you're having doesn't help your point with the overall idea that standardized testing is a good measure to use to evaluate or see where the educational levels are in certain in school districts. Like it doesn't add up.
I'm simply saying we can beat that structure, right?
We.
If we get our kids into programs that teach them how to approach these exams, right? Where the
All right, Will.
questions
Bro,
are
they've
simply,
done
where the
that, bro.
questions,
They
hold on, let me get two
This
seconds.
is
but that's
Let
insane.
me
no,
get
I'm
two
saying
seconds. All right,
but
hold
Will,
on.
they've done that. It's called teaching the test. And it doesn't work.
Man.
It worked for
It's
me.
literally
He said
called
it'll work
teaching
for
the
him.
test.
It
It
worked
wait,
for
hold
Jamal
on.
And
His
the
Bailey.
answer
problem
was his
and
answer
the
was it
problem
worked for me.
It
Mm?
worked for Jamal Bailey. Jamal Bailey is a senator
bro,
out of the Bronx.
I'm
That's
telling you.
my
So you're
man.
saying
That's
so
my homeboy.
you hold on, so you're saying you and this other nigga are examples that prove an entire field of study and education wrong.
No, no, no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Okay,
saying is, what
they're
I'm
saying that
saying.
even
Hold
though
on. Let me
they're
respond. Let me
no, they're
respond real quick. Two sentences. What I'm
okay.
saying is, we have proof that if we get these children in the right programs that teach them how to conquer these exams, we can do it. The
Bro, and I'm
problem
telling
is,
you, there's more proof that that's not true.
He said we
There's
can do
more
it.
proof that that's not true. I'm telling you, it's called
Yes,
teaching the
man.
test.
This is
It's called
hilarious.
teaching. It's literally called like the failure of it is teaching. You're teaching students how to take a test. They're not
correct.
Right.
learning.
Right.
They're not learning. That's the problem.
I
And a major part of it is that standardized testing has cultural biases. Simply
Yep.
because it says standardized does not mean that it's culturally inclusive. So that means
Man.
there's an assumption that everybody learns the same way, or everybody understands things the same way, or everybody can dissect information the same way, and it doesn't work like that. That's why standardized testing or standardized scores aren't getting better because using standardized testing as a way to measure whether or not students are learning has failed and continues to fail. I mean, even going back to the IQ test, like all of this shit is Eurocentric creations that literally, for example, the IQ test didn't even start out as a test to measure intelligence. It started out as a test to measure who was behind.
Yep.
And through marketing and shit like that, they turned the IQ test into something like measure how smart somebody is and all of that type of shit, bro. They're literally, I'm telling you, people have destroyed the credibility in the standardized testing. But the only reason that it still exists is because of the cultural dominance of Europeans. if they can make those tests that fits more for their perspective and their understanding and their relationships and their background, then it's yes, it's easier for them. And then they get to say, oh, these people can't take tests like us, so it must be something wrong with them. No, it's something wrong with the tests.
I think it's something wrong with the teaching.
You think?
Oh shit.
We
That's
all
how we
think.
got here.
We all think. We all think. Even when you deal with those studies, it's what they think. It's not an absolute. Because I can tell you my life proves those studies are wrong, right? If you just want to use me as an
No, that's not
example,
how, bro. Literally, that's literally called. What you're saying is you're using anecdotal evidence, and anecdotal evidence is not like literally by definition.
I
Anecdotal
get you.
evidence is weaker than empirical evidence, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I I
By
get you.
definition, what you're come
I don't.
on, bro.
So here's
This is the
here's my
eighth grade
pushback
level
to
shit
that
we be
only,
talking about.
right? I don't think
Man,
there is
this shit is getting
empirical
real
evidence.
annoying.
And I think if we looked at the empirical evidence, right, of the children that we get into
Would
these
you
programs,
would you
we
would you
do see.
suggest or
Hold on, real quick,
recommend?
Deb. Let me land. I
A
do think if we
source.
look at the empirical evidence of the
Give
kids
us
that
a source.
are put in those programs, right?
Bro, look,
Would
actually
you
take
would
five
you
seconds and Google it. Like before you, like
yeah
you're trying to talk about evidence that, and information and data that you ain't even looked at.
Mm.
yeah
So before
Yes.
you attempt to use those types of arguments, at least look at the look at the evidence.
So let
and
me
would you
ask you, right?
when you use your examples,
Let
Will,
me ask you a
instead
question. You
of
don't mind?
saying, wait a minute, when you use your examples of these tests and these whatever, instead of the general terms, just name the program, like the specific one program, and all you have to do is name the
Harlem
benefit.
Educational Activity Fund, HEAF, right, is the name of the program. That's the program that I was in that true historian always drags me for that got me into Bronx science. Once I got into Bronx science, when you look at the black population in this particular school, all them niggas go to college. All of them. We literally have a senator, Jamal Bailey, look him up, that came from this. So I'm not comfortable taking
Okay,
it away because I've seen the success in it. I don't think we have enough
bro,
of our babies in.
but there
Hold on.
has been more failures. That's the problem. The
No, no, no.
percentage of
No,
it,
no, no,
it's
no, no.
not
You're
just
not
that. If
listening.
you listen, if you do an
What
experiment
I'm
a
telling
hundred
you
times,
is
and it's
the
only if you do an
failures are
experiment,
not
if you
the
do an
products.
experiment a hundred,
The failures
yes,
are
the fuck
not
it is.
products of programs like Heath. This is my
No,
pushback.
that's not what we talking about, bro. Like, and this is like when y'all
That's
niggas
what
come
I'm
in here
talking
with
about.
this. When y'all niggas come here with this, this is what I've seen. This is what I've seen. That's an excuse for not reading, bro. Just keeping it a stat. That's an excuse for not doing no for real research. You're
I
just
mean,
saying this is
I'm
what
gonna be
I've
real
seen
with you.
as a
I'm gonna be
makeup
real with you,
for
right?
your ignorance
To
in
come
on
out of
this
one of the
topic,
top
bro.
high schools in all of New York City, you have to read.
Wait a
So
minute. Are you
that's not a
so
fair
all of your
argument, right?
examples?
What I
So
am
Will,
saying, listen to what I'm
And
so
I
saying.
came out
so
and I
Will.
came out of
What
the
I
worst.
am
I came out of one
saying
of
to
the worst
you
high
that
schools
me
in
as
all
a
of Kansas City.
child in
I
middle
came out of one
school,
of the worst high
what
schools in all of Kansas
separated
City. What are you
me
talking
as a
about?
child in middle school was
See, this
So
simply the
me shit.
programs that I was
Listen, do y'all hear?
involved
This is
in.
so so
me.
Not
I.
listening.
Like this
You're
is a
not
your
pencil figure.
examples
listening.
are only going to
This
apply to New York City public
I.
schools.
I.
Them are
All
all of
right,
your
never mind.
examples. They can only
Yeah.
apply to New York City public schools. Will.
Listen, man. Everybody figured it out. Me and Rocky got our kids in charter schools. We figured it out from there. Like, all right, figure it out.
Like, what are you talking about, bro? Shut up.
I was making
That's
a
what I'm
point.
saying.
The
You
point
was
I
making
was
a bad
making, the
point.
point I was
You
making
were making
was
a bad point.
the
You
point
made the
I
point.
no no
We
no.
don't
You're
need to
talking
repeat it.
over
You
me. You're
made
not
the point. We
allowing
don't
me to
need to
make
repeat
a
it.
one
At
sentence
the end of
point.
the day,
You're not allowing me to make a one
a five
sentence
minute
point.
Google,
My
a
simple
5 minute
point is
Google would
when you
prove
find that
that, like
failure,
literally
it's
the
not
failures of
children
standardized
that
testing.
were involved in these programs.
This is
When
irrelevant.
you
This
see
is
the
irrelevant.
best of us,
This
it
is
is
irrelevant.
children that had
This
access
is
to
irrelevant.
these
This is
programs.
irrelevant.
That's
You're
my
making an
point.
irrelevant point. You're making an irrelevant point. Your point is wholly irrelevant. Wholly. Like you're literally just saying shit.
Let me ask my man. You agree, true historian?
Mm.
That's an invalid point? Because what I'm saying is when you teach these kids about Joe Blogs,
There's a
right?
difference
When you
between
have these books, hold on,
valid and
hold on, hold
irrelevant.
on, hold on, hold on.
No, there's
When
a
you
difference
have
between
these
valid and
kids, hold
irrelevant.
on, hold on.
And your
When you
point is
have these
irrelevant,
children,
regardless of whether or not it's
go ahead,
valid.
Domo, talk
Like
some more,
what you
man, and let
saying?
me know when I could talk uninterrupted. Talk some
Yeah,
more,
I'll
man.
let you know. I'll let you know. But the
I'm
fact of the matter
saying you
is,
don't find the failures coming
I
from
thought
these
you said you was
programs.
gonna wait.
All right, you right, Dev. My fault.
You can't help it.
No, y'all
see,
can't
this is
help it.
why.
Y'all
See, this
can't
is why
help
when
it.
niggas be talking
I
about,
can
this is
sit
why
for a
when niggas be
long
talking
time
about,
and
oh,
let
we
y'all
need to get
speak.
solutions. And when niggas be like, this, we need to come up with plans and we need to do this, bro. Like the how y'all even understand how to look at the issue is fundamentally flawed. Fundamentally, like there are base level, basic shit that we can't even agree on for niggas to be talking about. Like we need to be using these spaces to we need to come up with a plan to be able to do this with the community. Like niggas don't
But
even
I
really
don't know
care
why
about the
we can't
community.
agree with that.
Because
Playing is
no matter how successful
the
one individual
empirical
is,
evidence
if you got a
shows.
majority, if everybody else that look like you don't get to experience what it is that you experiencing, then what they're going through matters more.
So now we're making
And
sense. So now
y'all are
we're
just fucked
connecting.
up people, bro. Y'all are
So
just fucked up
now,
people.
so now
At
the
the end
only
of the day,
difference between our
we be trying to make
argument
it
is
seem like
so now the
it's about
only difference
these
between
arguments
our
and going the back and
argument
forth.
is
Like, nah,
I think we need to
fundamentally,
get
niggas
more
is
of our
fucked up,
children involved in these programs. That's the only difference in our argument.
bro.
I agree with
Listen,
you.
I'm not even paying attention to you no more because again, what you're saying is wholly irrelevant, and you just speaking just to speak. You're not saying nothing that got to do with
No, I
what
am
like
saying something. No,
the
I am
argument
saying
against
something.
the
But
argument
you
against
talking over me.
standardized testing. The
I'm
argument
talking
against
from a place
standardized
of
testing has
success.
been made. You're
I'm
choosing
talking
to
from a
ignore
place
the
of
evidence.
success.
You're
You're
choosing to
defending
ignore the
failure.
evidence.
Continue to defend
Yeah, that's
failure.
what I'm saying. Okay,
I know.
whatever,
I understand your
whatever.
argument.
Like nobody cares, bro.
I don't
Moving
even
on,
dispute your
moving
argument.
on, moving on,
I don't even
moving on,
dispute your argument.
moving
I'm
on.
telling you,
You already
I'm
admitted
telling
your
you there's
ignorance
a
in the
better
realm of
way to
education,
move.
and nobody cares. You ain't got the juice.
That's fine with me.
You ain't got the
That
juice.
alleviates my
You ain't got the juice.
boule ass from caring.
Okay,
Because
then
my
bye.
children are
Then
in the
stop
right
it.
schools.
Exactly because you're a fucked
Rocky's
up
children
person.
are in the right schools. These
Because
so
you're a
just
messed up person. Yes,
all I'm trying to do is
exactly.
share what worked for me and
Hey,
mine.
hey,
If
now
you
look,
don't want to accept that, I'm
this
cool
is
with
why
that.
these guys can't talk about the community. This is
No,
why
we
you can't have
can.
community
No,
based
we
conversations with these
can.
guys. No, you
We
can't.
can talk about the
You just
community.
said, I
But
got my kid in that school.
you
I
Democrats who
got
have
it.
produced
Now it's
nothing but
about Democrats.
failure, y'all want to
Now it's
control
about
the
Democrats.
conversation.
You see, that's how you know he's getting desperate.
I'm not getting desperate. I'm
To,
telling you what it
randomly
is.
to
I'm
randomly bring
speaking
up
from a
Democrats
place of
is desperation.
success. I'm
No, you're
speaking
desperate.
from what worked
You're
for us.
desperate. You're
Can I ask a
desperate. Again, you bringing up
I'm
something else
speaking
that
from a place of
you bringing up something
success.
else that's wholly irrelevant.
let me
All
ask a
right, you
quick question.
historian. I'm gonna fall back. Yo, true. Order me a robot, bro. I'm done. Like,
I just want to ask an honest question. Is it better to reduce the standards of the test so that more of us can pass the test, or is it better to for more of us to pass the test the way they are? I don't
Yeah,
see
it's
any.
better to reduce it.
But
And
I
here's why I
disagree.
have a question with that, because there's no honor in achievement with lowered standards. It's really just like the DEI argument all over again. All it's going to do is produce the soft bigotry of low expectations when it comes to black
no,
people.
so let me cut you off, bro, before I get mad. So check this
Let
out.
me just lay it out. Let me just lay
Yeah,
it
but
out.
the
And so,
issue is the schools that would be taking that test, some of them ain't even getting that level of education. So it's not standardized when the goddamn education at some of the schools ain't even meeting the criteria for you to even sit down and take the test. You ain't even prepared for the fucking test at some of these schools. So yeah, dog, they would have to lower it to where all the blue ribbon kids ain't the only ones that know the information.
Now,
So
Taz, real quick, because I
hang on.
understand your
Let me
point,
just
Taz. Hold on. Let me speak to Taz for a second.
go
What
ahead.
I'm saying, Taz, is if we get our kids
Go ahead, Chuck.
Did you tap the
Go
wrong
ahead,
one?
Chuck.
Nah,
I think
niggas
he
muted
dropped
me. Go
off.
ahead.
Yeah, yeah,
Nah,
I think he
I got
dropped
Chuck
off.
muted.
left.
I
Chuck
got
left.
muted,
Don't
so
do
I'm gonna
that,
fall
bro.
Yeah,
back.
you
Go
got
ahead.
muted because somebody else was talking. Damn,
All
you
right, my
can't
fault.
hear?
My fault.
Did your speaker go out?
You might as well go ahead now. Chuck already fell off where you can finish
Nah,
saying.
cause but look though, cause like for example, I went to one of the worst schools in Kansas City and still got a full ride scholarship to a major university, a D1 research university.
Well, we
What
we heard.
and I still and I still look at when I'm looking at like everybody else that I went to school with and how why they couldn't get that type of opportunity I could, why they couldn't experience the type of things that I could. I'm more worried about their situation than niggas
And
being
why
like,
was
oh well,
that?
I'm me. I made it out.
Why
I got
was
mine.
that
Like
though? What
no,
separated you from them? I'm curious.
It was no one
Because what I'm
thing.
saying to you is the only thing that separated me
I
from
wasn't a
other
part of no
niggas
program.
is programs I was involved in.
Well,
I wasn't a
What
part of no
see,
program.
separated
yeah,
you?
that's what I'm saying. It's not no one
I wasn't a
magic
part of no
thing.
program.
Yeah, it's not no magic program or
So
a
what
magic thing.
separated you to get that full ride from everyone else not doing as well as you? What separated you? Is my
Observing
question.
what's going on around him and
I mean, his
adapting.
aptitude might be a little higher in terms of what it is they teach him in the classroom.
No.
That could be it, Taz.
Because, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I was great in the classroom. I wasn't great with the teachers, right? So my grades ain't a reflection of anything because you can look and see I got great grades, but that wasn't the problem. I didn't like the teachers. I didn't like the school. I didn't like white people. That shit caused me
And look, and I
issues.
made terrible grades.
But
I didn't make,
on the
and I made,
I was just gonna say
I
this
never
on
made good grades.
the
Mm.
flip side, though, it's plenty of people who never got in trouble, stayed in the books, read everything, learned everything, but still, when it's time to take them standardized tests, they've never even seen some of that information because our
Bro,
school didn't have that shit. They didn't
And
teach us
so
that.
and so Taz, this is my point. My point is the only thing that separates me from
why
them
you gotta keep
is I was
saying that over and over
specifically
again?
trained, and here go Dev being goofy. Go ahead. Talk some more. Fuck it.
I mean, you sound
Like,
like
bro,
you
but you
got a
made
remedial
that point,
issue.
bro.
But hang on, can I say something real quick? The issue is not the test; it's an underdevelopment. I think what we're facing is that not all of not all black children are developed. They don't have enough parents at home making sure they do their homework, taking an interest in their homework, giving them test preparation. I don't think it's the test. I think
Okay.
lowering
But
the
hold
test
on,
standards is not going to actually
we're not
reduce.
talking about lowering the
Here's
test
what I want to
standards, though.
share with you, Kenneth.
That's what I'm saying. There's
Even
a
white
fundamental
people in
misunderstanding of the
America,
argument. The
even
way
white
that
people,
standardized tests are structured inherently have a bias. That's why they're being removed from acceptance for colleges, and they taking certain parts, certain shit out of the LSAT. Some schools are requiring or making it to where you don't even have to take standardized tests in order to get in because of the research that shows the bias that goes into how these tests are created in the first place. Y'all talking about lowering test standards because they're not smart enough. No, embedded within how the tests are being created is an embedded disadvantage for black students.
and white
Like,
students,
and listen,
and
I'm
white
not saying this.
students.
I'm not saying this. Well, some white students, right? But I'm not saying this as a matter of perspective or because I took the test or whatever fucking else. I'm saying this because there have been research and studies conducted to understand the impacts of these tests. So it's like when y'all say, "Well, I think it's not this. I think it's not that." At least understand what
Okay,
the
let me.
data is showing.
Nobody's debating the data. The one thing I'm
Yes, y'all
simply,
But
are.
the
the
data,
one
but
thing
the
I'm
data is
simply
saying it's the
telling you
test.
is,
The
even
data is
in the
saying it's the
white
test.
community, the white children that do well participate in what's called test preparation courses. That's the only thing that got
Bro,
me
that's
into
still,
the best
and
school in all of
that's
New
a
York City,
marketing ploy,
even better
bro.
than Truist
That's a
Arlington
marketing
School,
ploy.
right?
And you're proving a greater point. Like, I thank you for saying that because then again, how much does it cost to take these things? That means that, oh, we create these tests that have this
It
embedded
cost me
bias, and
nothing,
then you
my
gotta
guy.
pay, thousands of dollars to take test prep
It
courses.
cost my mother
Like, you're
nothing.
not, and again, if the whole purpose is to be able to gauge how much one is learning, you can pay for a course. If you could pay for a course that'll just teach you the test, that shows that it's not a measurement of what's actually learned or what's actually being
Right.
taught.
That's not what I'm saying.
Hmm.
What those test preparation courses do is teach you the pitfalls of these exams. See, this is what you're not recognizing, right? Our kids are actually smart enough to pass these exams as they are. The questions are worded in a way.
Bro, you're
Hold
arguing with
on,
the
hold
data.
on.
You're
Hold on.
arguing
Can
with
I
the
land?
data.
Can I
No,
land?
because this is
All
you.
right.
You literally just
No,
said I'm not arguing with the data,
no.
and then you're
You
making
can't
an
land
argument
because you're gonna
against the
make me
data.
look stupid. So I'm gonna just talk over you. Go ahead,
No,
talk over me.
no, but
No, you
yeah,
ain't
I
finna talk
will.
over him, man. Damn.
Nah,
What the fuck is
but
this?
not because I mean, because here's the thing. Literally, he's saying, and this is what makes it stupid. This is why this eighth grade perception or eighth grade proficiency level. This is we seeing an example of it. Because if you
Right.
we sitting here, then we're sitting here saying at least go look at the data before you run your mouth. You're sitting
Again,
on the internet.
I'm not
Just
arguing
the
the
same way
data.
you looked up title, the
I'm
same
not
way you looked up
arguing the
title one,
data.
the
I'm
same way you
not.
looked up title
Listen
one.
to what I'm
Yes, you
telling.
are. You don't
I
know.
am
That's the
not
point.
arguing
Hmm.
your points on the
Then you're
data.
not. Then you have
I
nothing
am
relevant to
looking
say.
at the solution. And what I am telling you is, I am a
The
product
solution is
of
the
the
solution is
solution.
abandoning
I
the.
know a number of
No,
black
you're not.
kids
This
that
nigga
are a
slow.
product of
That's
the
not how it works.
solution.
That's
If
not how
we
it works.
could get those
That's not
kids
how it works. This is
access
why I
to
say you
the
can't talk
same
about
thing
solutions, bro.
that worked for me, we could
Listen,
have the
Well,
solution.
we don't
That's
judge
my
the
yeah,
point.
so
children are not the
But I'm
children are
gonna
not
fall back
based
from
on
there.
no,
the
that's a stupid
the
point.
yeah, the children are not based on how Will came out. That unfortunately that's not the case. So you still haven't made your point. And yes, I agree, melanated. The 40K is the lower bracket. So I agree with your earlier comment about the pay. He's kind of behind on the screen, I think.
Hey, yo,
But yeah,
Rocky.
we still
I
haven't.
bet you your kids do well in that charter school because they're gonna have access to that type of information. They're
What
gonna
type
be
of
all
Yeah.
right.
information you talking about? What type of
I
information you talking about,
also
man?
I also
Test
make sure at
preparation
home,
information. Keep up,
but
Dev.
at home, I'm an active parent. Like one of the things I brought up earlier was when we were talking about the school systems, I was mentioning the responsibility and accountability of the parent. Because when I look at my son's grades, right, he's in kindergarten. When I got his first semester report, what I look at, right, what he is not excelling in, I'm like, okay, I need to put in that work at home with him so he can excel. So to me, I think a lot of responsibility is on the parents in this conversation and preparing the children. Because I think I don't know what if it was Domo or Will. I don't know who was speaking when they said, paying for test prep is very expensive and people can't afford basic necessities in life, let alone paying for test prep. So I agree to that, but I also feel like in that instance, that parent should be at home preparing that child for those tests. You
Yo,
should do
Rocky,
what
though,
you
you know how much Kumon is per month?
Yo,
What'd you
Will,
say?
stop cutting people off, brother. Stop, bro. You
So
gotta
no
Nah,
matter
stop.
I asked
what,
him a
the
question. We just
money.
having a
No, but you
conversation.
So
gotta stop cutting people off. You're not having a conversation in the middle of him saying
So,
something.
Miz, how
I'm not
come you
saying you're
don't
not
hold
having
me
a
down when I'm
conversation.
speaking and people cut me off?
I just got here. I'm really
All
messing
right,
with
my
my
fault.
services
My
in
fault.
and
I'm gonna
out.
fall back. My fault.
But
I'm
just
going back in
chill.
my
I'm not.
boule
but you
corner.
said that the last
I
time and you didn't
apologize.
fall back.
I'm going back in my boule corner. I
I'm just
apologize.
You
saying you
don't
gotta
have to
let
keep
people
saying
finish,
it. Why?
Will.
Why don't you just fall back? You don't have to keep saying it and making an announcement. Why you have to make an announcement that you're not going to talk? That's
Yeah,
remedial.
I think the one thing that we again this is where it's we like black people really need to have a conversation about empathy.
Hmm.
Because
Hmm.
when we
Hmm.
talk about like certain circumstances and what black people go through, it's certain things like we always try to make it to be like, all right, in like this is what you have to do in this type of scenario, and like when you have the time and when you have this, like when you got people like that's really struggling, like the worst of us. You feel me? Like people that's really going through it, they don't have whether the job, like the types of jobs that some of us have, and the type of opportunities that some of us have, or the type of parents that some of us have, and they make it do based on what it is that they do have. Like them are the people that we need to like when we're talking about solutions, create solutions for. Because when we create solutions for the worst of us, everybody else benefits.
Benefits, right?
So it's like when we're talking about schools and we're talking about education, the reason why public education is so important for especially for lower income people is because it provides certain resources that aren't necessarily that aren't as available in the home. Right? It provides a meal, it provides like a safe place to be, it provides like all other types of things for poor kids than just I'm just going here to learn.
And look how well
Like
it's
being
done
in
for us.
and a lot of times being in that school is the safest that some kids are throughout their whole day.
Yeah, I understand
And
that.
look how well
I
it's done for
understand
us.
that.
Look how
Oh
well it's
wow.
done for us.
But see, but and again, see again, we're thinking about when we're talking about solutions, being empathetic to those who are dealing with like kids who can't afford. Like I mean, like the fact, like for example, uh, it's kids that get in trouble that got in trouble from at school, teachers that got fired from their schools for doing fundraisers to pay for lunch for kids who can't afford school lunch. They fired the teacher from the school. Like when it comes to getting rid of the Department of Education, it's more than just a question of well whether or not are things perfect now. It ain't it ain't perfect now, but it was certain protections and certain things that the Department of Education allotted for and provided for people who didn't have that they are now going to lose that. So niggas we get their kids in charter schools, yeah, you're gonna be fine. Nigga, your kid in private school, you can afford this in your kid in private school, yeah,
Yep.
they're gonna do great. They're gonna do great. But all of them kids, because it's more than kids in public schools whose parents can't afford private school, who's gonna lose out. It's
I
more of them
can't
that's
I
gonna be
can't help
hurt.
those children.
And whoever playing
Then
Sonic,
shut
man, mute
up.
up. And whoever playing Sonic, mute up, man.
Nigga, that's me. I'm talking. I'll mute up now when I'm talking. So, so shit.
You niggas don't go playing Sonic, man. What the fuck?
Nah,
Because what
it
I
ain't me.
do,
It's my
Domo,
son. My
what
son
I
plays
do,
Sonic.
Nah,
Domo,
I know,
I
Dome. I know
focus
you
on the
ain't playing
things that
Sonic,
work,
man.
right? So if I'm getting pushback on the things that I can tell you for a fact, these
Can
things
you
work.
get on the examples that hasn't worked for you that will work for the majority instead of you?
Right, please.
I
We're
just
tired of
told you.
these personal
I
examples.
just told you. Test
And
preparation, right?
Oh shit.
On a larger scale, when our children are taught how to take these
Take a
exams,
test.
there
Not
is
learn
empirical
anything, but take a
evidence.
test.
Hold on, Sabio. There is empirical evidence to show that when
That
these
they
children are
to
taught,
pass the test. Cool, that they pass the test. But what else?
Let him finish, Savio. Let him finish.
Man, this shit slow.
so I'm saying that the children that do have access to these programs, the empirical data is these are the kids that go on to your universities. These are your kids that go on to make higher salaries. My problem is I focus on the success and I want to offer that, right? My focus is giving what I know
But
works
you,
to
but you
those.
can't ignore that. You can't ignore that other people
I'm
got
not
different
ignoring
circumstances.
anything, Domo.
You are.
This
Like I
is
mean, because
where
I'm
man,
not
more
ignoring
empathy
anything.
comes into play.
you really just said to yourself, I can't help those kids.
What I am
Right.
So it's like
saying to
cool. So like
I'm
okay, so
saying
if
I
you're
can't
saying that
help
the
them
only
because of
kids you
you.
can help,
I'm saying I can't help them because
how,
of
what,
you.
how, how?
Because
Explain that.
my simple point is, right? I want to push the things that have worked for so
No,
many of
how
our
can't you
children.
help them because of
This is
me? You
why.
just said you
This
can't
is
help them
why.
because of me. This
This
ain't
is why.
helping them.
This
What
is
you're
why.
doing right now is not helping them.
All right.
What are you
So
talking
good
about?
luck.
What you're doing
So
right
good
now
luck.
ain't helping nobody.
Good luck.
What you're doing right now ain't helping nobody.
Good luck.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why a large
What's up with
problem
my
with
babies?
social justice.
It's
The
all right.
large
Oh,
problem with
these
social
boule
justice.
babies.
The
These
large
boule
problem with social
babies is
justice.
gonna go to Howard
Listen,
and Spelman and graduate and be your next Jasmine Crockett.
listen,
So good luck to the rest of them, because
listen.
I can't over talk the Democrats.
This type of narcissism, though,
So keep
because he can't
following the
see.
Democrats into failure. I wish you
wait a
luck,
minute, how you turning this into a political discussion, yo? We
because I'm
talking about
talking to
No,
Domo.
education.
that's what I'm
We
saying. Do
know
you
who
hear?
Domo
Like,
This
is.
is
Let's
crazy,
be
man.
real. We know what he represents.
listen to
Damn,
this.
man.
Insanity.
Let's go one at
Listen
Insanity.
a
to this.
People
time though,
think I'll
because I
just
came
be
in
Oh,
Yeah,
late.
talking
So
yeah,
about
let
we
me
know
get
though,
Domo.
education.
man. We ain't gonna lie with this nigga. We know what he
It's
repping.
Friday.
Like,
It's Friday. It's
Listen to
Friday. I
this.
forgot. I
we know
forgot.
that
It's
nigga on the
Friday.
set, bro. Like,
It's
come on.
Niggas is
Friday.
talking about this. Hold on, but I thought the boule was Democrats though.
Like this, we know this nigga
I thought
bull.
the boule was Democrats.
We know
Ayo
this nigga
Taz.
bull.
Ayo
I'm tripping.
Taz. Hey, yo, Taz, I was taking Cadillac nickel bags, right, to Bronx Science, selling them for dimes, right? This is where I came from, but I had access to this school, this market. What I'm telling you is, I know for a fact, if we gave our babies the same things that I had, right, our babies can succeed. I don't believe that our babies are just destined for failure and can't compete. No, I'm proof. Our babies can crush these exams.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
We
Who
have
said
to
that?
offer
This nigga
them.
Yo,
Damo ain't
all
never
like that's
carried a
what,
dime bag to school. Nigga, Damo ain't never took. Damo started smoking weed after he got out of high school. Nigga,
yeah, yeah, nigga. I started smoking weed in college, nigga. Straight up, he not lying, nigga. I was straight. I wasn't touching
Come
none
on,
of that shit.
Taz. You know the weed wasn't the point. Taz, you
Smoking weed
get
in
what I'm
college
saying.
too.
No, but
You
I want y'all to
understand what I'm
understand.
saying,
I
Taz.
want y'all to understand. This is the definition of a straw man argument. Nobody said our children were deficient. You're
Right.
saying
That
that.
is exactly what you're saying.
I don't know though.
No, we
That's
said the
how
test.
that's how
If
it
We
you're
said
is.
the
saying
tests
get
are
rid of the
deficient.
test, you're saying your children can't compete in the
No,
test.
bro.
Bro, this nigga
No, that's
slow
not what
as
it's
turtle
saying, bro.
shit.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm talking to you, Nick. This is the eighth grade
So what do
proficiency.
you want, an Afrocentric test? Or you saying
Oh
just
This
do
shit,
is
away
this
with
nigga.
this
testing?
is the lack. This is the lack
You're,
of proficiency
so
right
your
here.
argument that there's
How
no
does black
value in
We,
testing?
automatically mean not as smart,
Hold on,
Will?
hold on. Is
No, no,
your
no, no, no,
argument
no, no. I'm asking
is
you
your
a simple
argument that
question.
there's no
No, wait a
value
minute,
in
wait a minute,
testing?
wait a minute, wait a minute. How
This
did
nigga
black become
neurons firing
automatically I'm
backwards.
not as smart and I don't make enough money?
His
How does
neurons
that
fire in
equal?
reverse. His neurons
bro,
fire in reverse.
it's simple. Studies have shown that standardized tests aren't a accurate or effective way to measure learning. That's
This
the
shit too
argument.
simple, Salmon.
And I
And
simply
he
My
disagree with
fault.
that. I think the
Okay,
results, I
you
think the results of
but you sat
standard,
here and said,
I
hold
think the
on, but you sat here and
results
said that
of
you
stand
don't disagree with the
I
data though.
think the
You
results
said
of
that you're not
stand can
arguing
I
with the
say
data
one
though.
sentence?
You are
One
No,
cynical,
because
Will.
sentence.
Shut up, Will.
One
You're
hold
sentence.
on,
shut
you
up.
just no, bro,
I
Will,
no,
you
think
are
the
bro,
too
no, bro,
simple
results
for
of
yourself.
no, bro,
standardized testing are
no.
proof of the
You
lack
said you
of
said you.
access. That's
How
all
many
I'm
times
saying.
did this? How many times did this nigga say he's not arguing with the data?
This nigga
That's how I'm
said that
telling
he's
you. You don't like. This is the eighth grade comprehension proficiency issue that we had.
this man. This shit is horrible.
This is an example of that. This is why we need the
Right.
Department of Education.
Exactly.
Even the boule niggas, even the boule niggas act stupid.
This shit is stupid. This
Education
is
is probably the
amazing.
single most important one. I think it's probably one of the most important
I just
aspects
want
of
to say
life.
shout out to the Boule niggas if you listening.
Peace, family.
Please,
Peace, family.
please recognize my
Hey, yo,
invitation.
I advanced your application. Yo, I
Yo,
sent your
Willie, you ain't
application.
even boo. You just
Hey, yo,
boo.
expect the call,
Yo,
true.
my nigga,
That
you
nigga
are just
said,
boo, my nigga. Ain't nothing Boule about you, man. Your
that
pedigree
nigga
don't
said
say
I
nothing
advanced
boo
your
on
Hey, yo,
Frito.
true.
Like,
Hey, yo, true.
what's up?
I hated them niggas all my life growing up. I woke up one day and was
Cause
like,
you
what
wanted to
the
be
fuck
him.
am I
You
doing
you
in
was
this
a
track and
hater.
field event?
You was
What
a
the hell
hater.
am I doing
Man,
here?
he just told
That's
you
what it is.
himself.
He a hater.
This nigga's a hater.
He only hated him because he wanted to be him and he couldn't be.
Oh my.
This,
Oh
I
this
didn't
And
Jesus.
want
nigga
to be
got
him.
hate in it.
I
He
didn't
got
want
and
to
hate
be
now
in
him.
his
listen,
DNA.
listen, and
This is
now
why
he
I
a
want more niggas like
and
me
now
in
he a
this
lackey, and
program.
now he a wall, and
I
now he a
don't want to
Wall
be
Street
them,
lackey, and
but I
now
want
he a
the
Wall
best for
Street
my
lackey.
babies. And
Jesus
I
Yep.
know
Christ.
they offer the best for their babies.
Now
I
he a
watch their
Wall Street
babies
lackey.
continue to be successful. When you're looking at your Jasmine Crockett's, when you're looking at different people who get in a
Why
position of
y'all
Bro,
power
Jasmine
today,
Crockett's a
this is
Democrat.
what
can I ask a
produces
question?
them. Not
Jasmine Crockett's a
you
Democrat.
and your Democratic
But
and
But Jasmine
politics
Crockett is a Democrat.
finesse
Is
That shit
plan.
Jasmine
funny as hell,
Crockett
man.
Boule? Y'all say that
Jasmine
name?
Crockett is a Democrat. I told you, bro. That's what these niggas just be talking. This
No,
ain't
I'm
even a
asking. I
comprehension
don't
of the
know.
eighth grade.
Jasmine
Nah,
Hey
not
yo,
you. I ain't talking about
hey
you,
yo,
Truth. I
true.
don't
You
know
know
if
what
you bootleg or
university
not.
she went to? Yo, when you paying
Wait, wait,
$55,000 a
what
year,
school she went?
yeah,
Wait, hold
you
on. Wait,
bought your
wait,
way in.
hold on. What school did she go to?
Shit.
He don't know.
I can tell you it
He
was
don't know.
55,000 a year, but I can't
Yeah, but
remember
what school?
the
Yeah,
He
okay,
name
just
of it.
and
he just talking.
I
He
mean,
don't
nigga,
know.
no, now you brought it up. Now, I'm just curious since 'cause
He asked you. Look, didn't he ask you like he knew? school? Like, true, you know what school she went to? Hey, no, you don't know what school she went to.
That go for most of the shit they be talking about, except when he
God,
been talking about
Jesus
himself.
Christ.
Unless he talking about himself, shit, that motherfucker just be
She went to Rose
rambling
College.
random shit.
She went
Wait,
to
wait,
Rose College, and it cost her $55,000 a year.
wait. Rose College,
Like
upstate New
nobody
York.
knows
Where's
what
Rose?
Rose College
Hold
is.
on. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Well, hold on. Honestly, that where's Rose? Not Rose up in upstate New York.
Fuck if I
No.
know, my nigga.
See there?
No.
He
This is
even
important
said
because
it.
you mentioned Boulay. And
And
this
he
is
got
certain.
access to that information. Like he
This
can
is
find
certain.
out what Rose College is, but
True.
I'm so fucking
True.
lazy
I
and
know.
arrogant, I
I
don't give a
know. When
fuck
you
where it's
paying
at.
$55,000 a year for
But
your
that's
college
light
education,
work, bro. That's
it
what I'm telling.
sets you up to be in
No,
that
what
city.
I'm telling you
That's
that's not
kind of
even no
average, man.
pedigree.
What the fuck is you
Where is
talking about?
Yeah, like 50,000. That ain't even
Jesus
bootleg number.
fucking Christ, and I didn't even fucking go to college, and I know that.
wait, hold on, Doug.
Motherfucker.
50,000.
A simple
Holy
question.
shit.
Where
Let me get off
is
this damn panel.
Rose?
I'm on the
No,
wrong
please
panel.
don't. Do
Holy
not get
crap.
off the panel, please. I'm just got questions. Where is Rose College? Anyone? Do I have to? Rose College is in Memphis. Thank you, Memphis. So Rose College in Memphis is Boulay territory. Where'd she go to grad school?
According to Wall Street Willie.
No, sir, now I'm asking. See, Dog, we gonna go to the Boulay files. I don't see nothing that say Boulay yet, unless she come from what? A light skin Memphis. What's that? Which has help me out. You a light skin seed or some ex slave owners? Like where that money coming from? All of that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All that.
Yeah.
Hold on,
He ain't
you brought it
fucking
up. Don't
bro.
run now, Willie. Get your ass. Look. That nigga. Oh,
Oh, hold on. So niggas is faking the bootleg funk.
Yo, come on. There's
You
a
faking the
pedigree
bootleg
that goes
funk?
with it, my nigga. Ain't no Rose College in Memphis, and he
He's
actually
fake
played.
bootleg. He's
Yeah.
fake bootleg. Okay.
Bootleg.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All right.
grew up south of Memphis. I ain't never heard of no goddamn Rose College.
And Chastorian, no, I did not pledge. I did not do that shit.
Hold on, did y'all just say
I used to tell them
free
niggas all the
Willy lied
time, how are
about
you
what school
niggas
he went
black
to?
Greeks?
Did y'all
What you
just
Black
say,
say
Greeks
bro?
free?
is wild.
Did y'all just say free Willy lied about
Willie
what
at?
school
Well,
he went to?
Willie, get your ass back over here. You started the Boulay talk.
Nah, we removed him off the panel for lying like that. No, we got
He said remove. That's
And
fucked
another
up.
one
you the
bites the
weakest
dust.
link.
So don't blame me, Wall Street. You heard it for your damn self. I know you got your speakers blasted.
Oh,
Make
ain't
it
no
seem
more
like I'm
room.
the only
Willie,
one
I
that
will,
fucking
I
let
will,
you
I
off
will
the
go
fucking
back
panel.
to the. Do you need me to go back to? I need you to explain this. You're gonna explain the Boulay if I go to the the back chat or whatever,
That
right?
nigga fake bootleg.
So how do
Send
I
that
know?
nigga an email. Fake bootleg ass man.
That nigga said Boulay HBCU edition. Yeah, he ain't even say like I don't know Spelman or Morehouse or this nigga said Rose College Boulay. Damn.
I tell you
Damn, you
about
was
these uppity Negroes, truth.
uppity?
I mean, you could at least do a Howard in there, something, right?
Shit. Shit. These uppity Negroes with
Peace,
they
y'all.
Want,
8th grade
wanna be uppity?
education.
Miss Melanated.
Whuppities.
I wanted to ask a question about the whole $50,000 school. Like, is that supposed to be like regardless of what your degree is in? Is that supposed to be something that people are supposed to respect?
Hell to the
Like,
That's average.
that's light. I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, really like on the low end, really.
I got to be honest. Like nowadays, and then I get where you. I think I get where you're going, Melanated. Okay, suppose you may come out with a liberal arts degree, and I'm not trying to knock it in no way if somebody has one. But
Just
what
for
I'm saying,
example, sample purposes. Yeah.
right. What I'm saying is that
Nigga,
okay,
you know I have one. Nigga, don't even you ain't even gotta.
but you have
Nigga, you
no, I mean,
okay.
I
Hold
was
on,
mainly saying that
hold
like
on, man. This
I
is
was mainly saying that like
and
my
I mean this
I went to
because
school alongside people who went to NYU, right? I went to
Like I was on my internship, and there was students from Yeshiva and NYU and
Right.
Columbia, right? And I'm like, well, damn, they all of them go to private school. Why the hell they didn't get a fancy internship? They right here along with me, and I'm like,
Where at
so
though?
all of us. I was in New York.
No. What do you mean right here? How long you? What you doing? Like what?
I,
For,
my,
cause
my, my, my degree is in mental health. I was in a mental health internship. I was in my undergrad. I went to a QE school. Shout out to York College.
oh
Big
no,
up, big up. You know what I'm
isn't it
saying?
because you got to get the hours regardless, right?
So that's great. I'm glad that you understand that. So once we all get our hours,
Right.
their salary is nowhere near higher than mine because they went to NYU,
Fact.
right? So right now they're a clinician. I'm a clinician. Right now I bill insurance. They bill insurance. I got
Right.
clients. They got clients. They got a high ass damn student loan, and I don't. That's
Facts.
it.
This is why I said like nursing in that regard. But hold on, let me just clear something with Domo before he write a whole dissertation on me. It's because people like you have a particular path, which I get because I'm pretty sure you had in your mind that you were going to go on to grad school after a while, right? Toward the end and maybe pursue some type of law degree or whatever. Yes? Those are the ones that might be typically have liberal arts degrees, unless it's like teaching or something, and go get the master's for teaching.
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah. Now the plan was you go ahead and get the political science,
Right.
then
Poli
get
sci,
the
that's what
masters,
hmm
and then decide whether or not to get the PhD or get the law degree.
Right. I got you. I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to. I get it, but what I'm saying is, as far as somebody saying, okay, to what Melanata's initial statement was, it depends. Like you can go to school for something and not have any marketable skills still coming out, on the other end after 4 years, right? So, okay, you spent 55,000, but now what? You don't get no extra points just because you spent 55,000 for your degree, and
You're gonna be making
Yeah,
55 grand and selling insurance for Geico. That's what you're going to be doing.
when a smart person flipped it somehow and they went straight from
yeah,
maybe the
yeah. I
first
know
2 years in the
pretty
junior
much
college
that.
and did the last 2 years in the state school, right? And may have a very low of any loans or whatever, and got their 4 year degree that way, right? We like man. You go to any JUCO around the corner university, that's the first 2 years out the way. Boom. Then you go to state U, wherever you are, that's the last 2 years, and you good. Except for Wall Street, who's gonna go to
That was my
Rose
plan.
Rose
That was
College.
actually my plan, truth, but it just didn't work out. That was my plan. That's why I did the.
You got wrapped up in that big U situation. What happened?
No, I got wrapped up with
Nah,
life.
where
Yeah,
where
I
that
had
where that started changing.
some life shit. Uh, uh, I had to really handle before my mother's death. There was some shit that happened while I was actually in college. We lost apartments and houses and shit within. So a lot of shit happened that
Okay.
took me off the path.
One
But
place
Before y'all go,
where
hold
school
on,
choice
Domo.
do
Before you go, hold on, hold on. So this notion that the West is going to trend to immediate success and long-term stability is just not the case. I
It's dead.
mean, you don't necessarily have to deal with uh, circumstances that don't have nothing to do with school, but the stats have already been laid out, even before the age of the internet, that the studies, the degrees are not necessarily matching up on a majority basis in your particular professional field.
So you look at the white
Or have
collars,
not.
like I'm saying, for so long it was tech, and you look at the ones who are graduating with the computer science degrees. I think also over the last 5 years, you could probably pull the stats for, and they're having trouble going into the fields, right? And these are the ones who then spent the not 55,000, but then they're $100,000 a year to go to the
Hell
next
yeah.
level
Out of pocket.
school,
Yeah.
and
Ain't no
and are
scholarships.
right and are struggling to find places in the job market. And now you have this thing called automation, which has been in play for a while. It hasn't come out of thin air, but really affecting you. So now you don't spend your 100K a year thinking that, you was going to be white collar Willie, and you still ain't got no job, but them loans is kicking your back in because, your parents mortgage everything to try to move your ass up into the white collar world, huh? I'm damn, y'all could pull the stats, y'all. So this is what I'm saying. And these people went to school for computer engineering, all type of Indian people class work. Hmm?
Leave your ass can't even
Huh?
play golf.
Nah, really, the school that you go to really don't really start mattering until grad school. Like you got certain law for like graduate school, like law programs and like shit. Yeah, unless you gotta have top notch shit to get like it's certain law firms that only recruit from Harvard, only recruit from Yale. You know what I'm saying? Only recruit from Ivy League type shit.
Introduce you to the life.
And I think that's for
Easy
certain. I think that's for certain majors because I'm gonna tell you, when I was in New York, before I wanted to go to NYU and Columbia,
Fast
I wanted to
five,
go to
nigga.
Hunter College. Hunter College is a CUNY school and it's one of the top schools for social work in the nation. It's
Facts.
it's like
Yeah,
freaking
that's
four
social work.
grand a semester. It's like $4,000 a semester. Like literally, you have a part time job and pay for school.
Yeah.
And um,
Well, let's look at that. Yeah, because you got to think of the market for that though, right? Social work is typically going into the public sector.
No, but
Social
you
workers
know,
typically work
yeah,
government jobs.
I'm saying they also I could also pay $60,000 a year and go and get the same degree. All I'm saying is that you would think that those schools would be at the top, and you have a school, you know, that is nationally recognized. I think Hunter is like number 4 in the nation, and it's a CUNY school. Which CUNY schools, they get looked down as not the best, but it's a good school. That's what I'm saying.
so what happens
No,
is,
yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying more so. It's a question of the market, right? Like so, the top schools when you look at like the top programs are typically you got to say like engineering, medicine, and law. Like the people that come out of those programs make the most money. And so coming from one of those schools out of one of those programs, like an Ivy League school, out of like any sector or like our
That nigga
business,
ain't
any
nailed this
sector where
yet. You
what is this
see, you
nigga?
better come on.
What are you talking about, bro?
No, you're actually proving my point,
I'm over
Domo.
here.
What
I'm
I'm
over here
saying, my
talking to
point
my
is that
child. My bad, Dumbo. I thought I was on mute. My bad.
oh, you're proving my point. My point is that it's not
almost ready to
necessarily
burn the house
about
down. You heard me?
the institution. You wouldn't want to spend. You wouldn't want to say, "Oh, I want to go to this private school, this prestigious private school for any major." You're proving my point that it's more about the major and what was considered for to be prominent. So if you're an engineer, you might not want to go to your college, right? You might try to get into a more prestigious school. But if you are
Like
in the
MIT?
field of social work, you might not say, I want to go to NYU because you're just paying a lot of money to go to a school, but you're getting a social work degree. Like, why the freak did you do that?
Yeah,
That's stupid.
but I wasn't trying to disagree with you. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we're saying that
Can I just
we're
can I
So
kind of
just
what?
in
give a
agreement.
What? So what would you
yeah, that's
measure
what I'm
the
saying. It's
schools
only
by
it's
though?
only particular.
can
The
I just
market.
Right.
I just wanted
We
to
measuring it by
So,
the market. Yeah, like what you trying to get into? Like it's like she said, if you're trying to get into social work, you can go to a really good social work school and not have to pay stupid. Like if you want to get into social work and you go into Harvard, you feel me? Like the amount it costs to go to Harvard, and then what you gonna end up making in social work when you get out of it, don't correlate.
but what
yeah,
You know
you're
what
but
I'm
right.
saying?
what it is with Hunter, what it is with the school she's talking about in particular is this is how the white folks did it, and they got and dominated the teaching professions, and then it became nursing also because Hunter
So that
became the way you can get that to get the that degree, so you pay the little money on the low end. This is before the masters was necessary
Mm.
until you would go to Hunter because it not wasn't just social work; it was also like the education and teaching programs. And then those became extensions as you started getting specializations with your early childhood development and you know what I mean, all those things. So what happened is the white folks did it, and they went there and really made Hunter that type of thing for them to get them cheap college degrees. They did a similar thing when they all went to City College early on. But what
So
happened? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dad. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying because that's how we were taught. We were taught to add up tuition, then base that on maybe third or fourth year, or at least 2 years in the profession, and that would be the measure, literally across the board. There was no, well, you got to do the legal industry like this, and you have to do the technical and engineering industry like this, and the social and economic sector like this. No, everyone, no matter what you would aspire to, was supposed to add up and then subtract, and that ain't never been together like in any industry. Maybe law. I take law out of it.
I will
Like
say
Domo
that
said, yeah.
I would say if you look in particular, like I make fun of because it's amazing how they do it, but I can relate to. I saw it. My grandmother's generation and your mother's generation did it with some teachers, and some became teachers at and early like nursing and them type of aides, right? But if you look at what the Coconuts did, they went to the local colleges where they were at, whether Boston, New
Yeah.
York, or Florida, and got those 2 year and became the early nurses, aides, and I keep forgetting whatever was the LPN or whatever one's the
Yeah,
first,
the entry level,
right?
yeah.
You're
Right. And
absolutely right.
then they went and then they got the other two when you want to come up because the money's at nurse anesthetist or you get more specialists, right? And
Yeah.
so if you look on the West Coast, it's even with the Filipinos did it. That's why you get what I'm saying. Those are the
Yeah.
type of things where they took the system, they got in for cheap and got on the other end high.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? But there was a need in the market, which they examined was like, you know what? All these
Exactly.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
The demand was there. Like the demands in the 80s and 90s is not the demands of 2025 and 2026.
Right. So, but you look at it. Okay, you can go to local JC, like I said, to get those 2 years out the way for whatever it is, and then those second 2 years you finish off at state school, which ain't gonna be much more, and you got something. The Indians did it as Q with City College. They went to go
No,
there. They took the early
he
pioneering.
actually went over that. Yeah, Medgar Evers, CUNY,
Right.
and some
There you go.
other schools.
And then the Indians came. Here's another one, Baruch College, which is a CUNY college I never heard of. The Indians
Yep.
went
For
into
root for
Baruch,
business.
got all of
Yeah.
the
For
business
business.
degrees, and then
Mhm.
that's how they started getting into finance and didn't have to necessarily go
Yep.
to a Ivy League. I'm
Yep.
trying to tell you, like it's people. That's how
Now
they doing it, right?
that
And
goes
look at where the
for
Spanish people was at. They're going
that
to the
goes for the labor
JCs.
industry also.
Yeah,
Yeah, project
yeah,
managers, technical managers. Yeah,
right.
same thing.
Then you wonder why
Yep.
Julio went up to management because he went to the JC and took the class and got the shit. He got the little BA, and now Julio the man at the factory. You manage at the factory. You mad at
Yeah. But again, I think we talked about it this morning. These type of conversations are a little bit late and detrimental to the person that either tried it out or aimlessly wondering about in their low to mid 20, early to mid 20s. These conversations should be started taking place and having realistic responses and assessments around 7th, 8th grade. By the time you get to the 10th and 11th grade, there should be like one or two. Hey, I want to get into this for sure. If this doesn't work out, my backup plan here, vice versa. Yeah, things do come up, but if you got your child out there just aimlessly wondering, it's going to be very, I think, at a much greater detriment in the future because the learning curve is going to be cut short, and they're going to be much farther behind. Like the high school dropout today is a huge. The drop off is way higher than the college dropout in 1989. Just to give you
Wait,
some
hold on.
further
Wait,
time.
wait. Say that again.
I
Say
don't
that
know
again.
if I
Yeah,
agree with that.
Yeah. What'd you just say?
the college, the high school dropout
Yeah.
in 1989.
Yeah.
The
Was lower.
options that were available, then the high school dropout in it right now. Those options are less.
Okay, you did some
I,
word changing. I can agree with that part. I think I see where you're going with that
True. Let
one.
me ask you a quick
Not being
question.
able to,
No, I understand that. We just
even with the resources of the internet, right?
yes.
You're still going to be in a place of having to fill out applications, references,
Oh, now I'm gonna
and
take the other side. I disagree with that.
yeah.
I disagree now. I'm
Okay.
going to tell you
Okay.
that today you may have various means if you hustle and get the game right. See, this is the thing that the youngsters told me, not the millennials, Dummo, but the Gen Zers, right? In
Yeah.
particular. Like, all this college highfalutin shit you talking don't necessarily work. These kids dig into analytics and make businesses and ain't step foot in nobody's virtual or brick and mortar college.
That is a whole fact.
And
The
then,
one
it's
thing we
not
don't
just, go ahead.
Whole
we
fact.
haven't measured yet though, truth on that assessment, and I don't disagree, is
Uh-huh.
the duration.
I can
I
tell
would
you. I
like to
can
see.
tell you.
I would
I
like
can
to
tell you
see
that. I
5
think we got data.
years, 10
I think we got
years.
data. I think we got data
Long
for that
term.
too.
But go
I
ahead
think
though.
we got
Yeah.
data because we've had. I can guarantee you, if we can get some bullet. There's some people over 10 years, not just academics or somebody of that caliber in various streams and ways who have made these things into businesses. That's where they come from, and that's why YouTube offers us folks, old fogies, but the youngsters use it, the analytics, right?
Yeah.
And these kids know
I'm
the data
saying a
analytics and who
course
to
of.
market that.
Yeah. I'm
I
saying
want to
over a
ask you a
course
question.
of that. I'm saying over a course of that time, without having to go through bankruptcy.
There are people on the low scale and on a bum scale like Hassan Campbell who have found a way to make a career over
I
the
know, right? Yeah. Nah,
five
I give
plus
you that,
years.
man. Nah, I
And
give
that's
you
on
that
the, you
shit.
get what I'm saying
But
by the bum
wait, True. I
scale.
want to ask you a more direct question, right? So I know you a super certified nigga, right? Do you
No, I
think
don't. Go ahead.
think that do you think that moving away from conquering standardized tests is more beneficial than actually, because when we talk about these certifications, right? C plus
Okay.
plus, series 7, whatever,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Like these are standardized tests. Am I right?
They're
Wait.
assessments.
Okay.
They're
Wait.
assessments for your ability to do a job. Which a standardized. The purpose of a standardized test is to measure how much one is learning. That's what
Competency.
I'm saying, bro. You don't know. It's not. We're not. It's not even competency.
So you
It's
don't view the
literally.
series 7 as a
It's
standardized test?
no. It's an assessment. It's literally called. It's literally an assessment to
All right,
see.
what's your
I want to
opinion?
hire you. Like, bro, this nigga is. I'm telling you, a nigga would rather sit on here and argue instead of look at the
Nah,
actual,
I'm not
like, look at
arguing
the
you. I'm just
actual
trying to
research.
ask True.
Wait.
Because he's a
How do I
super
get in this? I,
certified
But
I,
why
nigga.
can't you
this
This
give
doesn't.
nigga
her?
got
Wait. I
more
don't got.
certifications than a motherfucker, right?
Wait. I don't. Don't get me nothing. I
This
don't even know
nigga
what I'm
took a
arguing
lot of
about.
tests.
Bro, he's asking you. He's asking you. He's asking you.
Yeah.
I guess he's asking you.
I can
Should
ask
we?
him. I can
Should
ask
we?
him, Domo.
Okay, go ahead. Ask him. Ask
Yeah.
him.
Don't
What I'm
don't try to
asking you
trap
is,
me up, Willie, because I don't.
what I'm
Don't get me in the
asking
middle.
you, what
Go
I'm
ahead.
asking you, True,
Yes.
when you look at all those certifications on your wall, do you think it's more
Don't do.
beneficial? Chill out.
Okay.
Do you think it's more beneficial to run from conquering the standardized tests or getting in programs that'll help our babies succeed?
Or so either standardized tests or put them in programs. That is my options.
Nah, he see that's
Yeah.
he phrased it to try to say that the argument against standardized testing is that you're running from it. Hold, hold on.
Running from
And like,
what?
yeah. So do you understand the argument against
No.
standardized testing?
Okay. Yes, of course.
Right. Do you think that's a valid argument, or do you think that's just running away from standardized testing?
You look at all your certifications on
I
your
think
wall.
what? No,
Let him answer the question.
I think it could be valid, and I see a lot of validity in it because of the access
Thank
to
you.
education, and that's going to take me a whole nother route
Thank you.
about the quality of the education.
No, you don't even know what he's saying. When I
I
asked
do
him what
understand what
was
he's
valid,
saying.
No, what I asked him what was valid, I
I don't
said,
think
is the argument.
no, go ahead.
Hold on. He said when
Let him
I asked
finish,
him,
Elmo.
is it?
Let him
I hold
finish.
on. So you can understand what's being the question that was
I
asked.
do
I
understand.
said, do you understand the argument against standardized testing, and
I
do you
do.
think it's valid, or do you
That
think
wasn't the
it's
question
running
I
away?
asked, though.
No, I don't think it's
That's
running
the
away.
question I asked him. That's the
I
question
know.
I asked him.
I don't think it's running away, but I do
Thank you.
understand what the problems are, because my thing is about if those are going to be the measures, then I look to what it takes to get there and the quality of
Conquer it.
education. No, the quality of the education. You guys went back early to the discussion of the teacher and the infrastructure and all those other things that are going to help these kids do it. But what has happened in New York City in particular has all become about the test, was taken away from the quality of the education because the teacher's metric is now the standardized test score. So
Yep.
the whole year for a public school kid is not really learning and all this other stuff you can think, but preparing for these tests. You know what I'm saying? So,
Exactly.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. So if we're against standardized testing, that means we need another model of learning. This model of learning isn't working. Like
So let
that's
me
the
ask you a
Yeah,
like.
yeah, I
question,
can
So
I
it's
Elmo.
can look. So for a while, who was it? Then and I think they just cut this too, but they took more than the SAT, and this has been for a while, into consideration when looking at you, right? And this is where your letter came in, your extracurricular
So
activities.
they say.
They wanted to diversify the campus and yada 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 yada, right? So all
So
those were
they
taken
say.
into account where you didn't necessarily have at the time, what was it, the 1600 or 1550 or whatever to get into the school.
1480 on my SAT.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
man.
Frank.
Did I get a? You might have beat me, but I got 14 something. It was right there.
Yeah,
I'm
nigga.
trying to pay me
Yeah.
my shit. He talking to the
And the
right one.
only
Anyway,
difference was
but
Joe
I don't
Bloggs
mean shit.
taught me
That don't mean
how to
I'm not trying to.
answer
I'm not.
certain questions
Yeah,
better.
that don't even matter in nerd sphere. I'm not saying that everybody needs to get some, shit like that. So I get what people are saying, but for what it's worth, I went to some schools, like I was saying earlier, that quote unquote prepared me to do exactly that.
Right.
That is not public school education for everybody. So to hold them to those standards is ridiculous and, in my opinion, not fair.
I agree with that.
And then
Well
standardized
said. Well said.
I
Well
agree with
said.
that.
Yeah, but the problem is when instead of because like even as niggas was talking about like how to properly pay teachers and everything else, niggas is working within a similar paradigm. We have to break out of the normative paradigm to create transformative solutions. We can't say, well, hey, okay, this is how we're gonna do it. Let's just make more of these testing things available instead of being like, nah, let's change that paradigm. Let's shift to a more like something that has a more beneficial pedagogy. Because
I
like
get your point, Elmo.
test taking pedagogy isn't one where students come out of there being more informed about the world. They know how to take the test. Like knowing how to take the test doesn't mean that you've learned. That's the difference. And so it's like the rejection of standardized
So here
testing
it
is
is.
a rejection.
So
Yeah.
one of those tests in a way is this thing, and in a weird way, just hear me out, called nepotism. And this is how plenty a dumb white person gets up into
Yup.
university because or college for that matter, because mom or daddy done went to the school. And it becomes so incestuous that year after year they almost bank on you that you're going to state you at the very minimum. You're
Yep.
right. You see what I'm saying? And none of that is taken into the consideration of how to get into the school. All these other variables besides the test. And that's why, Bucky, who was sitting next to you in the class, was the stupidest person in the world, but they could at least go to state you some magical way. You see what I'm saying? That all of that other stuff that's in the game that, man, not for all that. That's why I say, but we look at, okay, so where the, somewhat ways that our people and other people flipped it. Coming up out that damn Bama woods with Devin them, they got up into teaching and nursing, like I say, those type of things in particular, right? I said, look at the coconuts and the Filipinos, man. They are moving up, doing what in particular in healthcare, whether it's nursing or otherwise, right here. Look
Through
at the Indian
standardized testing.
look at the Indian, whatever. It wasn't, but here you go. The coconuts didn't necessarily worry about winning the
The
spelling bee
Indians
like the
did.
Indian. Hold on, but they were worrying about winning the spelling bee because they was trying to get up into the white man's Wall Street. Don't make
True.
me go a while now.
True.
Rajiv and them tried to get all the way white and tell you that, motherfucker. You talking to the right one because they sold out a whole lot trying to get up in Wall Street and up in the rooms. Yeah, all right. Wasn't none of that Diwali shit. Them niggas beg for that Diwali shit in the office, and you bet not put that shit in no microwave. Fuck out here. Yeah, all right, nigga.
I hate when them IT niggas bring that stink shit on the
Yeah,
floor,
but the
but I
point
mean they
is,
there.
I'm saying
But
through
they
all that, and
there.
it was with U.S. government assistance. I ain't trying to get into that aspect, but they on a low scale went to these city and state U's, in the nighttime while Daddy worked in that gas station or
Absolutely.
7-Eleven around the country to maneuver. You know what I'm saying? All of them didn't go to Cornell or whatever. They was
No, they went to
in
Kumon.
no, but they was in the the little small Texas college and New Hampshire college, wherever they could get in to play that game, man.
And Kumon prepared them for
Well, whatever, man. We was doing it too, but fuck out of here. They wasn't doing it alone. They just don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. Fuck out of here, Willie. You tried to make some
I
Rose
love fuck
College
with
boule. No, you how you gonna make our boule? You can't even get her. She went to Cornell, and then not to be all whiteified and everything. Like I said, Spelman or Hillman or something. Rose College. Can't no nigga from Tennessee find that shit.
It got her in the Senate.
That's why I don't know. You know nothing about no
Psycho,
boule.
did you
You better
do
about
It
boule
got
and
her in the
Ebony
Senate,
Magnum.
bro.
Psycho, did you do how the Boule destroyed the black community? Was that
Oh
Monday?
God.
Oh my.
Oh
Was that
God.
the same night as drug dealers destroyed the black community?
Oh my.
W.E.B. Du Bois, peace be upon him. Peace be upon him.
But why did they have to make it for certain folks that were considered black? Why
To
can't
what?
all black folks get into the Boule?
I think that's a fair question. I think that's a dope question.
Oh, okay, Psycho.
All blacks wasn't in college. One, all blacks wasn't necessarily quote unquote professionals. Two,
Yeah.
and those were some of the early uh, stipulations.
So the
So that
simple
was
answer is ideology.
no simple answer is qualifications. That's what I was
Mm.
speaking to about
Ideology
that
leads
particular.
to pursuing those
It had nothing to do with
qualifications. Am I right or
no,
wrong?
no, not
You're
necessarily. It
wrong.
wasn't necessarily ideology based on it because ideology initially comes from looking at the two-letter white academic institutions when they were two-letter, not three. But go ahead,
Mm.
jump out the window. Yeah, my nigga.
I hate this nigga B.
I'm just saying. Yeah, they got elitists and that whole shit. But to answer your question, Dev, that's how I'm sorry to tell you, niggas been doing it from day one. They
Yep.
always made organizations, and yes, it was to serve the whole community, but the whole community wasn't necessarily a part of it.
So when you're
Somewhere,
talking
Wait a
about
minute.
that
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
nepotism,
Wait a
hold
minute.
so
Wait a
on.
hold
minute.
on.
Wait
When
a
you
minute. Wait
talk
a minute.
about nepotism,
See, now
True,
we're gonna
do you
jump
see
all
the
over.
value of Jack and Jill?
Wait, hold on. That's a type of yo.
Hold
I
on. Stay
literally
with
hold on.
me.
Then let
Okay,
me
you ask
answer
him the
something.
question. What are you still talking for?
First of all, in that regard, I keep trying to tell you, those Jack and Jill motherfuckers grew up on Stuyvesant Avenue, which is 2 blocks from mine. They was always different, but I didn't know why until I got older and figured out their place in the black world. So I can speak to the motherfuckers because
Thank
I
you.
really know them. That's the
Thank
difference.
you.
And they grew up in the style, and those are the ones with the brownstones. I know the churches they went to
Yeah,
and the
you.
whole bit. Huh? They're not me, nigga. I was in the fucking project on Gates Avenue, nigga. That's the difference. I keep trying to tell you,
So
so I'm running with the
Fuck
Jack
out of
Hill
here.
niggas
so
either.
so so
Fuck
so
out
did
of here.
these
Best
organizations
Style is the
create
home of
these?
the boule.
Hold
So did
on,
these
bro. Let me finish.
organizations create these organizations in the community didn't want to
You can
get
just
in? The organization
you can just
right
look at
out, spell
go ahead.
out, and say you niggas cannot come in.
No, that's
Was
not how
that
it
the
went.
case?
But
Oh,
that's not how it went. But if you even look at Jack and Jill, for example, it's the reason that it comes in Philadelphia. That's why I say the story is deeper. We've been doing it from day one. So early on, when you go back to even the Free African Society and others, there were certain standards or whatever stipulations to those organizations. There's
Right.
actually a book, if you want it, called Philadelphia's Black Elite that speaks of those were the families of them and their intentions. That's why you see so many names repeating is they married amongst each other. And this is why you see Charlotte Fortune, who is it? Fortin, who does she marry? Garnett or somebody she ends up marrying or whatever. But all of those names like that because they married amongst each other. And that's how they built community. They were
Right.
building a certain pedigree. It wasn't necessarily trying to be white or elitist, but this is what it was based on,
Right.
the standards of those particular organizations, which varied. There were quote unquote blue collar worker organizations, coachman organizations, blah, 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 the whole uh, spectrum at the time or whatever. But they then go through that process. And of course,
Right.
people then jump to the Du Bois, which Du Bois, I'd say, read the Philadelphia Negro. You will see the middle part of that. The Philadelphia Negro, Du Bois is talking about all of those organizations and associations. And one of the big points from it, we've been doing it since back then, but some of it was a waste of time, Du Bois saying this, and elitists, and got away from serving the people.
Waste of time. Why?
So this, excuse
Out of
me,
curiosity, what was Du Bois' take
you
on why
can
it was a waste of
Google.
time? No,
It
I'm
was a
asking
waste of
you.
time
You got the information.
because
You are
well,
my
you do
Google.
too. No, I'm not your Google. No, no, I'm
Reverend
not.
AI,
Everybody,
you
no,
are
I'm
my
not no
Google.
smarter than
Just
nobody here.
answer the question.
No, I ain't. I'm not your motherfucking slave, nigga. Slow your goddamn self down before I black out in this motherfucker on a Friday. Hold on, man.
Yeah, it's been a while since you crashed out. Yeah, you good now.
No, Dad, I'm trying to get rid of it because it's the prime example. When you look
Oh
at the
shit.
Philadelphia Negro, he writes and talks about those associations or organizations. But the problem with black people, we were too associated. And his thing was, which was real, Monday nights you going to this meeting, Tuesday nights you at the Masons, and Wednesday nights you at the Odd Fellows, and Thursday night you at something else or whatever. And was getting
Eastern
away from doing work. And
Stars.
it became, yeah, whatever it is, that's women. So you'll be Masons and Eastern Stars. It was the same goddamn thing. Stop it.
But you get away from doing the work for the community. I get the. I'm
And
with you.
somewhat. But you then insulate yourself, then you're taking another step up the rung, supposedly what? You're going, now you're building your own black colleges, right? And so the premier ones are early on Wilberforce, because that was done by the AME, but then Howard becomes a thing. Now you got a base. When the South starts to rise again, now you got what? Morehouse, Spelman, Clark.
Spelman.
Now they become
Yeah.
centers, right? But those even down south are creating an insulated black class, right?
And it be some good buns on them campuses too. True.
Oh my
You
God.
know it's true.
Are you a pervert? You are
All right, I'm gonna
40
fall
some odd
back.
years
I'm gonna
old.
fall back.
Those are like 20 somethings. Get your ass up in some old ass script club with your rusty ass dollars and the rest of your Indian friends. Okay? So but so the Jack and Jill then comes out of that later. I think it was in Minton, right? And that comes what? With now you got a certain segment with this talented 10th, light skinned, insulated, trying to be, highfalutin Madam CJ Walker here, mind you. Don't act like that wasn't going on. All you niggas was lying, dying, frying, light skinning yourself.
The boule
Everybody.
has dreads
Wasn't
now.
just the
Stop
boule.
it. We've
Everybody
moved
was
forward.
crying and dying and lightning.
We've
So,
moved forward. The boule
so
got dreads now. We've
yeah.
moved forward. Chill out, True.
But what they do, and this is my thing, this is just looking through history. So look, you got this great migration going on. These masses of people, and the church was always foundational, and the offshoots of the church, right? Well, those people now use the church to extend their elitism and begin closing the doors, and as I like to say, start acting light skinned. This causes a major contention amongst the masses of people who usually used to use I'm talking about the big churches, and in particular AME, the AME Zion, and then the Baptist Church.
Here go
Right.
the Abyssinian attack. Here we
Right.
go.
So this is Abyssinian. This is
Here
the
we
AME
go.
Church, which is Richard Allen's church. This is AME Zion, which was the competition that was founded in New York, but it's all around the country. They start acting light skinned, elitist, and closing the doors. This is fact.
That is
So
true.
then the people who
So
are coming from South, who typically look at the church for resources, Dev, are being turned away by the light-skinned, uppity, good
That's a
head
fact.
niggas
That's
that's
a fact.
running through Bronzeville in Chicago, through Philadelphia, through the St. through New York. You get what I'm saying? Now
so even
you a
if you didn't,
college.
even if your income or you wasn't on the income type of level, just the fact that you was light skinned got your foot in the door
No, that's
over
not what he.
somebody
That
that
was
was
a
dark
joke.
skinned and had some money? I'm asking truth, not Will.
And maybe in certain doors. How about that? Because some certain doors, no matter how midnight you look,
No,
how
I
You're
much
got
not.
you.
money you got, and how much midnight you
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
you
We'll
yeah.
get
wasn't
you
getting in
in.
certain places. Let me go to the Cotton Club if
Like a
you want.
hotel or something. Yeah.
Like no, like the Cotton Club.
Leave the
Oh, yeah. Oh, any
AKAs
You
out of
entertainment.
was
this.
not
Yeah, yeah,
Ayo,
getting
yeah.
in the
ski
Cotton
weed to
Club.
all my AKAs. Leave the
Once again, it
AKAs
had
out of
nothing because
this.
there was dark skin AKAs all of y'all. So don't try to mix that shit up
Yeah,
again.
nobody
It wasn't
wants
the
to be a
mulatto
boule, Will.
party. Get
I
out of
mean,
here.
damn, that ain't even fucking black
So
power, yo. What the fuck you
what's
talking about?
happening now? You trying to carve out some white collar class, and it goes along to the Gilded Age. And I'm not going to just. It's a lot going on in those times. Period. But what happens is they close the doors and begin to elitize themselves, acting light skinned, right? That gives the emergence for what we see as far as your woke-topian roots, because out of that comes the storefront churches, comes the scam gods, shysters, and Huxtable that Taz love to throw the darts at, right? Comes all of your mystical shrines and Muslim ways, comes
Get them
all of
niggas,
it.
Taz.
Comes
Get
your
them niggas.
Avoisms, comes all of it. Comes your Father Divine, you can look him up, your Noble Drew Ali's and your Fard Muhammad's. And all of this comes out of that.
What was
Storefront
my
church
nigga name? Price. What
storefront
was my
churches
nigga
in
name?
particular, Dav. But this is not just a northern thing, because these versions now you got rooms in the South and the backwoods America. Can none of these niggas read the good Bible, but they bishops down there. Dav, my uncle was a bishop in Virginia. I swear this nigga couldn't read. Huh? Bishop. He wasn't the only one.
I
Thought he
hate
was
this
big time
nigga.
because he had a radio show on a Sunday, Dav. Couldn't hear it but 30 miles.
This is slander. This is slander.
This is a
Leave that
fact.
man
This is
alone.
my own
Leave that
blood.
man alone.
Right? Reverend. Talking about he was a bishop. I thought that was shit was big my whole life. I'm like, wait a minute, bishop.
I hate this true nigga. I
Yo,
hate
this
this nigga.
nigga
I
didn't,
swear
yo,
I
son,
do.
it was
Wasn't that Tupac's name on
huh?
wasn't that
Say it again.
Tupac's name in what's that movie that he was in,
Yeah,
Tupac?
no, I'm talking about no. This was old Uncle Rev, the Bama part of my family, who was like,
Yeah,
told
this
us
goes
he
back.
was a bishop in his church. Okay,
Praise him. Praise his holy name.
And so he was instantly connected to an institution.
I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000. He used to drive up here on Thanksgiving. I don't know nothing. That was the Bama's that was coming up to see, the New York family, right? Always
Hmm.
take his wife shopping. Go to Macy's and right. So
That's the
what
only
they
reason they come to New York. The
go back
caddy
to
is clean.
Bamaville and stunt down there, right?
Yeah,
Stunt.
yeah.
And I didn't get this. Oh, you was an old. Yeah, this is
That's
Reverend,
what
my
I do when
nigga.
I come back up top, my nigga. We going
Yeah,
right to
that's called
34th Street.
climbing. You know what that is, Willie? I'm gonna tell the rest of it. That's called the climber. That's what you're right. You're climbing and clawing you where you think the trinkets and jewels of the blue veins you can ever achieve. You're not the
Validation.
pedigree,
Yeah,
right?
I get it.
Your height is Meghan Markle.
Oh, hey yo, you disrespectful. Oh, hey yo, stop playing with me, True. Cause you don't have to be that
I'm just
disrespectful, bro.
saying, son, you could be right there. They gonna put
Now
me.
that
Yeah, let's go get.
resonated with me. Stop being
Remember
so
her, the Meghan Markle was part
disrespectful.
of the family. They was in the royal family.
Just
Remember
teach.
them?
You don't
Nah,
have to
come on,
disrespect
Willie.
to teach,
You know
True.
that shit. Cheesing up in the company cookout. Ain't no. Hey, Will, come here.
You don't have to be disrespectful to teach. Just
That's what
teach.
I said.
Cut the
Hey, Will, come
bullshit,
here,
True.
Will. Come get in this pic. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. He
This
ain't
nigga got
lying.
the Tiger Woods Nikes on in the picture, thinking he protesting on a golf course. Yo, guys.
I be throwing on my gang sign though in the picture, like they don't even see it.
Say, Will, you still wearing that Tiger Woods gear, huh?
I got the hat and all that, the gloves. Like, hey, yo, True, you can see me with my gloves on, my nigga.
Oh shit. Nah, William, that's the thing. I didn't really. I started studying Boule. I actually got the Boule history book, all type of wild shit. So yeah, I got all of the primaries and all of that shit. But I wasn't. I didn't realize there's a distinction growing up, and like there's certain ways you start to see people like, okay, how you get up in here? Either you
Let me
could
ask
dump.
you a very
But
simple
hold
question,
on, no,
True.
this is important. No, before you say anything, this
Go
is
ahead.
important. How you get up in these circles? Either you can read good, or you
Yep.
can dunk, or you got some type of pedigree with you, right? I was more of the
Those
first
are the
two.
three elements.
I could read, dunk. I could read good, and I could dunk.
You
So that
couldn't
was
dunk.
my way.
You had the pedigree. You from Bed-Stuy. Stop capping. But go ahead.
I
Make your
had
point.
nah, nigga. What you mean pedigree, nigga? Fuck out
Nigga,
of
you
here,
don't
nigga.
hoop like
But
that. We know about you, Bed-Stuy, nigga.
my point is, once you get around, you start to think, well, how else did these people get here? I'm being real, right? So
Yeah.
you like, okay, where did the money come from, like, or whatever? And that's when you start to like, yo, how come they don't never be at the block parties and all these other type of things, but they always be around and all type of shit, and you wonder the social dynamic. You know, that was during the crack era. Those that they told they told them kids not to play with us.
They're not at the block party. They
Remember,
at the
y'all
couch.
remember them kids in the hood?
Yeah.
Their parents was like, "Don't you go play with them? Don't you go play?"
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Like they parents, they two parents, and always in that church. Y'all could Google Stuyvesant Abbey right now. I could show you the churches. That's the Brooklyn version. It's always, any Chicago, Brooklyn, everywhere got their own version. Philly,
Strivers Row.
but they end up going at the time. This is like the early '90s, and all of that Hillman vibe. Going to the Howards and Spellmans and the Morehouses of the world, and that's when
True.
you start to see like, oh
But
wait a minute,
true.
this is a little
Is
bit older
Stivers
money.
Row not where you get your Keith Wrights, where you get your Inez Dinkins, where you get your David Dinkins, where you get your Charlie Rangels?
Yeah,
Even
but
for all their failures.
what you're gonna do is gonna make me give Psycho more ammo, because when you then like
Yeah,
I
go
sit in the
ahead. Yeah.
hold on, I'm no, because I sit in the gray area. That's the problem, Willie, because you're not gonna
Gray.
give me the swing to the yes, not to your side either, because they were the fucking elitists that Psycho rants about, who tried to insulate themselves and get a few dollars from the goddamn man, whether Percy Sutton Dinkins that you speak of, although I love him as our first black mayor. Otherwise, David Patterson,
Man, fuck that
Charlie
dude.
Rangel, all tried to use the exploitative tactics of one Adam Clayton Powell. Please don't think I'm on your
If you
side
don't have
either.
Percy Sutton, you lose your Apollo.
If you have more control over it during the empowerment zone, you don't let Clinton do the flim flam, and
I
you
agree
got
with that.
mesmerized by Magic Johnson and
I
let
agree
him
with
be the
that.
poster boy for you losing 125th Street and Harlem when they came down here and convinced your
This
grandmama to
AO
sell
True.
a
Let's stay in
$2
New York for a second.
million brownstone for
Look,
$300,000, thinking she was going to what? Move to Charleston. She going to go back to Charleston and buy that house, right? Well, she got down there, bought that goddamn house, and the white folks came right down there now and taking that too. Now tell me I'm
true,
lying about some
true,
shit.
true.
What?
Phil Moreau. He was the senior vice president of HUDC before 2/5 became Disney World. He was brokenhearted because he saw where it was going. This was
Well,
my
we
mentor.
saw it young
This
because
was my
it
mentor.
was barber shops.
I'm
It
with
was
you.
the typical Negro can do in instance places, but we was doing things. Then you had a cake spot and all the second stuff that comes around that. You had black clothing stores coming about. People were trying to do their thing. They're building industry. What happens is they smell that Negroes is doing something,
Yeah.
and then you get mesmerized by Magic Johnson and any other Duncan Negro they put before you, who is just a front man for billions of dollars, and you get flim flam, right? So they made it. Oh, what happened? Magic Johnson give your punk ass that Starbucks, and then he gonna have a movie theater, and you thinking you gonna have what? Goddamn Laker land on 125th Street. What happened to you? The white
And
folks
in,
changed the game. Y'all can look up the
and
empowerment
in, and
zone
in
era,
5 years, he
Hold on,
sells
this is
everything.
important. This is not just a New York thing. Look around the corner, look in your Google and Google
Mhm.
when all those empowerment zones that was supposed to fix LA and fix
It's in every
Chicago and
hood. I
fix
agree.
California and all that shit. They
I
came in,
agree.
we was doing something with our barbershops. We got access money to all the other things that we do to start building our first little commercial businesses. And as soon as they see some creativity come, they come and swoop in, huh? Big bank take little bank and start to gentrify your punk ass. Don't
Yeah,
make me
that's
start.
true. That is true.
Don't make me
But
start.
but this is why my
Gas.
nigga
What
Marley
happened?
loves
Here's
Harlem.
what happened over the past quarter century in gas grandmamas to sell a house here and sell a house here with the dreams of going back home like grandmama always wanted to do. She's getting to those places now. Look at what's happening in Charleston. Look at what's happening in all those places that they went and now they're getting priced out of all these goddamn places too. Yes?
Hey, yo, true. Bluffton, South Carolina. Bluffton. Yeah. It's literally in the Forbes as one of the top places to go retire. And it was a black town right outside of Hilton Head. But yeah, when I got left the property, I'm not gonna go live there. I sold it. I understand the argument. I understand the failures and the mistakes we've made. But I'm not gonna say and it in many ways benefited us more than it hurt
All I'm
us.
gonna say, yo, you could say what you want. It wasn't no failure. And I gotta go real quick. But grandma survived, yes, the crack era when she was
I
tired and
agree.
sold that house because she bought it for 60 grand and sold it for 300K and moved back to Charleston. Good enough. She did her job. Goodbye.
I agree.
Yeah, find out what's Ross Baraka main running agenda, Psycho. I'd be very interested in finding out if he's gonna either take what's on the table now, or was there something that he was doing in Newark, or from his own perspectives, and try to translate that on a state level. Now, based on your the last part of your comment,
He's done good work.
just take note, and good is subjective.
Yeah.
Take note of how the Republican Party looked in 2007 and how the Republican Party looked in 2017.
There's a lot of niggas in there now.
It's only one president.
But it's a lot of Tim Scotts.
But the Republican Party of 2007 is nowhere near uh, the Republican Party in
I agree with
2017,
that. I agree with that.
and that's only one president in between that.
Well,
So are we saying the Democratic Party as a whole, national, state, county, local, city, how it? I mean, what is the Democratic Party? The
Dev,
Democratic Party,
I'm
from
saying we
what
don't
I'm
have a
hearing
unified
since
agenda.
2009, when I hear the word Democrat, mostly what I hear is rainbow and everything else that comes with it. I don't know, might not even apply to black people.
I'm with you.
Why do I need to hear a political party is primarily associated with rainbow? I mean, is that I don't know. For me, is it getting in my way for political overall progression?
I think it depends
Because
on what the
if they're
goal
not
is.
in the Democratic Party, guess what? They're gonna be in some other party,
As soon as I log off, I got you.
pouncing down with support, banging on the
I
Democratic
log off
Party.
at 7. My fault, Dev. I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying, in terms of rainbow, I guess jumping on board with the Democratic Party, MAGA literally, not only did they jump on board with the Republican Party, but they are the face of the Republican Party.
But here's the problem, Dev. While we may, as black men, me and you, have an issue with that, when we go jump on board with their plan, more of their plan is going to be negative for us than just that one point that we do
Why
agree
would it
with
be
them on.
beneficial? I mean that's to be expected. Isn't
So
any
why support it if
organization
it's
that
not
you
going to be
don't
better?
support and you didn't build, isn't that something that you're not necessarily sure? And if it does not benefit you, don't you disassociate yourself with it?
So Dev, why support it if it's not going to be beneficial?
Because you still want the you would still want to take advantage and get some incentives like tax cuts, stimulus checks, infrastructure projects. You want to take advantage of those. That's forming
But those things are typically coming
a
from the
Democrat, don't
Democratic
you?
Party.
Yeah,
Those things,
yeah.
those social programs are typically coming from the Democratic Party. The
I
Republicans are trying
mean,
to cut those
this is
programs.
no mystery. You don't even need to Google this. What you just said.
What I'm saying is, though, we know that those social programs are usually represented and pushed by Domo and the Republican Party. I mean,
It
and
don't
the
matter
Demo.
who they
Hold on,
push
hold on.
by.
By
It don't.
Domo
It
and the
don't. It
Dem.
don't matter who they push by.
Nah,
You
it
don't.
does
You only
matter.
complaining about who they're pushed by because of your, I guess, obsession
Dev,
with wanting to point that out.
Dev, I'm not
So so
disagreeing
so
with
so
you.
what's more detrimental to you? Are you is your children, is your community, as you as a people actually progressing from the program, or are you that fucking pissed off because the head of it or the spokesperson of it is a rainbow? I mean, come
I
on. I
think.
mean, what are your
Hold on, hold
options?
on, hold on. I think I
Go ahead.
actually agree with you there, and that's what I'm illustrating. The problem is, right? We have a lot of blacks attaching themselves to Trump and the Republican Party because of certain things, like
No, the
gay.
main thing is they hate they hated Kamala. It didn't. They wasn't really against Joe Biden. They just hated Kamala more.
I don't. So, Dev, if I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it was really about Kamala. I think it was more about a disdain for the Democratic Party,
No, the
and I just
Democratic
think she was the
Party.
face of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It didn't
I
really have
think
anything to do
that's what
with
I'm
Joe
telling
Biden.
you. We're
No, no, no,
agreeing.
no. I agree with the more of hating the Kamala aspect of it, and they didn't
I
really
think
have any
Kamala was
legitimate
just the
reason.
face. I think Kamala was just the face
Yeah, yeah, she
of the
was forced to
Democratic
face.
Party.
Like
Right.
she didn't really have any options. Like I don't want to run for president. I mean, there was really nothing that she could do other than get ostracized in the media. She didn't. She definitely didn't want that.
Now I agree with you with that. But what I'm saying is when you look at how many blacks are diverging, going the other way, and let's be clear, it's not a huge number, right? But even when you look
By
at
the
those that
numbers,
are, huh?
yeah, by the numbers, it's not like groves, like hundreds and thousands of motherfuckers.
So we agreeing, Dev.
But but my point is, they're not going to the Republican Party because the Republican Party has programs or an attractiveness that would benefit not only them but the rest of the
Us
black
in
community.
totality, I agree with you. I think we're hinging, well, not we, them, right? Those that choose to divert. I think they're hinging their argument on certain small portions, whether it be the LBGTQ conversation or anything else. I think we're hinging those arguments on something small when the reality of what they're doing is way more detrimental to us. I think we actually agree, Dev.
Um,
I want to hear what
in
Taz
terms
say.
of the probably the primary reasons why, if you go from state to state, but again, I'm simply looking at how quick the turnaround was in terms of the MAGA movement and how they were able to use social media just as Barack Obama did in his initial campaigns,
Right.
first and second, use social media to not only align with a niche group,
Change we
and
believe
in
in.
specific, to Psycho's point, that a primary core of that MAGA crowd was former ex Tea Party.
I whoa, that's. But are you
They
talking
were Tea
about blacks
Party.
when you say that?
They were Occupy all Wall Street. You know the motherfucking crowd I'm talking
But
about.
Dev, I don't think blacks are involved in that crowd. When you're talking
Oh
about the
hell
Tea,
no, no,
hold on, Dev,
no,
hold on, Dev.
they
When you're
weren't.
talking about the Tea Party, you're not
Yeah,
talking about blacks.
no, I'm not talking about that that particular group. What do you call it? That the
But
That's
Dev,
a
stay
big
with me.
concern.
You do
Yeah.
realize though that the Tea Party was the infancy
I'm talking
stage
about
of what is
2008 Tea
now
Party.
MAGA.
When I say Tea Party, I'm talking about '08, '09, 2010. That
I know what
first,
you're talking about.
yeah,
I
yeah.
agree. I'm saying blacks weren't involved in the Tea Party. We have
Mm,
something very weird now, where the Tea Party was the infancy stage of MAGA. But now we
yeah.
have this weird dynamic where blacks are identifying themselves with MAGA when they didn't identify themselves with the Tea Party. And when you talk
I
about
don't
these
think they're
groups,
identifying with MAGA. I think they're identifying with I don't want to be associated with Democrat. A
I
la
agree with you there.
prior November 6th, it was Kamala, but now it's since the Democrat doesn't really have a face, it is Democrat.
And look, Dev, this is where you get your Madons who are so frustrated with the Democratic Party and their failures that they crash out for something that doesn't really benefit us.
So without Googling, are you able to list off three main things from on a nationwide level that Democrats have failed the black community at?
I mean, I could go through a host of things.
Go ahead. One, two, three.
I think to the conversation that we've been having, education is one of the primary places where you see that. I think policing as well, right, is an issue that you've seen the Democratic Party push certain agendas, right, where literally Joe Biden was the voice of it, right, that didn't necessarily benefit our community.
I was trying to see where he was going with that. So education, law
Now, my
enforcement.
fault. So when we
Yeah,
look back at the Democrats and our participation in that party, right, and we
yeah.
look at what the face of this party was actually pushing, in opposed to what we actually wanted, that's a fair criticism. But I can't give niggas the green light to say, I'm just gonna go MAGA and be goofy. For whatever failures public
So wait a
school
minute.
has.
Hold on.
Hold on, Dev.
Education.
I'm going to land.
Wait a minute.
Give me two
No,
more
no, no, no.
sentences.
Three. No, no, no. I didn't get three. Education, law enforcement, and what was the third?
You want the third one? Um, I would go with employment, but that one could be debated. Um, a third one, I would say culture. I would say culturally, right? The Democratic Party has benefited from appeasing us in stupid gestures like Nancy Pelosi taking a knee with kente cloth on, but not really pushing the agendas that would benefit our community. So I would use culture as the third one.
I don't agree with that. But
I think
those
they
are your
know how to
views. Go
work
ahead.
us. I think
Every party
Bill Clinton,
appeases
listen, Dev,
to their
I
voters.
think Bill Clinton knows he can go on Arsenio Hall, play his saxophone, and appeal to us. But he
E-
can still push.
every party
But
does
listen,
that.
Dev, but he can still push the super predator agenda, right?
Yeah, every party does that. There's no party that is
Uh,
not appeased to their voters. Duh.
it's different though, right? Like, well,
No, it's
I'm
not
not I'm
different.
not disagreeing with you though. I just want to make that clear. I'm not disagreeing with you. Where the fuck is Taz at?
It's Friday, man. Shit. It's early. It's Friday.
Taz
Uh,
showing them pearly whites. I
we're
want
doing
him
we're
in on
doing
this
a shift.
because I do. The more I listen to Taz, the more I understand his opinion, and I have a better respect for it. It was a time when I thought he was somewhat pro-Trump, but I
He
understand his
never
opinion
said
of being
anything
the
that
antagonist,
no
wanting something better for us. So
no he never said anything to align himself with anything Trump, yo.
I'm saying a goofy nigga, which I can be at times, can take
You
his
just
opinion and believe that's his stance. As I've listened to him
no,
over
you took his
time,
opinion and you applied it to Trump. Taz never said anything to say, oh, that's the same thing Trump said. That
well,
was
now he
nothing that
absolutely did, though. One of his points was, I'm not going to criticize him until I see what these policies do. But I've also heard him on other conversations say, now that I've kind of weighed things out, I do see the detriment that could happen coming from it.
You have a different perspective on a lot of different things, and judging people based on only what they say is probably not a good marker. I
So
would just
Domo,
advise for
talk
that.
to us. What's your opinion, Domo?
My my opinion on what?
On the
Party
angst,
switching or
on the
party jumping.
angst for the Democratic Party making niggas goofy to the point that they become Madonna. Like I'm being silly when I say it like that, but you know what I mean, right?
I think, I mean, if I'd have said it once, I'd have said it a million times. Niggas need to abandon political parties. Fuck a party. Shit is irrelevant. It don't mean what you think it mean. Democrat don't mean this. Conservative don't mean that. Like, and every day we see these things. We see these things to be true, and yet we
So
still
hold
do
on,
this. Oh, this
Domo.
is
Hold on. Here's where I have to challenge you, right? When I listen to you, right? And there's a number of things that I do agree with, right? Your arguments are typically in line with the Democratic Party.
no.
In
You only here's the difference. Here's the difference. You only understand these things, the things that I talk about. Your only relationship with them is what you think you know about Democrats. My understanding of these things comes from my own studies, my own research, what I've done.
so Domo,
So,
I
so hold on.
listen,
So,
Domo
so
though. Hold on.
Is he trying to talk?
yeah, he said, hold on.
This nigga. Go ahead, man, because he is going off of what
Any
other people say
moderate
about you.
Democrat in New York was what we knew would win the mayoral campaign, right?
I don't understand what this had to do with what I just said.
You're talking about your opinion comes from this place of what you've studied. What I'm telling
Domo
you
only
is
has one opinion?
what I'm telling you is I've been involved in these
What the
campaigns.
hell is this?
Okay, but see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Let me
I've
switch the
studied
profile
political
picture. Hold
philosophy.
on.
I've studied political philosophy as a concept. You go to campaign rallies. So you again, if you're only hearing these types of conversations from campaign rallies, then you're only going to understand them from the perspective of, oh, this is what Democrats say. I'm actually well read. I'm actually well researched. I've invested my own time in understanding these things, not just the talking points. Because a lot of the things that even when Joe Biden was leaving office and he brought up the oligarchs, that was a kick in the shin for leftists. Because it's like, nigga, you made it possible for oligarchs. You defend corporate interests. So it's like you think that, oh well, a Democrat say it, that means there must be some Democrat shit. No, Democrats rely
Here's the
on
problem though,
Demo. Hold
Domo.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
You
on.
said
Demo,
specifically that Trump is your op. You said that, right? You
because he's
stand against.
created anti. I am a
Hold on.
DEI practitioner.
Hold
He's
on.
creating policy against DEI.
So
Yeah,
listen to what I'm saying. So listen to what I'm saying. You end up getting backed in a box where the only people defending DEI are those Democrats. So you can
I
claim,
listen. But
hold on.
that's the thing. I don't care. I'm defending DEI because of the reasons why I defend DEI. If Democrats also defend DEI, okay. I don't allow what Democrats do to define like my goal, my mission, what it is that I'm focused on. You are. That's what I'm like. You niggas are more obsessed with it because that's the only way you can have the conversation. You can't talk about the ideologies. You can't talk about the philosophies. You can't talk about the policy. You can't talk about.
Hold on,
Hold on.
Domo.
You can't. No, no, you can't talk about these things.
I
So
can
you
know.
you rely on all you know, and that's Democrats and Republicans. That's
Yeah,
irrelevant to me.
just because I hate Trump, that don't automatically make me a Democrat. I hate
I
Trump. I hate Trump policies.
Domo.
How
Domo
does that
though.
automatically make me Democrat?
That's a great question, right? So if you declare that Trump is your op, right, you can't see anything in his policies that you agree with and would support.
No, it's not. No, no,
You
no, no,
vote.
no. It's not.
Let me
Hold on, no.
finish. Can I
Because no,
finish?
no, no,
All right, go ahead.
no.
Go
Because
keep on.
the way that you framing it, the way that you framed why I don't fuck with Trump is like that's the base. That's the, again. That's the lack of proficiency in comprehension. That is the lack of proficiency in comprehension. It's not that I can't see. No, when we talk about Trump's economic policies, top economists say that they're bad policy. When we talk about what he's doing with anti-discrimination legislation, nigga, as a DEI practitioner, I can see what's wrong. I can see the detriment in these things, and I can see these things not just from the perspective of Donald Trump. I can see it when
So
Democrats do
Domo.
it.
So
I can see it
Domo,
when the Supreme Court does it.
I completely understand that, right? What I'm
No,
saying
you
is
don't. I'm
when
telling you, you
no,
don't. But go ahead.
I'm telling you I do. But what
Watch
you
this. Now
don't
watch this.
understand simply is that when you are vocal that you are anti this, right? If you don't say that you're associated with that, right? Then what are you associated with? The Green Party, whatever it might
No,
be,
no,
right?
bro. This I'm
Hold on, let
telling
me
you.
make my point. Hold on, let
I'm
me make
telling
my
you, I don't have to say I'm associated with shit, bro. I don't have to say I'm associated with it. I don't have to say I'm associated with a motherfucking thing, bro. What are you talking about? If I'm
Domo,
anti-white
Domo,
nationalism, I
Domo,
am
listen.
anti-racism.
Slow down,
I
slow
am
down. Slow
anti-racist.
down, slow down,
I
slow
don't get.
down.
That's what
Hold
I
on.
am.
Slow down,
This
slow down.
this whole oh
Let me
you gotta
make a
say who
point,
you
Domo.
associate
And
with,
I'm asking you a
bro. You
question
keep
and I'm going to
saying
give
dumb
you the
shit.
floor back. I want to ask you a question. I'm going to give you the floor back, right? I don't think you were fully wholeheartedly in support of Kamala, but the argument was this is better than the opposition. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. Kamala Harris would not try to defund the Department of Education.
Slow down.
Kamala
So when
Harris
you
would not
slow
repeal
down, slow down,
anti-discrimination policies.
slow
Yeah.
down. I
She wouldn't have did
understand
none of
that.
this shit.
I understand that. This is the point I'm making, right? When you are in opposition to something and you use a certain party to make your argument, whether you believe it or
I
not,
don't use a
you're
party to
aligned.
make my argument. I'm talking about a candidate, nigga. Kamala Harris is
Can
a candidate.
a
Donald Trump is a
candidate
candidate.
a
So if we
candidate
compare two
attached
candidates and we
to
say,
a
if we
candidate
compare,
attached
you're
to a party?
this is called you're trying to pigeonhole a conversation about Democrats where it don't have to be necessary. We can look at the two candidates, look at their proposed policy, look at what they did while they were in office, and say who was better without talking about party. I can do that. You can't. So you're attempting to pigeonhole the relevance of the Democratic Party in things where the conversation can happen, and we don't need to talk about Democrats. Who is a better candidate? Who had better policy? And not even just from my own opinion, but what are economists saying about their economic plans?
How
What
do
are
you
political
have the
scientists saying
how do
about
you
their
have
impact on the
the
government?
who is conversation without aligning yourself with a party? If you're saying
By
that this
talking
option, if
policy.
you're saying, hold
Talking, I
on,
know I have the
hold
answer to
on,
that
no,
question.
I
By
ain't
talking
finished yet. Let
policy.
me ask the
By
question because
talking
you cut.
policy.
Yo,
No,
bro,
by
can I
talking
get two
policy. I'm answering
seconds?
it.
All right,
I'm
go ahead.
answering it. No, no, I'm answering it. The way that you have a conversation about these candidates without talking about party is by talking about policy. If you don't know what their policy proposals are, all you're gonna do is talk about their party because
Okay.
that's the only thing
So
you
hold
know.
on. So let me ask you a question. Do you fundamentally support the policies that Kamala stood on, or did you just think she was a better choice than this nightmare that got elected?
Her policies may not have been perfect. There may have been major criticism. I have a lot of criticism with Kamala Harris policy and moderate Democratic policies writ large, but it still would have been better, comparatively speaking. Yeah, better. This isn't hard. This is but
That's
you
my
can't
point,
do
though,
this
Domo.
because you
That's
have
my
been
point.
brainwashed. You have been brainwashed in the party
It's not that
politics.
I've been
You can't help
brainwashed.
it.
See, you putting smut
If
on
you
my name.
you talk
It's not
politics,
about me being
you have to do
brainwashed.
this.
You're not being real. You're aligned with that rainbow flag. You're just not being real about
This
it.
is brainwash. Yeah, this is brainwash. I can have a conversation
I
about
knew it was
policy
gonna come
and
up.
political ideology without talking party. But your argument has now devolved into, oh, I'm just not being real.
What I'm saying
That's
is,
what your argument has devolved into.
if you're talking about a comparison of the parties, you are aligning yourself with
I'm not
parties,
talking
whether you
about the
like it or
comparison of
not.
the parties. I'm talking about
You
the
are
comparison of the
though.
candidates. I'm talking about the comparison of the candidates, bro.
And when
I'm
you
talking
talk
about the
about the
comparison of
can
the candidates.
and when you talk about the candidates,
That's what I'm
you're
saying. All right,
talking
all
about
right, I'm done.
you're
Stop
talk
asking me questions, bro.
stop
I'm done
running.
talking to
Nah,
you.
don't run. Don't
Nah,
run,
cause you
nigga.
keep saying the same
I'm
shit,
not in the
nigga.
debate
If
league.
your
You stay
argument,
there.
if
This
your
is a
argument is
sparring
just, if
match.
your
I'm
argument is
not
that
in
I'm
the
not being
debate
real,
league. Don't
get
run.
off my dick, nigga. Stop asking me questions. Get off my dick, bro. Get off my dick. Let's just do that. Get off my dick. You dick eating heavy right now. You're just not being real. No, bro. Whatever. If you believe that,
Pause.
fine. Believe that. But you dick eating heavy
Damn.
right now, my nigga. I don't know why you care that much about what I think. I don't know why you so invested in whether
I
in
was just having a
with me and this whatever.
conversation with you, but I'll let Taz
You
handle
was
you.
dick
I'll let Taz
eating,
handle
nigga.
you like he
You
handled
dick
you on
eating,
the
bro.
last debate. I was just trying to have a
Okay, now you dick
conversation with
eating
you.
him. Now you dick eating him. Hilarious. Hilarious.
I could say you dicky and them trannies, but I'm not gonna go there.
Nigga, your mama dick eating trannies, nigga. Shut up. We can leave it at that. Nigga, your mama dick eating trannies. And look,
Come on, let's
I'm
go, Will.
inclusive.
You
I'm
said you want to
inclusive,
talk
so
about
I
politics,
don't
right?
judge it for it. I don't judge it for it. I'm inclusive. I
See,
don't judge it
see,
for it.
see how this ain't got shit to do with politics no more. Real fast.
Yeah.
Ayo, Dev, but this is my point, right? While niggas is studying this shit that Domo claims he doing, look how I'm sunning Eric Adams. You see my arm around this nigga neck, right? So when niggas say, right, you're just speaking from a place of what you don't know, right? That's a false attack. I'm not even trying to argue with the nigga. He's attacking me because he can't stand on his point. He doesn't want to admit he supports the Democratic Party. He's more in line with them than even being open to the possibilities of what the Republican Party might represent. He's lying about being aligned with the Democratic Party. That's my only
No, you
point.
ask him one question. You ask him of the two. You only got two options. You can't
All right,
say
Dev, you see
neither.
me, Eric
Wait a
Adams,
minute.
my
Wait a
nigga?
minute. Wait a second. Wait a second. You you can't say neither, and you can't say both. You can only say this one or that one, A or B, right? And when you ask him that question, you automatically presented and threw him in a separate question, something that had nothing to do with the original question. Which party is better has nothing to do about what you do support
Policy?
or what you don't support.
So you're saying party has nothing to do with policy?
No, I'm saying asking him which party is the better of the two options has nothing to do with what he personally supports.
But Dev, what I'm saying is when you deal with the policies, listening to him, he is very gung ho on saying, I may not agree with everything the Democrats do, but they're better than the Republicans. When you
That
do
doesn't
that,
mean you
when
support
you,
the Democratic Party.
but it does mean you're aligned with them.
No, it
That's a
does
fact.
not.
All
Why
right.
are you trying to
Maybe I'm
force
bugging.
this
Maybe I'm
goddamn
bugging.
fucking
I
issue?
might be wrong, Dev. I might be wrong.
What you mean might be?
Yo,
That's
Dev.
obviously that
Hey, yo,
you're
Dev, you
not
see that
correct.
nigga? You see that nigga in my profile pic? I hope get that nigga elected, man. So don't think, right? Like, some niggas talk about what they study. Some niggas are actually in the field.
I'm not gonna
Do
throw
you
you a
see me
party
with the
because you
mayor of
got a
New
picture
York?
with Adams
Do
in
you
your
see me with the
profile,
mayor
man.
of New York? right? We can make jokes about this Boule shit, and me even claiming Boule is a joke in itself. I'm not a part. I'm not that pedigree.
We figured that
I
out
realize
already.
that,
Yeah.
right? I realize that I'm not that pedigree, right? But I am in a position where I am involved with the people actually getting shit done. I don't even disagree with most of what Domo stands on. But the problem is when it comes down to the policies, you unfortunately end up aligning yourself with a group so much that you gotta crash out. That's just the facts. I think that nigga in my profile pic, Eric Adams, he gonna fuck around and run for New York as the first Republican black New York governor. That's the plan when I talk to niggas. Let's see if it happened. I don't know. But
Yeah.
we
Even if
knew we
they
could
drop the
get him,
case.
but we knew we could get him elected because he was a moderate Democrat, right? A moderate Democrat is Bill Clinton, right? Now there's a lot of flaws with that. The moderate Democrat said, go ahead, go ahead. Go ahead, my fault. I thought you were jumping in. But yeah, that's me and Eric Adams right there. That's me. Campaign
I
run.
I think Domo got out the car. But
Where the fuck is Taz at?
damn man, can you slow down? You sound kind of suspect right now. Stay
Hey
on
yo. All
topic.
right,
Yo,
what's the topic,
you
Dev?
have this you
I'm
have
listening.
this you have this narrow perspective on the scope of the black community. Most
I
black
agree.
people not
I agree.
have
My scope has become very narrow because my focus is always on success. So that does, in the black space, it does create a narrow scope and view of things. I agree with you. I wouldn't argue that.
but I'm saying though, just because you don't have a lot of zeros in your bank account does not automatically put you in a space of success. I know a lot of uneducated, unintelligent, really implicitly biased against anti-black people that are black.
I
I
agree.
mean, they are in mid and senior level management. They're in high political offices,
Hmm.
and they don't give a shit about black agenda.
I agree. I agree slightly, right?
Nah, because you don't want to ruin your fucking relationship.
Nah, it
This
ain't
nigga,
that. Nah,
this
it ain't
nigga ain't
that.
talking about
Me,
shit.
go
I'm
ahead,
telling
He
Taz.
you,
don't want
as
to ruin
long
his
as,
relationship. If
as
word got
long
out that
as,
he would agree, then shit, motherfucker ain't gonna respond to his fucking emails and text messages.
as long as niggas think that just pointing the finger saying Democrat, pointing the finger say Republican is intelligent political discourse, niggas will never be able to fully like have any type of political maturation.
But Domo, you know that's not me. You
No, it
know
is you.
that's not
You
me.
just did it.
I've
100%,
never
bro.
presented the pro-Trump stance ever
No, no,
that
no.
you
I
can
didn't
quote
say
me on.
no, 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 no. I didn't say you were pro Trump. See, that's what I'm saying. I didn't. This is this is the eighth grade proficiency niggas be talking
Nah,
about.
let's have a conversation. This ain't eighth grade proficiency, my nigga. Like, I've gone to a PWI university and I do very well for myself. There's no need to insult me, right? Because then I'm gonna
No, it
start
is.
talking, because then I'm gonna start talking stupid about how much money I got. I don't wanna go there.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
saying
already
let's
been
have,
but you already been
I'm saying
exposed.
simply, I'm saying
Nobody
simply,
believes you
no,
on that money
look,
shit,
look,
nigga.
look, look, look. I'm
Nobody
saying there's
believes you on
no,
that money shit.
all right, but
So
niggas
you can't even
hold
talk
on,
like that no more.
hold on, but niggas
You
can
can't even talk
believe,
like that no
but
more, nigga.
niggas can believe they
So you can
lying
talk that money
eyes.
shit. You can talk that money shit all
But
you want,
niggas
nigga. But you
can
already
believe they're lying
niggas are
eyes.
already like cap,
Nah,
cap,
slow down, Domo. Hold up. But niggas can
cap.
believe they're lying eyes. So when I present a picture of me on the campaign run with the current
Bro,
mayor
who
of New
gives a
York,
fuck? Who cares? Like, matter of fact, if you have such a criticism of Democrats, why are you dick eating Eric Adams?
This is goofy.
What is going on here? You
So that's a
you
great.
are
So
showing
that's a
you
great.
are
Hold on,
showing
hold
more
on,
of
hold
a
on. That's a great
you are
question.
showing to be more of a
That's a
Democrat
great
than I am.
question.
I
That's a
can't show
great
you no
question.
pictures of me ass kissing Democrats, bro.
I
You have
know,
no
cause you're
pictures of
not
me
in
ass
them
kissing Democrats.
circles.
When
You
did
have
Yeah,
your
because I'm
Democrats
not
get
power,
trying to
goofy
be.
nigga.
I'm
You
not
just
trying
read
to
books
be.
and be on YouTube.
Exactly.
Right.
Hold on.
You'll
Hold
never
on.
get
First,
in
I
them
was almost.
circles.
Hold on. Look.
You
First,
will
is Damo's a
never get in
Democrat,
them
and now
circles.
it's not in those
No
circles.
matter
Yes,
how
you're in the
well you
Democratic
defend
circles.
them. Because I
No
do
matter. No,
agree. You
you're in the
defend
Democratic
them
circle.
very
It's
well.
you.
You'll
It's
never
you.
enter those circles.
It's you. You're in the Democratic circles. You are the Democratic dick eater. It's you. What are
what
you
did he
talking
get out of
about?
those circles that
This I don't
everybody
even
was saying?
understand how this makes sense at this point. He goes from saying, Damo, you're the Democrat, to look at me hugging up with Democrats. What?
Is there something in those circles that don't belong to most black people across the country?
That's what, like, yo,
Absolutely.
the thing that Will brags the most about
Absolutely.
is his proximity to crackers, his
Absolutely.
proximity to
Ayo, Dez,
Democrats.
even that black
Oh
man
no.
you see me
Flag on
standing
the play,
next to
man.
doesn't have the best interest of the average black in New York City in
And you
mind.
hugged up next to him.
Mm.
Yeah.
And you're a hugged nigga, you are op. You are
Listen,
one of them, not
hold on,
me.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
You are
That
one of
picture,
them.
listen, Domo,
You are looking at the
listen,
picture and saying,
listen,
this
Domo,
individual right here don't have our
listen,
best
Domo,
interest. Hey, but can we
listen,
take a picture?
listen,
Can
Domo,
I get a, hey, can we get a pic?
listen,
I,
Domo.
I don't think you got my best interest
All
at
right, you
heart, but can we
crashing
get a
out.
pic?
Go ahead, crash out.
Can
Crash
can
out.
we get a
What
pic
kind of
together?
reaction were you looking for
Like,
Domo,
what
when you
the
popped that
fuck?
picture
Domo,
up on your
Domo, that
avatar?
picture is your argument, right?
Well,
Why you made
somebody
the
No,
supposed to
bro,
say
statement?
that
you
picture is
man?
irrelevant to me, bro. That picture exposes you. It's not my argument. That picture exposes your hypocrisy.
I never claimed I don't fuck with the Democrats. I never claimed that. Never once did I jump out the window to
Bro,
defend Trump.
but hold on. I said I don't fuck with Democrats. What are you talking about?
This is my point.
So, wait. So you want me to be like you? You want me to be
No,
fake like you?
no. That's
You
not what
want me
I'm
to be
saying.
fake like you? That's
I
why.
want you
What is
I want
so
you to
what?
realize, I want you to realize that every time you and Taz come in contention, it's because you're not being real. That you do represent that
What
Democratic
are you
Party.
talking, bro?
You're
That
capping.
is stupid nigga
You're
talking points, bro.
capping.
That is stupid nigga talking
You
points, bro.
defend you
It's
debated on
borderline
immigration.
insane,
You
Will.
took the Democratic
Yeah.
stance on
No,
immigration
I didn't take
and
the
you lost.
Democratic stance, nigga.
And you
What
lost.
Demo? Hold on. What Democrats talk about immigration policy being used against being used against freed Africans? Name one Democrat you heard talk about that. Yeah,
You
shut the
right,
fuck
King.
up.
You right,
Yeah,
King.
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hey yo, I
That's what
can't
I'm
even
saying,
agree
nigga.
with you, bro. I wasn't trying to trigger you, bro. I promise you I wasn't.
Bro, you're not triggering
You're the
me.
only one that's
The fuck
triggered
are you
though.
talking about? Yeah, you the one that. Oh, you're not being real, Damo. You're not being what?
I mean, you're not.
Nigga, like what the fuck is you
You
talking? Like,
literally
and this
defend
is
the
why I
L.
say, bro.
You
Listen.
literally said I'm allied with homos. You said
Yeah.
that. You're on
Yes.
record for saying that.
Yes.
If
I'm
that's
saying it
not
again right
Democrat, I
now
don't know what is.
because you're dumb,
So
bro.
stop the cap.
You're dumb. You don't think
Stop
there's
the cap.
anti-gay
What
Democrats?
I'm
You don't
saying
think
to
there's
you is
anti-gay
what
Democrats?
allows niggas to
I'm
completely
waiting on him to
separate
say, "Ain't
themselves
there?
from
There
your
is no
party
rainbow
is,
Republican."
all right, y'all
Bro,
make
he
this
must
shit
not
up,
know
man.
about log cabin Republicans. He must not know
I,
about the log cabin Republicans.
I'm
He don't know
waiting
about
on
that.
that. I've been
I
looking
know
for it in
about
the
them
chat
homo
too.
niggas. Pause. I'm not aligned with them. Pause. I know about them log
Yeah,
cabin
Nobody's
we
asking who
understand.
you,
Republicans.
How do
bro.
Pause.
it automatic?
Nobody's asking
That's why
who
we don't
you're aligned
understand.
with.
Yeah, how do it
I
This,
mean,
automatically
you
mean
made
you
the
only
statement that
align
I
with
don't know
Democrats?
log cabin.
Yeah.
I know that
Rainbow,
is pause worthy. Aligning
rainbow only
yourself with
applies
log
to
cabin
Democrats. Man,
Republicans
get the fuck up
is
out of
bro.
here with that
pause
shit.
worthy.
But now you're proving my point, bro. So you only understand human rights issues or social justice issues from the perspective of Democrats. You can't have the conversation of social justice policy outside of Democrats. You can't do it. And so you're saying I'm being fake because my conversation limitation extends beyond your capabilities. That's not triggering for me. You're the one that's triggered.
Now, my capabilities aren't the point of contention.
But
Yes,
you
I
they
didn't
know what
are.
deny
I,
you didn't deny the you trigger part
I
though,
not
did
only know what I stand on, but I do.
he? Can't even keep his
You
connection.
don't know what you don't know what you stand on because you yourself is sitting up here saying, oh, Damo, you a Democrat, and Democrats say this and Democrats do that, and then be like, look at me, and then picture with a Democrat. Like, what the fuck is the point?
I don't know what I
Like,
don't
what
know
is
how
like
that.
what like really? What is the point of this conversation? I feel like some niggas should be wanting to talk to me, bro.
So my simple point was own it. When you have these conversations, your opinion, whether it's, I'm not even going to say it's a pro
Bro, I have
democratic
nothing to
stance,
own. I
but what
own
I'm
what I
saying
believe.
is, hold on, when you're
Hold on, wait. So you think?
anti-Republican,
So
when
wait. So
you
you
are
think that? Hold on, look. You think?
anti-Republican,
Hold on. Let
whether
me
you
ask you a
want to
question. Let
admit
me
it
ask
or
you a question.
not,
Let me ask you
you
a
have
question. Let me ask you a
aligned
question.
yourself
You
with the
think? You think
Democratic
I'm?
Party.
Hold on,
And
look.
there's
Hold
no,
on, let me ask
you
you a question.
yelling,
Let me
you
ask you a
triggered.
question. Let me ask
Go
you a
ahead, talk
question.
to
Let me
me.
ask you a
Talk
question.
to
Let me
me.
ask you a question.
Don't ask me now because you're not going to
You
let me
think?
respond. Just
You
talk.
think? No. Hold on. You think
Just
that
talk.
I'm willing to say that I am an ally to the queer community, but I'm not willing to say that I'm a Democrat?
Yes.
Damn, it took you a little bit long. You hesitated for a
Yeah, bro.
minute.
Took
You
me a
you
second
a
to
dick.
think
You
about it,
stumbled
Dad.
You
on that.
you a dick eater, bro. You a dick eater. Yeah, you a
And
dick
then it
eater.
gets
Pause,
goofy
man.
like that.
Extra pause.
But
Yeah.
I am not an ally of
Nah, yeah.
homosexuals.
But
You,
you're an ally of
from your
Democrats.
own words,
You're an
are
ally of
allied
Democrats,
with
though. You're an ally of
homosexuals.
Democrats, though.
Don't
You're an ally
project
of
that
Democrats,
shit
though,
on
right?
me. I'm
You're
not
an ally of
allied with
Democrats, though,
homos.
right?
You are.
But you're an ally of
Out of your
Democrats.
own mouth,
Are you
you
an
are
ally of
allied
Democrats?
with homosexuals.
Are you
Am
an
I
ally
lying?
to
Am
Democrats?
I
No,
lying?
no, you're not lying.
All
Now
right
watch
then.
this.
All right then.
You're not lying. Are
All
you
that
an ally to
dicky shit you
Democrats?
talking about, I never claimed that. You
Are you an
claim that them
ally to
homos is your
Democrats?
allies. Don't
Are
project that
you an
on me.
ally to
Don't
Democrats? Yes or
project
no?
that on me.
Are you an ally to Democrats? Yes or no?
When it benefits me,
When it benefits,
yeah. I have no
So
problem
yeah,
with voting for a
this is
Democrat.
yes.
I
crazy.
have
So
absolute,
yes.
yo, look,
This
I
is
So
have no
crazy.
yes.
problem
You
voting for a
Democrat ass
Republican as
nigga.
well.
What's wrong with being aligned with Democrats? What's wrong with
Nothing.
that?
Nothing.
No, I'm
I'm
saying
lost.
when
Then
it
what?
benefits
Hold on. Then
part.
why are we having this
Yeah.
What
conversation,
was
bro?
my answer?
Why is
What
like?
was
Why
my
does it
I
answer?
think
matter?
he's
Why does
trying
it
to
matter
say.
that I don't fuck with Democrats?
I think he's
This
trying
is
to say,
Hey,
stupid.
yo,
Domo,
young deity, let me know when he finished
when you
screaming.
hold
Young
on real
deity.
quick, Wall Street. I
Mm-mm.
think Domo, what he's trying to say is when you articulate positions that you're aligning based on the social justice aspect of it, you're
Nah,
also aligning
fuck
with the
that, Art.
Democrats.
Don't
That's what
explain
he's
that shit
saying,
because you'll
bro.
stand on it. I can have
But,
this
but that's
conversation
what I'm
with you.
saying. I'm not
You
though.
feel me,
Like that's
artillery?
I think that's what he's saying,
Hey, yo,
bro.
artillery art. You'll
Yeah,
stand on
you
it.
know, I don't run
Am I
from it.
lying?
I stand on my
So
Democrat.
I could
I'm a
have that
moderate Democrat.
conversation with
But me and
you.
Domos had this conversation
This nigga
before
that's pro
because
homo
I
won't
assumed once
stand
upon a
on what he
time
really
that he was a
supports.
Republican and he wasn't. I assumed some things about
That's my
Domo
only
politically
point,
based on what
artillery
he
art.
said.
You'll stand on it.
Oh
I
yeah, I
can
definitely gonna stand
respect
on
that
mine.
argument. A nigga that will say he's pro homosexual, and
Yeah, but
you're
I'm not
not
a Democrat.
aligning
I'm
yourself
not a Democrat.
with the Democrats,
Yeah.
then you're a goofy. You don't realize what you're aligned with. And I'm not even saying you aligning
No.
with them is a problem for me.
You simple, bro.
You
Like you
feel me,
just simple.
artillery?
You
Yeah, I
simple.
feel
You
I
simple
I mean
Democrat.
I don't know what
Artillery
Domo's
art. You
saying.
know me
I
and you
think it's
go
kind of
back like
ambiguous,
Cadillac
but
seats,
I do
like
know that
Porsche.
he's
Bro, I'm
been
not. I
he's
don't know
been
why
very
y'all niggas
vocal
think this shit
about
is
not being
ambiguous.
Democrat. Like we've had the discussion before. Like we've had the
So
discussion.
artillery art, let me ask you this. Has he ever articulated an argument from understanding a Republican standpoint?
I'm not saying he
No,
understands the Republican
never.
standpoint, but
All
he
right, he
does be
just said
objective
never.
in
He just
presenting.
said never. So
But
it's
no,
clear.
but
He's
he may
gone as
not
far as
align with it, but
saying
he's
the
objective in.
Republicans are his ops. So stop
I
trying
mean,
to play both sides of the street. You
I,
over there. And there's nothing wrong with you being over there. I'm not even upset
Bro,
that you over there. I think
I
it
don't
makes
think
he's
perfect
on either
sense that
side of
you
the
over
street
there.
though.
But
I
own
don't
That's
it,
what
think
I'm
he's on
nigga.
saying,
either
bro. He
side of the
just
street.
Own it.
hold
I
on.
Own
He
don't
it.
think
just
he's
he's
on.
slow,
I
bro.
mean,
He's
Own it.
slow.
that's the confusion I have about him, but I don't think he's on
My
either
fault,
side of
Art.
the street.
I'm crashing. My fault.
Yeah, I'm
No,
not.
I'm saying like
I'm
that's my
anti
confusion with
play.
him, but I don't think he's on either side of the street. To be honest with
I
you,
am I'm an
I think he has
anti-party.
this personal philosophy that where he can straddle the fence. I don't like.
Yo, all right.
Yeah,
Let me ask you this: What's the two major parties in the U.S. government?
Republican and Democrats, but you know, a
All
lot of
right. So
people
if you
claim
say that
independence
the
now, not to be
Republicans
labeled
are
by
your
either group.
ops, if you
Well,
say vocally
no.
that the Republicans are your ops, have you not chosen a side?
No,
I mean, you no,
I
because you could
mean,
be an
come on,
independent
Art.
and not. No,
Don't
listen,
buck
listen
dance,
to me,
Art.
bro. Listen to me.
You my man,
Listen.
Art. I ain't gonna let you
Listen.
buck
I
dance.
think you gotta hear me out, bro. You gotta hear me out. I think a lot of times what happens over here, a lot of times they're not for the Democratic Party, and they say they're independent, right? But they don't really have a critique for the Republican Party because it's kind of like, well, we already know what they're gonna do. So that's kind of their fault line, right? Like that's kind of where they draw the line at to say we already know what they're gonna do. So I mean, you could be independent and not be considered a Democrat or a Republican, right? Like you could just be
that's why he's
independent.
dumb.
Yo,
That's why
Art.
he's dumb.
Yo, Art. Yo,
And
Art.
and
You
watch
see my
this.
profile pic,
Maurice
yo?
Burger.
Yo, Art. You
Maurice,
know the only reason why I couldn't be an independent? Because my focus is solely on winning, being
cause you a
successful.
Democrat, nigga.
Right,
So
I
hold
got you.
on.
I got you. I
Cause
So
you a
got you. And
Democrat.
so
But
I
hold
so
got
on,
do
you.
are
you
you?
see
If you
me?
admit to being
So
a
do you
Democrat,
see me
then
with
you
my
also admit
arm
to being
around the
aligned with
neck?
gay people,
Yo,
nigga.
Art. See, Crash.
You
Well,
aligned with
boy,
gay
that's
people,
a
nigga.
stretch,
Yo,
though.
Art.
Mo. Just
Yo,
because they
Art.
belong a part of the
Democrat
Yo,
is the
party
Art.
gay
don't mean
party,
Listen.
that's a
right?
stretch.
You
While I
aligned with gay people, nigga.
Yo, Art, listen.
What are we
While I
doing?
may
But
while I
What are
that's
we
a
may
doing?
stretch, though, Mo. I don't think it's
I'm gonna let him
Nah,
alignment
finish
no,
because
his
that's
it's
his
answer.
just an
logic.
umbrella
That's his
party.
logic.
So, Art, while I may not fully support a moderate Democrat, I understand the
That's
strategy
Democrat. That's
of putting
Democrat talking
him in
points.
the
He said
position
if
over
you
others.
say that you
You
are an
understand
ally
that,
to
Art?
the gay
Hey, yo,
party,
Art,
then
do
you are
that make
saying you
sense,
are a
Art?
Democrat. That's
No,
literally
that's
what he
not.
just said.
Well, I don't think if you're a part of the Democratic Party, you necessarily align with the gay
But
mafia. I
but
think
that's why he's saying that I'm a
it's a
Democrat.
big tent party.
No, that's why I'm saying. That's why he's saying I'm a
Cause
Right,
y'all
but
Democrat.
I
clearly
don't
He
think
was
aren't
like, he was
allowing
like,
I don't think
Damo,
he's
moderate
giving you the
hold on.
room
Democrats
to
aren't
hold on,
aligned
Domo.
with
I
the
don't think he's giving
Yeah,
you the
homosexual party.
room to be principled on what you're standing on. I think what he's doing is what you're principally standing on. He's trying to attach to another
I'm
group because
holding
you're
him to
saying
what he said. He's aligned with
I know, but he's not
homosexuals.
doing it in the
Own it.
sense of a political
right. But
party.
what?
He's
Hold
doing
on.
it
But
in the
what does
sense
that
of
mean?
social justice. That's the
Ayo,
difference,
deity,
though.
fix
Yeah,
your
hold on.
face,
But
B.
hold on.
Ayo,
But hold
deity,
on.
he ain't
What
say that,
does
young
that
deity.
mean?
Ayo,
What
young
does that
deity,
mean?
fix your face, B. That's
What
my
does that
man, the
mean?
young
If
God.
I say
Well, I
that, what
can't
does that
believe
mean?
I'm defending
Ayo,
Domo,
deity is
but
the
I'm
young
I'm not
travel
really
God.
defending him,
That's
but I
my man.
understand what he's saying.
Now watch. Now watch. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you his ignorance. Right. I'm gonna show you
Ayo,
why he's
Art,
dumb.
I'm
Maurice
simply
Duverger.
holding
Right.
him to what
It's
he
it's
said.
a political scientist, one of the fathers of political scientists, Maurice Duverger. Maurice Duverger makes the argument that regular citizens, constituents, voters aren't actually a part of any party. Party affiliation has to do with candidates, not actual voters. So even within the field of political science, there's a major criticism against the idea of citizens and voters going around claiming a party affiliation.
Ayo,
That's not a
Art.
Damo sitting on the fence thing.
Ayo, Art. Do you believe that MAGA
Maurice Duverger
claims
says that
Republican?
when you claim
Ayo,
Democrat or
Art.
when you
Do
claim
you
Republican,
believe that
politicians
MAGA
have to do
is
less work.
aligned with
Because when you say that
Republican?
I am a part of this political party, that means that I will vote for this
No,
particular
I'm
candidate.
saying Democrats buck
Candidates
dance.
have to do less work. Candidates have to do less work. They
Look,
have
you
to make less
crashing out, Art.
commitments, and
Look.
they have to engage less because they know that as long as somebody
Ayo, deity,
claim
is
to
your
be a
man
Republican
crashing out or
or
not,
somebody claim to
deity?
be a Democrat, they
Hey,
will vote
deity,
for
pass
me.
that bud
So
too.
Maurice Duverger
You ain't
argues
smoking good.
that in order for politics to be effective, voters, constituents should not embrace party ideology. Matter of fact,
Ayo, Art.
Maurice
Ayo,
Duverger goes
Art.
as far as
Do
to
you
say that
believe that the average MAGA
things like exit
voter
polls
is aligned
aren't
with
beneficial
Republican
because the whole
politics?
purpose of your vote is to be
Say it
secret.
again, one more
And
time.
when
Say it again.
people hold
Say it
on,
Let
again,
him
bro.
finish crashing out. Then I'ma ask you. Let him
when
finish.
people actually
No, you
tell
ain't
you
saying
who
that.
they when people
I'm not done.
actually
Wait,
tell
what?
you when people actually tell you who they voted for, it
undermines the fact that there's secret ballots. Because if you think about it, if you had an election where we only knew who won, we didn't know racial demographics, we didn't know gender demographics, we didn't know none of that. We only knew who won. it would make politicians be more on their game, because it's not that I'm just going after one particular group. No, I don't know who voted for me and who not. I don't know how I won. So I just got to make sure that I do the shit that I promised, like I said that I would do, in order for me to win again. But because we get up there and say, I voted for the liberal, I voted for the conservative, they already know, like, okay, cool. I'm gonna go after these people and say, fuck everybody else. I'm gonna vote for these people and say, fuck everybody else. You know what would make Republicans have to do shit for black people? If they didn't know how many black people was voting for
A
them.
one sentence question,
If they
Art.
didn't
But
know,
Just
if
wait
they
till you
didn't
finish.
know
Let
how
me
many.
ask you a question, Art.
but that's the optimal. That's the
Hold on,
optimal
Art, before
outcome,
you
or that's the
crash. I'm gonna let
You
you
already know
optimal
go.
what he said.
But
I
He
optimal
want
that's
to
done.
but
ask
that's
you
but
a
that's why
one.
the anti-party argument isn't straddling the fence. It's actually the effective way to go about
When
I
I
voting.
want to
say
ask
straddling
you
the
a
fence, I don't mean that you're
question,
straddling the
Art.
fence to be
Do you think
anti-party.
that the
I mean that
average
you're straddling the
MAGA
fence to be
AO Art,
independent
do you
of both
think AO
groups.
Art,
That's what I'm
listen,
saying.
stay with me. Do you think that the average MAGA voter is anti-party?
Yes, yes,
You really believe that?
yes.
Yo, Art, stop the cap. You don't believe that.
Listen, the
Nah,
Y'all
most.
niggas is
Listen, listen.
die
1000%.
Let
for
me,
That's
let
that
me
a
finish.
fact.
Let me,
Republican
come
Party,
on, y'all.
Art.
Y'all can't ask
You
me a question.
capping,
Then when I
Art.
try to answer the question, motherfuckers
All
start
right, go
talking.
ahead,
Yeah,
So
he
Art.
need.
listen.
That's what I'm saying. He needs you to agree.
Go
He
ahead,
only
Art.
wants you to agree, bro. He
Listen,
not
the
asking
reason
you to.
why I say that is because the Republican Party, as it stands, no longer exists in its former position. Right? MAGA is not really about Republican Party as much as it's about whiteness. Right? Much as it's about reestablishing whiteness as the dominant culture in America. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really.
Yo,
They're
Art,
not really doing
I'm
it for a
not
party
disagreeing
situation. They're
with
doing
that.
it more for race.
Let's be
So that.
clear, Art. I agree with you. But the
Mhm.
MAGA party is the face of
Oh yeah,
2025
yeah, yeah. Republican Party.
Republicanism.
Yes,
So
yes,
I'm going
yes,
to
yes,
ask you
yes,
the question
yes, yes,
again.
yes.
Do you think the average MAGA voter is totally aligned with the Republican Party?
Um, the Donald Trump
Yeah.
Republican Party, but not
All right,
not
then.
not the regular
Good.
Republican
Just
Party.
say it, Art.
Yeah, no, I don't think
Just
so
say I'm
because
right.
no reason why I can't
Oh,
agree with that,
like I
brother. Listen,
told
listen,
y'all, these niggas literally just be
listen.
saying shit
The
for
reason why I
somebody to
can't
say
agree
you're
with that.
right.
Hold on, Domo. The reason why I can't
Cornball.
Yeah,
hold
man.
on. The reason why I can't agree with that because you have a lot of Reagan Republicans, right? You have a lot of Republicans who are Reaganites to their heart, right? Who believe that Ronald Reagan is the savior and the Christ of the Republican Party. Now you fast forward to 2025, that person is now Donald Trump. So with the emergence of Donald Trump, you have a replacement and kind of like a matriculation of the MAGA base now being the new Republican Party. Like
That they've
it's
always
a
stood
rebrand.
on. That
It's a
they've
rebrand. It's
always
definitely a
stood
rebrand.
on. Listen, Art, they don't buck dance on it. They've always stood on it. This is
I
my
mean, yeah, they
party
stand on it, but
because
they
of
stand on it
these
as the new
values.
day. They don't stand on it as the old guard. They stand it on it as a new day. That's the
Yo, Art, I'm
difference.
gonna ask you the question again, Art,
I know,
because
bro,
you
but I don't see
agreeing
how
with
you
me.
can't
Bro,
see what I'm
that's what I'm
saying is
saying.
the
This
answer.
nigga literally just be saying the
Yo,
same
Art,
shit
you
over and
I
agreeing
don't,
over
with
Domo.
me
Do you
again,
in
bro.
this
understand what I'm
question.
saying, Domo? Do you
Nah,
understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you saying. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and he's trying to force himself into a conversation that he's wholly ignorant of. So that's
Yeah,
why he
that.
keeps asking you the same question, so you can agree with him, so he can say,
But
"See,
yeah,
I'm
but
right."
I can't
And
agree
He's
I'm
with
not
you
trying to
because
ignorant because
I've
you
actually
read
seen
engage
books.
in any real
I've seen
And
conversation,
the
I'm
bro.
evolution of
ignorant
the
because you
Republican
read
Party,
books.
and I know that the Republican Party is now ran by MAGA. You know what I mean? And where once upon a time it was ran by most Reaganites, like all the people like you see the Joe Scarboroughs of the world, the Steve Schmidts of the world, the
Thank you.
the
All
Michael
of them.
Cohens of the world, right? These were
Thank
all
you.
the Lincoln Project, right? These were all what you would consider Ronald Reagan Republicans, or
And they are all in line with the
or
current administration.
no, they're
No, they
not. No,
not
they're
in line
not.
with the current
No, they're not.
administration, bro. You
No, they're
don't know what
not.
the fuck you
No, they're
talking
not.
about.
No, the people that I named are avid what's the names
Trump,
against him.
Now you're right.
Avid what's the
Trump
They
names
do they
haters.
do critique it. You're
detractors.
right. You're right.
Avid detractors.
That's
Steve
cause
Schmidt
yeah, cause
with
you
the
don't know what the
Warning
fuck you
Time
talking
and
about.
Michael Cohen and
You're
what's the
right.
name with the Midas
You're right,
touch.
Art.
These guys give avid, pushback to the Trump administration.
Critique. I agree. I agree.
Yeah, we know because you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Niggas just be running their mouth and then look for somebody to agree with them. Man, tell me
And
I'm right, Art.
and
You know
niggas
I'm
just
right,
be
Art.
and niggas
Tell
just
me
be
I'm right,
reading
Art.
books, not
Fuck out
getting
of here.
nothing done.
Stupid
and
ass
niggas
nigga.
just be reading books,
Bro,
not getting nothing
this is
done
my
in
thing.
real
Why are
life.
niggas so desperate to
Right,
fake knowing politics?
right,
Why do
right.
niggas have to fake like they know politics? What is it about the political conversation that niggas want to do so much to act like they know what the fuck they talking
I
about?
think you would be the best one to
That's what I'm
answer that.
saying. This
I
is
think you would be
becoming
the
like
best one to
flat earth
answer that.
conversation, bro.
You're
The political
Can,
crafting, bro.
conversation is becoming like the flat earth conversation.
Yo,
I
Oh
only
God.
Domo,
came to say that we
calm
got to
down.
change the
Take a
title of the
deep
thing. I ain't
breath.
come to get into the argument, but I do question.
Nah, you
I
ain't
ain't gonna say
going nowhere,
question, but I
artillery.
do think about your political affiliation, Domo. But I understand, and as you every
Yeah,
time you
fuck
talk, I get
party.
a better understanding of what it is. Right? It's more philosophical than it is party linked. Right?
Yeah,
And
bro,
now I
fuck
get it.
party.
I get
Yes,
it.
fuck
Now
party.
I
But
get
when
it.
it
That's what
comes
I'm
to
saying.
policy,
I get
you
it.
are aligning yourself with the party that is pushing your policy.
No,
And there's
I'm
nothing,
heavily
and
critical. I'm
art,
heavily
there's
critical of
nothing
Democratic
wrong with
policy.
that.
I'm
I'm
But
not
heavily
both of
even
critical
y'all
of
saying this
feel that
Democratic
way,
goofy
though.
policy.
You
nigga. Hey,
feel
yo,
the
art.
same way, though, Wall Street,
I'm
because
not
your
even
thing is,
saying this
I want to
goofy
rock with
nigga's
the people
wrong.
Hey,
who
look,
win.
nah,
He's
this nigga
just
just wanted
afraid
this
to
nigga just wanted
own it.
Dicky.
That's why
He just
he's
wanted Dicky.
crafty.
I'll let him do what he
All
do.
right,
You
I
I'll let him
feel
just
do
me,
what he
came
do.
up
art?
to say that it's not the Board of Education, it's the Department of Education. So, no, they didn't close the Board of Education, they closed the Department of Education. So, let's be clear in that. That's the reason why I came. I
Yo,
ain't
artillery,
arguing Domo
yo,
today. It's
artillery, you
Friday.
my
He gonna
nigga,
feel
Nah,
man.
my hot.
nah, yeah,
I
Hey,
we
ain't arguing
good.
with
artillery,
We
you
you
good.
today.
my nigga, but
It's
stand on your
Friday
square,
today.
man.
But that's what
Stand
I'm
on your
saying. Look how
square. Don't
desperate these
bullshit.
niggas is for niggas to agree with them though. Come on, man. You gotta be there with me. You gotta agree too, right? It's Damo, right? So you gotta
Niggas ain't
agree too.
gotta agree with me.
You gotta believe. Come on, or
I don't
come
need
on.
niggas to agree with me.
Weak
I have a
ass nigga.
caddy. I've already
I
disassociated
think y'all
myself from
both say
niggas.
the same
Hold on,
thing
hold
though.
on,
I
Art.
think y'all both
I've
say the
already
same thing.
Nah, I don't
disassociated
say
myself from
nothing this
niggas.
dumbass nigga say, bro.
Let's
This
be
nigga's a
very
whole
clear.
ass. This nigga a
I'm not
whole ass
looking for
sellout.
niggas to agree.
He a Wall Street sellout. He thinks having a caddy means he's successful because he's around white people. He's a sellout, bro.
Nah, it means I'm
This nigga a
successful
whole
because I'm
ass
not
sellout.
broke. Right.
And niggas don't nobody believe that. Cause when it's
That
time to put up bread for the
picture was
institute, you
successful.
disappear.
Look. Eric
No, it
Adams
wasn't.
still look.
No, it
Eric
wasn't.
Adams still had a baldy when he was running.
Eric
He
Adams is
ain't
considered
he
corrupt.
ain't grow. Listen, he ain't
Eric
grow the
Adams is considered a
studio.
corrupt Democrat.
Hold
What are
on,
you talking
listen.
about?
He
Eric
didn't
Adams is
grow.
considered a sellout.
So
He a
now you
corrupt
wanna
sellout.
so now you wanna bang on the Democrats over tickets, over airplane tickets. See, this how goofy you are.
Don't matter. It's
I don't think
corruption
we
is corruption.
fundamentally corrupt.
Corruption is corruption.
I think I
Corruption is
could put
corruption.
I think I could put the
Quid pro quo is
charges that
quid
were
pro quo.
put I think I could put the charges that were put on Eric
Now
Adams
look,
on
now who do more
virtually
to defend the
every
Democrats now?
mayor in every major city.
Who do more?
I
Who do
don't
more
think it
to defend the
fundamentally makes
Democrats
him
now?
corrupt. But go ahead, crash
Who do
out.
more to defend the Democrats now? That's what I'm saying.
You
The
and the
nigga Dick
homo.
eating Eric Adams. The
You
nigga
and the
Dick eating
homo.
Eric Adams.
You and the homo. Y'all
You
got
rock
it.
with the homos. The homos are Democrats, right? You rock with the homos because you rock with the Democrats. Stupid.
They're not moderate Democrats.
They're not.
It's a difference.
Yeah, moderate
It's a
Democrats
difference.
also voted for gay marriage. What are you talking about? Moderate Democrats also voted for gay marriage. What are you talking
Moderate
about?
moderate Democrats voted that way to appease you,
Yeah,
to solidify their
yeah.
alliance with
And
you.
that's who you align with. And so you
Nah, they
align
not
with the
with that
people.
shit though.
You align with the people that align with the
I
gays.
could tell you personally, I kicked it with the nigga. He ain't with that shit. But in order to win, he needs Domo. So he'll pretend you go hard body
Yeah,
saying I'm an ally of homosexuals. That's you.
yeah. And so are you. You a
And I'm not
Democrat.
even beefing with
You
you
are
over that.
ally to homosexuals. You are ally to homosexuals. You a Democrat. So are you.
I'm not
You
on
just as much
record
as that.
saying that.
You just as much as an ally. Yeah,
I'm not
because
on
you
record
fake the
saying
funk.
that.
Because you fake. See, you
I'm
just
not
said
on
it. I'm not
record
on
saying
record
it.
saying it. You said
Right,
I'm not on record saying it, but you do
right.
because you support the Democrats, right? Yeah. See,
So you're saying
easy.
the Democrats are an inherently homosexual party. That's your argument?
No, that's your argument, stupid.
That's not my argument.
Then
I'm
why are you
saying
bringing up
my
homosexuals and
argument
Democrats?
is my argument is moderate Democrats don't even align themselves with that shit.
Yes,
But
they do.
but
Yes, they do.
but
They
listen,
vote with the
but
rest of the party.
hold on. But hold
Moderate
on,
Democrats be at pride
because I'm not even
parades.
disagreeing with you.
Moderate
I'm not
Democrats
disagreeing
hang
with you.
out rainbows. Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
repeat it again.
So yeah,
Repeat it again, and let me talk.
So you are also an ally to the gays. As a moderate Democrat, you are an ally to the gays. Next.
This nigga artillery Art ran B Art. Yo, you a sucker, Art. Oh shit, yo, Domo, you crashing, bro. I don't give a fuck either way. I'll vote Republican tomorrow if it's beneficial for me.
Yeah, here
I
you
don't give
go.
a fuck either way.
All right, I'll let you talk to yourself, bro. I'm done conversing with you.
Could
I
I ask what's the
appreciate it.
benefits of?
I Go ahead. What's the question, family?
Well, I like to ask you all. What's the benefits of voting Republican? Like as a black man, not just like specifically as a black person. What's the benefit
I'm with you.
of voting
I'm with you.
Republican?
I do think, right? Finances can separate niggas. You know how niggas always say when a cop pull you over, he sees the same nigga every time? No, I don't believe that's true. I do believe that some blacks are in line with Republicans because that's what their life dictates. It's more beneficial for their life, right? Certain niggas, when you deal with cuts to capital gains taxes, right? Niggas ain't got capital gains taxes because niggas ain't got investments. You understand what I'm saying? But there are some blacks that would be beneficial for. My my conundrum, right, is that I'm from 130th and 8th Ave in Harlem, right? I never forget my people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm lonely where I'm at in all this beautiful boule life that I live. I want to see more of my niggas where I'm at. So I'm not gonna vote against their interests. Cause for me, if I'm being real, I don't give a fuck who the president is. I'ma still get mine, right? I'm removed from any policies that any of these groups will have that will affect me outside of tariffs. I think tariffs are actually gonna increase prices. That's gonna affect me. $8 eggs are gonna affect me. So I'm not a goofy, right? I do realize certain things will affect me. But in terms of their policies, neither one of them niggas' policies truly benefit what I want for myself and my people. That's the conundrum I'm in. That's the Boule conundrum. I'm about to write a paper called the Boule conundrum. Ayo, young deity, I want you to proofread my paper, my nigga. You good with them words, B?
No, well, I would like to say, I mean, I don't. I'm with Damo. Like in terms of, I ain't Democrat or Republican, and I agree with what he said in terms of fuck the Democrat or Republicans, but we can look and see who offers us
I
the
want
best
you,
policy. And I
peep this,
know
bro.
he not saying the
Peep this.
same
I
thing,
want you to
but
ask Domo who's the last Republican he voted for. Ask him that. If you really
I'm
believe,
not even. I don't
if
care.
you
No, no,
really
no, no.
believe
Chill,
he's
chill.
not
Because
aligned with
I
a
don't vote
party, is what
myself,
I'm
so I'm
saying.
not going to sit here and try to call out a man about what they
No,
vote.
I'm
Right.
saying
But
if
I'm
you
gonna say
don't
this.
believe he's aligned with a party, ask him the last Republican he voted for. I think
No,
he'll be honest.
I don't care. I'm saying I agree with what he said. I'm not even going to verify. And what I'm gonna say for what maybe he's not saying the same thing, but what I point out is what you said was very good. Neither one benefits us. However, we can say I was even talking to somebody in the chat. They were pointing out, well, the Democrats only have a certain plan for Black people, and it mostly benefits LGBTs and what's his name. So my thing is, why would I choose the party that has no plan for us?
Now look,
Period.
bro. Now look, where I come from, most of the niggas that I left where they are, I think the Democratic Party 100% benefits them more than the Republican Party, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now we've gotten so goofy to the point where you have niggas in NYCHA housing, the projects, talking some Donald Trump shit. I do believe that's goofy. When Domo says that, I agree with him 1,000%, right?
Mm-hmm.
My only issue with him is I don't feel like he's owning it. You get what I'm saying? Like, and there's nothing wrong with owning it. I don't have a problem with a diehard Democrat. I don't. That's black. I don't. I have a hard time not being a diehard Republican. Overwhelmingly, when I voted Democrat. But here's the thing: in presidential elections, right? I am 100% from the field. Yes, I voted for the Donald the first time. You know why? You know why? Because Barack Obama left such a beautiful economy, right? That I wasn't concerned about the economy, right? So now I voted for the Donald because I personally believe my people are a sleeping giant. I felt like niggas is so comfortable, it's gonna have to get difficult before we actually figure out a code and move in unison, right?
Nigga,
Now look. Watch this. When COVID comes, when COVID comes and everybody in this family get COVID, I'm like, oh, now this nigga goofy. He gonna get us all killed. I had to vote for Biden. That makes sense?
no, no,
Yeah.
So now,
no,
I
so
mean,
now when
I,
it
I
came to
kind
the
of agree
most
with Damo.
recent
I'll take what
election,
you're saying
no.
on the
so
surface.
now when it came to the most recent election, I literally couldn't vote for anyone because I actually regretted my vote for the Donald because I believe that that helped enforce the goofy shit that Madame believes. That makes sense?
Mhm.
I'm being completely
No,
honest with you, my nigga.
No, it
no,
I'm
don't.
gonna say I
you
don't get
don't.
why y'all would have side with something just in terms of like, no offense, I can understand you saying like Trump will probably benefit you because you're in a better position than where you come from, right? But at the same time, too, I just don't understand like. I'm not saying I'm rich or anything of that nature. I know I'm
Right,
living way better than the friends I grew up with also.
right.
However, I wouldn't make a decision that will harm them because most of us are still fucked up out here. Majority of us are not in good positions. I
So
think it's
here's
kind of wild to say like I'm gonna make this choice because it could benefit me, but we know that's going to try harm way more than us.
now I feel you. And that makes 100% sense to me, right? But I don't think our people realize how fucked up they are. I think our people are very comfortable,
Bro, do
right?
y'all hear
So
just
so
the
look,
empty
so
statements
in the
over and
first
over
vote,
again? He can't
in
even
the
keep up with
first
the conversation. He's
I
just
bet.
making empty statements. Just, but you know, I'm gonna say something that's completely unresponsive to the point the brother just made. Like what? Like, our people don't know the type of situation they in. How is that responsive to any part of the conversation? This is what I mean, but niggas just be rambling, bro. I don't understand the why niggas want to play politics. If
Hey
you're
yo,
not gonna take
Domo.
the
Hey
time
yo,
to fully
Domo.
understand the
I want to
topic, you're
answer
not gonna
that.
take the time to fully
I want to
understand
answer that,
anything.
Domo.
But you want to sit here,
I
you
think if
want to
our
sit here and
people,
run your
I
mouth.
think if our people truly understood the position they were in, you wouldn't have to argue with Madonna. That makes sense? So you
No,
want to make it an argument, and I don't even
I said
disagree
no.
with you.
I want to read
I
something.
said no. Yeah, but who? You're the one that's just like, you know, the problem I have with Domino. I don't have no problem with you, Will. I don't care about you, bro. I could care less what you believe. I could care less that you a corporate sellout. I could care less that you a Wall Street thought. That don't matter to me. I don't
Yes,
need to
it
spend
does.
time trying to
Yes, it
convince
does.
you. I
Yes, it
don't need to
does.
spend
That's why you
time
say
trying to
goofy shit
convince
like
you.
that.
I
That's
don't need
why
to
you
spend time trying to
alienate your
convince you.
potential allies, because it does bother you.
I don't alienate my allies. Either you fuck with me or you don't. That ain't got shit to do with me. I could care less. What the fuck can you do for me? We don't even. You are a Wall Street thought. I don't fuck with Wall Street. Why would I like? Why would I look at you like an ally? I don't give a fuck if you a Democrat, maybe.
You fuck with the Democratic Party, though?
No, I don't.
Nah, you don't. So you
You
ain't
just
fuck
want
with
you just want me to
Kamala.
be like you.
So
You
you're
want me to be
dialing
like you.
back. So you're dialing back being pro Kamala. You're dialing that back now because
I believe Kamala.
you made some very
I believe Kamala
compelling
was a better
arguments.
candidate. I believe Kamala was a better candidate.
All right then.
I can say that without endorsing the Democratic Party.
That's
Kamala was
my
the better
point.
candidate.
That's my point.
That's
Nah,
That's
my
he
my
point,
can't.
point.
stupid.
He can't listen because I'm gonna agree. I said it in the chat also. Listen, whether or not you're Democrat or Republican, what we can all 1,000% agree on is Kamala would not have the economy fucked up based on tariff scares, quote
I
unquote.
actually
You feel
agree
me?
with that. I
So
agree with that
so
100%.
if he is saying like I felt she would have had us in better position, I'm gonna agree with that. I'm not a Democrat. I don't give a fuck about none of them. All of them are millionaires. We're thousandaires at max. They don't give a fuck
Right.
about us.
That's
But
a
I
fact.
can't sit here and say I'm pretty positive she would have. I'm not saying she would have had us in a. I don't think the world's scared of us, right? But I know that our economy wouldn't be fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
But yo, bro, outside of economy, right, in this conversation, you are talking about a nigga who is on record for being vocal saying, I am pro homosexuals. That's about as Democrat as you can get. Stop the cap.
Right. But here's the thing,
I'm
though.
saying just own
So
it,
how does
bro.
it? But how does that make you not an ally to the gays? Because you're saying that you fuck with Democrats. If being pro-gay is a Democratic stance and you're a Democrat, what does that say about you
I
under
mean,
your own logic?
it's 20 openly gay Republican people in the Senate and House right
That's
now.
what I'm saying. His logic doesn't make sense. I don't want, and I don't even understand why he keeps making that point. Like it's like
Well,
niggas,
brother.
like y'all
Well,
bring
my
up gay
brother, the
shit. I don't talk
reality is
about gay
right
shit. Y'all
now,
do.
the
You do.
reality is right now, MAGA Republicans a two-gender initiative. Them gay Republicans ain't getting in the way of that. They just trying to survive, right? They don't have the clout in their party that homosexual Democrats have. That's a fact. Why are we playing stupid? Why are we playing
You know who the
stupid?
first gay Republican was?
I
It was
don't
the
give a fuck
Koch
because I don't
brothers,
fuck
bro.
with them niggas. But
It
I
was the
do.
Koch
I wouldn't
brothers.
mind you
They
teaching me.
have a lot of influence. Yeah.
What's the nigga name? McBride. But it's the Democrat. I mean, but it's the Republicans saying, "Yeah, I recognize Mr. McBride," while Mr. McBride is up there a whole transsexual. Right? Am I bugging?
No, I'm not. But I think it's a fallacy for us to say either one of them. Both of them got gay people, and they not telling them gay people get the fuck away from our party. Now, I get what you're
It
saying too when you're saying like Democrats
m-
support gay rights more
right.
than Republicans.
My point is agendas. I understand Domo's point about he's more based on the initiatives than being aligned with the party. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to this community, right? There's only one party pushing their line. It's only one. The other party is literally pushing against their line. That's a fact. So if you are pro them, then you've aligned yourself with something, whether you know it or not, no matter how many books you read, no matter how intelligent you are and how well you debate. Facts are facts. That makes sense?
Hey,
I
it's
hear what you're
funny.
saying, but we
Hey,
go ahead.
no, because this is what this is. This is indignant ignorance. This is him saying my conversation is limited to this very basic understanding, and I don't care if you have information that's broader than this understanding. I'm only going to talk to you on this level. That's indignant ignorance, bro. This is that eighth grade comprehension proficiency problem that we have. This is why we don't need to get rid of the Department of Education. Because niggas can't even, again,
I
niggas
say
would
get
rather.
rid of all that shit. The
Yeah,
more
I
I listen
know.
to you, the more I say fuck niggas. Get rid of all that shit. My baby's
I
in
know,
public.
because you, but that's
Yeah.
already in you. That's
Yeah,
why.
my
That's
baby's
why
in
when
the
you talk
charter
about,
schools. Nah, it's
that's
not
why
in
when
me.
you talk
It's not
about,
in me. It's after these conversations.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
fuck
in
all
you.
that shit.
It's in
Now,
you. Yeah, it's in you.
hey yo,
I know.
pause. Pause. That was
I know.
crazy.
Hey, that man told you put up or shut up, Will. Where that bread at?
Okay, next week is mortgage week, nigga. I ain't got it. I'm fucked up. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Damn, Will, I thought you had the bread.
Next week is mortgage week, my nigga. Stop pressing me. Just come to the Boule Gala we throwing. We throwing a gala. We spending this money on young black kids getting scholarships. Just come to the Boule Gala, man.
You gonna be standing at the back door?
Nah, nah, I'm in the front. I'm taking the tickets.
Nah, we coming
When you
through the
get to the
back.
door, I'm gonna be like, my nigga, Goldfinger, come on in,
I
sis.
Ah,
I say
see,
that,
you
but
done fucked
I
up. We
also
coming
say
through the
this:
back. We coming
if
through the
we
back. Everybody.
Bro, what? Did that nigga call you Goldfinger?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Burr,
definitely. It's definitely been a back door situation now. Cause you just disrespectful.
I've been fucking with Gold Mine. Like we be going back and Gold Mine. You know how we do, man. We go back and
Yeah.
forth, but we agree on more than we disagree on. So I fuck with you sometimes. But come
mm.
on, don't let the goofy shit get involved.
Hey
Hey, I'll
man.
say this though.
You
I'm
know
not
what it is.
Democratic again, but I will say I just feel if we align with the Republicans, we basically aligning with the people who saying like, yeah, we want y'all niggas back in slavery, regardless
I
of what they
agree.
say, regardless of how they
Mm,
act, because that is what the principal republic is: to make
I
white
agree
America great.
10,000%. So I would never judge a nigga that stand on that. I'd rather a nigga stand on that than supporting homosexuals.
Bro, but hold on, I'm trying to figure
I
out, bro,
respect that.
is
If a
this
nigga
not
say
gay?
that nothing about the Republican Party
Nah, I
will
mean, like, let's be for
benefit
real, bro.
my
He's
family
obsessed with
or
whether or not I'm a
the
Democrat. Is this not
neighborhood
gay?
that I escaped from, right? I can
Y'all niggas wouldn't call
respect
this
that.
homosexual? This obsession
You
that
dig
he
what I'm
has
saying?
with calling me a Democrat, is this not homosexual?
Nah, niggas backed you in a corner and you went
Is
on
this not
record saying
homosexual?
I am pro-homosexual.
And
You
you
on
on record
record
for
saying
acting
that, not me.
homosexual. You on record for acting homosexual. Like, what you doing right now?
My nigga,
You obsessed with me, bro. This shit is weird, nigga.
you the only nigga panicking, yo. This not the debate league. You ain't gotta get
But,
all
bro,
uptight.
what do you...
Like, relax.
Hold on. You're upset because I won't call myself a Democrat.
I'm not upset about nothing.
That bothers you. That
I'm
bothers
not
you.
upset
You've been
about
talking
nothing.
about it. You've been talking about it for 30 minutes. You've been talking about whether or not Damo, calls himself a Democrat for 30 minutes, bro.
You right.
That's not gay.
You right.
We ain't even talking about, like, just ideology or nothing. That it's whether or not
Nah,
Damo
you
should
right.
call himself a Democrat.
You right. So let's get
Just,
back to the topics.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I wanted to say something, man.
Go ahead, young God.
So this book is called Color, Communism, and Common Sense. It's written by Manning Johnson. This is in the 50s. This book is dated in the 50s. And there's an two excerpts in here talking about just the political system as a whole, but it's also highlighting the liberals and etc. But betrayal of the Negro people may well come through the communist. No, pardon me. Betrayal of the Negro people may well come through communist corruption of the Negro intellectual. This is not so difficult since the communists, the white liberals, and the white progressives do the thinking for most of them. The utter bankruptcy of the Negro intel. Pardon me. This is. It's like thinking of Malcolm X. I got so much in my mind right now,
Take
but
your time, young
my
God.
mind
Keep
is just
cooking.
percolating. But pardon me. The utter bankruptcy of the Negro intelligentsia is startlingly evident by reason of the absence of any strong and dramatic movement for genuine Negro organization, leadership, and thinking.
Right.
Deep in the swamp of inferiority, lack of ability, muddled thought, the Negro intelligentsia looks to the phony white liberals, politicians, and progressive hypocrites for leadership, guidance, and money.
Hallelujah.
These whites,
Shalom.
real quick, these whites are carriers of isms other than Americanism, which spreads like an epidemic in the ranks of the hapless Negro intellectual. Due to the lack of race pride, there is no immunity. That's deep.
Peace to
That's
the
deep.
reading of the
Due to
word.
a lack of
Shalom.
That's facts.
Hallelujah and all that. Peace to the reading of the word. That was facts. That was
that's deep,
facts.
bro. And this is in the 50s, bro.
Hey yo, young
So
deity.
just
Even true will respect you reading that paragraph. That was facts. You ain't gotta read the whole book. Just
no,
get
no,
to the
I ain't
meat
gotta
and
read the whole book.
potatoes.
That's just an excerpt. But I got another excerpt I want to read if y'all don't
Nah, if that's
mind.
an excerpt, you gotta read that book because you know it got that
Oh yeah,
real shit up
it's
in
for
there.
sure.
I
Read the book.
agree.
Literally, got
I
it's like
agree.
30 pages, bro. It's literally 30 pages, bro. It's not that. It's not a long read, bro. Literally 30 pages. It reminds me of the book called The Richest Man in Babylon. It's like 30
Hold up.
pages.
That's not a Dr. York book,
Talking
is it?
about money though, and
Hold
just the
up.
concept of money and how to be prudent with your money. Um, yeah, bro. Yeah. This is pardon me. So look, all other racial and national groups have their respective organizations. No Negro belongs to any of these organizations, nor is his leadership sought or welcome. Moreover, no Negro is called upon to decide what is best for any of these groups. What is most important is that no one of these groups consider itself segregated because no Negro belongs, is invited, nor has his opinion sought. And that's
So
facts.
look, deity, look at the complexity of that, right? Tim Scott is the perfect example of that. He can crash out for the Republican Party all he wants. He will not get a cabinet position. That's a fact. I like to use what's going on right now. Tim Scott qualifies everything you just read, good brother. If True try to play with you, just keep pulling out that paragraph you just read. He gonna leave you alone. Because that was facts. Tim Scott is the greatest example of that. You're not really a part of that party. But I do understand the push against the Democrat isms, the liberal isms that don't benefit us as well. So the unfortunate truth is we have no party. Once we accept that, then maybe we could strategically move different.
Nah,
But
this
neither
is
one
this
of
is the
those
fact.
parties truly benefit us.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
if
if
you don't mind, can I keep because he's gonna get into all that. It ain't just the liberals, but he's got the just a little bit to get on the reds too. But in
Oh,
this
the
book, he's
smoke?
labeling
Nah, I just had to go out there. Yeah, it's just right here.
Republicans are
Now, what
Actually,
you
defining
talking
ways.
about?
come
It's
What
the
you
downstairs,
talking about,
load up,
Domo?
timing of the
and then
time,
you could pull
but it's
out,
still relevant
and
to
I'm
the
gonna
Domo.
park. You
very
can go.
still applicable to this day in the psychology of us as a people in the whole political realm in and of itself. But so pardon me.
Hold
So
up, deity. Yo,
Who you
psycho,
reading from, Diddy?
I am psycho.
Okay.
I am. I'm ready to have the conversation about political strategy. I am.
Man, you ain't ready
That
to
was
have
to
that
my nigga
conversation
Psycho.
with Psycho.
Nah, Psycho just
no, you're
put
not.
a good.
Y'all gonna start saying niggas crazy.
Yeah.
Nah, Psycho put a good comment in the chat. I was just responding to that.
I just said Psycho gonna be thorough with that shit. You better get your ducks in order.
Yeah, nah, Psycho don't fuck with me because I'm Boule, but I understand. Like, I'm trying to bring him to my side.
Man, I can't believe
Nah,
we didn't connect.
look though,
Boule need
I
niggas like
already
Psycho.
said I already gave you political strategy, and that shit got completely lost.
You
So you
you
not ready?
muffled, Domo.
Hold on, it's a win. I'm about to get in the car real quick.
All right. Hey, but you over here talking about Domo you be trying to throw that bullshit on Domo because he don't be discriminating with the alternative lifestyles.
He stands
Boule
on certain things.
shows sound like one. That sound like an
Hey,
alternative lifestyle
no,
for
Yeah, he
but
stands on
what I
certain
was saying
things.
though, so if we're talking political strategy, right? Do you know what it would mean if an election happened and went?
Look at God.
you don't even believe in God. Why you got a
Look at the
Jesus?
Father.
Can y'all hear
Shalom.
me?
yep.
Nah. So think about it like this: say an election happened and there were no exit polls. There was no demographic breakdown. It wasn't black people voted at this percent, white people voted at it. It wasn't none of that shit. All we had was the results, right? What if that like what would politicians then think to do? Right? The niggas that won, they would do the same shit, but they couldn't cater it to one group because they don't know who voted for them. That's literally as simple as casting a ballot and not doing a fucking exit poll. Because what is the purpose of voting anonymously if you just gonna tell everybody who you fucking voted for? Don't make sense. So when we talk political strategy, it's little shit like that niggas get wrong to where the problems that we have where it's like, oh, Democrats only, they act like they like black people shit. You wanna know why? Because they know majority of black people vote for them. If they had no idea the demographic breakdown, then they would just have to create the best policy for the most amount of people. It wouldn't be, oh, I'm doing it for this group or doing it for that group. It would be, I got to get a majority. It's a winner take all, first past the post voting system. I got to get the majority. I got to get 51%. So I got to help the most people I can. Do you know who would benefit the most in them type of elections? Poor people, marginalized people, because it's more of them than it is people sitting in the top 10%. Hell, it's more of them than sitting in the middle class.
So Domo, the only part I disagree with on that is politics was designed, right, to exploit certain groups. So I don't think that if
No, politics wasn't designed to exploit certain groups. White supremacist and white nationalist politics that dictate this government is built to exploit certain groups, bro.
White nationalism is exploited.
And that's the
Capitalism is
Republicans,
exploited.
correct?
So if you have a capitalist system, then that government is going to protect capitalism, which in turn is ultimately protecting exploitation.
Yeah, capitalizing off the smaller people for sure.
It's the
Oh shit.
design. It's the grand design of their frameworks.
Damn, he ain't even say
Nah,
shit.
I want to
I
say, I
wouldn't even
think
disagree
personally,
with
bro,
that.
if we, my bad, there.
Now go ahead, Cook. My fault.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we got to go further than that. Like we can't make the progress by playing the game. We have to make our separate systems outside of the game. Like you said, capitalism, white nationalism, that shit will all exist no matter how good we play politics, and they outnumber us. So we kind of got to figure our a alternative way.
Can I,
Now, now hold on. I do want to tell you the fundamental. Hold on, WeLinks dropped me.
What
Oh
up?
no, he getting rid of Madonna. Hey, WeLinks is wild.
Here we can.
Nah, but I will say though, the portion of that that's hard to agree with is the current construct of politics. They know, they understand the bind everyone is in. They understand the box that people are in terms of their support and their voting.
What's good?
real quick, y'all, real quick, because this right here is relevant to now. Like how we feel like we have to include it, or we have to annex ourselves with other groups. So all other
If
racial
you
and national groups have their respective organizations. No Negro, no Negro belongs
Domo, is
to any.
that Domo? Hold on, dude. All right.
Okay, so all other racial and national groups have their respective organizations. No Negro belongs to any of these organizations, nor is his membership sought or welcome. Moreover, no Negro is called upon to decide what is best for any of these groups. What is
Tim
most
Scott.
important what is most important is that no one of these groups consider itself segregated, because no Negro belongs, is invited, nor has his opinion sought. Yet the Negro intellectual contends that to get together as Negroes to discuss common problems, to discuss problem to discuss common problem as Negroes, to decide what is best for Negroes without white participation is segregation. And that's even relevant to today. We feel like we have to include, or we have to team up with another group, and these other groups are segregated from us, and they don't seek our opinions. They're not sought, but us, we feel like we have to seek and get other people to. Yeah, so that part really just resonated with me, because
Now I get your
it's relevant
point.
to today. It's relevant to today. So this book is not. Oh, that book is in the. This
Did
book
you
is still relevant to the day, man.
did you put the
That's
name of the
like,
book
yeah,
with the title and the author in the chat? Or
yep,
did you say
definitely
it?
will. Yep.
Oh, okay.
I don't even disagree with that.
Nah,
That's
and
what
I agree. That's why
that's
I'm
what we
saying
did.
we gotta make an alternative. We can't keep if we playing politics, it's following their game still. Like we can't win by that.
What the fuck? Hold on, this is my last two trades, then I could crash out.
Crash out. I don't crash out.
My fault, young deity. Yo, I'm wrapping up at work. I'm off the clock in 26 minutes, my nigga, but I'm still here.
No, you good, bro. I'm really just pondering about this excerpt I read, and it's just speaks to a lot. I think about the Congressional Black Caucus, Yeah, the congressional, not the how each region had their own black caucus. I'm talking about the political congressional black caucus. How if you go to their website, how it says, "Oh, African Americans and other marginalized groups," but if you go to any other ethnic group, Asian or Native Americans, it says what their mission statement is and what they're focused on is them. It don't say it's all and black folks, all and other folks. It's them, and it ain't no other inclusive. There is no other inclusive ethnic group. So. Yeah, but and it just really it just lets me know I'm not crazy, for real. That's really what it does. Yeah, man. So I might as well
All
go ahead
right.
and
My
I
bad,
was
my
saying, I'll
bad.
go ahead and keep going
That's what I'm
then.
saying. Damn, they're paying to kick niggas off and shit. All that shit.
Yeah, man.
We get on Friday night now. We get on some bullshit. Y'all want to be on bullshit? What's up?
So such an attitude speak for itself.
Hell yeah, turn it up in there, Dan.
Yeah.
Soon as did you get through reading, read did.
Such an attitude speaks for itself. It is a hangover from slavery when the Negro had to depend on the master for everything necessary for his well-being. At the same time, it proves that no proclamation of emancipation is capable of freeing those who do not wish to be free. The Negro intelligentsia by far and large is physically free but mentally enslaved. After nearly a century removed from chattel slavery, they are unwilling and incapable of throwing off their slave psychology. Reds is the Republicans. Reds and political charlatans of all shades aware of this fact find the Negro intellectual easy prey. That's deep, y'all. Can we discuss the Negro? I mean, like, is that like the Michael Eric Dysons of the world and the
Facts. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Martin Rowley Martin what's his name? I don't know that dude's name.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Rolling.
yeah, the one black girl that wasn't hired by Biden, but she was out there campaigning for Biden to get him elected, and then when he got elected, she didn't get that. I forgot her name. I think she's part of that other community, but yeah, she's a black girl though. But she lied too and said that Biden
Yeah.
laws. Yeah, she
Yeah, I
lied
know
on
you're
TV
talking about.
saying
I
his
can't
laws
remember her
didn't
name.
count.
Stacey Abrams.
No, not Stacey Abrams. Not
Oh,
Stacey Abrams. The other one. But she lied on TV and said that Biden's 91 crime law did not fragment the black community. She literally lied, and then came back and was like, "Oh, well, what I meant was." So she was credible, but no, not Stacey Abrams. She's Georgia, not her though. Yeah, yo, my bad. Y'all stop there because I just really think about the black intellectual when they're, it's emphasizing, the Negro intelligentsia, you know. Pardon me, yeah. So fundamental,
I think that shit
fundamental.
on the head though. I think that shit hit it on the head because we definitely out here getting like this is how we keep fucking up, right? We get the people who are supposed to be like smart in our communities, and even down to that, I'm not trying to get into that whole like I guess you could call it a meta conversation. But even what we look at as educated people, they went to what the white people said was education. Like, because we so scared to say, like, just take it upon ourselves. And I feel it is that mental thing. We're mentally still in slavery. I know people like, we 100 years from that, nigga. My peoples wasn't slaves. That shit sounds stupid to me because we're ignoring that even without us being slaves, it was effects of slavery. Then other processes that happen and then we act like, oh, they said they don't exist no more. We good now. Well, shit, if you were doing COINTELPROFILE almost 100 years, how many years do you think the after effects will last? But our black intellectuals, quote unquote, would tell us, oh, y'all niggas is, y'all tripping. It ain't about that. Da 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 da. Like, yeah, they definitely utilize our people, the quote unquote smart boys, the Django, going back to Django, the bright boys. They use them shit. Just like on Django. You see, Steven was the bright boy. Get off that damn nag.
Mm-hmm. He
They
wasn't even on
always
that man.
utilize us, man.
Mm-hmm. He played that role. That was a That was a vivid, illustration of the Sambo.
I think that's a
All righty.
vivid illustration of what you saying right there. For real.
And yeah, man, yeah, bro, and that's why I say like that's how I know, man. Like this just like I said, this just further reinforces, like, yeah, man, like, bro, yeah.
I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all in the chat. My bad, did you?
Go ahead,
You
you good,
know.
bro.
I'm gonna tell y'all in the chat like my mom used to tell me. I'm gonna need all y'all to come to the front of the church. I don't know what the hell y'all got going on in the chat over here taking little pot shots. And then I don't know which one of you troll ass Negroes keep on putting in the chat that you a girl and talking all this weird stuff, and we can tell by your conversation you was a dude at heart. Chill with that shit, bro.
Hey, yo, pulse.
Man, it's a dude. Like, bro, you was looking at the chat last night. Dang, we blocked so
Look,
many fake
look, I'm
girls
gonna
in the
be
chat.
petty. That's Domo Mans in them. Nah, I'm fucking
Oh,
with
you
Domo.
being super
I'm
petty.
fucking with Domo.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of these. Well, pause. I'm trying to get to the heart of it.
I
Q in the
will say
back.
this, Gold Mine, yo, salute to you for trying to keep a level of sanity in these conversations. Like, and it's hard to do, but I've been seeing the work
Man,
you've been doing the last 2-3 days. So salute to you for that.
man, I appreciate it. And like I was trying to tell you
I'm
last
big
night,
on bigging up our people. So when I
like
see a
I
nigga
was
do
trying to
something
be.
right,
Hmm.
yeah, when I see a nigga do something right, I just want to big him up. So I see how you be trying to structure the conversations, even though you kicked me off the platform last night. I wasn't even mad
You
at
ain't
you,
want to
my
be
nigga.
security. You was too big for the, you know what I'm saying, for the system. You feel me? You thought you were bigger than this. I'm like, come on, Will, we doing security tonight, bro. You over here trying to build with the builders. Nah, nigga, we security tonight.
You my nigga, yo.
Check
You
this out,
tell me
Respect.
who need to be shot.
real quick, y'all.
What you got, did?
Real quick. This is it. It's not all bad, and this is pivotal too. Fundamentally, what's up, Q? Peace to Q. Fundamentally, there is deep and racial consciousness among Negro Americans. They have, in spite of the divisive influence of the Negro intellectual, the same instinctive urge to group together as have other racial and national groups. And that's true. So he's letting you know how, like, there's still a segment of us that has this deep racial consciousness. You feel me? The yearning to want to get together and come together. You feel me? Like, not all of us is, associated with the black intelligentsia. What happened to Damo? Damo then stepped off the panel. Huh? No.
But on some
Damo,
G shit, deity though. On
Wait,
he
some
on
wait
G
his
a
shit.
minute.
bag, man. Chill with us over there.
When
No,
did
he's
intelligence?
independent though.
Wait a
Like,
minute. When did intelligence become not black?
say it
It's
again.
kind of the
Oh,
reason.
I never said intelligence isn't black.
What?
Nah, but I understand this
But you're
question
making a
though.
separation though.
I think in terms of the context of these conversations, right? Certain people in the black community are classified as coons, those blacks. Like that term educated black, unfortunately, is associated with the coon.
Mhm.
I agree with you, Dev. Like a lot of our people are educated, right? But I think unfortunately, when we have these conversations, that educated black conversation is attributed to W.E.B. Du Bois. It's attributed to Talented 10. You get what I'm saying?
He's talking about he's gonna get into
Boule.
WD Boys, Booker T. Washington. He's literally gonna get into that. Literally,
Yeah, niggas like me.
that's literally the next stage.
Shut the hell up.
So he
Nigga
the
thought he was
smartest
slick.
nigga of all time.
Hey, yo,
Who?
Gold Mine, you my nigga, yo.
I'm saying. So
Thanks.
are
Likewise.
people putting him in the box of the smartest nigga of all time?
Who you talking about? This brother right here?
The boys.
Oh, the boy. Oh no, I don't.
Nah, but Dev,
That's a
I think there's a
pivotal
separation.
example though of Du Bois, who was, like he said, who Du Bois was, more so pro intellectual, and Booker T was more so pushing the industrious, and like he said, such training would enable the Negro to remain his favored. He said, such training would enable the Negro to maintain his favorite position after slavery and place him in a better competitive position amongst immigrants in the labor market. This book is literally speaking about what's been. So it's yeah, but no, he's not saying that. But he's using that example, that the dichotomy between Booker T and
He's speaking about the ideological differences.
And it's, pardon me, I'm trying to get my thoughts together, but
I'm with you,
man.
I'm holding you down, young God. To I just gotta control myself, bro. Because to Dev's question,
I be getting overworked up, bro. I be getting like, this shit is still relevant today, and I'm like, man, this is crazy, man. Like,
Tell him deity to this day.
Favorite position. That that was our position, but we're no longer favored in those positions. There's many reasons why, but yeah, it is the main reason why. But yeah, man, let me breathe.
What's the name of the book again?
It is called
What's that?
Color, Communism, and Common Sense
By
Manning Johnson.
Did y'all get that in the chat?
I could put it in the chat again.
No, you ain't gotta repeat it. I'll just make sure. My bad for not looking, man. I tried it. My week winding down.
I ain't gonna lie, that Layla girl kind of blew me though. She said we the reason for black people being separated. Damn, what we do?
Yeah, I won't bore y'all no more though. Y'all go ahead.
Separated by what?
I don't know. I mean, I remember that comment Dev had put up. She said, let me go see if I can find it still.
Separated by ideologies.
Everybody got different ideologies. Shit.
True.
Oh no, she said we the reason for anti-blackness.
Oh no, I ain't gonna say that.
Pardon me, but see, he's highlighting how Booker T stressed race, pride of race, home ownership, land ownership, along with industrial and agricultural training. That is pivotal. That was pivotal. Leftists, Du Bois and Monroe Trotter bitterly attacked this philosophy. Consequently, most Negro youths avoided the skilled trades as menial. According to Mr. Carter G. Woodson, the vacuum was filled by white immigrant labor. Come on, man. Like, pardon me, y'all. My bad, man. Man, like, man, I didn't even, my bad. I didn't know he was, I just thinking industrious trades. Didn't know that he was agriculture, home ownership, land. I didn't know that Booker T was, I didn't know that he was. Oh, that's what we need right now.
Nah,
back then, I mean,
W.D. Du Bois, I don't fuck with because he was kind of more or less on some like, and I hate to say it, it's like what a lot of people will say now, like, hey, just go to college, you're gonna be good, and like that shit sound good if we white, but as black people who already, as I say, we started the race behind. Shit, that ain't good enough for us. We got to do a little bit more. We got to get,
But I'm saying I can't fault him in the moment when he saw an opportunity for us to catch up.
Many Negroes realized Du Bois was wrong then, as he is today. All that, I'm on my deathbed. As a soul, I think I might have messed up. What's the FBI dude that was on his deathbed that has said the killing with? Basically, I'm tired of everybody on their deathbed and they want to come out with confessions and.
Hold on, young deity. But what I'm saying is, though, in the modern environment we're in, I don't think that Du Bois was necessarily wrong. He may have been wrong in the last 90 years, building up to where we are now, right? But where we are now, I think, is a weird space where we can apply his ideology more than ever before, because we're in those positions now.
No, we not.
Can't deny that.
Trades? No, we're not. We're not dominating in no trades field.
It's not about dominating.
What do you
it's
mean?
Just about having a position.
It's favored
We're not
position.
even very.
Favored.
Yeah,
y'all say a comprehension. Such training would enable the Negro to maintain.
Du Bois was never talking about dominating any space.
and
The
place him in a better competitive position amongst the like what do you,
right. A
the mail
better
room is not a
competitive,
position.
hold on. A better competitive position. He was never talking about dominating because he wasn't.
maintaining his favorite position, brother. Let's just get maintain his favorite
I'm with you,
position
but listen,
in
listen. I don't think Du Bois ever lied to himself about the reality of where we are, right? So when we make statements like dominate wasn't the goal. That last statement that you read, competing, was the goal. And I think now, where
We
we're at
still
in
not in that position though.
2025, nah, we is, my nigga.
We ain't
no,
listen,
we're not.
13% of the population. Let me just break something down.
Yo,
He talks
13%
about
of the
how her
population means
daddy
we
was
damn
not even
near
allowed in the
cannot
plumbers
be in.
union. What are you talking about? This is a book about how the tax system empowers Black Americans. She talks about she's highlighting how what got her what catapulted her into wanting to become a lawyer is when she started dissecting her own parents' tax records, and she's seen the what's the word I want to say? She's seen
The errors.
the errors, exactly. The errors and the it's a term, it's a technical term.
Fallacies.
All that, etc. But she also highlights how her daddy could not matriculate into the plumbers union because he was Black.
But
So
this
once again,
is
my
my
bad. That's what
simple
I'm saying, y'all.
point,
My
deity.
mind, y'all
Hold
say
on,
one thing,
deity.
yeah, bro. My
Deity,
mind is
peep it though.
bro.
This is my point.
I'm different, man.
This is my point. That entire diatribe, I would assume, is written before Stanley O'Neill, right?
Right here.
Now we're in a position where Stanley O'Neill is the CEO of Merrill Lynch. What I'm saying is everything that was written doesn't apply to where we are now. I'm not saying throw it away, but we have to tweak it. That's our burden. That's our responsibility being in the now. We have to build on those theories. And what she wrote about was what she could see at the moment. In 2025, I see Stanley O'Neill. So we are making progress in terms of competing in these markets. Get what I'm saying?
Nah, saying a singular example isn't a good way to say we're competing. To say
I
Merrill
I
Lynch doesn't
agree.
even have 10% of their workers aren't even Black.
I
So to say
agree. I'm not
but
trying to simplify it to that level. I agree. But what I'm saying is, when I'm listening to what Young Deity read, I don't think it was from the perspective of 2025, where you can look at certain things and see that we are progressing in those areas. How do we just supercharge it and make it
What,
only benefit us?
what's the date on your publication, dude?
Good
This book,
question, Dev.
Yeah.
okay, it is 1958. Yep.
Clearly, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Stanley O'Neill wasn't even out of college then. So what I'm saying is we've progressed a lot since then. That the hard part that when I listen to these conversations for us is when we can be honest about how we've progressed, it puts more onus on us to push forward. We can't say that niggas just can't do this, niggas just can't do that. Now we could do it, my nigga. We could do it. That's just my little rant. But
I want to make sure I got this right, but I'm gonna look this up and I'm gonna go back to it. But if I'm not mistaken, we haven't even made a single digit leap since the
Yeah.
60s in terms of ownership, business wise,
Yeah.
running, owning. So to say we're making progression, no,
Yeah.
you're
Like, what are
correct.
you talking about? My bad.
the question when you talk
I
about
thought I was
ownership,
muted.
so
No, because
I
Wall Street was
hold
saying
on.
we've progressed. And I'm saying,
Right.
yeah, we've
Yeah, yeah,
progressed,
that's what I'm
but
saying. I
if
agree
you're
with you.
saying 10
I agree
people,
with. I was like, what is he talking about? I'm saying that to
So
in
here's
oh
my
yeah,
point,
okay.
right? So
And
here's
look,
my
this the
point,
only thing I'm
right?
saying. Let me get it off, Wall.
Go ahead, my
Listen,
fault.
if we progressed, if 10 people this year, 10 less Black people died this year than the year before, will we progress? But is that a good progression or something that will affect us as a whole? I doubt it. And that's where we got to stop taking the what would you call it, the moral victory. Oh, we did better than last year, but it's not getting very good. In the last 60 years, damn near, we still aren't getting in double digits. We're not, even what you're saying, I get what you're saying in terms of when that book was made, the CEO of Merrill Lynch wasn't there. But since the CEO of Merrill Lynch came, it hasn't changed that much. It would be crazy for us to say we can't use that because this ain't that time. It ain't that time, but we almost in the exact same position. So we do kind of have to take heed and even utilize these things that the dude is
But
writing about.
but listen, bro. Here's where I disagree. When they talk about our lack of ownership, right? I think that was a conversation that was being had before E Trade. Now, before y'all cut me off, listen to what I'm saying. Stock ownership is ownership of a company. It's a small piece, but it literally is ownership.
It is.
I think we are way more involved in markets that we have never been involved in 2025 than we were when that was written. So I'm not saying the sister was wrong. I'm saying we have to update the information. And when I look at it, I see more things that can build morale than lead me to believe we can't do or we haven't done. That
Nah,
makes sense?
definitely. I'm glad you said. I don't subscribe.
No,
We can't do nothing. I don't.
Yeah,
nah.
nah, I was about to say I agree because I
I don't.
definitely don't
I
think we can't, and not I never put a block on what we as black folks do. I ain't gonna lie, this where I might be getting in some racist shit. I think we the best motherfuckers out here, period. But
But look, bro, this is one of our major issues when I was talking about the Coon conversation, right? When you talk about a Clarence Thomas, right? You know what pushed him over to that other side more than anything? It's because they called him the ABC, the absolute blackish child, right? They used to tease him with that, right? The point I'm making is when we create these points of contention, he's the coon, he's the street nigga, he's the this, he's the that. It divides us more than it brings us together. And that is the ultimate benefit to white supremacy. The only thing that's gonna affect them is if we figure out a way to make it all work, right? One thing about MAGA, you could be a toothless white man and you could be a billionaire. And they're all on code. They're all in line pushing for the same agenda. That makes sense?
not for sure.
Now I
But the
mean,
problem we'll have here is with you, even with you saying Clarence Thomas, right? He started out very pro-black, but he changed the white because let's be very blunt here. For you to succeed, maybe you can get famous off the black. It's like rap, right? We are underground artists. You're being bumped in the hood, and then what we leave out is when you're saying, "Oh, they're a mainstream artist." No, that's just changing the word for saying white people fuck with them. The
now look
hood
though.
brought you up. The white people fuck with you. Now you're a quote unquote superstar.
Now look though. You said some real shit that I don't think the average black person knows, right? This nigga used to go to school in college dressed like a panther every
For sure.
day,
For
right?
sure.
At some point, we lost him. I
Hmm.
feel like one of the biggest studies we need to do
Need to be
is
trying.
how do we lose the black coon?
He gone.
How do we lose that nigga?
Success. Like in
But I
order for
don't
you,
think it's
listen, we
success.
cannot progress in America by
Mm.
staying pro-black. That's the truth, the
Wh-
honest truth of this.
Nah, I
When
don't
you
agree
want to
with that.
make it to that point of saying I want to be bigger, you have to get the white people, which means
I get what you
stop
said.
talking about being black. Because guess what? Those white people don't agree with that. They don't feel that. They don't understand our price. So if you want to make it, like I said with the rappers, Kanye, another good example. Pure pro-black,
Oh
dark
Lord.
twisted fantasy. He started saying like, I don't want y'all to call me black. I'm just human. But that's when he started also becoming as big as an artist as he is today.
We
And when
lost him.
people realized that, they started just submitting to it.
We gotta study that nigga. This the same nigga that went
Now
on
go ahead, my
TV
bad.
and said George Bush doesn't like black people, right? How do we lose him?
For sure.
I think that's a study that we need to do because the honest truth is, and I say this all the time, right? But the reality
Mhm.
is, Coons, the Boule, all, they're not asking for help. The honest truth is they could help the impoverished a lot more than they will ever need their help. That's a fact. These are the niggas that are in place that can hire your babies. So we got to figure out a way. The sister on the phone last night, she was talking about a fusion. And she was talking about it in a real lofty way, which to me was kind of a fairy tale, only looking at the hurdle that we have to get over. But I did agree with her that, yes, this is what we should strive for. But how do we do that? When we calling niggas coons, when the niggas out the military not fucking with niggas in the hood, and it's all this division.
No, I don't think that's what I'm saying. In order for it to, even with going back to what you were saying about Trump and how the MAGA crowd is, right? And not being funny, it's because they're helping each other. Those
There's
poor,
no
I'm not sitting there
division.
saying that those rich white people don't go every day and just uplift the trailer park, but I'm saying no, them rich people do go out their way to try to make more donations, try to be visibly public amongst those people. Like I said, we don't need a study. We know what it is. The money. Like for real, it's the
Nah, that's
money.
real.
Like you said, these people are in position to hire our black kids, but guess what? The white man who put them in position, his son needs a favor. And guess what? His son wants his cousin to come with him. And guess what? The cousin got a third friend too. And you don't want to lose your position with that money. So you gonna go ahead and do this. But next thing you know, all your products are being filtered by white people that you done owed, because that's what they telling you. Oh yeah, this is how we do business. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. But what we fail to realize most of the time is even the black elites. Again, going back to Kanye, he started flipping out on these white people, lost all his money. Kanye was a very good nigga for the last year. He got that money back. You see how the fuck he's acting? Like
My
niggas
nigga
really
said, my
like
nigga
that
said
for
his
that
name
money,
is
man.
my
It's
nigga said his
crazy.
name is Adolf Hitler. I said, oh, this nigga's wilding. I said, somebody
Come
mute
on,
that
man.
nigga Mike. Somebody mute that nigga Mike. We gotta protect our brother. Mute that nigga Mike, man. That nigga said, I am
Nah, man,
Adolf.
throw that nigga off the boat. Throw that nigga. And when you talking about what our for real, nah, when you talking about what is our solution, throw these niggas off the boat.
I'm not
It's not
against that
time.
either.
We not in a day and age where we can say, hey, let me test every nigga and see who authentic niggas. It's just like you said with the MAGA supporters. Hey, the MAGA supporters see each other and know, hey, tip the hat. Because I know you my brother. So if
Yeah.
I can't tip my hat when I see you as a black man, if I can't throw my head up,
Throw him off
if
the
I even have to
boat.
question, let me throw my
I'm
head
in
up
line
again.
with that, bro. I am in
Word.
line with that 100%. That resonates with me. Throw them niggas off the boat. I agree. One of my arguments was that we need to stop having all the weird, goofy conversations. I'm big on, yo, put all these flat earthers, anybody talking something weird, put them niggas in the corner and let them talk to themselves. Let's just focus on us and pushing our agendas forward.
Nah, that's a big fact. And
So
I ain't
I
gonna I don't know if y'all I ain't trying to call out nobody, but it's another panel I be on, right? But it's almost damn near parallel, completely different from what y'all be talking about, right? And I was
you be
telling
on
them that
smoke
same shit
signal
today.
panel, don't lie.
Huh?
You be on smoke signal panel.
Who the
Completely
fuck is
parallel.
smoke
Y'all
signal?
be on there talking about.
I
Nah,
say
hey,
you
y'all
know.
be if you want me to be real, bro, I've only been in like the internet getting on panel space for like 3-4 months. This shit's still new to me, right? But
All right.
I be on this dude named Sharon's show sometimes, Sharon, okay? And them niggas be talking about basically just fuck black people, fuck black men, fuck black women. So I be coming up there talking to them, hey, let's get off of just trying to throw the blame on the black man or woman and let's see how we advance each other. And like today we had a situation. I had a white man come up there and explain how he was a national elitist and all these people was defending him, but they telling me how I'm being a dumb nigga for saying like, yo, stop letting this nigga talk. He's a white nationalist. He just sat here and said he's coming here to see what his enemies on. And y'all up here cracking jokes with this nigga and playing and shit. He not playing, bro. Like, but
I
a
agree.
lot of people don't want to throw these people off the boat. Again, we will even accept a white person coming amongst our own people saying, yeah, I will admit I've had a lot of sustained hate for your people. But
So
I ain't
so
that no more.
look, bro,
Like,
let's go back to the original topic, right? Like when we talk about the
Stay
Department
off
of
them gender
Education.
banging channels.
When we talk
yeah,
about the
yeah.
Department of when we talk about the Department of Education, right? I think, and legitimately, we get so frustrated with the failures that we get in a space where we're willing to allow, agree, you get what I'm saying? Things that will potentially make things a lot worse for us. You get what I'm saying?
For
Just
sure.
because we're frustrated with what we have now.
Hmm.
And to Domo's overarching point that he usually makes, it makes no sense to throw these things out if it's gonna get worse. I agree with Domo when he says that.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So, but that's a weird part of the modern progressive black psychology. A lot of niggas is just so frustrated with the norm that they're jumping out the window to be goofies, like my nigga Madon. Shout out to Madon. I fuck with Madon, right? But he's a perfect, you get what I'm saying, like microcosm of that goofiness that just comes out of the frustration of failure.
Nah, for sure.
But you
For
got to
sure.
keep pushing, man.
And,
One
and
thing
I
you
was about to
can't do
say,
is go backwards.
I feel like
Mhm.
it's more of an American thing. Like I feel like a lot of us have said like we're done, we're tired of fighting, so they gave up the fight, and instead of them looking for something to fight for, they just kind of said, "Well, shit, I want to live like the
Oof,
white people, so why don't I just go fuck
oof.
with the white people like that?"
It's
You
a
feel me?
fact.
And like, even what you talking about, you talking like Trump. I feel what Trump did very well. I'm not going to discredit this nigga just because I don't fuck with him, right? But what I'm a credit is he came through with vital talking points. Even if he's not going to do it, it's what you said. He might tell them a bunch of fucked up shit, right? But he talking about the main things that make people happy. So they like, yeah, support him. And we forgetting like he's saying 1,000 bad things. He may say 12 good things. I'm not going to deny that. But if you're not really
But at the
doing
end of the
those
day, we
actions,
have to
shit,
look
you
at
just
what he
talking.
did. He ran on a lot of things, but the policies that he came through the door pushing, if it negatively affected anyone the most, it was us. That's a fact.
For sure. And
You know what I
shit,
mean?
even that Department of Education stuff, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. He said it before he did it. I don't know why
DEI,
people are now
all of
being
that.
so mad.
Yeah. Niggas don't really even look at numbers. Like when niggas talk about DEI, they say, oh, well, homosexuals is benefiting from that. Like, how many of them niggas is it? They are not a
Exactly.
large portion of the population. We know these faggy niggas out here. Know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like, let them do their thing. But why sacrifice a program that is comprised of 65% of us? And I'm saying
Hmm.
that conservatively, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
But niggas is so, I understand the psychology. Niggas is so frustrated with failure. They're in a place where they think anything opposite might be better. And
That's a fact.
the scary part about it is,
Nah, that's how you think. Stop putting that shit on everybody, yo. Damn. Just say that's how I feel.
nah, but that's not how I feel though.
I don't think
I
that's how
never give
Why
that
you
nobody
to
in
the
feel
this
truth.
panel
everybody else
feel.
think like that then? If you don't feel like
I
that,
didn't say everyone, Dev. I said a lot of us. There is a portion of us that think like that.
there's a portion that never thought any other way. It's always been a portion that thought like that.
I disagree with that, Dev. I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you why. I'm gonna tell you why, right? The average black Trump supporter right now, right? Me personally, someone can do the homework on it. I think they all voted for Obama. It's not that they always thought that way. They're frustrated. They don't see the progress. They want to blame something. And so now the low hanging fruit to blame, which isn't even a bad argument because the Democratic Party does have things that they have to be accountable for, but the low hanging fruit to blame is just the Democratic Party.
I ain't gonna deny it. I'm gonna agree with Dev on this, just because before we ever called a nigga a coon, we was calling you a house nigga. That's pretty much one of the I would say our colonizers. That was one of their main ways from the beginning to divide us. They said, "Hey, some of
And
y'all good
see,
enough to be in the
that's
house. Some of
valid.
y'all got to be in the field. Most of y'all got to be in the field. Some of y'all got to be in the house." Now, what I'll say to Dev's point is, I mean, to your point also is, I believe what it is just as time went on, we've changed that. Now people are volunteering to be the house niggas when at first we wanted to be field niggas. Like, I
Now
ain't
you
saying we wanted to
understand
be
my point.
enslaved, but I'm saying we was happy to be like, we was happy to work, be able to do these things with our hands. And then we seen, but we, like I said, we've been watching, we still on the plantation, whether or not we want to admit it. The only difference is now you get to go home from your plantation. You get what I'm
I
saying?
like
But
the
when you,
fact that you use that analogy, because applying it to the last election, you got niggas in the field pretending to be house niggas. You understand what I'm saying?
not facts.
These niggas is in the field. They not even house niggas that are really gonna benefit from these things.
Not like you said from the beginning, you got niggas in the projects talking about support Trump. You
Come
sound
on, my
stupid as
nigga.
fuck.
Come on, my nigga. You get it. You get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look at that as like, I just look at that as ignorance. I don't see that. If I see, I you know, like, but that's me being graceful though. I don't
Diddy, I look at it as
pass the
frustration.
whole like, because I know
I
everybody
look
don't
at
know
it
that.
as frustration,
You feel
and
me?
it's valid frustration with the Democratic Party. I can understand it. You know what I mean? I don't agree with it, but I
Yeah.
can understand where it comes from.
I don't even think I don't think it's frustrating with the Democratic Party. I think it's frustration in the government itself, in politics. Because that's why I said Trump's talking points are very good. And his main talking point is, I'm not a politician. I'm not these people. Y'all fuck with me because they doing shit that they fuck with the government. I don't fuck with the government. I'm gonna look out. He ain't say he gonna look out for us, but he said, like, yeah, I ain't gonna do shit how we been doing it. So I think it's just more of a tiredness of the system at hand to say somebody, one of y'all, Republican, Democrat, we don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? One of y'all fucking give us a hand. And I think they said, okay, here's a guy saying he's not going to play those games. He's going to play a different set of games by a different set of rules. And I think a lot of people maybe like you said, not knowing the information itself, just hearing the words on the surface, they said, all right, well, that's different. I'm going to support that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't fault him for it. I don't mean I ain't saying I'm gonna connect with him and network with him, but I just
Yeah, I'm back, fam. Who rocking with the white man right now?
yo 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 yo.
Yeah,
Man,
who
damn
going to
sure
these
ain't
white
me.
schools and working these white jobs and shit, man? What we doing?
Oh we discussing politics.
Mm.
Politics.
We ain't never not worked for the white man. Name 1 year.
Man, 1 year?
Yeah,
Shit, 94, nigga. I wasn't working for no fucking white man, nigga. Fuck you
said
talking
94.
about?
That's fucked up, man.
Notice that, but 94 for me is 17 years old still. So you know what I'm saying? I was,
Nah.
See what y'all got going on. It
Nah,
doesn't.
it's Friday night, man. They out there spending that money, man. Shit. They don't give a
For
shit
sure.
about coming together or making sure that the masses in terms of who they associated with or claim to be. Because like I said, I'm not sure if people still live in the black community. I asked for an assessment and roll call earlier this week. I don't recall saying, yeah, where I stay at, out of every 10 houses, 7 of them are black. Like I'm not getting
Oh
that.
no, I ain't gonna decap to you. I personally would say I stay in the hood, but I do have a house in the Jewish community. I would not deny that either.
No,
Say
that's fair.
You know
four
what
out
I noticed though, dude?
Yeah.
Like it's almost like even that is like the extreme nowadays. Like in Nashville where I'm from, you feel me? Like for the most part,
your neighbor gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless you just like in one of them neighborhoods that's like known for black people, the majority of the time your neighbor's gonna be different than you. You know what I'm saying? But
Huh?
when I went to Cleveland,
Yeah.
man, bro, I seen so many black people. It was like, you know what I'm saying? It made you feel right at home type shit. Only time I seen white people was when I was at a job making probably more than 20 something an hour.
On the
Like,
outskirts.
only time I seen them. You feel me? But and then in the deep south, like when I went to Arkansas and Mississippi, like
Mm-hmm.
you got whole towns. Ain't nothing but black people, let
Mm-hmm.
alone a community. You feel me?
Yeah.
But the question is that really a black community? Just because the
Shit.
population is
They
there,
had to
you
they
know what I
had to
mean?
change laws in Mississippi just to be represented white people. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, them black towns down there like Mound Bayou, like Drew, Mississippi, like them black towns for real.
Yeah.
I was
You ain't
about to
gotta go.
say
You ain't gotta go
North
that far
Carolina, you
south
got a
though.
lot of them.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
kind of
whole
more in line with Claude Anderson that
My
just
bad.
because the population is there doesn't make that a black community.
shit.
Nah, I kind of agree with that, but I say in North Carolina, it's a lot of black cities, like an actual black people
Yeah,
founded them
there too.
cities, a lot of slaves and stuff. Like former slaves. I mean, but I mean, I agree with what I think it was Goldmine was saying. Like,
Yeah.
you go to certain places, and I guess like I tell people, my personal thing is like I ain't never see a white kid till I was about 11 years old. Like I never seen a white child. Period. I thought white people were only the police because I was around so many black people. And then when I
Right. Or
started
bill
leaving North
collectors.
Carolina, it was weird, huh?
I said, or the bill collectors, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the
Yeah,
only
you
time
feel
I used
me?
to like
Like I
hold up.
ain't like I said, like I never really seen no white kids, period. You feel me? But when I started leaving the state, I started seeing it. It was so weird to me. Like even where I was saying like the crib I have in the Jewish community, it's in West Virginia. It's a lot of white people there. And the black people there, I tell them like y'all weird to me because y'all not being actual black, y'all being what white people want black people to be to appease them white people. You get what I'm saying? Like I think it does help us to be in black area, even if there isn't a black city. I think that really helps us as black people to be amongst your own people to where like you don't have these fears and things a lot of these people say. Like I'm not sitting here saying people ain't robbing and killing people in my hood type shit, but I'm not scared of them niggas. Like I understand in life, any morning you could just wake up and a nigga shoot a bullet off in the air and it land in your head. That's just life. Anything can happen. But as long as you keep yourself out of situations, you probably not going to end up like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you can't, but I trust my peoples. Fuck that. I love my peoples. Like I don't look at hood niggas and say like, oh, let me get away from these niggas. If anything, I look at them and say like, how do I help bring them up to what we would perceive as better levels? You know what I'm saying? And not tell them to abandon that hood. Don't abandon the hood because you're the only person who can fix it. We can't keep getting good and then leaving the hood. That's why shit's still fucked up.
Yeah. Hey, so real quick, Dad brought up the black, not black businesses, but us working for the white man. Correct.
Yeah.
Um, just want to highlight. Basically, the Reds' policy is now and has always been anti-Negro business. The fact that the Negro business is sustained in the main by Negro patronage, that it exists almost entirely in the Negro community, makes it vulnerable to attack by the Reds. They term it a product of segregation, social isolation in the ghetto, quote unquote, quotes, etc. And two, the Reds use the example of sharp competition between small and big business to discourage Negro entry into the general arena. While it is true that Negro businesses in only a few instances function outside the Negro community, this does not mean that they cannot function in other areas if the Negro provides attractive goods and services. But what is wrong but what is wrong with the Negro owning and operating community businesses? Question. The Germans, the Italians, the Irish, the Jews, the Chinese have their respective communities where they own and operate most of the businesses. At no time do they consider it as a crime. Chinatown, Chinatown in New York and San Francisco are splendid examples of the community resourcefulness and pride that draw like a magnet multitudes from all walks of life. The Negro can learn much from the Chinese. I just thought about just Negro businesses, and I want to say the brother Blues on here was very adamant about us needing other groups to sustain our businesses. We don't. No, it just made me think of just like how how strong we can be if we was to like actually on code together, and how you talked about how nobody wants to be here on a Friday night, really, on some, really on some real strategizing, man, and just really like taking the past, and like literally like seeing how it really is applicable today. Like a lot of us try to disregard certain things, or that when was that written, or just like there's a lot of societal elements we can use, and apply them today. See where we went wrong, etc., and just the power of us. And then it makes me even think about when Damo said he don't do the black vote. What do you mean you don't do the black vote? Like that's like saying there's not a black anything. Then I'm not gonna say anything, but when you say there's not a black vote, in my mind, you're saying there's not a black, like black people can't come together and have businesses and all that. Like, so that means, actually, I'm probably not articulating that right. So when you say that there's not a black vote, then how is it like how does that, like, basically there's no black vote on the political level. So when it comes to other realms of society, social, then it like it just, my mind, it doesn't compute with me when and I just think on many different levels when it comes to when it comes to our plight, man. Like for real, and it's just, yeah, man, my bad, y'all. Don't mean to call for the tangent, but yeah, I'm just, pardon me, man. I just and the Reds is the Republicans. In this book, the communists is known as, the liberals. That's, yeah. That's interesting, though. That's interesting. We don't need all dollars. We don't need our dollars, man.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder though, man, if that is productive.
What, brother?
Because again, I'm definitely not saying there's no truth to it or none of that. But do those conversations put people in a position where they don't, trust, respect, whatever words you want to use, their opportunities with, the government in everyday society? Like, are those parts of the conversation that's making people say white supremacy? And I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I get why we talk about those things, but I'm wondering if they're becoming a hindrance.
You talking about as far as like the over emphasizing, the over highlighting, as far as like
because it's like people seemingly don't talk about it as a fact; they talk about it as a complaint, if that makes sense. Because like if we talking about it and we saying this is what we got to do to make shit better for ourselves, make shit better for the next generation, I'm all for that. But if we just pointing out stats to say, look what the white man did to us this year, is that really beneficial when, you know what I'm saying, some people might benefit from not hearing that? Not saying that, again, it's wrong, but it does have a negative connotation over it, to where when you go out in society, it make you side-eye white folks. It just is what it is. And so, like I say, when we dealing with younger people, how do we get them to hear the correct, truthful information without turning into a whole fuck white people then? You know what I'm saying? Like, because niggas get savage with it. You know what I'm saying? After hearing enough, it become, yeah, fuck these white motherfuckers then. You know what I'm saying? So how do we create a balance? Like, nah, for real, bro. We used to watch Roots at once a year, bro. And that day after Roots would come on, bro, half the white kids didn't come to school because they was getting bombed on, bro. Like, there was an issue with how the youth relate to white people after those moments. Rodney King, bro, he wasn't looking at white folks like shit was cool. And so I wonder how much of that mentality is transferring by the time we get 18, 19, 20, and we looking at these white folks like, white man, tell me what to do. Fuck your job then. You know what I'm saying? Like, where does that stuff intersect?
I don't think we can actually say where or when. I think the only thing we can actually do is say like it's nothing we're going to do that's perfect, right? We can't make something that's not going to produce radicals. It will produce everything produces radical Americans. Every country they got their extremists, and they all went under the same teaching, understanding that the rest of them with. Some of them just may have took it a little bit more personal. Now, I think the bigger thing we could say here with us is, and I hate to be that guy, right? But I ain't saying go out here to attack white people, but I think we should teach our children to be very wary of them, because when we point out these things, we not. No, go ahead.
No, I just called, bro. My bad. Go ahead. Or did you have
Yeah,
to?
I was
No,
gonna
you
say
good.
though, I don't
Go
know if
ahead.
we can say that it's wrong for us to say be wary of the white people, because they have, even if we're pointing out certain things and we don't have an exact solution, what we should be getting out of that more than anything is the fact of saying, okay, these people continue to do things to go out their way and harm us. Be very wary of those people. Now, I would never encourage us making extremists who are going about trying to harm those people, but I personally will say I advocate for us to say fuck them white man's job. Because then guess what happens when you say fuck the white man's job? Now you looking for a nigga to get the job, and now you working with the same community, and that's how we build it up. So I
My
guess
only
maybe the
fear
answer
in that
would be
is
we cannot we it's no solution to stop extremists. No, go ahead.
no. I was gonna say my only fear in that is historically it hasn't happened that way. Fuck the white man's jobs typically mean getting a pack and getting out on the streets and getting it popping yourself. I mean, I think if we were seeing more positive attempts at doing something legit, then yeah, I'm all for it. But I think sometimes we saying this stuff to people who are coming into, you know what I'm saying, adulthood and whatnot. And yeah, maybe your first job need to be for a white man. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you do need to get out there in the workforce and understand what it's like in the real world, as opposed to hearing a lot of, you know what I'm saying, anti-white shit that, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying it to not be anti-white, but in the ears of the youth, is there wisdom with that statement? Is there wisdom with fuck white people? You know what I'm saying? Do you know not to live that at your job? Do you know to have that mentality, but to go ahead and still get that degree so you can push forward? I just fear we don't teach that way. And sometimes when we're given the data can only be interpreted as, damn, white people hate us. They're like, oh my God, why the fuck would I want to go work for somebody that hate me? The whole goal is to see me be their labor while they kids kick it and go to college. So like, why would I want to contribute to that? So that's, again, I just think the more we talk about it without the nuances, at times we are pushing young men away from, because like I say again, I'm one of those who had that mentality young, like, man, fuck white people. But like I said, it was a detriment because as many doors were open, hell, I closed that motherfucker. There's too many white people in there, fam. I close that motherfucker and walk up out that bitch. You know what I'm saying? But to my detriment, in the later years, again, I taught my kids not to be that way. Like they're not as foolish as I would have been in that regard. But again, a lot of my disdain for white people came from growing up around them in the second half of my childhood. And, I didn't like them. You know what I'm saying? The first half of my childhood was black community. Second half of my childhood, my mom moved me to a white community, going to into middle school and high school with white folks. Yeah, fam, it made me not like them. And it put me in a kind of a bad position, in terms of how I would deal with them in the future.
No, I agree. Now I say I agree with the part. First of all, I agree with we don't give enough alternative options, because, like you said, I agree. Most people say if I'm gonna work for myself, it's picking up a pack. So I agree with that 100%. We definitely got to build, formulate, and provide alternatives to the people that are still in the I guess you could say lower situations or whatever. But I also say, like, you right. If we're going to keep working in the system, you have to be able to work with them. But as me and Damo, and even I think it was Wall Street was saying earlier, like, Or no. Matter of fact, it was deity right here when he was saying like we have to stop being afraid to separate and make our own thing. Like, and I know y'all. I've talked about this before. I know people that told me like, nigga, shut that set us free bullshit up. But I'm not saying it in terms of just like trying to make it a story. I mean, I think that not even think that is truly what we have to do. We have to separate. I know people don't like that word now, but we do have to figure out separation because we have to focus on us. If we don't focus on us, well, nobody's going to focus on us for them. And I think the system we in shows that, like, no matter how much progression we make, nobody's focus is us, but us. So
So
So you
I
agree?
guess
that's
we would have to separate. Again, going back to that, I don't want.
yeah, that's where that conversation, that's where that statement actually stopped. Is separate, and then nothing else usually comes after that.
Yeah, because that's I'm gonna jump right on in on that. Like, can you
Man,
explain what that looks like, please? Because
uh,
I get the ideology of separation, but what does it physically look like?
and most people are not picking up packs.
We
But
would
for
have to
10
look
people
out.
that get fired, 10 people that get fired, maybe 2 or 3 at best, maybe consider a pack. The other 3, the other 7, unemployment, uh, based on where the demographics, they're going to be in the same boat or even worse. The positions are not progressing in not being affiliated with white folks for the 10. I'm just talking about the 10 as a realistic number. So realistically, in 2025, do black people have enough capacity and infrastructure in place to say, okay, separate?
Absolutely not. But
I will be 1,000% frank. No, we don't.
that's why I'm asking, what does that look like? Period. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think there's any group in this country that would benefit from separating. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you have a
Oh
community,
no,
the
I
Asian
think
community, they up financially. Do you think they would be up financially if they chose to segregate? No way. No way. I just
Separate.
think
I
it's
I
separate.
illogical.
believe
How you, bro?
they do. Like if we look very closely, they state that their communities and like I was saying one time prior up here, the difference between any other country and us, any other group of people and Black Americans is they have native lands very specifically. So when they make their currency here, they're sending it back home, which is further stimulating those economies. We have nothing. Whatever we do stimulates our economy, and it doesn't come back to us. Now, in terms of saying like, do we have the infrastructure? Fuck no. But I'm gonna say this also: as long as we have a plan to build those infrastructures, well, that would itself in turn give us those the mediations in between, because those people we're now providing jobs for building these infrastructures. Okay, we know we need. I'm not saying this is exact. I'm just using examples. Say when we want to build an aqueduct system. Say we want to build I forgot what it's called, the place where you house the modems for internet services, things of that nature. So we need those built. People will have to get hired to do that. And it's going to take us a long process because we got to build those things, figure how we're going to do it. And that in turn still creating jobs because we need the people, we got to hire the people who can say, hey, okay, I can make this, but not only how can you make this, how can you make this efficiently, cheaply, in the space that we can make it. So I think it's not a problem of whether or not we have the infrastructure. It's just whether or not we have the plans to build the infrastructure, and specifically what infrastructures will be the main thing.
Yes, I say that's absurd. I'm just being real with you. When you say building infrastructure, right? For me, those have become social media talking points that
Mm-hmm.
don't stand out intellectually. Black people have never built infrastructure in this country, nor should we, because we pay taxes
Mm-hmm.
for infrastructure to be built. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
So until we're taxing each other in these communities and building infrastructure that way, how exactly does that actually play out in a serious manner. Because I get where you say we haven't built it. Well, we wouldn't have needed to. There was the separation ideologically implies that we're going to go build all of these different things and then not need the rest of society anymore. When I'm to the degree where I'm truly of the belief that we are part of this society, we would lose from trying to separate from it. It's not just, oh, I love society. No, we would be discussing going back to a primitive time just to start over with hopes of getting ahead 100 years from now. It just doesn't seem ideologically sound, because what would be the goal of separating in terms of time frame? What's the 5, 10, 15-year goal? And I just don't know if that
I'm gonna
adds.
just go with your 100-year gap, right?
Go ahead, man.
I say this. It would be sensible, because if we're gonna, like you said, it takes us 100 years to progress. Well, how much progression have we done here in 100 years?
A lot.
Not much. So I think it would be better for us to say we could take even how Trump tries to put out the tariffs. Trump, I'm not going to deny it to you. I don't think the tariffs is a bad plan. I think the fact that he has no plan with the tariffs is what's bad, because it's just tariffs. So that would be the same thing here, right? Like, if we're saying, okay, we're going to separate it. These first 10 years, we focus on water, agriculture, housing infrastructures. That gives us our basics. The next 20, we focus on education, something, things of that nature. I understand it does take a process, but as long as we build those foundation pieces, like I said, the food, water, housing, that'll probably be our foundations, because that's pretty much every country's, right? But it would be an advancement. Now, will I say, would it advance us immediately? I doubt that. You're correct. I will not deny that.
But I'm saying, what type of time frame are we looking at as far as advancement? Because I'm saying it wouldn't be conducive to one's growth personally or for their family to chase that as a paradigm unless you got $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? Like you damn near need to be able to build this community off your own dime.
I wouldn't say the dime as much as the work. It's kind of like one of them conundrums I bring up with people. Like, I'm not saying money doesn't mean nothing, but what are we spending our money on besides skills we don't know and things we don't want to do? Like, we're saving ourselves convenience, and we're just saying, okay, I don't know this, so you do, I'm gonna pay you to do that. But if we have the skills ourselves, well, who are we charging? I mean, if we say for the good of this nation, well, whatever we're building here, this community, this area, whatever, if we say for the good of this, we're going to do this at a either reduced price or no price. Just offer skill sets that I have. And that's, I'm not being funny. That's the thing where I said I do understand it won't be easy. I know a lot of people will hear this right now and be like, nigga, I ain't sacrificing money. Understand that. Even earlier when I was talking to Wall Street, that's why I was saying we got to kick some niggas off the boat. Because if we can't understand that we have to sacrifice today to feast tomorrow, well, we've already kind of lost.
See, again, I don't know, but I don't know if the strides we've made are worth throwing away, because you said over the past 100 years we haven't made any progress, and I find that hard to believe. Now, 1925 is a horrible time for our people, fam. I'm trying to see how you qualifying that as far as no progress from, a time where we was literally migrating from the South because people was getting lynched and they couldn't keep their establishments together because the white man coming and burning that shit up. And you know what I'm saying? Like, we can quote 3 or 4 towns that would have been burnt down and restarting their work 100 years ago. Like, I don't know why you would make it sound like that.
No, I'm not making it sound like that. And if anything I can say back to that, people's reaction to us is not advancement for us. You get what I'm saying? Like, us, if people say we're not going to fuck, we're y'all getting away from us lynching y'all. All right, well, fuck it. We just not gonna do it no more. You know what I'm saying? That's not advancement for us. That's just saying people started treating us better. As I was pointing out to Wall Street earlier, you know, like since the 60s, we haven't even had a double-digit increase in black ownership, like business-wise, even home ownership. Still, it's I'm not going to deny it. I think they said 2023 was the highest rate we had, but that's still only 37% of black people own their homes. So like we still not in a very good place. I would rather take out, and I'm gonna say this for me personally, I would rather take the risk of saying, hey, let's do this and see if we can advance 100% for the next 100 years versus looking at what we already got and say, all right, well, in the last 100 years, we've grown 7% right here. We've grown 11% maximum there. And if that's the maximum percentage we get, well, I think it'd be fair enough not fair, but I think we should be smart enough to say, shit, we can definitely do better than 10% in 100 years. We can definitely, like, I guarantee if we went about our ways separated, or they said they're going to give us land, whatever, if we separated and they started taking the statistic from that day of black statistics, I can guarantee in the next 100 years, we'll probably increase at least 50% on all ends.
So where you gonna base that on?
I apologize. I got my young buck. Give me 1 second.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm trying to get some data points where you actually have some realistic references where mid-teens of the entire population of a nation was able to separate, if you will, and be relatively competitive. I'm not even saying forward or more than, but I was just curious. Is that something?
I would probably use Africa, right? If I got any points, I know it's not Black Americans, but if I got any points of reference to saying how people can progress one separation, you know, after apartheid ended, a lot of countries came about in Africa, and I'm not saying that's not even 100 years. It's probably about 30 max for some of them, and yeah, like Kenya would be a good example. You know what I'm saying? Like once they got to the point where they start running their own governments, they say, hey, we understand y'all made this the country, but we kicking y'all out. Now we gonna manage ourselves. Like it's many places that have progressed. Like I said, I don't think we can catch up and be like what America is. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that would be possible, especially depending on how we would set our own systems and stuff. But I think we have a pretty good base of countries who have gained independence in modern times. I guess we could say like the recent 50 years, and look at them and say, all right, they progressed. Are they America? Fuck nah. But are they what Kenya was in the 90s? Fuck no. They got cars and shit there now. They got mansions and shit there. You know, that's one of the fastest growing places in the world right now.
But that is implying like these places that are new aren't doing business with America though. You know what I'm saying? Like sure, they're breaking off and creating their own country, but then if they taking a $500,000 loan out every 6 months from America, how does that, where's the difference? Like we live here, we're already here. Some of these places, they're now starting.
No, I'm saying those are.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. My bad. I ain't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're straight. I'm just saying, if we're talking about places that would be starting over, a lot of them are looking to be in the favor of this white man and seeing what they can get out of a country like the United States. They're looking for recognition for their benefit. What you're arguing would almost be like, going into it saying we're not going to need the United States. Now, I want to show you something because I want to get your understanding on it. Do me a favor, Dev, and share my screen, please. Now, there's this thing that goes around the Black community, and it's rather unfortunate, that claims that we have more home ownership back then during segregation than we have now. And it's just false, fam. It's just false, and it's so sad. So when we start talking about being segregated, you were segregated from the resources, which is why we had less home ownership. For some reason, those nonsensical talking points have made it for generations. So when we acknowledge that Black home ownership started going up after the 60s, after the 50s, not before. We didn't drop. We've only seen a steady increase since then. So why exactly will we make it seem like anything, any other time, a time of segregation was beneficial to us? It wasn't. The facts don't say that. We own more homes now than we did during segregation.
Oh yeah, I agree. And I said it before you even brought that up. 2023 was the peak of black home ownership. So I'm not debate. I'm not the type of person to sit here and say, well, back then we just owned everything. But I'm only pointing out that back then we did manage ourselves more. I'm not going to also say we don't have to work with the American government. Ooh, excuse me. I'm not going to say we don't have to work with the American government, but I think it's a difference between work for and work with, if that makes sense, right? Like us working with them, that's not the same as us working for them. So if we doing business with them, saying we have this item that we have in our area, we would like to trade it with y'all. Pay us fairly for this. That's that. I don't think that's a downside. As far as home ownership goes, too. Also, just going back to that, I'm not debating that, but I'd also just say like, well, that's kind of just I would say a spread of time, because we do grow in population. As population grows, shit grows. Da, 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 da. Even though I'm not sitting there saying it's a bad thing, I'm just pointing out that we still are very disproportionate compared to our counterparts, especially when you think about the fact that our counterparts far outnumber us. The Hispanics, the white people, they far outnumber us, but they have way better rates of ownership. And we can't really, I guess you could say, quantify the things that are going on by saying let's just constitute this number. We would have to get in the nuance of that, of basically shit. They say it's 40 million black people in America. That's including immigrants. I would probably say 20 million of them are actual like FBAs, what we be talking about, FBA type stuff. Maybe half of those are FBAs, I would probably say. So like if we're looking at a group of 20 million people and we saying 9 million of them own homes, well, not being funny, 20 million people, most of us should own our homes. And I don't think in the system we're in, that's just a viability. You got to go to your bank for a loan. You have to, it's a lot of red tape before you get that ownership.
So, okay, so again, so how long does it take in the future to build a brand new black bank that gives you the ability to build the home of your choice?
Almost zero time. Like dead ass, just almost zero time. I mean, because you can own your own personal bank here. Like you can make a bank. Not saying personal bank, but I'm saying you can make a bank company, and it's the same thing anywhere in the world.
So this is a bank that's not FDIC insured, though, right?
You said what?
It's not FDIC insured.
I'm not going to lie and say that. I don't.
I got y'all, bro. Right? That's what you're telling me, though. We operating off of I got y'all, fam. I wouldn't do y'all like that.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Just no, I'm saying like I said, I'm not saying FDIC. I'm not saying it ain't backed by that, but I would say like we can come up with our own system of insurances also. I mean, even down to that would be a part of that building the infrastructure. If we're going to say we're going to be dependent upon ourselves, and the thing I'll personally say is we've lived in the system where we've seen what we need. So I don't think it would be hard for us to say, okay, we're not going to do it with them, but we will emulate what we need to emulate, and then we'll create what we need to create that helps us kind of differentiate how we function from how they function. But we can still use like the basis at hands, banking, finance, things of that nature. I just don't think that we have to say that we have to go into their way of doing it.
I'm just thinking of this starting from scratch. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's different when you operate within a system that's already up and running. You can look around and see said system running. And then you can also see where the flaws at in said system. And so I think one of the issues with a blind faith leap would be not knowing what's ahead. Like a lot of us are thinking towards the future and moving towards the future with a clear understanding of the past. That clear understanding of the past, though, says segregation and separating yourself from the resources isn't beneficial. That's what the past says.
Yeah, I would say somewhat. Maybe in the again, it is it's certain benefits and what would you call it? Benefits and just bad things. I can't remember what the word, but I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that we should keep ourselves
Definitely.
from the resources, but that's what I'm saying. It's okay. America was being built under a brand new system called capitalism. Nobody was practicing this shit, but what they did was they said, okay, we're kind of going to base this off of what the Dutch do, and then further add out this and that, and then also what the Romans do with the democracy points and stuff like that. They just said we're going to build a system off of previous systems, and it wasn't no example of America, right? But they started from scratch and they did it, and we can do that also. I personally propose a. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I'm writing some major book or whatever, but I'm just because, like you said, I know people need to be able to envision. I'm writing a book about a new social system I think we should follow, which I call like social capitalism. Basically, we will practice socialism amongst ourselves and capitalism amongst the rest of the world. If you want to import your businesses to do things in America, Africa, take advantage of them because that's what capitalism is. Go high, but as far as the nation's people, no, we should work on set rates where it's not taking advantage of each other. It's looking out for each other. We shouldn't have any corporate benefits or bonuses to say, okay, I'm $1 billion company, but I want to get in the video game market where all the other competitors are barely millionaires. You know, that doesn't make sense. Like, and I feel if we could just go on some system of that nature, we can make that work. We can make this work.
So you don't think your new place that you starting would need to build off of slave labor the way America did?
In here enforcing the good part. Then I hate to say it like that. This isn't good, but I guess the good part is we were the slaves, so we should be able to do this for ourselves, even if we're not those same slave people. We do have that blood in us. I think we would be able to do this. I do understand it's not the ease that we're used to now. You know, it's not the being convenient and making things as easy as possible. I do understand that, and I understand there'll be pushback from that. But for all of us sitting here saying like, well, we got to quit blaming people and we could just do better for ourselves. Well, by that same merit, this should be something that nobody should really argue with, because this is just us saying to the most literal point, okay, I'm going to fix it myself. We're going to take care of ourselves. That goes even beyond just saying, I'm not going to just sit here and not get a
No, that's
job.
not. No, I disagree.
Now you saying
That's not a context, though. That's not a context, because when we saying we need to do it together, we also acknowledge that we're not united enough to start that conversation, right? We say we need to do it together as the understanding of the end of the conversation, but we also understand that we haven't got to the beginning of the understanding, which is the unity that it takes to start such a venture. We're nowhere near remotely close to that.
I agree, but we'll never get close
Or do
to
you
it
feel
unless
like
we
the
start actually
synergy?
trying to utilize. You get what I'm saying? Like,
But see, that's what
huh?
because I don't know how you get there. I don't know because, for example, even historically, when Black people lived in racially segregated cities that were horrible and they probably should have moved, they didn't. Right? They didn't pursue Black communities even back then when Nicodemus and Blackdom and all these Black communities were created all over the South. A lot of people just didn't move to them, and I'm not saying it's because they wanted proximity to a white man. They don't know what's going on in these places where you're starting up these new
Right.
governments. Your new homestead might be something a little bit different than what I'm used to. And with that, there's an automatic fear, the fear of the unknown. You know what I mean? So I don't,
Right.
I mean, I think we sometimes could be hard on black people for a natural thought process, right? Why would I leave what I done built here to go start something brand new over here where, hell, the dollars I done saved up and shit for my kids don't mean nothing now?
You
I'm
know
gonna
what
throw
I
all
would say to that though,
away.
Chaz? Cause
Huh?
that is like I see, I said, you know what I would say to that? Cause I feel you. That's a hard sell. You know what I'm saying? But I always been the type to say, man, we be tripping when we think everybody gonna do it at the same time. Work with the tools or the fuse that you got to start out, and you know what I'm saying. If it's meant, the rest will follow. But it ain't gonna never be 100%. It probably won't never even be a 70. And this not me being hopeless. It's just some people they just gonna move the way they gonna move this lifetime. You feel me? And they gotta be there for us to decide, man. I don't like how they moving with me. I'm gonna move with people that's on the same shit that I'm on. Cause it's like I feel you. It's a hard sell for everybody. Cause it's a lot of people that's so attached to what they done found for themselves after getting above what they felt like was desperation, whatever they lowest was. You know what I'm saying? So whatever they doing right now, it's gonna be hard to shake them regardless.
So what about the
No, that's
economic?
for sure. And I even point out. No, go ahead.
Yeah, the economic commodity factor. You saying still use Federal Reserve notes for trading?
No, I don't. I don't believe we should do that at all. No.
But he
Oh,
said
okay,
have
that's
some
where the
form of
conversation's
banking,
gonna
so
go.
it ain't
Yeah.
like wild,
But
wild
like I said,
west.
I was talking about something called social capitalism, which is basically again we'll have our own currency native and we'll set the prices there. However, you can still employ that's the capitalism part of the socialism capitalism. You can participate in capitalism on everywhere but our country. So if you got your money here, your land here, whatever, you could still proceed to use that. You could still utilize that here, but you cannot utilize that in this place that we need to use because again I just feel capitalism itself is inherently about taking advantage of people. So like we can practice it but not here because now you're going to capitalize on the people amongst us, which in turn harms us. So it's not really a thing about whether or
Right,
not like
right.
everyone will agree. I don't think as Gold was saying, I don't think everybody agree. I think it's just grabbing the people who do agree and watching like everything else with the black community. Once it's hip, niggas is on it. The Black Panthers at first wasn't the Black Panthers, but as time went by, they was like, "Hey, them niggas on some shit," and niggas started joining them. And I believe that's how it'd be if we started something like this or anybody started something a variation.
That I'm like, you know what I'm saying, the dreamer or something. But I think, it starts with what we do here, even having these conversations, you feel me? A lot of people say y'all just talking. But last time I checked, I actually got to go through the action of putting my lips together, moving my tongue, pause. You feel me? In order to make these words come out. A lot of times people don't join these panels or have these conversations because they have a hard time talking about, what freedom is to them. Like when I hear people talk about what they think we should do or what we could come together and do, you feel me? To them, that's their form of freedom, you feel me? And I feel like when we talking about going back to what Dev asked, when we talk about this money shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like we do kind of gotta get away from this shit because like this the reason why even your blue collar or white collar people, you know what I'm saying, they look over their family members and have to take time away from them to get that bag. You feel me? Um, because of the monetary system that we do have to abide by because that's what we were born in type shit. But I don't think it would hurt to try something different. We've been trying this shit for so long. We've been doing this same shit for so long to the point why not try something different? But like he said and I said, start with the people that's on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's try to be successful, you know what I'm saying, the people that's on it before like I wouldn't think that people that's of the same thought that he is would, intentionally try to crash, you feel me? Like really they must really feel like this a better way, you know what I'm saying? Cause this is that's a drastic measure to take.
For
I don't
sure.
see nobody doing that shit that ain't serious. So that's like to me that would be the cut. Like you got to try out for teams and shit. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be the cut. Like, we ain't even tripping, you don't want to go. Like, you know what I mean? We gonna work with what we got, you know what I'm saying? We gonna be allies to the people that's not out here with us, you feel me? But we gonna do us.
And yeah, I know you
That's how I
wasn't
would go about that shit.
here earlier, Tez, but that's what I mean about like throw the niggas off the boat. I said that earlier. Throw the niggas off the boat. Everybody can't ride. You feel me? And I'm not. I'd be a fool to say
You
I'm
ain't
trying
even
to
gotta
start
throw them
something
off.
or
Them
put
niggas
something
gonna
in
jump.
people's minds that everybody, huh?
You ain't even gotta throw them. Them niggas gonna jump theyself, bro. You feel me?
Oh yeah, nah, for
They
sure,
gonna
for
jump
sure. Yeah, you
themselves.
right. And that's the only thing I was even pointing out though. Like, man, I'd be a fool to say I'm trying to do something or spark the thing that every black person to get along with. I don't believe that. That's why certain people follow Martin and certain people follow Malcolm. You feel me? Like, but I think even with the
Yeah,
context of
yeah.
that, when we talking
And
about
some people just
Malcolm
try
and
to stay
Martin,
out of all that shit.
yeah. Then it's the people who don't want to be involved with that shit at all. But even then, my main point would be that regardless if you follow Malcolm or Martin, you were all a part of the civil rights movement. Y'all go about it different ways, but y'all was all seeking freedom and shit. Hopefully, what we talk about here can bring a community of maybe even, I don't care if it's 15 people. If for me getting on these panels, having these
Man, you
talks, to
feel me?
give me 15 people who fuck with me and say, yeah, bro, I'm with that. That's something we can progress with.
For real. Yeah, nah, you gotta start somewhere. I don't care what your idea is, you gotta start somewhere. But to me, that ain't something that's uh too. I mean, it's radical to some people. You know what I'm saying? Even to myself, somebody that was born in this. But I see the purpose. Even if it's something like, even if I was to say right now, hey, ain't something I would do, I would still support it because the simple fact that we need our people somewhere here. Well, you feel me? We never know when we need to disappear or something. You feel me? Shoot, we go over there with our brothers that we look just like, learn the way. You feel me? And be out the way. But like I said, there's still gonna be some people that ain't with that shit just because, and that's fine. That's fine. We need everybody doing everything.
Nah, facts.
That's how I'll be at with it, shit. Cause I mean, it's chaos out here. Like,
And
I
shoot,
ain't gonna sit here and sugarcoat it.
facts. Nah, I want us to be prepared for any of this shit, bro. Even down to that, like, like for me personally, I'm gonna say why I get up on the panels and it's important for me to feel that I'm having these talks because like it is alerting people, but it's also that like people may take me right now and say like this nigga talking bullshit. I'm perfectly fine with that. But when something dramatic happens, because no offense, that's our black community, right? We be seeing that some shit fucked up about to happen. You feel it in your gut and everything. You like, I might go over there and still see what it's like until the fucked up shit happens. You feel me? So like
If you
when
run
that
around,
does happen, who the hell called me?
You went out?
oh nah, I was talking to my
Oh,
little
My
brother.
bad. I'm back.
I ain't want to over talk with you.
I about to say
Saying
I'm
you
back.
feel
My
me?
bad.
Nah, you good. You good.
Oh nah, you good, you good. I fucked around and been trying to block this call that was coming through.
They done
boy,
snapped the
you ain't gonna
fuck
be
out.
able to block that call. It's Friday, boy. They're gonna be at the door in a minute. Shit.
You hear me? They know that nigga got paid.
Yeah, man.
They try to get a little change.
Ain't no sending no calls to
Gotta buy me a
voicemail and
pack of
shit.
cigarettes.
And they try to get a little change there. That's all. There was no
Man,
problems, man.
it's gonna be pull up hour from
Hey man, I ain't got no bottle for
now
y'all
through
boys today.
now through Sunday, boy. It's gonna be pull up
Yeah,
hour. Shit.
straight up. I tried to pull up on somebody's shit. I need look. It's Friday. I need a few dollars too.
Hold up,
Yeah,
y'all. Give me 1 second. I gotta go put the young buck down.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
This the one I was talking about. out here showing my little man some nature. He like to go outside and look at the plants and shit. But
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah.
Was it cloudy earlier?
What you say, Dad?
Was it cloudy or raining earlier? Or y'all just weren't available to go earlier?
I was on early. Oh,
Yeah, I was talking about
super early.
before we go on, yeah.
Oh man, I don't know what happened. I think I actually finally dozed off at about like 7 something.
Yeah.
It might have been 8, but yeah, we was up all night.
That's what I'm saying. When I saw Q had already made the title, I wasn't even
Melanated
tripping.
came.
That's what I was saying. When I saw Q had made the title, I was like, "Damn!" But you've been up all night. I wouldn't expect to hear from you till about now.
Yeah, man, my bad, man. My wife had came in here and got me right quick. You know, I
Yeah, I
checked her
popped
and told
back
her
up.
don't ever bother me when you see me on an internet panel talking to some motherfucking niggas.
Nah, man.
Man, you
Yeah.
ain't said nothing like that.
Hell no, boy.
Cap. Stop the cap.
You said
Stop the
everything
cap.
but that. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, you got like fucked
You're
up.
real quick,
We was
fam.
over here having a real genuine conversation. You come here with that bullshit.
Hell
I'm
no, boy.
gonna teach my son that lesson as soon as I go on mute. When your homeboy come talking that bullshit, man, like he done talk crazy to his girlfriend. That nigga lying. Tell him stop the cap.
Nah, man.
You hear me, man? I can't hear you. You too busy laughing, bro. But
Hell
yeah,
no.
bro. Like we know your ass ain't said shit like that.
Oh
Not to your
no,
wife.
he was talking directly to me. We was in mid conversation, but shit, I got up and walked right out. Shit, she, you know what I'm saying? You know, she come in and just say, "Come here, right quick." Shit, hey, what I'm gonna do? Say, "Nah, hold on." Like, I don't know what
Yeah.
she wants. So, you know what I'm saying? Shit, nigga, I'll be back. I
Yeah.
don't even want to
Yeah.
cut you off. I just mute up and go see what she wants. Nigga. Like shit.
I was wondering, I was like, Taylor, let's get this shit off. We finna talk. We finna talk that talk when Taylor say
These
this
shows
shit.
got it off, yeah.
I'm
Oh
walking right
damn,
to the
yeah,
door. I
I
said,
wasn't
you
here.
good though, bro.
Whatever was said, I missed it, fam. My damn show didn't hear it.
It's all good.
Look, if it sounded like some shit I would have pushed back against, I would have, nigga.
I already know. It's Friday. You would have pushed back because it's Friday anyway. Just to see if a nigga know what he talking about. I
Man,
already know. I learned that about you quick. That's why I don't need anytime if we ever bumped head on the topic, I never took it like that. I'm like, he just trying to check and see what you talking about. Half the time you be knowing what the niggas angles is just by the shit that they say. I could tell. But it's like you
yeah,
want to see if they gonna say that shit. And when they don't, they come back and rifle their ass with their shit. You like, nigga, how the fuck? How you know my shit better than me? The fuck? And if you know my shit better than me, why you ain't doing this shit that I'm doing?
man.
Them niggas be befuddled. I'm ready
Oh,
for the
shit.
debate league season to start. I'm ready to see what y'all niggas gonna do. Oh, but
Donald
shit,
Trump
Tay.
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, man. This nigga Madonna up here, bro.
Oh shit.
I know the goat. The
Hold
goat
on.
has arrived.
Madonna gonna want to talk about this shit too though, but man, I know y'all niggas keep pushing away because y'all super conscious and woke. But this Rico season been crazy.
Man,
Hey man, that's why I keep telling y'all.
man.
But
Ooh,
no one. Hey, y'all don't want to believe the truth. So I mean, what can I
ooh.
say? I
Here you
told
go
y'all
with
the
the
white
pseudo
man.
shit.
Y'all ready for that? Yeah, we finna change gears here, nigga.
Hey
Cause
man,
man,
the white. Like I said,
At 7:08,
The Most High is using the white man as a
Nashville
whipping
time.
stick to put niggas in that
man, get all
goddamn
that
place,
bullshit out the
bro.
way, fam.
Get all this shit out
That's
the
just what
way.
it is, King. I mean,
Nah,
think
bro,
about
these
it, right?
niggas out here
Nah, them
doing the
king, your
absolute
king
most
ain't
and
shit.
then go and tell everybody they did it, nigga.
That's what I'm saying, man. So it's like they giving the cracker alley oop. Like, come on, I mean, like, goddamn.
Yeah,
Will
I
nigga
don't even
fuck.
view it that way because a lot of them are just moving blindly as if there is no cracker.
Well,
You know what
how
I'm saying?
you?
Like
Well,
niggas
that ain't go
moving
to
like
show
they
they
don't
ain't
give a
gangster.
fuck, bro.
That mean they ain't gangster because real gangsters don't.
I mean, I'm just saying, bro. I mean, I grew up watching I guess my perspective of a gangster is different from most niggas.
It would be, fam. We grew up in a different time. We didn't grow up where cameras dictated if something happened, right? We grew up in a time where you knew not to do the shit on camera. Now you got to drop hints and clues for motherfuckers to know you even do that type shit for real. Like if you know what I'm saying, if the nigga who want to be seen as the nigga that do that type of shit in the streets, if don't nobody know he doing it these days, there's no benefit to him being that. Like gossip happens these days right out here on Front Street, my nigga. We all see that shit. Like you remember,
I mean, I feel that. I'm just saying, like
everybody in the city might know somebody who killed the nigga, like, and got away with it. Okay, that shit ain't happening no more, fam. People telling, they telling on they fucking trails, bro.
Yeah, I mean, niggas is doing the most dumbest shit of all time. Like, I mean, the shit is damn near laughable. It's sad, but it's laughable because you like, yo, wait a minute. I thought y'all was about stood on politics and business, and like y'all the most unorganized gangsters I ever seen in my motherfucking life.
So, do you think Mo3 was a gangster?
Mo3, nah. Yeah, I mean, nah. In my humble opinion, no.
Man, you tripping.
No, I don't think he was a gangster. I just think he was a renegade. I think he's more of a renegade.
Do you think Al Capone was a gangster?
Yeah, that was gangster. Yeah, that's gangster.
Now, what's the difference?
Organized and how they was organized, and how they didn't just bow down, right? Back when Al Capone them, they shot it out. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't going out without a fight. Now niggas, I be seeing niggas handcuffed, face down, ass up.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean, but that was
I'm just saying, when we see niggas get arrested on TV, let's be real. When we see most niggas get arrested, they be on their belly, my nigga.
Al Capone got arrested.
Even my kids,
you didn't see the mafia niggas get arrested when they lost.
Bro, how many shootouts and how much? I mean, just look at the old shit, bro. Like they didn't go. A lot of them did go out. Some of them did go down, but a lot of them went out without. But they went out in the blaze.
They were shooting at each other.
They went out in the blaze.
They did it. They was doing roundups on them mafia dudes the same way they doing roundups on niggas now, bro.
Only until a certain point in time.
Because you never know what his dumb ass gonna say.
The whole time. And that's what I'm saying. Just shifting back to because I don't want to go too far back. But like, bro, listen, fam. Like, I'm a hold mine down. Like fucking with one of mine, nigga. That'll get you done, right?
Okay, where did we get the idea? Where did we get the idea of gangster from? Where do we as black people get the idea of gangster from?
One of y'all mic. Go, man.
Separate that shit. We understand
hold on.
I'm calling these niggas gangsters, bro.
Hold on. I'm just saying.
Niggas pop some shit right here in broad daylight.
I mean, to me, that's not necessarily gangster, but I'm just saying, where do we get the idea? Where do we as black people get the idea of gangster from in the first place?
I get so my understanding of is that bold motherfucker who do it right in front of right in broad daylight. They shoot it out with law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? And that's their everyday life, nigga. It's some thug street gangsta ass shit. And no matter what, nigga, if they gotta do it, nigga, they gonna do it. They need to rob your motherfucking ass right there on the spot, nigga. You gonna get robbed right there, nigga.
Now that's not a gangster. Is that a stick up kid? Is that a stick up? Is that a stick up kid or is that gangster? I mean, I'm just trying to see how, because I know it's a thin line. It's a thin line.
To be a stick up kid.
But see, that's what I'm saying, man. It's so many different labels.
No, that's niggas lying to black kids trying to get, because I got the understanding of it where you tell them like, nah, that ain't gangster, that's weak. Only a soft nigga pull out a gun and shoot. Yeah, it's a reason why that shit never worked, fam. That shit is not true. You put your fucking hands on me, you must be ready to die. Right? So the idea that you can use these things from antiquity like this fight is crazy, bro. That's not the time you live in.
Well, I'm just saying the difference between the difference between the gangsterism to me is one was well organized and one is well unorganized. That's the difference to me.
But either way, I would argue either way they both went down. Organized crime went down the same way unorganized crime did.
I think the mafia got wiser. The mob, they became chief of police. Mafia members became chief of police. They became governors. They became senators. They became all these different things.
They got integrated into said system. I get that part of it, but the the same people you talk about now with Madon, when you say those mafia groups, they had a 30, 40-year run where the FBI wouldn't even acknowledge their presence. They had no existence.
Right now, when that happened, when had that ever happened to Crips and Bloods?
They've always been on the radar ever since 57.
Yeah, but it wasn't because the government chose to ignore them, bro. It wasn't because that they were so slick. The government just said fuck it.
No, the government was in bed, my nigga. They was the same fucking people. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, man. We know the mob still running shit.
Right, and that's why I say we can do it by thought and belief and whatnot, but I'm saying in reality, the gangster quote unquote element is more about the actions. It shouldn't be about, you know what I'm saying, the belief. Like some of these cats, they just like for real, they've graduated from being some little street criminal that steals candy out the corner store to a nigga that's got a gun on him and he'll shoot this bitch up right now, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we should be telling the world that he's not a threat to the world. Like that little nigga a gangster, bro. You shoot this bitch up. What are we talking about?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I understand that, but like to me, it's a, yeah, we could label it
And he'll
gangster if
beat your
that's what people want to do. We can label it, but I
if we
mean,
talk about Mo 3, he'll beat your ass, Madon.
man, I kicked it with Mo 3. Well, I mean, come on, bro.
But he'll beat your
Like,
ass.
bro,
Listen.
that's what I'm saying, bro.
But if
So
you
we
listen to
talking
Mo 3,
about
when you listen to Mo 3 as he talked, you could tell this brother was on some. He tried to make peace. He tried to box it out with his enemy. You know what I
so
mean?
let's
I'm just
flip this
saying.
around to the
That's
other
still
side.
gangster. What we talking about?
So is it
No, that's
gangster to
being
put money? Is it gangster to put 100,000 on a nigga head and get that nigga knocked off?
yeah, that's some boss shit. You can label that gangster. We can put it under
That's
that label. Yeah.
Oh man. So the person who don't actually do the crime
is the
ain't the
gangster.
boss. He's not the gangster. It's the nigga who actually run down and stand over your pussy ass and pull the trigger. That nigga ain't the gangster. The nigga
True.
who pays the money to have it done is. Are y'all kidding?
That
Yeah,
nigga's
well,
out of control.
both of them in a way, but one you can tell one is a what we call a minion. You know what I mean?
A
Or he
minion
might,
or a man
yeah,
that handle his own business.
no. If you, I'm just saying, if you hire somebody to do the hit, that's your minion. He's doing your dirty work. So that means you got power over him
So
because you
that
convinced him.
means Takashi 6ix9ine was a mob boss, right? With your logic.
Well, I mean, if he was sending
Hey,
niggas
hey,
to
Taz,
do
you
his
gotta
dirty
remember
work, yeah, in a
top,
sense, we can give
top
him that.
mafia
Yeah.
boss is head hitman. So yeah, remember that the top mafia boss is head hitman. They wasn't necessarily in the
I'm saying
trenches.
niggas is hit men. Niggas don't need no
Niggas,
fucking boss.
niggas is hitmen. That's a fact.
Like niggas nigga be a hit man without no motherfucking boss or none of that, nigga. That's what I'm saying, bro.
It's
Like,
multi-layered though. It's multi-layered. I don't think killing a person just makes you a gangster though, bro.
Yeah, me either.
That's because you
know, because 4-year-olds pull triggers. What that make
so
them?
what measures it is what I'm asking. The ability to pay to have somebody do it measures it.
No, I think it's to me that's premeditated. I mean, it's y'all the same people, man. If y'all, I
you
mean,
do realize we raised the bar for what a gangster is for black youth. For some reason, it like I say, a little dirty ass white boy like Billy the Kid is one of the greatest gangsters in white history, right? But that same understanding in the black community would be hell no. He ain't no gangster. He's a bum ass train robber.
Nah, it's because them white gangsters they been
Oh no, he'll be a
marginalized,
thug.
bro.
They'll label him a thug. They'll label him a thug.
White Italian dudes. You know, you got a lot of these rap artists with the China doll, these females China doll, China this, black Chinese and Asian doll, and so it just speaks to the it speaks to how we embrace all things black, you know.
Yeah, they gonna label us thugs.
All
They gonna
things
say,
not,
those thugs.
all
It's
things
not
but
a
black.
label, fam, when niggas bouncing out the car in the middle of Chicago and spraying up shit in broad daylight. It's not a label anymore.
Oh no, that's gang related.
No, that's gangster.
No, he's an animal.
He don't know what's going on, do
No, I'm
he?
just saying because you got different sets in Chicago with niggas making up their own crew and making up their own shit. Yeah, we still got different organizations that's been existing since the late 70s and 80s and all that. But these YNs, you know, they creating their own
So
squad.
question. So you think the hit on Julio Fulio, do you think that was gangster?
Yeah, because they claim they gang. So yeah, I mean, guess so. Yeah, and
Yeah, it was organized, right?
no, because they got caught.
It was very
They got
organized.
caught. They got caught. So it was kind of organized, but they got caught. So it was. I mean, it was
very
alright.
organized.
A Tesla.
They're revealing everything about it now. It was organized.
They got caught by cameras from a Tesla. I tell you the time frame.
So it show you the Tesla was more organized.
Or just no, it's cameras everywhere.
It's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, hey, that's what I'm saying.
Tesla was more organized. That don't mean they weren't organized, though.
I'm just saying, if they got away with it, if they would have got caught, to me, it would have been organized. But when you
nigga,
get
the
caught,
mafia didn't get away with it.
Nigga, I'm just at the point of time,
the mafia didn't get away. The Rico you brought up, you know why they made that? For the mob, my nigga.
I understand that, I would argue though that they was able to like take, you know, the underbelly of society and put it on TV and get paid from it, and black people wasn't able to do all that.
No, that's what I was saying earlier though. White people, when they do bad things, they're glorified. Black people are just vilified no matter what. Let's be frank. Your hair makes you a villain. Nigga, you got dreads, that don't trust that nigga. Meanwhile, you got Al Capone shooting up half of fucking New York and Chicago, and this nigga making front page news talking about Slick Al makes it out of court. Like, you know what I'm saying?
They go to show
they
you
were saying we in a white society. They looking out for their people for real.
But it goes to show you he had reach. He had range. Al Capone.
No, you had
range.
the right complexion for the connection.
And he had range. But the important thing, he had trustworthy soldiers and he had range. He had people who was willing to be loyal. You know, in the black community, we only loyal to a certain degree.
I will argue because, you know, on a state level, he was essentially undefeated. Like, he didn't get cracked to the feds until they created the Rico. They created the Rico laws. You know,
right, and there's an expansion of those laws now to kind of use them against some of these young niggas, which is why they need to stop getting on wax and all this stupid ass shit. Because I'm thinking like with Yellow Beezy's situation, what's more fucked up is dude probably told on him by now. Right, let's just be real. The nigga who he paid to do that shit took a picture on social media a couple days after he bounced out on Mo 3. And he had a whole bunch of money in his arms, bruh. And as the caption, he said some shit like, he put money on his head, so I had to come through. Some old crazy shit, right? Now, the problem with that is it gets screenshotted, memorialized, and at some point it ends up in the DA's hand. So the DA knows somebody paid for this shit. You want 5 years knocked off, fam? Tell me who paid for it. And finally now, you know, years later they picking up Yellow Beezy, but I do think this is, you know, it's a product of having been involved.
And I think it's a product. I think it's a snowball. I call it the Chicago effect. To me, all them niggas were emulating or imitating the niggas from Chicago. You know what I mean? That's what I see.
No.
I mean, to a certain degree. I mean, yeah, you have gangsters and niggas, riders and killers in every neighborhood, in every city. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying the way Chicago or DD Academics, whoever was blasting that shit like they was through all the young, you know what I'm saying, to the youth. We saw youth in other coasts talking about sliding and all this other shit that was, you know, to me, I seen that was predominantly coming out of Chicago rappers and that scenery. You know what I'm saying? Because I want you, because you think about it, you didn't see that. What's up?
I want to show you something right quick. I was talking about earlier with this. Ties directly to this, right? So here's the issue. This white boy Trap Lord Ross does not live in America. Whole white boy, no street, no nothing, right? But he does these videos about shit he sees on Reddit and shit he hears in music. So when it came down to the murder of Mo 3, bro, if you go and watch this video, he's talking about the murder. He lays out everything he got. But there's a small section in there where he almost damn near says, yep, Yellow Beezy did it. Because in the section where Mo 3 gets killed, he started talking about how Yellow Beezy was involved. Now, you see this says 2 years ago. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Yep.
Yeah, this is what we dealing with, bro. And I'm saying not that it's wrong to do journalism and whatnot on the shit, but our community ain't doing videos up here like that say, now look at these lyrics right here. Look at what this nigga posted right here. See, now look, yeah, these niggas the ones that did it. Black people really don't benefit from doing that type of investigative journalism on street niggas, right? But the white boy can get 5 million views off that shit. But if I do that same video, you know niggas gonna call me a snitch, right? Niggas gonna say I'm the police. I work for the feds.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're going, bro.
There's
I
your
mean,
issue.
yeah.
Because these niggas doing this shit on Front Street, but we as a community ain't really talking about the reality of that. When niggas say Lil Durk told on himself, bruh, I know the songs. I like them. Okay. Yes, he was in a revenge mode, fam. And I was on YouTube in a revenge mode. And I felt all that shit, nigga. There was the songs that I started my videos off with them motherfuckers, nigga. So, nah, bro, I'm just telling you the real, bro.
No, that's real. I mean, hey, that's real. You said you telling it like it is.
It was a lot of revenge music that nigga made, bro. I felt that shit. But now when the feds say, yeah, you was making music for revenge and to make money and monetize your hits, that nigga was. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want Durk to go to prison or no shit, but should I lie? No, I'm not finna fucking lie. That nigga start talking too much, they start piecing shit together. And like I say, you got these white folks who do these videos about shit that niggas would never say. We don't do videos like that. You got niggas like academics who say shit like that, but he ain't tied to it. Who's connected to it and doing videos breaking down street nigga shit? Nobody, bro. We don't do that. So yeah, we hear the music and we know these niggas talking about it, but we still don't get online and try to do the detectives' work. Well, understand them white boys is doing the detectives' work, nigga. The FBI sit back and look at all that shit, collect all that data that's put on Reddit, that's put in these little videos and shit. And because niggas is sitting there talking,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, niggas still see that's the thing. They still making white folks still getting rich off our suffering, right? And then you got niggas out here that they pacify their hell, right? So to speak. Niggas, they pacifying these niggas hell, getting them on these platforms, give them a little bit of money while they platform make fucking hundreds of thousands, and at the same time put these niggas on the radar. So it's like our people young niggas get caught up with their ego and want to brag and boast about, okay, yeah, I got bodies, I got this and that, not knowing or knowing. They know. A lot of these niggas know what they doing, but it's that I don't give a fuck attitude. But when it hit the fan,
you know, one of the best sayings I've heard on YouTube, we've been saying it for a long time, but there's a lawyer, Bruce Rivers. He has a hat, and on his hat and on he got little stop self-snitching. Niggas
I don't like
need to
him
stop
either, though,
self-snitching. But niggas need to stop. You just said it though. Niggas need to stop self-snitching. Taz, I'll be back. I'm getting a phone call.
I don't like Bruce Rivers either. Because so again, this is what I'm talking about though, right? So when it comes to the conversation, I went to Chicago, right, and did a video on the drill music on the specific song, Fuck Your Homie He Dead, Fuck Your Homie He Dead, right? Drillers 51 Dead Ops. And so because I saw his review of the song and I'm just sitting there thinking like, wow, it's easier for a white man to come on here and review the song rather than for me to do a video saying, hey, y'all, we need to chill with some of the mentality because we losing our fucking minds on what we willing to say. So like I say, this is how easy it is to get wrapped up into it yourself. Because if it's okay, then it's okay. Niggas don't seem to care until it's a headline, right? Niggas always forget about these niggas in these neighborhoods and everything that's going on these back streets of Chicago. Even here when we talking about the financial district of Chicago in most conversations. We ain't talking about what's going on 64. You know what I mean? So sometimes when we talk about niggas being ignored, I think it's our people that's ignoring them too, though. It ain't just the white man. It ain't just the government. Like, our people ignore them niggas. Like, and I've asked questions specifically in these conversations. Well, are you saying we need to leave them niggas behind? And people say yes, bro. You know what I mean? So like that's why I never understand where we at on these topics, because some days it's nah, we don't leave niggas behind. Then other days it's like, yeah, bro, like them niggas over there on 64th and King Drive, food fam, stay from over there. You know what I'm saying? No damn. You
Yeah.
feel me though? Like
Oh, for
some
sure.
days it's
Yeah,
like,
we just got through saying it.
like you better stay away from over there with them niggas, bro. But then other days it's like, nah, them our people. I think that's where, you know what I'm saying, the line has to be drawn in which side of this conversation we on. Is them our people, or is that them dangerous niggas over there that we need to stay the fuck away from?
This is where the do whatever you can to get out the hood speech is spinning off of, at least some of the impact. Nobody's saying, hey, fix what's going on to cause these young people to crash out. Nobody's saying that. Most of what's going on the internet and in the communities are fuck it. We can't control it. Graduate, get your paper, and go far as possible from this area. That ain't no new drill recent type of situation. Some young motherfuckers is running with it.
Well, a lot of shit get turned into a fad. It's unfortunately murder and all this stuff got turned into a fad. You know what I mean? And we have major platforms promoting it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how you gonna fight against it? But that's the beast. That's the system of white supremacy. You know what I mean? They allow you to
No,
promote
I don't
the
agree with
killing of
that.
your own self. They allow you to promote the killing of your own kind. Why would they stop you knowing? I mean, why would they stop you from promoting killing your goddamn self? I mean, come on.
Like I say, so here's the problem with that argument, but it's where I'm over that shit, right? Look at it, because let's stay with Chicago, let's stay right up there on 64th, right? These niggas broke as hell, ain't got shit, growing up, robbing motherfuckers, selling dope and shit. King Von hit a lick off the rap shit, bring the money back to the hood. Now these niggas got guns, more dope than they ever had, the whole nine. What would make them look at any of this shit differently than a nigga bailed them out? Niggas ain't looking at white supremacy. Niggas still ducking the police. There's no reason for these niggas to ever understand white supremacy, because they're not in a position where white supremacy matters. All these niggas care about is getting through and getting ahead. You know what I mean? And so again, I think the lack of understanding of the system, or even wanting to know the system, becomes the problem. So again, back to the question: do you just leave them niggas behind? We just keeping it moving without them. Fuck them niggas. When we talking in discussion and whatnot, we don't mention them. They don't matter. See what I'm saying? And that's the question I'm trying to get answered. Like I said, I get they're gonna get left behind in terms of people who progressing. But I'm saying, in these discussions we having, do they still exist? And where do they fit in our conversation about being black first? Where do they fit in that?
Hey, somebody want to? Hey, that's a good question, bro. That's a good
You know
question.
where they be fitting at. I mean, cause like I said, why are we talking about it right now? Are we talking about them because they aimlessly wandering around, or is there some sort of traumatic end destination, like damage control? Now it's a double jeopardy now. Not only are we working with what we already had going on, but we have to task and defend against what the young niggas are already up against. If all they know is crash out, shit like that, then simple word salad, it's not gonna be good enough. They primarily operate off of do and what they see.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh my bad. Go ahead, Taz.
You got it, bro. Go ahead. I've been talking.
No, I was just saying, man. It's hard to reach the youth when when it's all about the bag. It's hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's hard to reach the youth when it's when they stuck in poverty, man. They don't want to hear nothing about black first. Yeah, I mean they're understanding, but they at the end of the day, it's almost like you say, they like shit, fuck that nigga. That black first shit ain't gonna keep no money in my pockets. And I see a lot of them that think like that, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, what do you do? If you can't provide, it's almost like you can put it out there, but at the end of the day, the young nigga gonna do what he sees suitable. Which I understand, you know what I mean? When you shit, mama ain't giving you the things you want, and shit, your homies having this, and you like shit, and they out here doing these things, you like fuck that shit, let me get some of that, cause that's the type of world we lived in the 90s, the 80s, and the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shit, it's all about what you got on. You know what I mean? What you got on is what defines you these days. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do agree with that. In a lot of ways, that's how a lot of people moving, right? But in terms of community advancement and moving forward, I'm saying like if we don't recognize why so many of the things happen on the streets, will it just get worse? Because I don't think it's gonna get better when society is kind of like distant. It's more distant now than it's probably ever been. Motherfuckers don't come outside like they used to. I think it's easier to get in a road rage incident now. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't seem society ain't moving the way it used to in terms of like people dealing with each other. And we talk about it all the time how society is still kind of segregated and shit in a lot of places. So where does that play out in the future if again, these young black men out here, but sometimes they out here looking wild, bro. It ain't just Yellow Beezy and dropping stacks on niggas' head. They said the nigga Big U came and scooped up a nigga he had signed to his record label, popped him in the head and threw him out the car in the desert in Las Vegas, out north. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like we ain't talking just the rapper. Now we got the Suge Knight type entity as well. All these people going down for this murder for hire, top of the food chain type of shit, and it's 5-10 niggas up under him, or in the Rolling 60s case, a bunch more niggas up under him. When does that become a real conversation? Like, bro, these niggas look dangerous to the streets. You know what I'm saying? Like, are black people coons for saying, I don't want to be around them wild ass niggas? I don't think so, bro. I think we should be able to have these conversations about some niggas are a detriment to us, bro. And I don't mean as a community. I mean personally. I mean like that nigga might rob you, bro. Like we gotta be fake about that in discussion and in conversation, or can we get to a point where there's an understanding when we talking about the niggas, it's not cooning, it's not throwing black people under the bus, it's not judging street niggas or none of that shit. We just being real about it. Like, look, nah, I don't want to be a victim and I don't want my kids to be out there as one of them niggas because them niggas out there, bro. I feel like we don't have a conversation as if them niggas out there. No, them niggas out there. They don't give a fuck about none of this black shit, bro.
Yeah, that's a fact. I think they on high alert now. Like the reaction I've seen from a lot of youth, from the arrest of Brick Baby and all them, and now young Yellow Beezy. This shit is I think a lot of youth is on alert. Like damn, like, cause especially now seeing how long they've been tracking this shit, watching this shit, documenting this shit. So we got a lot of niggas wondering if they next. You know, a lot of young niggas out here wondering, shit, my nigga, what went? Shit, they might just, I might get that knock on my door. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a wake up call, and I think I hope they move a little wisely. But what kills what you know what's interesting about the Mo 3 thing, man? I thought about last night. Everybody that's involved, all them 3 niggas, they names is dealing with colors. Like you got Yellow Beezy, the white dude, and then the brown nigga. I'm like, now maybe I was in my conspiracy thing, but that was kind of interesting to me. But nonetheless, yeah, I think the young niggas.
Yeah, I mean that's a little too conspiratorial because I mean Dirk and Diddy and all these other niggas the feds got on the record right now. Quando Rondo just went in and started serving his fed time. Like we've got to move beyond the silliness, bro, and start to understanding that the rap game is producing a lot of felons, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like and I do think that is a reflection of the streets. The rap game ain't making them into felons. This is felons getting on wax and rapping and shit, bro. It's a bad look.
Hell of a bad look. It's like you fattening the old folks used to say, you fattening the frog for the snake. That's what you're doing, man. You like, damn, my nigga. Like, I never thought I'd see a time where this many Ricos and how much the feds just be laying low like a gator, just watching niggas. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, and at the same time, you got niggas within your circle that's informants and all kind of shit. You don't know for real when you moving like that. You know what I mean? To me, that's how I see it. When you're in that rap world, 1,000 rappers and singers, all of them always been telling us, hey, this is a dirty game. You don't know who you trust. You don't know who your real friends. So, I mean, bro, by the time all this shit come out, man, we might see 100 more niggas getting indicted.
Might? No, it'll be 100. I mean, I can show you 100 more niggas by the end of next week that'll be indicted for gang shit. It's an everyday thing, right? I'm gonna throw you one even better, which I consider more of the problem, right? So check this out. We talk about this from the understanding we have. I need us to understand that that's where the money comes from too. It's a bag being ran up talking about Bloods, Crips, GDs, Vice Lords, niggas in Chicago, niggas in LA, niggas in Dallas, Jacksonville, right? That's a bag, fam. Now let's flip this around, right? Because this is real, bro. I'm just telling you some real shit. Every other day, it's a white gang being indicted, right? You got biker gangs being indicted. You got these little white boys that's done overran Gilbert, Arizona. A white boy gang, little white boys called the Gilbert Goons. They done overran the town, fam. Look them up. You hear nothing about Latin Kings, right? In these circles of the YouTube videos. I'm saying that to say the monetization around a lot of that gang shit is us. Our faces that shit, even though we only account for a third of the issue in terms of looking at the information, right? So I tried it before, like to take it out the black sector, start over, brand new channel, boom. And on this channel, I'm doing the non-black gang related shit, right? Instead of jumping on the normal bandwagon of Lil Durk, King Von, blah, blah, blah. I flip it around and I'm only doing the white boy gangs. I'm only doing the Latin Kings. I'm doing MS-13, right?
Well, I think
it gets no traction, man.
Right, because it won't because I think the difference lies in the popularity, in my humble opinion. I think you got most of the rappers, they get caught up with putting in the limelight or in the center stage or put on the Summer Jam screen. They're popular, like, you know, these are household names, like, you know what I'm saying, like with amongst
Sex, Money, and Murder and YBC and like, bro, I don't know them people, bro. I ain't know nothing about
saying, like,
them,
I'm just saying, like,
niggas got
I understand your point. I know what you mean, that the white criminality don't get put all across all the news media and social media and all that. I agree with you 100%.
I'm saying black media, nigga.
No, I'm saying
black
of course.
Media.
Right,
Black
but I'm just saying
media.
you said
don't nobody know them motherfuckers.
You said you don't see the white. You said you don't see the white criminals getting blasted out like that.
Don't nobody know them black motherfuckers either, Joe. Nobody knows them.
But we talking about the youth.
Their Rico charge is their biggest publicity.
Right, I was gonna say they introducing the world to Big U with that Rico.
Nobody knows who that motherfucker is.
But they know the Crips. They know the Crips has been a household name since Snoop Dogg hit
but the Crips is not making the headlines. His name is.
But the Crip, that's why they keep highlighting Crips. And you got white journalists say the Crips got Cripped. I mean, they making fun of this shit and everything. What I'm saying is the highlight is Crips. That's the main thing within that, even though it's rolling 60s and all that big U. Because that's what all the news been highlighting. Crip this, Crip, rolling Crip, rolling Crip, rolling Crip, Crip. That's all I've been hearing across the different things I've been watching, right? I'm just giving my opinion.
Part is, I think the problem with that is if you look his name up, you'll find 60 videos of him calling himself what?
A Crip.
Right. So, like, you know what I'm saying? I think that's a bad example of what the media is saying, because the media is only saying what he said.
Right. I'm just saying when it comes to publicizing, we all know the Crips and Bloods is a household name, especially in the black community and white communities and white households and black households. The Crips and Bloods.
You saying the white man did that?
No, I'm not saying the white man did it. I'm not saying the white man did it. I'm just showing how it get more publicity, and because the fact that we're black as well.
It get publicity, bro, because of what I'm telling you. There's a whole sector dedicated to what these niggas do. There's a whole sector of YouTube. No Jumper interviews them niggas. Vlad interviewed them niggas. Cam Capone interviewed them niggas. Trenches News does videos about them niggas. Like
Bomb First.
Don't forget there's Bomb a whole sector dedicated to that shit.
Bomb First.
Right. So I'm just saying, you got to understand that the mainstream takes note of that, and just like with Umar Johnson, they gonna take whatever little pieces of what they see doing numbers and report it on their shit too. But that shit doing numbers on social media. Nobody care about Big U. They see the numbers on social media. That shit. Now they finna broadcast that shit. Now everybody want a piece of it. Then they see the type of numbers his interviews doing, 250,000 views. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they gonna milk it. That's a fact. They gonna milk it for all it's worth. They gonna milk it till it run out. For sure. It's gonna be the hottest shit since running water. They wait for those type of moments. And that's why I say, everything is, like you said, they make it a bag off our suffering, off our pain, even though we condone the shit. You know what I'm saying? Or pretty much, we validate it and all that shit. So my thing is, we part of the goddamn blame. And I can never take the blame off niggas self-incriminating themselves for the goddamn white man just for a few $100.
Man, I ain't know that motherfucker was out there doing that goddamn fucking shit. Don't blame me for that shit.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Bruh. Like, I'm so far removed from that. It's like,
I'm just saying because they black like us, it reflects us, right? As a nation of black people. That's what I'm saying. Why I say it make us look bad and all this, because we're black just like them. So they're a reflection of the black community. When black crime happen, it reflects everybody that's black.
But it's black people exploiting it.
Right. So I'm just saying it's a double-edged sword and it's a vicious cycle at the same time. I'm just saying it's just because we know whatever we do reflect us. That's why we get profile. Oh, you fit the description because y'all niggas look alike. Because I'm just saying that that's the way it is.
I say, bro, these niggas playing video games and shit where they hopping out the car, dumping at people, nigga, all that, bro. I think all of that shit started to play a role in society that's not discussed, bro. Like, a lot of this shit is wild and it's become acceptable. Like, I don't think black people ain't making it acceptable. Like, we not getting the world used to this shit. This shit been cool. Honestly, if we look at movies and all of that, I just think now it's more public. It's cameras around everywhere. So now when some niggas hop out at the traffic light and blick cars up and shit, you'll see that shit everywhere. It'll be on the fucking news.
And then you gotta remember, Taz, we can't forget this. Donald Trump signed executive orders pertaining to gang members and stuff like that. A lot of people thought he just talked about gang members in South America. No. He talking about gang members anywhere. Right in Washington, right on his street in Washington, D.C., L.A., Alabama, Florida, wherever you at. Just know.
See, that's where I would, and that's where I would. You're gonna push me over to the other side, and I'm gonna have to defend him though, because Donald Trump cannot ship gang members out to fucking El Salvador. See, that's what
I'm saying. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying he's putting a. He coming down with great wrath. I'm just saying he coming down with great wrath.
He's telling me bro. If he's equating all gang members, that's a problem. MS-13, Trinidad, and all these fucking gangs that come from outside the country, nigga, you can't put them nowhere next to no fucking Bloods and Crips, like not outside of an American prison. Now,
I'm not saying he's gonna put them in different prisons. I'm saying they're coming down on gang members with great wrath.
But what happened to them Venezuelans that weren't even part of no gang though? That got shipped.
Cause see, that's what I'm saying.
They might bring them back.
It's starting to get money. Marco Rubio implied that
I have no clue. I'm just a nigga in Alabama.
But what I'm saying is Marco Rubio already implied that they would send some Americans to another country to go to prison, bro. That's insane.
No, it's not.
Yes, the fuck it is, bro. What do you mean?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
You're talking crazy, man.
I
mean the reason I say that
first, before I don't want to do nothing crazy here. No need to crash out this early. Explain to me why
it might because to me, one, it might change the dynamics of how, you know what I mean, niggas might want to go to a prison in Venezuela. It might just be better than the situation they're in. I don't know. And at the same time, if they get out, we can procreate. Them brothers can procreate over there and increase the population and do other things as well. But I'm just saying though,
you need to shut up.
Listen, because hold on, wait,
but I'm saying though, you're not making no goddamn sense though. You just fucking rambling nigga shit, man. You sound like a motherfucking psycho motherfucking pad.
You ever heard of hold on, let's deal with
it. You ain't said that about the motherfuckers that's shooting up the schools though. You ain't coming down. He ain't getting no wrath coming down on them motherfuckers.
Well, that's crazy, bro. Yeah,
I'm just saying, Taz. Hold on, Dave. You ever heard of the word state property? When you state property, they can do as they will with your ass. And that's all. That's the point.
In the state. In the state, yes.
So if they want to if the state want to ship you somewhere else, they got every right to because you state property.
They don't. They don't even have
the chat. They do. This is the result of a motherfucker that don't read.
Like you can't, a state does not have the right to ship you to another state for a state crime, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying, bro. To me, in my opinion, I think once they got you in there, they can do as they will, which has been proven. They do what they want with motherfuckers. I mean, I don't support it. I'm just saying they got the right to do it because they've been getting away with it.
Why do you think they got the right to do shit, man?
Because they because they the lawmakers and the lawbreakers.
That sounds like some Bible shit.
No, that's not Bible. That's just a fact.
Yes, it is. It's what you believe, motherfucker.
White folks make up laws.
You can't cite no goddamn case law that says
no
that
goddamn
shit.
Bible. That ain't the Bible.
Nigga, you can't cite no motherfucking case law either. Can you?
Bro, can you?
No, you're the one making the wild ass motherfucking claim.
Bro,
put your non-jurisdiction ass.
Okay, if they proposing the idea
of go believe what you want to believe, Madonna.
Taz, if they proposing the idea, that shows they got what we would call control, right?
That's why different people believe different shit. So you believe what you want to believe, and I believe what I want to believe.
Well,
none of our beliefs are based on facts. It's just how we feel. And right now, you sound like a motherfucking clown.
Well, that's fine. You can call me what you want. It don't bother me. But I'm just saying, if they come out and propose the idea, just by proposing the idea of doing that with prisoners, to me, that let me know they got a lot of motherfucking control.
Yeah, but I don't think how much control they have is what the question is. The question is, do they have so much control that they could ship an American citizen out of this country to another country? And
Yeah,
I
all they
would
got
say
to do
no.
is get the people in the Supreme Court or wherever. It got to get past that, and once they pass it, whoop, there it is. Now, if they vote against it, it won't happen. But if they say yay, I mean, you know how that go.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't agree with that though. And I mean, again, I think, you know, as an American citizen, you should probably think about the ability to ship off American citizens. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because that opens up the door for greater conversations of who would be next to be illegally shipped out of this motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even do that spookism shit, but like some precedents aren't really supposed to be fucked with because of that reason. They do start to open up strange doors and strange conversations.
No, I feel you. Now, I mean, I agree. Yes, it'll be detrimental because when things like visitation and trying to see your family and all that good stuff, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that will be fucking detrimental to those prisoners. But me just knowing this system of white supremacy, to me, like when niggas get locked up, they damn near do what they want with niggas. I mean, now we got certain things, laws, or they trying to have prison reform and do all these other things, but at the same time, niggas dying every day in jail. You know what I'm saying? But behind the hands of the prison system. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what can a nigga do? I mean, we've been speaking out against the prison system for years. Ain't too much changed.
No, but I mean, I do still think it's important to speak out though about those types of things. I would agree that
Oh, for sure.
not enough has changed.
Most
But
definitely,
yeah, I mean,
we got to. Because we
that's
got to be the voice. We still got to be the voice of the voiceless. I mean, we still got to be the voice of the voiceless. Hell yeah. And that's why I'm glad Trump assigned that black lady as the the pardon czar. You know, maybe she can help a few brothers out there, because we know it don't take 30 years or 20 years to know you selling weed was one of the bright idea or whatever they want the case it might be. You know what I'm saying? You got niggas doing 20, 30 years behind fucking just selling dope. Like, come on, man, that's fucking crazy. Like, I can't learn my lesson in a few years. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, hey, the time they be giving out, man, yeah, it need to be uprooted. And that's why I ride with Trump, because Trump like, hey, we need to goddamn unseat some of these goddamn judges out here, which is a fact.
So if you look up Franco Jose Caraballo Tiapa, that was a Venezuelan, had the name of his daughter tattooed on him, not affiliated with any sort of gang, and he is sitting in Venezuela right now.
Right, because he fit the description.
But he also was a U.S. citizen.
Right, but he still fit the description.
Right.
And
so when that starts, I mean, I just want to understand now. So when that starts applying to Haitian gang members and they scoop up some niggas and say they fit the description, you're gonna have the same argument.
Well, I mean, of course. But I'm just saying, no, I wouldn't. Because no, I wouldn't. Because
you care about your people.
I'm saying because I don't think it's gonna get to that point. Well, I could be wrong. But at the end of the day, right? To me, white folks, this is what I see, right?
You cross your fingers hoping it don't get to that point, Madonna.
Right, you so back down on it.
It don't matter. It don't matter if it get to that point. It don't matter to me. hey man, I stand strong in what I believe in, so I'm not tripping. You know what I'm saying? But the thing of it is this for me is that white folks is tired of inner city violence, just like our parents and mothers and things are. So the white man, in my opinion, he coming through sweeping up shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, that's what I see. Like, he tired of niggas. That's why Trump, when Trump was in office last time, he offered to send the National Guard to Chicago. You know, because I mean, I'm just saying, bro, these white folks is tired of inner city violence, country city violence, backwood violence, whatever. And they coming down, man. That's all I can say to niggas. Like, nigga,
But
you
the
better be
dude,
scared to come out. Young niggas gonna be scared to come outside.
but the dude that had the tattoo of his daughter, he wasn't involved in no gang though. He never killed nobody. He was never charged with any crime.
No, but he fit the description.
And like they can't just send troops into a city for no reason, bro. You can't just have troops occupying the street because a few things have happened this week, right? These cities are considered war zones in conversation, but they have no right to march the National Guard down 64th Street, fam. That sounds
Yes,
absurd.
they do. Yes, they do, because
Absolutely
under the
not.
protect and serve the American people, bro, they can send the National Guard, they can send damn near whatever branch of government officials, wherever they want. That's why we see it daily.
Fam, nothing's happening to that degree in Chicago.
No, not now, but at one point, we know at one point, when Trump
There's
offered,
never been a time where the National Guard was needed to patrol the streets of Chicago. That's cap,
that
bro.
one year when Trump was in office, man, them niggas, it was at least 3 or 4 murders a day in Chicago. That one year when Trump was in office.
And that's niggas doing covert shit. That ain't people outside on Front Street blicking it out in front of the supermarket.
I mean, I feel you, but I'm just saying
context of why the National Guard comes, bro.
I mean, just like you know when they shot FBG Duck in that rich area of downtown Chicago.
Okay.
Remember that? Like that's what I'm saying. When you start going over and to they shit like that, white folks ain't gonna put up with that, man. I'm just saying, bro. That's what I've been seeing for years. Like when they see a lot of shit, next thing you know, we start seeing shit like these Ricos, right? White folks say, okay, these niggas been doing all this shit. We didn't let these niggas do all they want, and we just been sitting back watching them and gathering information. And then next thing you know, niggas is caught up in the game, stuck in the game. It's unfortunate, but I mean, I'm just saying, man, that's what I see. White folks is tired of this shit, so they gonna do whatever it takes to protect their goods in their nation. We gotta remember this is their nation.
That nigga said white folks tired of this shit. Lord have mercy.
I mean, that's all I see. When I see the different news, when they talk about the inner city violence, man, these white folks be talking greasy, nigga.
Like, I mean, how does that equate to? Because I mean, nothing's happening that denotes them caring enough to want to stop it positively. Right? Like, if you saying they care about it so they can keep benefiting from it, sure. You know, they run the numbers up with locking people up. Let's be honest. But I don't think that benefits that paradigm either. I don't think they wanted some niggas to come and hop out downtown either. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I kind of question what you mean.
I'm saying they're tired of niggas shooting up neighborhoods, damaging properties, vandalizing, all this shit, my nigga. And that's why
they don't care about niggas doing that shit in the neighborhoods we live in.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
That's why the police. That's why the police come through and lock up niggas. We see how many gang raids New York had within the last few months. Look how many niggas got picked up in New York within the last 3-4 months. I'm just saying, bro.
But don't you know they can go pick some niggas up every day, bro? I mean, being honest.
But they passing new laws now where man, they gonna niggas time gonna be looking like military.
You think that's
I'm
funny?
just saying. I mean, in a sense, it's like shit. It's sad. I had to laugh to keep from goddamn being pissed the fuck off because I hate to see niggas get that much time. But what can I say if niggas crashing out doing dumb shit, knowing damn well your mama didn't raise you that way? Because we know damn well a lot of these niggas that wasn't raised that way, they got swindled or bamboozled to the point where they crashed out. Now, I mean, I understand you want to get revenge for a motherfucker that smoked your brother or your homie. That's understandable to the fullest. I will feel the same way. But just crashing out, just recklessly, like to me, like, come on, man.
So how do you crash out with responsibility? Like, how do you responsibly crash out? What does that look like?
To me, responsibly crashing out is if someone smoked your brother, right? And you see that nigga somewhere, wherever, and you smoke him, to me, that's I can rock with that. Because that may be your form of how you seek justice. Going to jail may not satisfy you. So
just kill everybody till everybody dead, huh?
No, I mean, my thing is some people want to, everybody got their own form of justice in their mind and their heart where they feel like will satisfy them, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's why the white folks, they give niggas the electric chair because they feel like that will satisfy the person that was killed. But see, we get them to pass when they execute niggas because think about it. Whoever does the electrocution, they just as guilty because you just killed the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But we don't look at it like that. But that's the way I see it. Whoever involved in executing a man with the electric chair, you just as guilty as killing a man, right? Instead of let that man just die in jail. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't hear nothing about changing the environment, the conditions, giving them something else to do besides hold the fucking gun.
Only reparations will cure the black community outside of the Most High. That's it. If we don't get reparation, the Most High gonna do it. He already doing it. So let them keep playing us and not giving us reparations and you know what I'm saying, not patching up that which they committed, because we got to remember they still enjoying the accumulated wealth that began with the enslavement of our people, right? So shit, they better patch it up and patch it up quick.
Makes no sense.
I'm just saying, to me, that's the only thing that'll cure the black community is reparations. That's the only thing that will cure the whole nation of black people that exist in America is reparations. But see, you got all these handkerchief head niggas, but oh, you get these nigga money, they gonna do that. That's a motherfucking lie. Because niggas still got ideas and creativity in their head. I know old men 60 and 70 are still saying, shit, if I had the money, I'll put this here. If I had this, I'll put that there. So niggas still got dreams and ambitions even at old age. We just ain't had the finance to support it. You know what I'm saying? So you give niggas the reparations, man. We gonna pay the streets gold, nigga. That's gonna be the new heaven on earth, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it.
Yeah, you cap on the goddamn not having enough money. It's enough money to do shit.
No, I'm just saying only reparation will cure black people from killing each other.
No,
man.
you just saying the word. You're not acknowledging how much money has already been generated and thrown to the motherfucker.
Man,
It ain't like no dollars is moving, not moving nowhere in none of these fucking communities.
Come on, man. I'm saying we need a lump sum of money, just like
You
they
don't need no
gave.
lump sum. Shit.
Yes, we do.
No, you
As a
don't.
whole.
No, you don't. No, you
Yes,
don't.
black people do.
No, you
Yes.
don't. No, you
Yes.
don't. Last time you got a lump sum of money, what happened?
That
What
wasn't a
happened
lump
when the last
sum of
time you
money,
got a
my
lump
nigga.
sum
That
of
was
money?
motherfucking, bro. That was $3. You could say that was like fucking $5.
All right.
I'm talking about real money, man.
So
I'm talking about black people get real money.
list me the list of lump sums that's been dispersed to black people, and then they translated into progression.
We never got a lump sum. We didn't get 40 acres and a mule. We didn't get none of that shit. We didn't even get 40 acres and a goddamn backhoe.
So you misheard the question.
Okay, I misheard it. Say it again.
The black people that did receive a substantial amount of money at once. List me the ones who have translated that into progression, either for themselves or their community.
Well, I had to think of somebody. I don't know nobody black that got a lump sum of money for as like reparations, unless you're talking about anything, whether it's sports, entertainment, music, a lump sum in that fashion. If you're talking about in that on that level, you know, is that what you mean, or you mean
I mean,
reparations?
I'm trying to see how a large sums of money is going to stop motherfuckers from killing.
Because we never had where black people woke up. All black people in America woke up with $2 million in their bank account, right? We never experienced that. So imagine if every black person 13 and up received $2 million in their bank account. Shit, you think niggas gonna be out here killing? Hell no, niggas gonna be across seas. They ain't gonna have enough
What's
airplanes.
going to stop them?
They ain't gonna have enough goddamn airplanes to support how many niggas gonna be flying coast to coast and motherfuckers see the shining sea.
What's going to stop the ones that are already doing it?
Cause they're gonna be able to get away. Most niggas kill because they scared. Most niggas just don't want to die. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and then at the same time, we know this shit has became a fad to where, you know, smoke your op, get your props, so to speak. But I'm saying, and that's because these niggas ain't got shit. For real, they ain't got nothing. Like most of these niggas living under the fucking umbrella of the next nigga who's the goddamn cow, money cow or cash cow, however you want to call it. But I'm just saying, black people as a whole never was able to wake up in the morning with $2 million in their bank account, because that will put the biggest smile, the biggest form of joy and motherfucking tranquility black people
Like,
will
when
ever
you
have.
see these crazy ass scenarios, though, like, do you think anything about it? Because it's like, how many white people wake up with $2 million in their bank account?
And they're happy. They going to Dubai. They buy an island.
I said how many?
Fucking thousands.
Because I mean, you
Thousands,
make it sound like
maybe
that's
millions. Millions of white folks. Millions of white folks is doing that. Millions.
Yeah, millions of white folks are not waking up in this country with
Just say any goddamn thing.
Oh, you don't think so? You don't think so? Yes, it is, bro. Yes, it is. Millions of white folks
there's
waking
no
up.
data to support that.
Yes, how you want to bet? You want to bet? Because what you got to remember, Taz, you got white folks from all kind of countries that reside in America. That's why Trump was passing different things where he was like, hey, you can do this, you can do that. But we know there's different foreigners that's white that's in America that bro, it's millions.
I
It's
can't fight
millions of.
against this Trump worship.
No, I was just saying how he was going, he was offering like some type of gold green card or something for the rich people to have permanent residence in the United States. You know, showing that, you know, if he
citizenship.
Yeah, so it had to be millions of Europe or other European people in this country for him to even, you know, promote that. In my humble opinion.
So you think he should be able to sell citizenship?
Hell yeah, they've been doing it for years.
Selling it?
Yeah, to get a green card, it costs, don't it?
Not $5 million, no.
No, but it still costs though. You know, you still got to pay something. You know, even we still got to pay for a driver's license or identification card.
Yeah, we'll see you later, bro.
Damn, boy. That motherfucker don't have no limit, huh? God damn, just say any goddamn fucking thing. Fuck. That's sad, man. You done fucking got caught up in that goddamn Bible. Now, everybody that's white is either rich or tougher than you. Straight motherfucking white supremacy at its finest. Brainwashed to the motherfucking fullest. They don't do no motherfucking wrong. Ain't no poor white folks nowhere around this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's crazy. To not be able to see it though. Man, wow. Madonna crazy.
Yeah, hopefully will. That'd be a whole different dynamic. But like I said, my hopes and his hopes is gonna be always be different. Fortunately, that does not reflect the majority of black people, you know, whether it's on the platform, social media, on the street, uh, different factions of society. Like I said, we got a few people running around. Got a few people running around. You know, people go in phases. I guess I don't know. Is it beyond intervention? Is there a point where ain't no hope whatsoever? When we had the discussion earlier, talking about them. So I would say, if he wasn't always like this, and then he got like this, uh, there may be there may be a small possibility of some intervention. Cause he definitely on 100 right now.
That's the nigga y'all be calling my dummy, huh? Gotta be. Brother was talking some wild Skittles and biscuits. I ain't gonna deny it. I know I'm talking a little out the box, but brother was going crazy up in here.
And ain't nobody rocking with that shit, man.
Yeah, nah, that shit was nasty work. My man, hey, listen, that's who I was talking about. That's prime candidate for boat kicking, man. Y'all hear me? Leave that nigga behind. Shit.
But so how do we stop him from influencing other people that don't have no one way or the other? How the world works in society?
Nah, for sure.
Yeah, because the white man would fuck around and make that nigga a leader and put a
Yeah,
microphone in that nigga.
hell yeah. Yeah. That
Nah,
was
fact.
fucking
Like
that
this
up.
society we live in, they'll put that motherfucker in front of a crowd.
Yeah, give him a brand new car. Shit. American Express card. Yeah, set him up in a motherfucking condo. Yeah, ride with it. No, he wasn't born like that.
Hey, I ain't gonna deny it. I came up here to talk, and I'm gonna talk. But listen, man, my wife just cooked fish and broccoli, and I gotta bust the plate down real quick. So
No,
I'm gonna
man, it's
mute
Friday
myself, but I
night.
promise I'm gonna be right back.
No, it's all good, man. It's Fish Friday. Yeah, shit. Knock stuff out.
Bro, niggas kill me how they always want to go eat and, you know what I'm saying, sit with their families and shit. Bro, like, what's wrong with people?
Yeah.
But nah, that shit crazy though, man. Just to put a kind of a cap on that conversation we was having though. Like niggas walking into some of this shit, fam, and it's like, you know, I definitely ain't gonna be the one to go out on Front Street and try to throw black people under the bus or put a bad image on our name. But some niggas make it to where we have to be honest, like, yeah, bro, niggas wilding out here. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what make it such an issue is like the fine line between okay, telling the truth and then people who have an actual agenda behind saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, if the agenda is to benefit black people, then yeah, we need to have a discussion. But some of those discussions are not about benefiting black people. Some of them are to hold black people accountable and make them look bad. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. So
So this is what I'm saying about the 1994 situation, because before the pandemic, I don't recall Biden's name ever being associated with the crime bill. And I'm in Chicago in '94, and like I said, nobody was like, "Oh, that's not good." Uh, there's too many people getting locked up. Uh, It was in the middle of the East Coast, West Coast scenario. Motherfuckers was, wilding out, probably not to the degree, or at least it wasn't being filmed and presented to the degree. But motherfuckers was like, at least we got this killer or this person that's, doing crime in our neighborhood off the streets. I, I don't know if Uh, is there a level of reform or
I think it's where we get our information from though, Dave. I think if you look back at 2016, the same argument that was used against Hillary was used against Joe Biden. Not saying it shouldn't have been, but you know what I'm saying? Like at some point it becomes a talking point too. Like as opposed to dealing with those issues in the time when they happen, which is the past. But I'm saying understanding of the future has to be dealing with that in the moment, not waiting, 20 years to call it out
right?
and, 3 or 4 presidents later. I think that's where the issue lies with kind of like with Trump, because I think he is kind of positioning himself for the American people to call him out now. Like, and that's why I say I hate that shit as a historian. I like for the information to be gathered. That way we can overlook it as one piece of information. But Trump makes that impossible for his presidency. You know what I'm saying? You almost have to deal with this shit in moments. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of bad for history.
Yeah, because it looked like when we look back, like in 2030, 2035, and 2040, when we look back, it's going to point to, well, in February and March, black people didn't do nothing.
Right. There has to be that high level of pushback that at times get, you know what I'm saying, it get, annoying because the same topic is Trump, Trump, Trump every day. And you know what I'm saying? Like I get that shit though, because there's a necessity to have the conversation. If the conversation stops, it does just operate with no pushback. You know what I mean? So at some point though, I do think, like I said, that the responsibility of how the conversation held is what the question is. Not if the conversation is held, but how. And the responsibility of giving correct information. Everybody don't, you know what I mean? Everybody don't do that. Some people just in it just to fear monger. And I think that's the problem.
Yeah, yeah. Tone is gonna make a or set whoever's viewing it or reading it their perspective. Because I was looking at I used somebody on a psycho panel. Well, it might have been another panel. Was talking about the Jackie Robinson deletion on the Pentagon, and I saw people that had no idea Jackie Robinson was in the military. But I remember that movie coming on in the 90s.
That's crazy though.
Yeah.
Jackie Robinson actually did the Rosa Parks Claudette Colvin thing before they did. He
Right.
did it in 1944 in the military. You know what I'm
Early.
saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's one of the things that I think has always kind of worked against him in conversations. It's like he's credited so much for the baseball thing that it's kind of overlooked that he was, you know, he was willing to stand up for his seat on a bus, you know, not seven, if it was 44, that would have been 11 years
Yeah.
before, you know, it became a movement. He was already moving like that in the military. I just think that's something to reflect.
Yeah. I mean, especially that early in the military. Cause like I say, I ain't gonna front. It actually went down in Texas. So I'm growing up in the next state over. And when I say nobody, including the teachers at my school, older people around me, nobody said that he was in the Army. Like nobody said it. Like I never heard it till that movie, actually.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And that's the part of it, like I say, we got to be careful of where I don't want that information to get lost in the Trump conversation, because I do think, you know, we owe a little bit more conversation to that, whether Trump is the discussion or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, again, like I say, Jackie Robinson is not just some nigga who, you know, integrated baseball. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he did stuff before that is, you know, again, is Black history.
Yeah.
If that's all we know, that's all we know, you know.
You know what I'm saying? He got pictures and everything, man. Like they ain't faded or tore up. I mean, he's like portrait type motherfucking pictures and shit. Full uniform, every fucking thing.
Yeah. I'm glad they put his stuff back up though. Like I said, I do think he should be represented. Like you know what I'm saying? Some people don't really care about the symbolism, but
Yeah.
I do. You know what I'm saying? I want Jackie Robinson to get his props.
Yeah.
On all levels, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't think he even ever can get enough props for how you know excuse me, for how much hatred he took. You know what I'm saying? Because again, it's somebody who already stood up for his own rights and civil rights and all of that when he stood up for himself on the bus in 1944. So by 1947, and integrating baseball and being called a nigger and all that shit, I don't know if there's ever a time where that'll be, you know what I'm saying, that'll be understood to go through that.
Yeah, it was a much different world back then.
KT says, funny how history highlighted for us tends to be entertainment focused, while forgotten, overlooked our contributions, right? Well, some of that goes back to us though. You know what I'm saying? Some of that goes to how we teach it too. If we keep it simplistic and just say Jackie Robinson integrated baseball, you know what I mean? That's, you know, that's all we gonna have. I think at times the discussion gets stagnated because some people they're not gonna be happy with the military talk, right? If we talking Black empowerment, some people are gonna say, nah, leave that military shit out of there. Don't even mention that. You know what I'm saying? But does that benefit us in the long run? I'm saying no. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it's always gonna be the white man that's highlighting the history. Sometimes we're deciding what part of the history needs to be told. And I do think in that Black Power era, they would have conveniently left out Jackie Robinson's military record. You know what I'm saying? In Black history, right? But that's the shit we got to change though moving forward. There's more of an appreciation for black vets now. Like I said, we need to benefit from that. But yeah, the original Black Power movement though, the '60s, yeah, bro, I could imagine already. Like, nah, bro, we ain't talking about no military. We talking about integrating baseball, and then these niggas already ain't really fans of integration anyway. But they're
Yeah,
probably hard on Jackie themselves. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. They just coming out of the Negro League.
Right. He get blamed for killing the Negro leagues, all that shit. That shit wasn't his fault, but you know what I'm saying? All that shit gets heaped upon his name. And I do think sometimes, we got to find that conversation surrounding, the contributions as opposed to just the entertainment part of it, the baseball part of it. Because like I say, if Claudette Colvin and Rosa Parks made history, well, shit, Jackie did too.
Mm-hmm.
He did before them. And shoot,
Mm-hmm.
I go as far as to say like, and even like I don't know if y'all remember me saying this about what me and my group do or whatever, but that's what we be trying to do. Like we be trying to say like, okay, this is some science. This is the black person in particular who, you know what I'm saying, putting in the work to find out all of this and stuff of that nature. Like every answer that we know, we just try to look for the black people we could figure either invented this or helped make that point, even if it is something outside of like black people made it themselves. I try to make sure we highlight black people who contributed, and I think entertainment isn't for us anymore. Like it doesn't help us like you're saying, contribution wise, telling our kids, hey, grow up to be rappers and shit like that. I don't believe in that. Join sports and all that shit. Nah, we need historical police officers, doctors, all them regular ass jobs. We need that, man.
Well, what about the technical side though? What's wrong with the manufacturing or
Oh
designing
no, for sure that too.
speakers,
Anything. Listen,
sound equipment, yeah, video equipment, microphones?
yeah, no, all that too. Even I can't remember his name right now, but I know one of the people in specific we were talking about that was tech wise is one of the Apple people. It was a black dude that did a lot of the work. I can't remember his name right now, but he basically is up there with like Steve Wozniak and shit. Like
Yeah.
he's one of the original people at Apple, but a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, I think I know. I think I've seen his reference in one. It wasn't a documentary. It was like a movie. It was on A&E, one of them cable channels. They didn't they
So
didn't they didn't highlight him.
So Dre Black African Pride says the Negro Leagues was doing
Okay.
well till players start getting snatched up to play in the major leagues. Now I understand that perspective, right? But I want you to understand that that's a community perspective, right? That's because our communities used to go to those games. Our community loved baseball. Our community enjoyed the community level of baseball, Negro League baseball, with our people playing in it. But if we being honest, the Negro leagues were not doing well. You know what I'm saying? That these are community baseball games versus people being able to make 100,000 this year playing baseball. And so I think the contract that was offered to
Mhm.
Mr. Cub, this nigga, I'm drawing a blank on this nigga name right now.
Ernie.
Ernie Banks. Thank you. Mr. Cub was offered 10 bands to play in the Negro leagues or 100 bands to play for the Cubs. Now, if we talking saving the Negro leagues, he couldn't have done that. There's nothing he could have went and played in the Negro leagues, and he would have missed out on what I'm calling black culture. Mr. Cub for Chicago is a black man, right? I'm calling that black culture. Whether we watch baseball or not today is irrelevant. That man went and played for the Cubs and became the greatest thing the Cubs ever seen. So, having said that, is that exposure more of the quote unquote black excellence or staying in your local Birmingham community playing baseball for some niggas at a high school field? Is that what we would have wanted for Ernie Banks? I can't say that.
I'm gonna say yeah, because like that's where it was, right? But if we really are being serious, and all the black, let's say not a single black person left the Negro Leagues even after integration, they not only would have became a rival and competitor to Major League Baseball, it probably wouldn't be no Major League Baseball. Same for the NBA, ABA. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
let's just stick to baseball. What
I'm
data
pretty
do you
sure
have
we
that
would
would
have made
support
it.
your argument?
Hmm.
No, I'm saying data wise, what would you have that would
Shoot,
support that
who
argument?
was watching baseball back in the day for the white folk?
All the
No,
White
white
people
no,
folks,
watch
I agree.
white
I
people
agree.
and
I
black
ain't
people
saying
watch
it's
black
just
people.
no set
they were
study. I
sold
would
out.
not lie.
Baseball was segregated. We
Huh?
watched each other. We didn't watch each other. We watched our teams. We watched our people, right? To the degree where some black people thought, okay, well, fuck it, let me start a baseball league, and we're gonna play in these black communities, right? But if we saying that baseball is segregated,
Facts.
who's
And like I said,
who's going to make more money though, bro?
the only thing I can say is no. Listen, only thing I can say is it's not a study because we can't study what didn't happen, right? But that's why I said let's just hypothetically say integration happens and they do not go and integrate. Now, what happens from there is very frank here. Either you're gonna watch all white people play a sport, or you're gonna watch all black people play a sport. I think the integration today shows us they still want to watch mostly black people. They don't use us, but now they're going to get the Cubans and shit. All them motherfuckers is dark skin over there, the island niggas, whatever. They go get them. They want to watch us. If it's going to be over there with them, or even if we stay by ourselves, I'm almost positive they still would have watched us. And I think we can, you know what I'm saying? I think we could kind of agree with that part. I think if we would have stayed
No,
and built, we could have made greater. He could have been able to own that team rather
You're
than make
no. We own
$100,000.
leagues. I ain't talking about teams, fam. That's what I'm saying. Like I want to make sure we clear. I ain't talking about team owner. I'm talking about black league owner with white teams under his league. Excuse me, with white owners of black teams under his league. Right? The Negro leagues, in terms of like Ruth Foster's, were black owned. But because of that, you're not making as much money as you
Mhm.
can. This is why the Wichita Monrovians had to play the Ku Klux Klan for exposure. They wanted the exposure. This was the best team in the nation, and they can't get any exposure. So they challenged the white boys and beat them, right? So this is again when it comes to
Mhm.
baseball, there was a segregated competitive edge to it that I think we would have always lost if we're trying to operate off of 13% of the country and making money. That's asinine. We're only 13% of the country. So our baseball games and the cap for what we make off of them might be 20%. When you got white people playing baseball and the underlying foundation of this is that segregation. They're not coming to our games, bro. They're
Yeah,
going to
but that's
promote
my
their
point.
own.
In terms of money, listen, in terms of money, first of all, we got to stop saying if it's the bigger bag, it's the best thing. Sometimes you got to say, fuck it, I'm going to stay down to come up. You get what I'm saying? Beyond that, the white people may not have came to our games, but like I said, now integration happens. Yes, the fuck they are. Yes, the fuck they are. Just like they wouldn't go back in them juke joints back in the day. But it's now we integrated, and now they trying to say nigga just because they listen to rap enough, and they don't even go around no black. They yes, the fuck they would. If they wouldn't have even came, and I promise they would have came because let's be very frank about this. White people are infatuated with us. Everything we do, what we be trying to move. Hey, can I come chill with you guys? They want to know what we doing every time. So for surely, even if they wouldn't have came, they would have watched the fuck out of us, and our viewership numbers would have been enough to, in the future, pay more than what they getting. Because that's the thing. Like it's not now. Even if we're looking at like the NBA and stuff for baseball, whatever, due to the fact that there's no competition for these leagues, now everyone has to settle for a set price. It's no choice.
Do this or nothing. Oh, I'm gonna send your ass to Europe and play European ball. Go over there and play minor league ball in fucking some place we never heard of and ain't getting no market share. But if the Negro League today would have still existed, I'm sure we all can agree they'll be popping.
No. Why? Why? That's what I'm saying. What are you basing that off of? Because again, it's the lack of interest in baseball why the Negro Leagues actually aren't here anymore. The Negro Leagues literally were popular to us, and that's something that was dear to our community. But I do think, in terms of integration, we didn't go to those baseball games anymore. We
No,
didn't
because
financially support
integration
that shit.
killed us in terms of that was not only was this just something, like you said, that was a community game. So when we went to them games, we knew like, oh, this is just our people. We in the stands wilding. Now all of a sudden you got to go over there with the white people. Well, we can't act like ourselves. We got to act white. So
Well,
they
no, this is
gonna
what I'm
treat us
saying. Those
crazy and
games
shit.
continue. I mean, the Negro Leagues continue, but again, it became more of a farm system where why would you want to continue to play for 500 a game when you can make 5,000 a game? At some point, we have to question why we would want our people to take less to try
Like I
to
said, that would be the staying down to come up.
to try to save a dying paradigm. So I'm saying it's dying. It's not like the beginning and the origins of the Negro Leagues when it was first popping. No, now baseball ain't as popular because football and basketball and these sports are coming along. Wilt Chamberlain and all these people are starting to dominate headlines. So people ain't as interested in baseball as they once were. The new thing comes along now.
Yeah, nah, for sure. I mean, I don't want to say that's exactly it. We can't say it's exactly football and basketball because they've also existed prior to when we talk about Jackie and them even joining, right? But at the same time, I'll say, again, this was a place of community for us. So once it became a thing of people are leaving our community, and not just people, it's like I forgot what we was talking about up here earlier, but somebody said something about they would get the best black people. And that's the thing. They not just getting the regular dude, they getting Babe Ruth. Everybody popping out here to see Babe, bro. So he not here no more. He over there with the white folk. Why, like, not being funny? Now you throwing a what did you call it? A chasm, whatever the fuck you would call it, a fracture in the community. Because, like, well, if most of us are popping out for Babe and Babe ain't here no more, well, who we looking for now? But guess what? He about to get swooped up because the same basis you said, oh, let me turn down this 5,000 for 50. Not saying that don't make sense. Not saying that don't make sense also. But in the long run, it don't make sense because now you killed the only thing that got you there. You killed what got you to 50,000. Because guess what? Now that it ain't no Negro League for niggas, they gonna tell all y'all take 50,000. It kills the leverage.
Okay, but I'm saying there was no leverage. Like, have you ever heard of Satchel Paige?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the reason why I'm asking you that is because of the historic reference to him is always going to be at his age what he did to those white dudes in terms of competition.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of that conversation does have to reflect that Jackie Robinson went in front of these white people, played the game of baseball, and was better than them at it, which means this opens up the door for Willie Mays, Ernie Banks, and all the others to come in. I'm saying it that way because, again, there's a question of if we're even able to make the money they make in playing baseball. So I'm just like, again, you asking the community to come together and make baseball popular. And I think that's where the problem in lies. You gotta deal with the baseball crowd versus making black people responsible for the
even
Negro
down to
League.
that. Once we're
Just right
integrated,
quick, but just right quick.
no, go ahead.
I just want to make sure you understand within your argument, you're making the community responsible to keep the Negro Leagues going, as opposed to the baseball community. Now you want the black community to uphold baseball through the Negro leagues. And I'm just saying you got to be careful of that logic.
No. See, listen, I'm not saying it was on us solely. I'm saying we could have kept it alive, period. But I'm saying once we're in the state of integration, we're going to get viewership. They're going to come, but they're not going to come if it's no Babe Ruth there. It's no Satchel Paige, none of these people. If they're not there, they're not coming here. That's my point. They don't have a reason for them to instead, because guess what? Our best players are over there with them. So they don't even have to go over there and fraternize with us.
But I'm
They know
saying
what we get.
you're supposed to be making the argument to keep the black players from going over there.
Yeah, and that's my point. If we stay, then they have to come. That's all I'm pointing out. If we stay there, I wasn't even talking about
so here's why I don't like the Babe Ruth. There's a white Babe Ruth and there's a black Babe Ruth. Okay? Just being real with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't call Josh Gibson the black Babe Ruth often, but I'm saying it now contextually for this conversation. Baseball was segregated. There's a reason why we celebrate Josh Gibson now for the part of his statistics that they're using. Because baseball was segregated, they didn't give a fuck about our people in that regard. Now, when we look back at it, yeah, fam, they would have benefited a lot more if they could have made that same money, played against that competition, and been better. I don't think segregating them helped our cause. We're better than them at that. So segregating us made it seem like we were equal at the sport, and we never were.
No, we were better. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter about whether or not the main thing is. And hold up, before I even get into this, I'll point out one thing about where you saying it's a black. Tell me the white Bo Jackson.
The white Bo Jackson, there isn't one.
That's what I'm saying, though. See, and this is what I'm pointing out. Even in the long run, let's go to the future where now it's integrated and say we never integrated. Bo Jackson's over here in the Negro League. That's carrying the Negro League. And guess what the white people gonna say? Let's go over there and watch Bo.
No, they're not.
Well, now,
that's cat.
You act like Bo Jackson even go to the HBCU, bro.
Yeah, I don't even know why we on Bo Jackson. You talk about the Negro League, but my thing
I'm
is
just talking about a nigga that's made that they can't replicate.
Right, got you. But my thing is this: we had all these people already. Taz already mentioned the Babe Ruth we had. We had people that was Josh Gibson was hitting more home runs than Babe Ruth. Josh Gibson was hitting more home runs than Babe Ruth, and white people wasn't coming. The only white people that was showing up at the games were scouts that was looking to integrate the Major League Baseball and was looking for Negro League players that could fit the bill. That's the only white people that was showing up at the games was scouts. That's it. And the owners, they had some white owners that would show up at the games and stuff like that. You know, they gamble on the games, you know, pick their favorite Negroes, see who's going to win. You know, they're going to try to make a buck off of it. But those are just selective people. The vast majority of that crowd was not white people. White people wasn't coming. They heard about Josh Gibson. They didn't care because he was doing it against a bunch of niggas. And niggas wasn't up to par with white people. So they didn't care what those niggas was doing. They didn't care with Satchel Paige and all.
So I'm gonna prove you just wrong right there.
They heard about them. They didn't
care. The niggas and they wasn't doing shit. Why they offering them niggas enough for them to leave that league?
That was the scouts that was doing that. The scouts.
No, again, if they weren't important, why are you sending your scouts?
Okay, show me the consumers that was showing up. Show me the consumers that was showing up. They're white people in droves. Show me.
Again, the Negro League didn't exist very long after integration.
No, before integration. Show me these players. You know how old Satchel Paige was when Major League Baseball got integrated? Satchel Paige was a 47-year-old rookie. A 47-year-old rookie. He been in the Negro Leagues. Why didn't they go fill up the stadiums to watch Satchel Paige in his prime?
Because integration was just now happening. You do get that.
Right? No, why didn't they go before? They could have still went to the games.
I mean, that's just not what we do. Like,
and we wasn't stopping white people from going to the games. White people could have been went to those games.
No, that's not what we do community-wise. That's just white people didn't fraternize with niggas and niggas didn't fraternize with white people. What are you talking about?
No, but you said white people would go to the games. I'm telling you, no, they didn't go to the games. They had a chance to go to the games. They didn't go.
In time, they would have. After integration, yes, they would have.
No,
that's why those white people from those white
they would have told them black players to come over here. They did exactly what they did and told those black players to come over to Major League Baseball and prove themselves. They're not going to. White people weren't going to go to the bootleg league. They was going to tell them to come to the major leagues and prove themselves. That's how it was going to work. If y'all think y'all got good, come over here and prove yourselves. And that's what they did.
They didn't do it to say no prove themselves. They didn't come over there and say, "Hey, we just as good as y'all."
What are you talking about?
Taz was saying they were playing. You know, they had all-star games where they'll play against them sometimes, right? They was winning every time.
Yeah, those are exhibition games.
Yeah, every time.
Right.
Right.
And they still didn't integrate.
So it wasn't no go over there to prove yourself. It was go over there because
they was going over there to prove themselves. What are you talking about?
They're offering the large amount of money because
those
they
are exhibition games.
White
Those
people
are
are interested in them.
Those are exhibition games.
Who get you think these white boys in a racist time wasn't going?
What I'm telling you is what you're telling me what the players are doing. I'm telling you what the public is thinking. These are exhibition
the
games.
Ain't thinking that either.
So the public is the ones that's paying. The public is the ones that's paying. We are talking about paying customers. That's what y'all was talking about. You were talking about white people coming to pay. You weren't talking about people playing.
People don't pay to see exhibition.
People paying to come see. The people that pay to come see the games was not taking those games serious. Just like they didn't take the Harlem Globetrotters beating the Lakers when the Lakers were the world champion. They didn't take that serious either. That's why they didn't integrate the Harlem Globetrotters. I mean, you really don't want to have this conversation.
A group of white people playing against a group of black people in racist times, and you think
they didn't take when the black people won, they didn't take it serious. Unless it was a regulated game. Unless it was a regulated game or a regulated fight, or a regulated fight, and it wasn't. They didn't take exhibition.
They took it so unseriously.
The only people, black people, the only ones that keep them games and folklore going because we the ones who care. White people didn't care about that
listening to me.
White
I want you to hear
yourself.
They didn't care, bro. You said they took it so unseriously. They started scouting.
I didn't say that. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Are you slow? Are you slow?
Just sit here and say they didn't take that serious.
I'm gonna say this again. Be quiet and listen. Be quiet and listen. I am talking about the paying public. I'm not talking about the players. Yeah, the players are trying to win. I'm telling you, the fans, the writers, the people that are paying money, they was not caring. It was exhibition. They didn't care as long as it wasn't for no championship, as long as it wasn't on the books, as long as it was no notch, as long as it was no strike on their record. They didn't care. They cared when they cared when Jack Johnson. They cared when Jack Johnson was beating everybody the hell up. They cared about that because that was regulated. That was an exhibition. So they cared about that. They didn't care about these little exhibition games. Black people cared. The black people cared. The paying black people that paid to watch the game, they cared because they was more emotionally invested in the game than the white people was.
Right. They came out for their community, which again it goes back to the question, bro. Like, how do you get white people now to come out for the black community? They're not. They're like I can see if they didn't have the entity themselves. But they got their own baseball they can watch.
So, NFL and basketball right now, is they not popping out a bunch of white people to see a bunch of niggas play?
Yeah. How much time do you think that took? We're talking 100 years for the NFL to get where it's at.
Yeah, stay in the 30s and 40s before integration, man.
Not very long. That's my point. Didn't they all have black counterparts? Well, minus football. I ain't gonna lie. I know they had like some Negro League type shit, but I ain't gonna say it was popping like that. I say
football was actually integrated first. Football actually integrated before baseball.
Yeah, I was about to say. I say HBCUs is probably their competition, if anything. Like I guess you could say that in somewhat since we like boosters just paying for the kids.
They really didn't take advantage of the HBCUs to the '60s when the AFL became a thing. That's when the HBCUs kind of they took advantage of that in football.
But again, I'm only pointing out we can look now and see that they would because that's what they're paying for. They're paying to see mostly niggas play sports. So why are we now acting like if a group of niggas would have stayed over here and the only thing they had over there was all white people? Them niggas wouldn't have watched that shit.
Where was the black quarterbacks in the '60s? Where were they? Where were the black quarterbacks in the '60s?
Nowhere.
Well,
70s, 80s, like I'm just saying,
they wasn't going to pay to see a black quarterback, bro. They wasn't going to pay. They didn't think.
Oh no, because they white. You got to see some type of white head at that point. Yeah, it's taking time for shit to integrate. But again, today it would be the proof they're going to see all black teams.
Yeah, but you know how long ago that was? You know how long ago that took? Football integrated in the '40s. You could argue the 20s. You could argue the
just
20s,
being
but
frank,
the
though,
more modern day integration with you have to look at the 40s.
Because I, especially if we're talking like football and basketball, like let's be frank here, that shit been pretty. Like you saying, who's the quarterback? The quarterback's white. Nobody else was.
The quarterback is
like,
the face of the team. Can we not agree on that? The quarterback is the face of the team.
No, the quarterback was white, but my point is, almost nobody else was. That was just some white supremacy.
That's cat.
Let's be very frank. That was some white supremacy.
You're speedballing up. You're going up to like the 80s and 90s. You're thinking about like the 80s and 90s, not the 60s and 50s and all that shit. It was nothing but white people out there. It was like a few black people on each team. My team, the Washington Redskins, we didn't integrate until the 60s. Bobby Mitchell, we had to trade him up. We had a trade in the 60s. We was the last team to integrate. All white people, dog. White people everywhere.
I will accept this, but it wasn't popping till these niggas came. That's my bigger point. When you, like you said, when they started integrating, it started popping, and once it started integrating, they stopped putting them white people out there. Besides, like what you said, a quarterback, I can agree with that.
When they put it on TV, it started popping.
Yeah, and when they put it on TV, they just so happened to be Negro field.
No. Who's the black the superstars you can think of right now in the 50s in baseball?
No, like I said, I'm not
name me three. Name me three right now. Pop. Name me three. I can name three. Can you name three? Name three.
I can definitely name
you
three.
Said black quarterbacks in the 50s?
No. Superstars in baseball in the 50s. Name three right now.
The 50s?
Yeah, right now. No Googling. Right now. Hurry up. Can't do it. Can't do it. I know you can do it, Taz. He can't do it though. Like they existed. My point is
Willie Mays, Ernie Banks, and Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, there you go. My point is exactly. But baseball fans know that, right? But like their names don't ring bells. Like he was talking about Babe Ruth. He knew who Babe Ruth was, but he didn't know he can name one black.
No, I know who everybody. Jackie Robinson, Willie. I mean, I know.
Yeah, you know Jackie.
I ain't want to sit there and lie.
But he was around still in the 50s.
The year that they was in, because I just don't know. Like you said, I ain't gonna deny it. I'm not a baseball fan. I may know some of the like they name stats and shit, but I'm not gonna lie and say I'm
right because they didn't ring bells like that. Even though they was good players, they was good players. They were stars, but they wasn't selling no jerseys.
Oh nah.
Maybe like Willie Mays. Willie Mays sold jerseys. I'll give you Willie. Willie sold jerseys.
I was about to say
New York
I think you bugging for sure there. And I ain't saying it. Listen, I'm not saying it like I'm not agreeing with what y'all saying. For that would be if we would have stayed right, that would have been our period of kind of like in between this, maybe I guess you could say. But as time goes on, I'm saying if we would have stayed that path, today we can see we would be the ones in control. Because if we take away the NBA, all the black people at the NBA, all the black people at the NFL, and instead we had these counterpart black leagues, right? You know, this is the same teams that we would have in the NFL pretty much. We can agree on that. The same teams we have in the NBA
is what makes them great, bro. Because like I say, so this is what I think to Psycho's point, right? You look at the 61 home run race with Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle. Okay, because historically speaking, those two will always be etched in stone. We need to have it understood, though, that there were black players that were great, still playing at that time, still doing great shit. You know what I'm saying? Again, you can't just erase the contributions of the black players when they started coming to the major leagues. Like I said, I think even Psycho would agree now. If the Negro leagues were sustainable, sure, keep them. Like,
they couldn't compete. They couldn't compete with Major League Baseball.
They just could not compete, bro. It wasn't sustainable. Why would we ask niggas to take less when the money is coming, the fame is coming, and notoriety is coming? This is why
can't compete with that dollar, dog. That almighty dollar. And bottom line is the major Negro leagues wasn't producing dollars. They really wasn't. They were struggling. They was. Like that's reality. I mean, you could look it up. I mean, it's documented. They were struggling.
I'm not disagreeing with none of this.
They had to combine teams just to keep from franchises alive. Like they had to trade. They was giving out players, loaning people players and stuff like that. They were struggling, bro. They had to do all kinds of barnstorming in between seasons just to stay afloat. Like it was bad.
No, I can agree and I understand that. I'm just saying in the bigger scheme of things, if they could have held out, if they could have figured a way to bridge the gap, maybe found an investor, some black investors, millionaires to invest with them and type shit, whatever or something.
Like we can see today. I'm just pointing out again. If we have all black leagues today, tell me what changes. Do we lose the NFL as black people, or do white people lose the NFL?
But to be honest with you, when the league integrated, baseball was slowly starting to get phased out because when the league integrated, a certain invention was right around the corner called television. And
Now I'm about to say, and I guess that's why I
television
keep
is
getting
what
off of,
television it was. Television is what made basketball and football leapfrog over baseball.
that's what I'm about to say. That's
Baseball
why
was the
I
sport
don't
that
want y'all to
everybody
think
used to sit
I'm
back.
trying to change it,
Baseball
but
is the sport that everybody used to sit back and listen to on the radio, and everything else is that third. They'll be outside, they'll listen to on the radio, and they ain't have to watch the game, right? Baseball is a good sport to listen to the radio while you're doing other things, and you really don't feel like you're missing a whole lot. But when it comes to basketball and football, they horrible games to listen to on the radio. But they perfectly made for television. And when television came around, that introduced a whole different dynamic to sports, and it fit football and basketball perfectly. And you saw that in the ratings because when 1957 they had it was a big game. It was the NFL championship game. It was called the greatest game ever played against the Giants and the Baltimore Colts. And when that game happened, they broke records on television ratings and everything else. This is before the Super Bowl. It's pre-Super Bowl. And ever since then, football pretty much was like neck and neck with baseball as far as like being the number one sport. And this was like 57. Like baseball wasn't really ruling the roost around this time. It was starting to get phased out.
that's what I was about to say, and that's why I keep kind of getting off of baseball, because as I think about it, I don't really want to use baseball. I ain't saying it ain't a popular sport still, but yeah, like you were saying, I don't really think that'll be even a prime time. Like I know they get paid super well. I'm not talking shit like that, but I don't think that would be something we could say viewership wise would be the craziest. But like that's why I keep going back to like NBA and NFL. These are prime time sports.
Okay, so
right?
let's do the NFL. So this is clear because I don't think we even understand this. I think if you segregate these sports and make it about white and black, and that's the premise we operate on, these white folks will sit back and watch the Christian McCaffreys play against the Tom Brady's, right? They're not starving for football players. So whatever form of football that would be segregated, where they're not making money off CD Lamb jerseys, you know what I'm saying? They're not making money off of niggas coming out the draft and whatnot. They'll still have a white version of the sport that does not include us. Now you telling niggas that just not make the money. You turn the NFL 100% white and you created NFL for black people. And again, now everybody's got to be a fan of that for them to prosper.
No. Again, we in the day of integration, so this wouldn't be the same as like how what's his name is. It doesn't take time for them to get used to integration. They're already integrated. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. There's no white Lamar Jackson.
Can you explain the NBA in the 70s when all the best basketball players were black and no white people was going to the games? The NBA was struggling in the 70s. The NBA didn't really take off to the 80s. All the games was on tape delay. Championship games, the NBA finals, all tape delay. Everybody knew who won the game by the time the game started. By the time they actually saw it. So
no
like
offense, I guess
the NBA ratings was crap. Hockey was more popular than the NBA in the 1970s. That's how low the NBA was.
Trash at that point.
The best players were
NBA
black.
was very trash. Niggas
Right, and you know white people. White people called the NBA they nigger ball. You know what they called the New York Knicks? The New York Niggerbockers.
Yeah, for sure. I know all that, but the point is
they didn't show up.
It wasn't electrifying enough until it got dunks, which is when Wilt.
No, it was electrifying.
Dr. J and Wilt and all them.
No, they had all that. They had all that. They changed the rules eventually. They changed the rules. Wilt made them change the rules.
And after you do something, it takes time for it to catch on. That's it. That's just even with us talking about like the NFL. I mean the integration of baseball. It takes time for people to get used to them accepting these players. Then they'll start letting more blah blah.
NBA was segregated since the
50s. You said something I want to touch on right quick because I don't want that to get past right now. You said there's no white Lamar Jackson, right? Now, white people would tell you Lamar Jackson ain't won a championship. There's plenty of white Lamar Jacksons.
No.
I'm telling you,
No.
that's what they're going to.
We know skill set wise.
Just so we clear, the underlying foundation of their conversation was always the white quarterbacks are better than the black ones. So the argument you're making kind of lends credence to their argument. That's a
Patrick
narrow path
Mahomes,
you're walking
brother.
down. Lamar Jackson is great. He's exciting.
Patrick
He's MVP
Mahomes.
caliber every year. But when it's time to get it done, has he got it done?
No, but Patrick Mahomes. Now to say, oh yeah, they got a white Patrick Mahomes, you got to literally start naming all-time great white people. And that's all I'm pointing out. If we took all the Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Russell Wilson, like I'm just naming people off my fucking head. But I'm saying if you took all these people, you think, nah, they just gonna have a white counterpart and the white people gonna watch that. Even the white people, because again, the white people have always been infatuated with us. They're gonna be like, maybe not to us, but on the private tip, they like, man, this shit weak as fuck, and
like
turn it up nigga shit.
Everything it took to get here and just starting here, right? Like, because you're ignoring how we got here. To say, okay, if we just did it today, cool, right? Yeah, but like everything.
No, I'm not ignoring that. I'm saying we can't. We if we're talking about this being today, that can't be factored in because that's already happened, and that's not the way it will work currently because it's not even the same time, principle, thought sets. People move differently. They are going to watch that shit. Even if they don't attend that shit, we're getting paid off viewership because I think we can all agree, man.
This. So why are the other leagues failing? Like why did they the two other football leagues have to merge and create
a whole bunch of leagues failed. The WFL failed in the 70s
because the
the
best niggas are on the NFL,
XFL, the Arena Football League.
Right. So what would change that though?
There's no niggas there.
No, man, no, that's a lot. Niggas was in all those leagues.
No, I'm saying if niggas left, if they made a Negro football league right now, you need
to read up on Herschel Walker, fam. Because that's the argument you give it.
What
you're
kind
giving
of
the Herschel Walker scenario, man?
How do we make a Negro football league right now? Go.
The Negroes who play football take the money you got $100 million checks and
okay. So who's paying them? Who's going to pay them their salary? Who's paying them?
Nah, cut your salary for a minute. Do that shit for the
okay. So
where are they even going to play the game?
So you think these black players in the NFL is going to take cut half their salary to start a league?
Oh no, if you want me to be very frank, no. But I'm saying if this is in the best interest of things, the future. I'm talking.
How would that be in the best interest? Explain that.
You getting paid $400 million? That's great.
Who's getting paid? Who's paying them $400 million?
But wouldn't it be better?
Wouldn't it be better
to set your kids a path for $400 billion?
Slow down. You shouted out a number. How are they getting $400 million?
Off playing the game.
Who's paying them $400 million? Do you know how the NBA gets money?
Yeah, revenue streams and the owners,
Right. Advertising. Who is advertising the all black league? Go.
Everybody. Shit, who the fuck?
No, that's cap. That's cap. You think these companies that just cut DEI and all this other stuff left and right? I mean, they literally just showed you what they get, how they give
why that has
about
leverage?
Black people and any pictures we got going on. You think all these people that cut all this DEI stuff is going to turn around and give?
You know why they can do that?
Black league? Yeah, that's crazy.
Do you understand why they can do that and they affect us? Because none of us own shit. They could never sit there and could say we gonna cut DEI with this if a black-owned business.
Right. You telling me something? Yeah, got it. That's my point. How are we going to get this $400 million? You're helping my argument right now. How are we going to get this $400 million?
Nigga, we still can get the advertisement again. What are you going to advertise? The white league or the nigga league?
Right. Right. So they're not going to advertise the nigga league. So that's established.
I think we all can understand.
Now that's established because you under the impression that because all the black people left the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, whatever the case may be, that they all of a sudden going to become an all-white league. No, they're not going to go segregate. They're not going to segregate their shit. They're going to keep the door wide open for the Negroes who don't want to go along with that little venture. So
If
again,
the Troy
who is
Polamalu's
going
of
to
the
pay?
world
You
have
think
to
the advertisers are going to pay for an all-black league when they got this integrated league over here?
I just sat here and said, brother,
They're not going
if
to do
we
it,
took
bro. This is
all the
fantasy
niggas,
talk. This is fantasy
how
talk. They're not going to do it.
what niggas do you have? I mean, what you gonna import some Sudanese, some Africans or something? I mean, shit, fuck it. It is what it is.
The reality is, it's not going to happen, bro. It's just not. It's not real. Man, I ain't even. I mean, we could get even deeper
And I
than that.
almost would
I could go even. I didn't even get to where the hell
niggas
these.
would not
I didn't
go.
even get. I didn't even get to where the hell these games are going to be played at. Where these games going to be played at in this all black league? Where we playing these games? What arenas are black people owning? Where are we building these arenas? Because we got to build our own arenas. Because ain't none of these arenas going to rent out to us unless they charge us an arm and a leg. And if they charge us an arm and a leg, now you got to discuss how much
I would
rent
think
we're be paying
college
to these
venues,
white
to be
arenas
honest, because
that we're
most
going
of
to have
them
to
are
be
in
playing
Coliseum.
in. Tell me that.
I would say college venues because most of them are in Coliseums.
These are still white institutions.
Huh?
These are still white institutions.
Yeah.
We're not going to sustain financially, bro. Playing college arenas.
Yeah, I mean, you have to for a certain extent. If we're just talking about what you do right here and now. Now, if we talking about in the whole scheme of things, the bigger picture of what I've been talking about from the beginning, which is just completely separation. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what we'll be investing in infrastructure wise. Because we will have to utilize the assets we have, and I know that athleticism, skills, things of that nature, that would still be something we would naturally excel at. So definitely. Not sitting there saying like how they now promote it to us, but you would have to invest in those things so we can continue to make that dominance. And I mean, yeah, from there, that would kind of be just the natural thing.
We're behind the 8 ball when it comes to talk about any sports league. The only way we can even slightly entertain a sports league, we would have to have our own nation. That's the only way we have to.
That's what I've been saying from the beginning.
But if you talk about if you're talking about starting your own nation, you are literally putting the cart before the horse. Talking about a goddamn sports league. Like what are we talking about right now?
You just came up here and started with the sports league shit. And
y'all was already talking about it. That's what made me hit the link. Don't put that off on me. Y'all was already talking about it.
No. I wasn't. Well, we was talking about baseball, but. When you came up here, you said something specific, and I was saying
y'all
like
talking about sports
that's how we
leagues.
got
That's what made me hit the link.
The Negro League.
Y'all talking
like
about
whether or not we could make a Negro League
right.
on our own.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying, shit. I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't expecting that to be a part of what we was talking about because we was just talking about Negro League, and if we could have kept that, that's what it was.
Negro League is
my fault. It wasn't even you. You kind of right because we was talking about if we could have kept functioning as the Negro League, but yeah.
Right.
That I mean, I was just saying, shit.
I know that,
man. We see the evidence of not the Negro League itself. Y'all, I think y'all
right.
All right.
It's a popular talking point in these spaces, but it's just not realistic. It's really not realistic.
Nah,
the dynamics of sports and how this works and
I'll say
how
the
revenue
Negro League
is
ain't real.
earned.
But however,
Saquon Barkley is not taking a satchel paid salary.
Yeah, that would be a definite actuality.
You're literally going. You're asking these athletes to do a lot. I mean, you are literally asking them to give up everything.
Yeah, Saquon Barkley is not taking a satchel paid salary. He's going after that Babe Ruth money.
Do y'all think it's a little abrasive for the brother to say that in reference to Michael Jordan, he's saying that with an apathy, he's basically talking about he decries Michael Jordan's neutrality on social and political issues, race issues as a lost opportunity. Black athletes like Jordan have abdicated their responsibility to the community, and he said he's essentially saying that pardon me, I'm not essentially so black athletes like Jordan have abdicated their responsibility with an apathy that borders on treason. Would you agree with that? Do you feel like there's a level of responsibility? As far as when it comes to that,
given the era that he was on top of his game, it would have been cool for him to speak out on some of that stuff, especially like in the '90s mainly. in the 80s, you know, it was stuff going on, but it really hit you know, a boiling point in the 90s, and he should have he was the you know, clearly the number one athlete in the world at that time. It would have been cool for him to say something, but again, he famously said Republicans buy sneakers too, so that tells you everything you need to know about Mike.
See, I don't like the idea of putting any of them under microscope based on how Warrick Dunn gets no respect for what he's done in the community, right? It like I see more mainstream media praising Warrick Dunn than our community. You know what I'm saying? And this is a man who's built houses for Black people over the past 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Like literally left his NFL career and jumped right into the community work. And nobody cares. Nobody cares about all these NFL players that have summer camps full of Black kids, and they let them come for free and all that shit. Like their ways of giving back is kind of overlooked, and so I don't like the scapegoating of the ones who we don't see because we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point it did become, even when you're visible, it doesn't matter. So why be visible?
Nah, that's nasty work right there. Cause I ain't gonna lie, bro. You can't.
Yeah, look that shit up, bro. Warrick Dunn been building houses for Black folks, nigga, for years, and like I said,
No, Warrick Dunn put in work in the community. Like they love him out in Tampa Bay.
That would be like saying it doesn't matter what the things Michael Jackson did type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're important, definitely use your platform to speak up. I'm not gonna say you gotta just make it about your people, but me personally, I would say definitely about your people. And if there's many of them popping off, you should utilize your platform to speak on it. That ain't crazy. But that's what I'm saying. This money shit, that's what. Fuck it. If our people want to be like that, if we want to be money based, we'll never succeed. That's just it. Period. We always gonna be slaves because we gonna chase a dollar, bro. And the dollar, like I don't see how we just been playing this game for so long and don't see that dollar ain't benefited us yet. Because this dollar been there just as long as all these systems we talking about, and the systems we talking about based off of a dollar.
But
Like
what
we
is the
gotta break free of
alternative
that
though?
shit, bro.
Like you can't just make up a form of currency to replace the dollar blindly. Like, what's the alternative?
Oh, you'll hate it and y'all ridicule me, and it's for real. It's very simple, but motherfuckers really gonna act like it ain't.
I mean, I'm already listening to everything else you said, so I'm still listening, bro. Like, shit.
I'm gonna be honest, bartering.
Now, what are we bartering with?
The skills that you have.
Okay, kind of break that down for me, because I would say that's what we're doing anyway as employees of corporations and whatnot.
But you taking $1 for it. That's why I was saying earlier, right? All we paying for are the things that we don't know or don't want to do. However, if you had that skill on your own, right? Like you could just tell somebody, hey, shit, I need fruits and vegetables. You grow fruits and vegetables. What do you do for work now? You could do that same thing. You feel me? Even down to that, like people will break into forms where just things that'll be beneficial and easy to trade, which will be like not simple work because I don't think no real hard work is simple, but like growing foods, figuring out things, even the science people, like they're going to make more beneficial things for us because guess what? It's not about a profit. So we're not trying to make something it can cure cancer, but it got the cheapest products ever. You know what I'm saying? It's filled with hydrochloroforone. And nah, everybody just trying to. Honestly, you doing things based off your passion. Let's be very frank, and that makes better quality of things. Like if you. That's what's fun. If we pay attention to American quality, let's be very frank here. Like videos, music, movies, video games. That's what I meant to say. Video games, movies, music, every form of entertainment we have, everybody's like in agreement, man. This shit been trash. But guess what? Now everything is about $1. When people first started making video games, they weren't doing that shit because they understood they could get paid billions of dollars. They were literally like, man, I like this shit, and guess what? I wanted to make a game. Like, I hope other people playing it like it. Fuck it. It don't even matter what I make. Then once people started realizing, oh, they making millions of dollars and shit, then they start getting into the business. And once some shit become a business, it's not really a good product. Because now everybody's in it. You manipulating markets and shit in order to make shit successful. That's rap to music, period, to a T at this point. Nobody's building an organic fan base. Everybody's paying for some marketing scheme that's $4,000, and you get on a fucking spin chart here and you get a gold plaque and crazy shit. Nobody even know who the fuck you are. Like, seriously, everything fucked up at this point, bro. Like, and it's because that dollar. We don't want to admit this shit, but whatever. Fuck it.
Can I read these real fast, y'all? Real quick. At the center of the problem he identifies is the relationship of Black Americans to the larger American culture and social economic systems in which they live. It's vital that he takes this longer term of historical perspective, beginning with slavery and following through Jim Crow, the civil rights movement, and whatever we're going to call this present ugliness we're living. Had the first black owner of a major sports team come a generation earlier, Roden argues the community would have celebrated. It would have meant the beginning of substantive change in power structures. But the success of integration, he writes, has led to the disintegration of Black communities in a certain sense of solidarity. What we have in place of a more segregated but more self-sufficient Black community is the Bob Johnson model. For example, the integration of Southern minor league baseball meant the dissolution of the Negro Leagues. A pattern was set. A Black institution was dead, while a white institution grew richer and stronger. This was the end result of integration. Johnson's mentality of using Blackness as a way to get a piece of the pie without necessarily feeling any reciprocal responsibility to sustain Black institutions was the natural outcome of a half-finished mission. That half-finished mission was integration, perfectly represented by highly paid but powerless professional athletes. In other words, Roden's argument about Black athletes is about something much, much larger than sports.
Yeah, I'm calling cap on that. And here's why.
I agree with that Negro League part, but go ahead.
Well, the part I'm calling cap on, though, is so when you start talking about if we would have owned a league 10 years earlier, it was 40 years earlier. It was 20 years earlier. There are multiple Negro leagues that were there 10 years prior to Jackie Robinson, 10 years prior to integration, that the 60s period or whatever. So I'm trying to figure out what that means, because that somehow I think implies that Rube Foster didn't exist.
And let's be clear. Black people integrating baseball didn't save baseball. Baseball was doing fine. They didn't need to integrate. The reason why integration happened in Brooklyn is because that team in particular, the Brooklyn Dodgers, had a Black base there, right? There's a bunch of Black people live right there by Ebbets Field and everything else. And he saw Branch Rickey saw those Black people outside his stadium playing stickball and everything. And he immediately got the idea, well, I need to figure out a way to get all these extra people in my seats in his area and everything. But that wasn't the whole Major League Baseball. Most of Major League Baseball didn't play around a whole bunch of Black people. So like this wasn't like baseball. Like baseball didn't. Like I said, Black people going into baseball didn't save baseball. Baseball wasn't struggling. It was the number one sport.
Right.
It didn't hurt baseball, but it didn't save it either, because baseball wasn't in trouble.
Yeah, I was just positing this as a, just to get y'all perspective, not really to,
Yeah, I'm responding to what you said. Yeah, I'm responding to what he was saying. Yeah. like I said, the Black Sports League thing is a popular talking point. People, I mean, it sounds good. You know, it'd be cool if something like that could be there, but I know it's not realistic and it's not reasonable. Like it was something that happened in this time, and in this time it was needed. That you know, it was an avenue there, it was a lane there. But once the bigger league decided to integrate, the Negro League was useless at that point. Again, like white leagues. Let me say this. Like for people that probably feel like I'm just saying black people can't do this. No, I'm telling you, like me and Taz just mentioned earlier. I mentioned 4 leagues that tried to go up against the NFL. White leagues, right? These are not all white leagues, but these are white people that were running these leagues, right? That were trying to go against the NFL. All failed miserably. I could name some other ones. I didn't even get to the AAFC. I ain't even getting to them. They failed too. A couple of teams that had actually had to merge with them. That's where the San Francisco 49ers came from. The original Colts came from them, and everything else. Like they started off in a whole other league that had to force a merger. The Cleveland Browns came from that goddamn league. They came over winning championships. They won all the championships the 4 years in that league. Came over to the NFL and won 4 more championships with Otto Graham. So yeah, other leagues that tried to go against these other leagues and everything else, basketball, it's other leagues that went up against the NBA, not just the ABA either. I can name you a couple other leagues that tried to go against the NBA, failed. So if these white people can't get this shit done, how the hell are we supposed to make an all black league with only black people and get this shit done?
Like I said, I mean, you got to look more than the money. That's just it, period. If you can't look beyond the money, I mean, shit, like that. I hate to admit it. My bad. I hate to admit it like this, but all I really kind of hear is like we can't catch up because we ain't got enough money to convince niggas to stop sucking niggas' dicks. Let's be real. Like, we ain't got enough money for niggas to stop going to do fuck with people. I mean, I'm not being funny.
I mean, for real, like that could change the whole course of the conversation, though, my nigga. Like, let's not do that.
But I was gonna say, Tax. I know you don't like that name.
Like, as far as the systematically, we saying like, because we in agreement, we know like how the system work. We don't get the big end of the. We don't get the like you. It's not very many billionaires off of just basketball alone, and even then, when it's finally getting to the point now, we getting trillionaires. So I mean, you see how you always gonna be one step behind and under. Like in order to catch up,
what you think gonna happen?
To do something.
We got 400 years worth of BS to come back from. You think we just gonna get that overnight? Yeah,
I think the timeline me and bro was talking about, because I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I really was talking about like we should separate. I say a nation, but I ain't say it last time up here. Just being frank, but if we did a 50-year timeline, yeah, yeah,
50 years.
Nah, I said 100. 100 is what I give it to get everything fixed in totality. But in a 50-year period, nah,
I mean,
we could make crazy.
What do you think it happened in 50 years? What do you think happened in 50 years?
Is this in the United States or like, where are we?
I don't know what he's talking about. That's what I'm trying to peel back the onion. I don't know where he's going.
Like I said, if we going back, remember how earlier I was talking about if we could separate, and I've already said to you, Ted, before I even came up here this time, like I want us to separate and make a nation. But regardless of all the framework on that, I'm just saying if we had a nation in 50 years and did something like that in 50 years, yeah,
I got you. Right. First things first. Okay, where's it taking place at?
See, goddamn it. I don't want to do all this. We about to.
Then it's not a real conversation. Then it's not a real conversation.
I mean, it's multiple routes we can take.
Right. And what's your route? What's your route? That's what I'm asking. Like you said, like you got a plan. I'm trying to hear
take the land. Take the land. If we're being very frank, what's my?
Can you be specific?
Take the land.
Can you be specific?
Yeah, probably like the southern part of America.
Which part?
everywhere that was in the Civil War, every state that participated from this point to that point. I don't remember what Texas.
You're talking about from the East Coast all the way to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, you're saying restart the Civil War.
Hey, look, that's why I said I'm not getting into this. I'm not telling y'all niggas to do that. I've talked to you multiple times about the
I don't take it
variation
that
of
way. I'm
things
just
we
trying
can
to
do.
understand.
We can pay for the land. We can try 40 acres in the mule. If not 40 acres in the mule, just some process of saying America pay us back for these crimes. Do not give us money.
Did
Give
you
us
plan this stuff
land.
out? Did you plan this stuff out, or you just like telling us?
Nah, I mean, I got a group of people I work with. We got talks about this. We playing. We writing that because we understand. Like it's. Listen, I don't feel nobody can agree on one thing mostly. So I think you got to be able to give people options. And I mean, I can get in detail on each one of these options, but I'm just giving you. It's multiple ways we can go about it. I say we should take the land just because I mean, like,
you
let's
said
not
take
be.
the land. Well, okay, well. You very vague when you say that. You said the South, but you was kind of vague with that too.
No,
All right,
I
well,
said
how do
Texas
we
to
take the land? Let's
wherever,
start with that.
Virginia or Maryland. I said
Okay,
from Texas to Virginia.
how do we take Virginia and Maryland?
How we take Virginia and Maryland?
Yeah, how do we take it? What's your plan to take it?
But this is what I'm saying. Like, you have to. No, I haven't made no plan on us trying to revolt because
you just
that'd
said you had
be
a plan,
something we
Josh.
would have to choose to do as a collective. So I
I
can't make
really
a
just
plan.
asked, did you have a plan, or was you just just going on, just like kind of like?
No, that's the one thing you cannot really plan for. I mean, you could plan for if we
Yeah, you
went to
can.
war
If you,
with you.
bruh, if you serious about this nationalism, yeah, you should have a goddamn plan. What do you mean?
I
Yes, you should
cannot
have a
make a
plan.
plan based on
And then you
something that
start talking
doesn't
about 50
exist,
years. When you
right?
talk about 50
I
years,
didn't
I think
say
you
I
got a
want to make
50-year
a
plan.
civil
I'm
war of
interested to
any
hear what
kind.
micro goals you got in place to lead up to
Stop
this
this!
50-year
Stop this! Stop
macro.
this! I won't be a federal informant in the world if I ever could be. First of all, but second of
Well,
all,
then why bring
I
this
don't.
up? Then why bring up separation if we can't peel back the onion on it? Then why
Nah,
bring it up?
not in the way of saying I'm a because you're trying to say that I'm causing harm to people in order to do it. I
I
said
never said
take the
that,
land.
bruh. Do
And
you
you
see,
said
stop,
enact the civil war and
Do
things
you
of
see,
this nature.
the
These are
color? Wait,
wild things.
stop, bruh, stop. You're just babbling right now. Do you see the colors on my mask? I'm a whole nationalist over here, bruh. You talking to somebody who talks the talk that you're talking right now, but you don't sound like you got.
I'm
But you
just
don't
saying
sound like
I
you got
don't
it
want.
too
Nah,
well mapped out.
listen.
So I actually have a plan, but I'm
Nah,
interested in
cool.
hearing what your
I
plan
can
is.
agree, and maybe we can speak further somewhere else. But nah, I'm okay with that part. But any other part, we can get rather in depth with. You feel? Like, seriously. Like, if you want to talk about how we should do it government wise, purchase the land itself, that would have to be a private bond. I would say go through a company. That would probably be the smartest way to do it. Because to be honest with you, if we're being very frank, companies are kind of human loopholes. The more that we
So I'm
pay
gonna say it
attention.
like this though, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? It can take how you want to. But listen, fam, if you too scared to talk about the shit on the internet, fam, you ain't ready to be separate.
Bro, please stop this. Stop this.
I mean, I'm just telling you, fam, some white men run down on you about your little internet plan, fam. What you gonna do when you're confronted with a military issue in your new place?
Yeah, why are we trying to bring this about early? That's my
This is
point.
the things you have to plan
Like, why
for
can't
if
we
you
just
talk
go somewhere
separation.
else? Why can't we just go somewhere
I'm
else?
concerned about you when you start talking that type of shit.
This isn't why I listen. I'm concerned when y'all try to bring up some shit that I never said. Because I never
Right,
said I
well,
wanted to
I'm
harm
saying
people
this.
or nothing like that. I never
No,
sat
fam,
here and said.
but look, I'm
I
saying
never
this though,
said no
bro.
wild shit. I just sat here and said it's many ways to do this. What I would prefer is one way, which is take the land. And when I say take the land, that doesn't mean you have to kill people and start a civil war, y'all. I don't want to
Right,
get further into that.
But he just
But
was
that's
trying
what
to
I was
back
asking you to break it
bro.
down. If you ain't talking about killing people, why are you scared to mention it online?
Hey, weren't we just talking about rappers being police?
Man, George Foreman passed away.
Yeah, that might be more your speed. Maybe we should go back to rappers, or y'all should go back to rappers. I want to talk about the rappers.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's nasty work.
I'm trying to figure out what's police about because like I say, so you're concerned about something you might say in terms of separation.
No, I'm worried about the fact y'all keep talking about something I ain't bring up. and
I'm
it's
bringing it up
about
because all
violence
of
and
this
we're on the
matters.
white man's internet. It's very watchative.
Right. Okay, I understand that part of it, bro, but I'm trying to figure out then. So in your new society that you're building, you're not going to use the internet?
Yeah. No, you can make your own node base though. I mean, the internet is basically how would you say? It's not. I know it's not in the air, but let's be frank about it. It is just it's the waves are there perpetually, so it's not like we can't. We would just have to build a separate node base. Like you know how like the internet in India, China is different from America. That's how like everybody has their own node base.
And where is this happening again? Oh, you don't want to tell me that. Okay.
No, like I said, we could buy the land here. We can buy the land here. I would say if anything, you could, like I said last time, we could say, being very frank, it's crimes against humanity that happen against black people here. Pay them government wide, even beyond the government. You can go to the UN and ask for that, which I would say we probably should.
Like, no, you can't go to the UN. I mean, you can go to the UN and ask for it, but like what makes you think the UN can respond in a way that makes it happen?
Well, they gave a piece of land in Africa to a bunch of people from Germany, and I believe 7 million of them died. And just with us coming over here from the Middle Passage, I believe it was like 25 to 32 million died. That was just on the passage. That's not including anybody dying over here from getting beat, sold, none of that shit. That's just them bringing them niggas over here. So I think, yeah, even off that, we can get deeper into the numbers and shit, but yeah, that's a pretty good basis to start, right?
I don't view the UN as a governing body, though.
I mean, obviously, the
the
rest of the
position
world does, because they gave land to somewhere in Africa to a bunch of people from Germany,
but how much of that is based on the United States?
A lot.
Because now you're talking about taking an issue with this country to them, right? But this country is them. Like
I'll be very blunt with you. We got very short time before we're not, if we stay here with Trump. I mean, you see, he's against being with NATO, so I mean, that also would include being a part of the UN. I mean, it is kind of a doorway into that possibility, if we're being very frank. And the world is taking measures against us.
The lack of jurisdiction is the issue with the UN conversation. I just don't think we should have an idea that a body with no jurisdiction can do anything for us. I don't even see how we could even believe that. They don't have any jurisdiction.
The UN would have to. I mean, technically, it is an American corporation that even is now. That's what I'm saying. I don't get how you can separate from them, because they made it's the investments. Even the UN headquarters is in New York. So I mean, I don't really know how they could separate from us damn near, but yeah. If he
I'm saying in terms of like being at the top of the UN on the Security Council, I'm saying there's nothing that the UN is going to do that forces the hand of the United States. They might bully some other Eastern or European nation or whatnot, but like you'd have to show me a time where the UN made the United States do anything.
I can't say any time the UN has made them do anything. I can't say a time anywhere's made America do anything. Which, never mind. Nah, I agree. I listen. I understand the flaws in some of these points, but they are. If people don't want to go about this the hard way, it has to be options for the easy way. I mean, and hey, I kind of agree with this. Like I said from the first time, though, I also said I think we could go with the government, but then that would be the government admit that's the police saying we checked ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. Let's keep it a bean. Like we can't really sue them. So I mean, I guess the UN will be your only option of that. But I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know if it's an easy way to do that. I guess to be frank with you, that's why I started laughing and shit because I was gonna say, which brings me back to my first point. Even though I really don't want to get into it, that's why I said I believe that's what we should do. But I know that most of us are not with that, or not even a lot of us, not even enough of us. That's just being very blunt. It ain't even got to be everybody.
Why would we be? I mean, like I say, given the context of what you're talking about, I'm saying if historically speaking, that has already been a failed mission with a weaker American military, what would I would call that a suicide mission at best.
I don't know. I would say today's military is probably like I get number wise and money wise, like I get that, but let's be really, really, really blunt here. Them niggas was at war with fucking Iraq for like 20 years, nigga. And it wasn't just like simply they were over there trying to find oil. Like it did start getting to a point where like niggas was dying and they couldn't kill them motherfuckers and shit. Like this is why ISIS is still here and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously. It wasn't like they got them niggas out of here. They really couldn't beat them niggas. Like that's the thing. Like
wait, so you're operating off of integrity again, though? Because see, I don't believe that. I don't believe that they were at war with Iraq ever like that. They was over there smoking shit. Like, what are you talking about? Like, Iraq never stood a chance. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, they was over there getting shit up out of there, bro. Like, Iraq ain't had no fucking chance against the American military, bro. Like, are we serious right now? They're popping them niggas off at will.
Why they was over there so long then? They was just chilling.
Hey, so I got a quick question. So Psycho and oh boy, they left, but so Ted, so y'all not saying the integration, because I'm reading a lot of articles and they're positing that integration, will pardon me, so I'm not, so it's right here. Hold on, let me make sure I get to the right thing. So basically, the NIL dissolved in 1931 during the Great Depression after several years of declining financial success. In the absence of Foster's guiding hand, it was revived, however, in the mid-1930s, and black teams went on to play in the Negro Leagues until about 1960, some 15 years after Jackie Robinson became the first African-American player of the 20th century to sign with the white Major League. Yeah. The integration of African-American players into the Major League caused fans to follow those teams with greater interest, in the Negro Leagues declined and finally folded. So it's not like we're not saying the integration is ultimately was the knife in the, the knife in the coffin, so to speak, to fully, dismantle that black. And I was thinking too, I know how you said you don't like the name of that book, $40 million slave. But he extracted that term from a racist fan, a white fan, you feel me, referred to a black player as, you're just a $40 million slave. You feel me? So that came from a white person. You feel me? And then he just compiled everything together as far as, the history and
I mean, but white people say stupid ass shit all the time, fam. I don't mean we gotta repeat that shit. Like, I bet it did come from it's some stupid shit. So it probably did come from a white motherfucker. Ain't no doubt in my mind.
Oh man, hold on, man. So, and I want to read this too. Hold on, I'm gonna read this right here. Hold on, I want to read this because I disagree though, bro. I disagree as far as like just his, and I feel like just how he connected, just the history. That's why I say I'm big on history. Like he's showing you how the modern black athlete is disconnected with the past and how as far as the trials and tribulations that the black athlete went through. You feel me? And yeah, man. But so boom.
But see, that's what I'm saying. If you leave out the prosperity that they have seen, you're not making a legitimate argument. These leagues prospered based on the time that they've been around and the contributions of the players. It's not just because of the black players. They've been around a long time building a business. You know what I'm saying? I think it's crazy to make it sound like overnight they got it popping. Like that's kind of the problem.
Only for baseball we can say that though. That's the only thing I'm pointing out. Only for baseball we could say maybe. And I'm even going. I kind of will agree with Burr again. Like because if we would have just stayed there, well, it would have became more popular just over time. It still would have been more interesting than watching a bunch of white people run around. And like a couple Migos who look like they Negroes. You feel like Miguinos or something. I don't know. But yeah, that would have still been more fun. There would have been more athleticism. But for football and basketball, we definitely could say like
real quick, yo, let me go ahead and break this down. So, okay, so how sports stardom has brought black athletes wealth without progress and prosperity without freedom. Okay. Boop, 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 $40 million slave, the rise and fall and redemption of the black athlete. Okay, this is by William C. Roden. Sports for some represent the best in humanity, where talent and muscle can transcend difference and prejudice. Jackie Robinson, Muhammad Ali, Althea Gibson, pioneers whose accomplishments beyond sports are legend. But these legends says William Roden in $40 million slave, may be just that, amounting to a crutch for modern day race relations. Amounting to a crutch for modern day race relations. A New York Times sports comment New York Times sports columnist columnist for decades, Roden chronicles a sweaty history that has meant wealth, but not always progress and prosperity for the black athlete. The $40 million slave who is far from free. Roden gives the bench players of history their due, like Arthur Reuben Foster, who created baseball's Negro League in 1920, which still stands as the only sports operation owned, managed, and played by blacks. Says Roden. Integration in sports as opposed to integration at the ballot box or in public conveyances was a winning proposition for the whites who controlled the sports industry complex. Foster was a pioneer of a different sort, an uncompromising guild, light, ultimately undone by a nervous breakdown in 1926. Today's legends, those with perceived black power, like Today's legends, those with perceived black power, like the deified Michael Jordan, seldom wielded. What Jordan did to inspire the multitudes, that core of black people, estranged from power, the seemingly permanent underclass, beyond hitting game-winning shots, is hard to find, Roden writes. Peppered with historical gems and did you knows, a $40 million slave weaves together the twin strands of innovation and struggle that today define adrenaline filled, pardon me. Peppered with historical gems and did you knows, $40 million slave weaves together the twin strands of innovation and struggle that today define that today define adrenaline-filled arenas. Jackie Robinson actually integrated baseball in Canada, signing with Montreal in 1945. The Dodgers bought his contract in 47. The alley-oop was actually a football invention. In horse racing and cycling was once dominated by African Americans. It's the unsung heroes from this brother's name, Robert Mullenix, the first black heavyweight, the first black champion. Yeah, the first black champion, correct? In boxing, UK. To Foster, to Kurt Flood, dozens of stories of men, nearly all whom we don't know precisely. They sought and change, pardon me, because they sought change and often lost. And thus today, Americans of all races pour $34 billion a year into sports, from ticket sales to merchandise, while just a silver of those revenues go to the black muscle that creates it, and next to nothing goes into the communities from whence that muscle came. That's it, though, y'all. I just find it interesting, just another just perspective, and it's just, yeah, man. Oh man. Black muscle. The black muscle. The brother died from a nervous breakdown. Unyielding. Would not budge. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. Talking about you don't get it. I get it. Come on. He would be, Foster would be a visionary of sorts. Foster foresaw the inevitable desegregation of baseball and wanted to be certain that his National Negro League would be in a position to dictate rather than be dictated to. Come on now, man. In order to achieve this dream, Foster would need to organize and have to, in order to achieve this dream, Foster would need to organize and to have a say in how black muscle, they got that in, would be employed. Come on, man. He finally succeeded in starting his league in 1920, and though he wasn't the first to try, he was successful because of the turbulence of the times, his relentless drive, and an emerging African American consciousness. Come on, man. Man, come on, man. You gotta tap into that black muscle, man. Come on, man. Yeah. For real, man. Yeah, man. Come on, man. Shit. So it wasn't just Malcolm. This brother right here, Manning Johnson, he also, was very critical of the leftists. You feel me? Liberals. You feel me? Like, come on, man. And hijack and then like I said, and then all other racial and national groups have their respective organizations. No Negro belongs to any of these organizations, nor is his membership sought or welcome. Moreover, no Negro is called upon to decide what is best for any one of these groups, which is what is most important is that no one of these groups consider itself segregated, because no Negro belongs, is invited, nor has his opinion sought. Yet the Negro intellectual contends that to get together as Negroes, to discuss common problems as Negroes, to decide what is best for Negroes without white participation, without such and such and participation, without y'all know what I'm getting at. Y'all already know where I'm hitting at. Without everybody else participation, is somehow segregation or somehow, nigga, you crazy. You are a fool to want to rally and galvanize self and to do and only act for self and to render a service only for self. Like, nigga, it just don't make sense to me, man. That's why I gotta tap into those because you gotta get that validation. Like, am I cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Am I crazy? And this just validates the fact that no, you are not. That's why I say I'm a Negro that grows. Man, I need to put that on a shirt, man. A Negro that grows, man. I'm still learning, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Copyright that though. Yeah. Pardon me, y'all. Yeah. Yeah, man. I know I ain't crazy, but yeah. So, but this pivotal too. So, and like he said, such an attitude speaks for itself. He's speaking, this brother's in the 50s. He's literally books like Dr. Joy DeGruy. Put some respect on her name. I love that sister. She's so just so boisterous when it comes to, and the articulation and being able to express how, like we was never, like there was no level of therapy was rendered, from a psychosis, from a the psychosis, psyche, you feel me? So, and then, layer upon layer, because it's not just slavery she's talking about. She's talking about Jim Crow, everything. But pardon me, yeah. Fundamentally, there's a deep racial consciousness. No, right here, my bad. This what made me think about Dr. Joy DeGruy. Such an attitude speaks for itself. It is a hangover from slavery where the Negro had to depend on the master for everything necessary for his well-being. At the same time, it proves that no proclamation of no proclamation of emancipation is capable of freeing those who do not wish to be free. The Negro intelligentsia, by far and large, is physically free but mentally slave. After nearly a century removed from chattel slavery, they are unwilling and incapable of throwing off their slave psychology. This is what I mean by this is what makes me think about. I can literally read something like an excerpt of whatever it pertains to. It makes my mind shift to a multitude of different systemic, social, educational, but pertaining to Black people though in America. So yeah, pardon me. The Negro intelligentsia by far and large is physically free but mentally slave. After nearly a century removed from chattel slavery, they are unwilling and incapable of throwing off their slave psychology. Reds, meaning the Republicans, Reds and political charlatans of all shades, aware of this fact, find the Negro intellectual easy prey. Fundamentally, there's deep racial consciousness among Negro Americans. Fundamentally, there's deep racial consciousness among the Negro Americans. Come on,
what you reading, bro?
I'm reading. This is the communism, and common sense by Manning Johnson.
Read that last sentence for me again.
Which one, bro? The one about
somebody being prey.
Prey. Okay. Yep. Okay. So it's just the last sentence, so not the whole, just that excerpt. So as far as such an attitude speaks for itself, and then going into that, talking about the Negroes' psychology still being attached to the slavery and being contingent upon the white man. Like you want to read or just that small part. I'm gonna just read. So such an attitude speaks for itself. It is a hangover from slavery when the Negro had to depend on the master for everything necessary for his well-being. At the same time, it proves that no proclamation of emancipation is capable of freeing those who not. No proclamation of emancipation is capable of freeing those who do not wish to be free. The Negro intelligentsia, by far and large, is physically free but mentally slave. After nearly a century removed from chattel slavery, they are unwilling and incapable of throwing off their slave psychology. Reds and political charlatans of all shades, aware of this fact, and pardon me, Reds and political charlatans of all shades, aware of this fact, find a Negro intellectual easy prey. Yeah.
Easy prey. Just think about that, bro. And when we get to talking about these conversations and shit, why I say certain shit the way I say it, I don't even agree with a lot of opinion based commentary, but that was interesting right there because I do agree with that. I do feel like a lot of Black people are taught who taught directly from a book and haven't done their own research. They are easy prey for somebody who, you know, kind of has done their own research and kind of know. And so if that legacy and those stories are being passed down based on deeper research and all we deal with is surface level, then hell yeah, we only deal with shit from a surface level. So I hate that, but like I've always agreed with that. I've just never heard it put in words. So that's why I wanted you to read it again. Good luck.
Yeah, and he's finna go into. I'm finna get deep. He's going into Booker T, and he's going into. I'm gonna get this. It's get deeper, and this makes me think about like. I feel like you was hinting towards like. Was I misconstruing? But seemingly, what you was saying, you was hinting towards like. Because Damo made a comment like niggas that don't study politics or you don't have degrees. Does that mean like I shouldn't speak on something because I don't have a degree in it necessarily? I disagree with the notion that a person shouldn't have, if they don't have a degree in something, they shouldn't necessarily speak on something. You could say, well, I know vague, or I know remnants of this topic, or you can express what you know, but don't express the small fragments of what you know and amplify that like it's like you know everything. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is I feel like you was hinting towards like basically this notion that having like I said, having this, because he's speaking about the black intelligentsia. So he's speaking about the black intelligentsia, and I'm trying to get my words right, man. So what I want to say is that basically, because you left earlier, are you still here now? Taz, you here right now still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, because you left earlier, and I was reading this, but so you didn't hear none of this. What I was reading, as far as him talking about the the bankruptcy, the bankruptcy of the Negro intelligentsia, yeah, and then and like I said, he goes into the like I said, the utter bankruptcy of the Negro intelligentsia is startlingly evident by reason of the absence of any strong and dramatic movement. This is pivotal. The utter bankruptcy of the Negro intelligentsia is startlingly evident by reason of the absence in any strong and dramatic movement for genuine Negro organization, leadership, and thinking. This is in the 1958. This brother infiltrated. He infiltrated the Communist Party, and then he ultimately defected because he seen how the communists was treating us bad. So this brother is literally a case study, and like I said, it's literally this book is like 60 pages. You feel me? I'm about to get the revised edition because they got the critical race theory. It's this again, but it's updated with the critical race theory and some more modern information on this whole political realm. But pardon me, bro. I did that because I want to highlight this brother's talking about this in the 50s. This was in the 50s, and people will try to say, "Oh, that shit's old." No, what he's saying now is very germane right now. So pardon me. Boom. Like he said, deep in the man, pardon me. I gotta reiterate it because it's so pivotal, and I don't want to be like a break up where we got so like I said, we got hours, man, but it's just so deep because it's so translatable now. The utter bankruptcy of the Negro intelligentsia is startlingly evident by reason of the absence of any strong and dramatic movement for genuine Negro organization, leadership, and thinking. deep in the swamp of inferiority, lack of ability, muddled thought, the Negro intelligentsia looks to the phony white liberals. He looks to the phony white liberal politicians and progressive hypocrites for leadership and guidance and money. These whites are carriers of isms other than Americanism, which spreads like an epidemic in the ranks of the hapless Negro he said, which spreads like an epidemic in the ranks of the hapless, unfortunate Negro intellectuals. Due to the lack of race pride, there is no immunity. What's your thoughts on that? Man, bro, like no panacea. Ooh, and they wonder why I go white. Malcolm X didn't only go hard on this is a brother who infiltrated the party. He defected from the party. He defected from the white liberal party. So this is my liberal slayer. Liberal. This is my liberal. I want to turn my light on, man. Let there be some light. We up. You feel me, man? I gotta roll up on that. Pardon me, y'all. I gotta go to the commode on that one, man. That's my white liberal slayer, man. Let's debate it, man. Is the liberals good for us, man? Man, that's the white liberal slayer right there, man. I don't give a damn. That brother infiltrated the party. You can't tell me nothing. This is somebody who came in the party, seeing what it was, and he got a quote in here from Malcolm X too. Talking about how, man, please. He got a quote in here from Malcolm too, going in. And like, man, this unacceptable. So pardon me. Yeah, we finna get it in, man. No homo. Let me see. So, okay, boom. All right, so come on, man. He said due to lack of race pride, there's no immunity. That needs to be put on like that, man. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, yeah, man. For real. The monetization of information. When I was in Vegas, I was at this vegan spot, and this sister, fine sister, beautiful. Trying to see what happened. Oh, we was in line, and I'm trying to see. I don't know what prompted us to have a conversation, but we started conversing about just. It's always something. Anytime you talk to me, it's gonna be always black. We're talking about health, though. Health, yeah, health. And we was just. I was just, being me, just imparting information about our health, and we was topping it up. And then when it was time to go, when it was time to proceed on to the front of the line, she literally she bought me some food, but I vehemently rejected. I was like, no, I'm good. But she felt like it was her duty. She said, no, you literally gave me some information, and she just felt like it was incumbent upon her to buy me some food because of that. So, and then after fact, in retrospect, it just made me think about how our people are thirsty for knowledge, and information can definitely be the monetization of information. That's what I thought of. So that made me think about that term the monetization of information. The monetization of information is real. You feel me? But it just made me think about a lot. But yeah, man. Yeah, pardon me. Yeah. So boom. Fundamentally, there is deep racial consciousness. Fundamentally, there is deep racial consciousness among Negro Americans. They have, in spite of the division influence of the Negro intellectual, the same instinctive urge to group together as have other racial and national groups. They desire progress through the medium of they desire progress through the medium of education, reliability, know-how, and productivity, which is which is my let me stop. so all is a pardon me. That was deep, man. Speak on that. Like it's like yeah, man. So like he said, fundamentally there is deep racial consciousness among Negro Americans. Basically meaning that there's a segment of the Negro underclass that has this yearning to prevail. You feel me? Like we want to be successful. You feel me? And we know in order to be successful, we have to be in the constant pursuit of education. You feel me? Like you said, reliability, know-how, and productivity. You feel me? So that's why I'm big on men. But what are you doing in the society to produce? As men, we supposed to be producing. You feel me? Yeah, pardon me. Y'all go off on a little tangent, y'all. Yeah, so yeah, he said they desire progress through the medium of education, reliability, know-how, and productivity, all so essential in competitive society. They know that to hold a comparable job, they must be just as good and in most instances better. Speak, my brother. Though a number of Negro intellectuals try to convince them that the cry of discrimination is a good substitute. Furthermore, they know, better though. A number of Negro intellectuals try to convince them that the cry of discrimination is a good substitute. Furthermore, they know that a number of Negroes developed skills during the war, but that the great majority are not highly skilled or trained to fit into industry during this atomic age. Thanks to W.E. Du Bois and Monroe Trotter for their indefatigable, that word, like just, undying, unyielding. I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Yeah, I get the pronunciation off, but I don't want to get stuck on a word. But at the end of the day, let me see. Yeah, W.E. Du Bois. Okay. Yeah, that was right. Yeah, indefatigable. So yeah, just a never tiring, unyielding effort. Okay, so you gotta love it. Okay, pardon me, boop boop. W. Du Bois. Oh yeah, Monroe Trotter for their indefatigable toil to defeat the industrial training program of Booker T. Washington, which would have made the Negro, that's why I say I'm a Negro that grows, which would have made the Negro an indispensable part of American. That's why I say I'm literally using legalese in my Negro, like just showing the antiquity, showing the exclusiveness of the Equal Protection Clause. You feel me? In its origin. You feel me? We're not getting away from that. You feel me? And how legal scholars, judges are condemning and vilifying the state action doctrine. But yeah, that's a whole nother thing, though, y'all. That's a whole nother thing. My bad, y'all. So what I'm saying is I'm weaponizing the past for present. You feel me? Because it applies to now. Because then it's still now. Shit. Hopefully that it didn't go, then it's still now. Meaning then what we go through, what we're enduring, what he say, the Negro in America, man. I'm not playing the quote from the Honorable Justice. Yeah, what you mean? The Honorable I'm everywhere right now. The Honorable Justice Thurgood Marshall. You feel me? The Negro, the experience, he said the Negro experience in America is unlike any other ethnic group. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. But let me stop, y'all. This from a judge. So, They gonna say that's judge to judge. You feel me? Discrimination is very relevant. It's an exhibit. You feel me? Judge to judge. You feel me? Let's not act like, you feel me? Come on, like he said, not just the history of slavery alone, but the fact that we was marked inferior by law, and that mark has endured. I'm paraphrasing, but I know that that's what he said though. Like he said, it's not just the history of slavery alone, but the fact that we was marked inferior by law, and that mark has endured. Come on now. Come on now. Judge the judge. So, yeah, like he said, furthermore, they know that a number of Negroes developed. Furthermore, yeah, but I'm tripping. Let me get past that. Boom. Yeah, man. Come on, man. Boom. Like he said, that their toil to defeat the industrial training program of Booker T. Washington, which would have made the Negro an indispensable part of American industry. Booker T. Washington's philosophy of education was to prepare the majority of Negroes through vocational training to play a vital role in the rapidly developing American economy before and after the turn of the century. He undoubtedly foresaw. Speak that ism. Speak it, my brother, because I agree with you. He undoubtedly saw. We ain't got black guys in the flesh, though, man. Let me stop. But we made a prognosis. You feel me? He made a prediction that was relevant to his times and beyond. I was gonna say abroad, but in beyond. Let me stop, man. Booker T. Washington's philosophy of education was to prepare the majority of Negroes through vocational training to play a vital role in the rapidly developing American economy before and after the turn of the century. He undoubtedly foresaw the process of industrialization, the ensuing demand for trained, qualified personnel, i.e. skilled tradesmen, Reiterate that. The ensuing demand for trained, qualified personnel, i.e. skilled tradesmen, who could be relied upon to do a job efficiently and well. Such training would enable the Negro to maintain his favorite position. They wonder why I got so much art in it. Even my doctor know. You're passionate. This man is passionate. So all we talked about was black. Oh, you read medical apartheid? My Indian. He's Indian. My Indian. At the time, my doctor was Indian. So you read that? Man, you read medical apartheid? The black experimentation of, the experimentation of black people in the medical industry, present and beyond. Historical and present. Yeah, I read it when I was in pre-med school. They deposed him, kept it 100, kept it 1,000, didn't sully the God, nothing. He's just passionate. I think that definitely it was handled poorly. That's doubt. If this man is being deposed under oath, talking about I didn't see nothing. I didn't know. I didn't see nothing. But he's very passionate. And all we talked about was literally socially political issues. This is what he's saying, quote unquote. You feel me? He's very passionate. All we talked about was black stuff. That's basically what in their mind they're thinking. Damn, social political. That's black. White folks think black shit, black stuff. Yeah, him basically just attesting to I didn't see anything, but I do think that they handled it. It was handled poorly. That's doubt. That creates doubt, and I'm highlighting that. Your Honor, I disagree. This right here is clearly doubt for me in the mind. My doctor is concurring with the treatment, the poor treatment. I said I disagree. It was unconstitutionally poor. Since all these you lawyers want to unconstitutionally high when it comes to black men suing Tesla for all that money, the judge retrenched it down to 15 million. Oh, this is he said he said this is unconstitutionally high. That gave me some okay. That's how they play it. No, it wasn't poor, Your Honor. It was unconstitutionally poor. He's already saying the treatment that was rendered my way was poor. But I'm doubling down with that, saying I agree, but I disagree in the extent that it was unconstitutional. It's a word game with these folks. So it's a wonder why he has yet to make a final decision. It's a wonder why he has why they're nervous and their anxiety. Because he's responding to my emotion. He granted my emotion. Granted, back in the shadows. Granted their motion to continue for trial back in the shadows. 2 days later, oh, Your Honor, we want to know, are you going to respond to the motion to dismiss, let alone responding to the motion summary? No, he's in the chamber. He's studying. I'm teaching. When the pupil, what he say? I am teaching. You feel me? The man is still, he's pondering, he's contemplating. He has yet to make a formal decision on anything, on even the first motion, let alone the motion to summary judgment. That speaks volumes. And then you guys chime in. You're a professional lawyer. You know, we've spoken, we've interfaced, we talked about the elongation of the federal judicial system. You're not prepping your clients on court civil procedures. But you say it's on behalf of your clients, though. Okay. Yeah, you're nervous, buddy. So, like I said, I'm just looking at everything. I'm really looking at everything, and yeah, bro. Like it's not a Kawinky thing, bro. He is like my lawyer I got on one of my other cases, because I stay, combating these devils. She's like, yeah, your case. She's like, you can set a precedent. You feel me? Like you could really set a precedent with your case. So, but no, she said that she said that when he granted my motion to amend my complaint. You feel me? He's like, I'm granting your motion to amend your complaint. And she was like, yeah, that's big. She said, yes, that's big in of itself. Cause he didn't throw my case out clearly. So at the end of the day, yeah, man, and this, I'm proud to say that I'm autodidact. I'm doing this autodidact, man. I'm doing this for my brothers in the trenches, my brothers that confined, where some of the most beautiful minds is at, and they reside. You feel me? Some of our most intelligent minds are confined. You feel me? But yeah. Anyways, I went off on the tangent, y'all. But Booker T. Washington, yeah, y'all. I was thinking about, yeah, man. Man. So, yeah. Boom. Let me get back to this though. So, what made me go? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I was talking about my mind is going everywhere. I'm thinking about this. Oh yeah, because I was thinking about the judge. I was talking about law. I'm talking about okay. Yeah, my mind. It's everywhere. So, but back to the lecture at hand. So he undoubtedly foresaw the process of industrialization. Oh yeah, I already read that. So boom, boom, boom. I.e., tradesmen who could be relied upon to do a job efficiently and well. Such training, boop, boop, boop. Okay, favorite. Yeah, I already read that. How basically such training would enable the Negro to maintain his favorite position after slavery and place him in a better competitive position amongst immigrants in the labor market. He stressed pride of race. See, and this is where my level of my reverence level. Don't idolize and don't be. Man, I'm talking about, man. I take that for fuel and energy. You feel me? Thurgood Marshall. That's a quote for fuel for me to use. What are you talking about? Like what? What? I mean, that's why all that ancient. No, we stay in Jim Crow. We stand in relatively. We ain't going all that. We ain't going back 5,000 years in ancient Egypt and Kemetic, and we was making. No, we ain't doing that. No, that's not applicable. That's not translatable. But when it comes to law, and meaning that I have a case, and I'm showing how private discrimination is still rampant, let alone just a generalized or just general discrimination is still prevalent. I'm going to definitely be using transcripts and pieces from my history to further buttress and support and to prove like, hey man, let's not get caught up in all this, this minority talk, and we know I'm exclusively black, talking about black. I'm highlighting how black people, not minorities, particularly black people, are ailed in the area of private discrimination. Yes, because that's essentially what that's all. But yeah, that's one aspect. But basically, y'all, my bad, y'all. But this is where I grew, my level of respect grew. He stressed pride of race, home ownership, land ownership, along with industrial and agricultural training. Just a whole spectrum of what we need essentially today. You feel me? Like we own what? Less than how much farm, man? So yeah, man. We just Leftist Du Bois and Monroe Trotter bitterly assailed this philosophy. Consequently, most Negro youths avoided the skills trades as menial. According to Mr. Carter G. Woodson, the vacuum was filled by white immigrant labor. Many Negroes realized they said so my black brothers and sisters from the diaspora, this has always been about always our fight has always been first and foremost with the white immigrant, followed by the so-called brown immigrant, who really fought to be classified as white immigrant. So this whole we brown and really y'all fought to be classified as white with the census. Y'all said our problem was not your problem. But anyway, that's a whole nother issue, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. I mean, too. I see my information. That's what has shaped my radicalism. You feel me? Like the right, thorough information. You feel me? Like extreme radical. You feel me? Like ultra, man. Like, come on, man. Pardon me, y'all, man. Many Negroes realized that Du Bois was wrong then, as he is today. So that debunks the whole what's then applies today. You feel me? The whole, no, man. You feel me? Because we're still dealing with the residuals. You feel me? Of those misguided. Yeah, man. Many Negroes realized that Du Bois was wrong then as he is today in his attempt to steer them down the road to communism. Further, the average Negro realizes that his happiness and well-being are not served to him on a silver platter, but come as a result of hard work and difficult struggle. Come on now. Negro realizes that his happiness and well-being are not served to him on a silver platter, but come as a result of hard work and difficult struggle. He therefore seeks one, practical solutions to all his problems. Mathematics. Life is math, meaning solutions, meaning math. Life is mathematics means that there's a solution for every problem that you encounter in life. All right. One, practical solutions to all his problems. Two, a way to get along with other Americans with the least possible friction. Sagely, he realizes that a man cannot live constantly in the masmic fog of hostility without stifling to death. Nor can he live fighting all other Americans all the time. On the other hand, the vociferous Negro intellectual was along with the Reds. See, on the other hand, the vociferous Negro intellectual was along with the Reds through their empirical, unrealistic alien behavior turned race relations into shambles. Every Negro who opposes integration and the NAACP becomes a traitor or an Uncle Tom. Every white person taking a similar stand is branded a criminal and outside of the law. The fact that courts have been the fact that pardon me, the fact that courts have been known to reverse themselves and that under our the fact that courts have known to reverse themselves and that under our system of government, every American has a right to protest and oppose any ruling considered onerous and prejudicial. Oh, pardon me. The fact that the courts have been known to reverse themselves and that under our system of government, every American has a right to protest and oppose any ruling considered onerous or prejudicial is ignored. Stupidly, they go about their business of forcing everybody to conform or be damned, thus building up fires of resentment that will require the work of centuries to extinguish. Drink on that one. Already under the guise of struggling for Negro rights, they have created all the explosive material for racial violence by making impossible demands, resisting sane and just decisions, opposing compromise and adjustment, and demanding that everything must be done forthwith or not at all. They have no love for their own people. They have no love for America. Naturally they get the Kremlin support and approval. Feeling frustrated and inferior, they run to communism and civil disobedience in their folly. Hmm. Mm. Already under the guise of struggling for Negro rights, they have created all the explosive material for racial violence by making impossible demands, resisting sane and just decisions, opposing compromise and adjustment, and demanding that everything must be done forthwith or not at all. They have no love for their own people. They have no love for America. Naturally, they get the Kremlin support and approval. And let's look that up because I ain't gonna lie. I gotta refamiliarize myself with that. The Kremlin support and approval. Approval. That's probably one of them 1960 bars or something. One of them. What define? Okay, let me see something. Okay, Kremlins. Who the hell is? Yeah, see, the brothers using these, speaking in allegories and stuff. Kremlin. Who is Kremlin? Okay, Kremlin is okay. That got to do with Russia. Then that got something to do with Russia. The Kremlin support. The public shares the Kremlin's dim. This They have no love for their own people. They have no love for America. Naturally, they get the Kremlin support and approval. Feeling frustrated, they run to communism and civil disobedience in their folly. They play Moscow. They play they play Moscow's game, and they deserve whatever red reward that is due to them. Yeah, y'all, that's interesting though. Like I said, man, this brother, like he said, 10 years I labored in the cause of communism. I was a dedicated comrade. All my talents and efforts were zealously used to bring about the triumph of communism in America and throughout the world. To me, the end of capitalism would mark the beginning of an interminable period of an interminable period of plenty, peace, prosperity, and universal comradeship. All racial and class differences and conflicts would end forever after the liquidation of the capitalists. Their government and their supporters, a world union of Soviet states under the hegemony of Russia, would free and lead the mankind onto utopia. Being an idealist, I was sold this bill of goods by a Negro graduate of the Lenin Institute in Moscow. The color of one's skin is no bar to a young man or woman dreaming of making the world better. The color of one's skin is no bar to a young man or woman dreaming of making the world better. Like other Negroes, I experienced and saw mainly injustices and inequities around me based upon color and not ability. I was told that the decadent capitalist system is responsible, that mass pressure could force concessions, but that just prolongs the life of capitalism, that I must unite and work with all those who or more or less agree that capitalism must go. That's interesting. We must unite and work with all those with I find that interesting though. I must unite and work with all those who more or less agree that capitalism must go. Little I'm gonna be quiet. I was just like you say, something is better left than said, man. Something is better left than said. Whoa. Like a said, read any and everything you get your hands onto because you never know where you get an idea from. And now it makes perfect sense, bro. Just engulfing you. I've been always a heavy reader, man, but like, bro, like it really I see how it just shapes. That's why I say reading or just language is the command of language has shaped my exterior world. But that's in gratitudes to reading. Wow. Yeah, little did I realize until I was deeply enmeshed in the red conspiracy that just and seeming grievances that just and seeming grievances are exploited to transform idealism into a cold and ruthless weapon against the capitalism, against the capitalist system. That this is the end toward which all the communist efforts among Negroes are directed. Indeed, I had entered the red conspiracy in the vain belief that it was the way to a new, better, and superior world system of society. 10 years later, thoroughly disillusioned, I abandoned communism. The experience of those years in outer darkness are like a horrible nightmare. Damn. This right here, Negro wake up call. He went in with good intentions. So he said, 10 years later, thoroughly disillusioned, I abandoned communism. The experience of those years in outer darkness are like a horrible nightmare. I saw communism in all its naked cruelty and ruthlessness, and utter contempt of Christian attributes and passions. And two, I saw the low value placed upon human life, the total lack of respect for the dignity of man, the betrayal of trust, the terror of the secret police and the bloody hand of the assassin during and since those fateful years when I embraced communism. I was lured into the Red Movement by way of the American Negro Labor Congress, one of the many front organizations set up by the communists to trap the naive, unwary, unsuspecting, and idealistic Negro. The use of such attractive and appealing fronts as a means of entrapment is a most important serpentine method of the Reds. After 2 years of practical training in organizing street demonstrations, inciting mob violence, how to fight the police, and how to politically throw a brick and hide, I was ready, in the opinion of my leaders, for a top communist school. As a secret national training At a secret national training school in New York City, I was given an extensive and intensive course in the theory of in the theory and practice of red political warfare. As a result, I was appointed district organizer by the political bureau of the Communist Party in the Buffalo, New York area, one of the vital industrial sections of our country. It was in the position of district organizer that I learned to use secret codes, mail drops, organize clandestine meetings, shake police shadows, and other underground activities. At the time, at the same time, I became acquainted with the nature of communist sabotage and espionage. My zeal training, both theoretically My zeal training, both theoretical and practical, combined with loyalty and willingness to sacrifice, changed me from a novice into a dedicated red. A professional revolutionist. Consequently, I climbed rapidly to the National Committee, the highest governing body of the Communist Party in America. So it's somebody who ascended to the highest heights, you know. He ascended to the highest heights and he descended. Defected, should I say. Being a Negro top communist, I was placed on the National Negro Commission, an important subcommittee of the National Committee of the Communist Party. On this commission, which was created on direct orders from Moscow to facilitate the subversion of the Negroes, I began to realize the full implications of how the Negroes used as a political dupe by the Kremlin hierarchy. Under the guise of utility of black and white in the struggle. Wow. That's crazy. My bad, y'all. It's crazy. Wow. That's deep. I'm gonna run that back. He said on this commission which was created on direct orders from Moscow to facilitate the subversion of the Negroes, I began to realize the full implications of how the Negroes used as a political dupe by the Kremlin hierarchy under the guise of unity of black and white in the struggle. Under the guise of unity of black and white in the struggle. Several top white communists, such as James S. Allen, Elizabeth Lawson, the late Robert Bob Miner, George Blake Charney, were placed on the National Negro Commission. These white communists wielded more power than the nominal Negro heads of the commission. These white communists wielded more power than a nominal Negro.
DD, what up, brother?
Peace, bro. This brother, right? This
man, you've been doing a lot of reading, man.
Bro. I'm about to go ahead and roll me up one, but that book right there is a modern day case study that can be applied today. Wow. Well, yeah, I yield, man. I got Big Burger over here, man. Big Burger with lettuce, man, and you got burger, man, yeah, but I got the black bean burger. You know, black bean burger with chopped up avocados, the lettuce, romaine lettuce. You know, and the chips. Simple. You know, we're keeping it simple tonight, man. Yeah, this is deep though, man. That now, yeah. I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read that book over the weekend, and I'm about to do I'm about to write like a dissertation, or I'm gonna write not even a synopsis. I'm gonna write more than a synopsis on just the contemporary application of that when it comes to the political system and all that. Because now it's no more than just, you know, it's not a Malcolm X no more. Because that's a common thing. People, well, Malcolm X talked about the liberal. No, well, now we can use somebody who literally who infiltrated the system and was at the highest degree of that system, and see how that system was not advantageous for us at all. So, I mean, how do you can't? So, yeah, let me stop though. What's up, my guy Chris? What's up with you, man? How you doing, man?
Man, shoot, man, I couldn't leave you on this panel, bro.
But I appreciate it, man. I'm just, I'm enjoying it, man. I'm enjoying it. Man. Yeah, bro. I'm enjoying it, man. And I'm enjoying it, bro. I'm drawing inspiration from a lot of different elements right now in my life, man. For real.
Man, where your girl at, man?
Oh, she at home. She at home chilling.
Man,
I was over there yesterday. I was over when I was on
with you.
live. I want to say, yeah, I was. Yeah, she at home now. Yeah.
Man, I used to see her all the time with you, man. She done broke
I'm
up.
moving. I'm getting ready to move out of here. That's why I ain't got none of my books. I wish I had my book. I'm getting ready to move out of here, so I'm moving to my other apartment. So but yeah, so I'm moving, and meant to me moving, and it's me moving then, but yeah, she always had her own place though too though.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we never lived together, but I know it seemed like that because we was together, but no, she always had her own place too. Plus, you gotta have that me time.
Yeah.
We gotta have that me time. You feel me? But yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Like I said, I'm just drawing my inspiration, man, from a lot, man. Just drawing my inspiration from information. Yeah, bro. I need to. Yeah, that's why I be my wordplay. Drawing information, drawing inspiration from information. That's a bar, man. For real, man. Man,
How your portfolio doing?
man, I'm still up, but and lost Trump, boy. That boy Trump, boy.
Man, are you
Woo!
buying that damn dip, man?
Oh, that dip, bro. Man, I ain't buying no dip, man. I ain't buying.
Why?
What they say. I mean, I'm sustaining. I'm just, I'm just.
Bro, what the fuck? Why you not buying, bro?
I ain't buying a dip right now.
So you rather buy when it gets high?
No, I ain't. No, I'm just. At this juncture, I'm not.
Man, you bullshitting, man.
I'm not partaking in the dip right now. Not partaking in the dip, man. But I'm not panicking either though, because the funds I've lost, I lost a nice big chunk. And lost about 20,000, you feel me? But it's been a profit though. It's been profit though I lost. So it's not a loss because it's not money it's not, it's money that came as a result of compound interest.
Is your whole portfolio in equities?
No, it's diversified into like a series of, like tech stocks, VOO,
So it's still stocks.
Stocks.
Yeah, that's not diversifying, brother.
Yes, diversified. So what's diversifying then? You have multiple, because when you put all your eggs in one basket, it's like you're saying I have all my money in Apple. I don't have all my money in Apple.
No. In the financial markets, what they mean by diversifying, it means that your money's in different asset classes.
Yeah, that's that. But I'm talking about in the okay. So keyword you said in the financial market.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm talking about in the context of stocks diversification. Like that's what I mean by like not like only investing in a particular company. And that's it. That's it. But you're right though. You are right though when it comes to like as far as like you talking about as far as like a retirement account.
No, I mean,
or just having like
you just spread yourself out. You could do secure notes, obviously bonds.
Yeah. My mind clicking is percolating.
Yeah, if you talk to a financial advisor, they're gonna try to put you into an annuity. If you agree with an annuity, because that shit is a damn roller coaster when you read it, but it's an insurance asset. But if you do go that route and talk to a financial advisor, get an annuity, get a fixed annuity. So
My bad. I got to read. He said these white communists wield more power than the nominal Negro. No, not that. I'm gonna go. He said that basically. So, boom. He said on this commission, which was created on direct orders from Moscow to facilitate the subversion of the Negroes, I began to realize that the full implications of how the Negro is used as a political dupe by the Kremlin hierarchy under the guise of unity of black and white in this struggle. So yeah, several to yeah. But me, yeah, my bad, bro. But I hear you. I definitely hear you on that. Yeah, I hear you on that, brother. I got a lot of things going on as far as what I want to say, as far as increasing my portfolio.
Man,
So
you need to be buying that
my
damn.
next thing is no, I'm not. The next thing I really do is get a spot, a place. Like is my next big purchase or something that I, not even put a 20% down. Rent it out. I could rent out both, or I could, worst case scenario, inhabit one and then rent out the other one. That type, just as far as like, real estate, basically, as far as make that a part of my portfolio. But I'm also aware of the mechanical implications or the unknown mechanical, the plumbing, all that comes with sustaining and maintaining a house too. So, just yeah, man. How you feel about real estate? What's your take on real estate?
I'm not educated on it, but if you got the money to get it, get it. I think because I know you heard, like gold is like the best thing, the best hedge for a recession or a market crash. I strongly disagree with that. I think real estate and asset producing properties are the best thing against a recession or a market crash.
Really?
Yeah, that's my opinion. Because gold don't do shit but looks shiny.
Gold's up right now. What do you mean gold's up? Gold's about 3,000 an ounce right now.
Yeah, gold always been trending up, but the way I look at it, because I'm taking the Warren Buffett approach, that Warren Buffett said something that was real interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
He said, would you rather have a $10 billion block of gold or like $1 million farmland? And he said he'll take the $1 million farmland because it produces, and the block of gold doesn't do nothing but sit there and look shiny, and it's only worth 10 billion if somebody buys it for 10 billion.
So what the dealer, what the jeweler said, he said when you see a person with gold, that's an indicator of them wanting to reserve their wealth, and the person with diamonds, they're splurging their wealth. You see what I'm saying? But remember, gold is a currency, diamond is a luxury. See what I'm saying? Like it's a yeah. But I understand what you're saying. No, I definitely, I would agree on that. The farmland producing, I would, I would defer with to. I mean, not with. I would defer to Warren Buffett on that as far as that agriculture and being able to grow. And speaking of that, when I get my land, I'm about to get this is his brother. He's a Black American inventor, modern day. It's called the torpedo pot. Look up
Never heard of him.
Yeah, torpedo pot. He has a self-sustaining planter pot that literally all you got to do is get the soil. You feel me? You don't have to as a timer. It does everything on its own. But basically, all you got to do is get the soil, plant it, and you don't have to do anything else. But it's revolution. He's revolutionized his whole schematic is torpedo pot. Look that brother up, man. That brother he should have way more subscribers on YouTube, man. I be making sure I always go in and like and leave comments and like, yeah, man. For real, I be, I be meant to be known, man. That so I'm gonna support him when I get. I'm gonna make sure I support him, and I'm gonna use his product to start my agriculture. That whole husbandry. But yeah, man, my mind get off on the. My mind be going everywhere. Everywhere black.
So when you get ready to buy that land, where you gonna get it at? Do you know?
Georgia.
God damn it! I told you we fool, man.
But no, Georgia's a good place though. But
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, bro. They actually got a. They got a. I'm looking at this. They got like a multi-family unit. They want. It's over 1,000 square feet. About 1,500 square feet. And like I said, it's a multi-family unit though, so it's like a duplex. And they want less than 100,000. Been renovated, new plumbing, new all that. I'm like, oh damn, it's in Macon though. But Macon got a lot of crime, a lot of property crime. But I don't care about all that though.
Nah, Macon ain't got crime like that. My dad
don't
from Macon. Nah.
Really? I don't know why they say, but I mean, I look. Well, property crime is big in Georgia, Atlanta. I mean, in that area, period. Though, ain't it though? Ain't that like a known thing? Like property crime is big in that area.
I will have to go to
the data
see what's going on, but I mean, Macon, just depending where you at. Say like probably like Bibb County or like Zebulon Road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they really they don't bother you until you do something that they don't like. But they're really friendly, hospitality over there and stuff like that. Yeah, you got a bunch of bad apples, but they don't just be going around fucking with random people.
Like I said, that's
Well, yeah, I'm gonna give you a link on Bel Air Auctions.
Okay.
You can find some property, some homes and stuff. I don't know if it's in Georgia, but I mean, you can take a look at it. Let me find the link.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely impart that information, man. Definitely, for real. Yeah, bro.
All right, here it goes. Copy. I just put in the back chat right there. Copy it, save it.
Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, man.
Now you can't get no cars there. You ain't got your dealer's license, but you can do the real estate stuff.
Let me see. Bel Air, okay, Bel Air Auto Auction.
Yeah, click on the public portal.
Okay, public portal.
Yeah. And then dang, they done changed this damn thing. Oh, let me find the property stuff. Dealer portal.
Yeah, man. The Negro in America, man.
Run this public. Oh, you can get on mechanics lien. Oh, okay. So you can get a clean title car. Yeah, they done changed this layout. It ain't how I remember it.
1119. Yeah, monetization of information, man. Yeah. Huh. Michael Eric Dyson. In this connection, I observe how white women communists are used as political prostitutes, cohabiting with high-level Negro communists in order to spy on them. Through such intimate relations, these white women communists are able to are able to elicit information pertaining to family background, sources of income, marital difficulties, arrests, convictions, opinions on communist policy and communist leadership. The information is invaluable to the Red Hierarchy and their relations with their Negro lick spittles. That's where I got that word from, lick spittles. Basically, like a coon, basically somebody that's a ass kisser, basically. in red top circles, this is known as bedroom politics. White communist women are also used to maneuver top Negro Reds into compromising positions that, if revealed, will result in public scandal or disgrace. In this way, the Reds make these Negroes permanently subject to blackmail if they ever consider leaving the Red movement. Moreover, this information is used to destroy the credibility of the defectee should he decide to fight the Red conspiracy. But yeah, man, my bad, y'all. Yeah, brother.
So when your court date, do you know?
Shit, we still in the trenches, man. We still waiting. Like I said, the last thing that's on record is my filing. My last filing was on the 17th. You know, the 17th of this month. So I made my fourth supplement. 2 exhibits. Exhibited, rethinking state in action in Exhibit 702 rule. Just it's time to rethink, Your Honor. I'm teaching them right now. It's time to rethink. We got to get over that old way of thinking, Your Honor. The honorable justice. But yeah, brother. So we still in limbo. The judge has yet to make any type of official ruling. So and I can strew that as him taking his time. He's not in a rush. Because he's been active. He's been actively responding to certain aspects of my case. So for them to try to and them, I mean the other side, for them to try to trigger or chime in with the judge like he ain't alive. But see what it is they wondering why. Well, damn, Your Honor, you responded to all these other motions, but you ain't responded to the crux, which is motion to dismiss. You responded to his motion for excusable neglect, and you granted it, which is me. You responded to us asking for a continuance for trial, and you granted it, but you ain't responded to it. So that's what I'm saying. Damo ain't really looking at it how I'm looking at it. Like, yeah, it's typical or it's standard that they read. Yeah, nah. But we'll see, when I read to him the date and how long it's been, like last year, when it's like, come on, like it has been months. You feel me? And I granted it's a federal system, but still, like, you mean to tell me that he has not, like, he's clearly, like I said, I'm teaching right now. This is a teaching moment for the judge. Like, I'm teaching him some stuff. I know for a fact, like, I know me. I know my spirit, man. Like, I know. You feel me? He's taking all this in, like, and yes, like I said, bro, he has yet to make a decision, bro. So that prompted them to, like, what's up, Your Honor? Are you gonna make a indeed determination? Not yet, he hasn't. Calm down. Ain't you a lawyer? You went to school for this, right? So I'm taking that as nervous anxiety. You feel me? Because him responding to their motion to continue trial, then
You think the judge nervous?
No, the lawyers.
Oh,
because they're at the point where they're sending an email to the judge's chambers, like, "What's up? Have you forgot about us?" There's no way he has forgotten. If he just granted your motion to continue for trial. So what it is that y'all got ants in your pants. You feel me? If you look at the sequence of events, everything that has transpired, You feel me? Him granting my motion because I was belated 5 days. You feel me? But like I said, he could have threw it out because if he was a stickler, law is law. Nigga, you late. But me being me, and like I said, my command of the English language, excusable neglect, me being me type nigga. The white man told me, oh, you might as well sit it out, man. The white man told me to sit it out. You late. The federal courts don't play. Shut up. That's what I did. I said, shut up. Meaning that, I didn't take the white man's word for it. And I did my due diligence and look and see, okay, there is elements that you can get a reprieve. There is societal situations where the judge or the courts can give you, it's called excusable neglect. I found that clause on my own. Oh, found it, boom. Oh, granted, boom. That speaks that is communicating, because at the end of the day, remember, and I'm highlighting in my whole case is that, who quoted that? That's Abraham. No, that's George Washington. No, that's one of them presidents said, Thomas Jefferson said, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So I'm highlighting the fact that just because they don't know that the FCC, which is the Federal Communication Commission, has literally relegated and mandated on their site that 911 calls is specifically and explicitly designated for emergencies, life-threatening purposes, or crimes in progress. My situation was not a crime. My situation was not deemed an emergency situation where you had to call the police because you was uncomfortable. You were placing my life in danger. Why? Because of 16 cause of death for black men getting killed by the police. When I say you're placing my life in danger, boom, data that says when you call the police on us, it's a leading cause of death. Getting killed by the police is a leading cause of death. Black men is 2 to 3 more times likely to be killed, maimed, or injured when we interface with the police. So when you call the police on me, you're putting my life in danger, literally. So I'm not saying that. I'm not just saying that out the side of my neck. I'm showing you through illustration, through empirical data, through illustration, from scholars. Boom. This is a teaching moment for this judge. So I'm thinking about everything on a new. This is literally a teaching moment for him, bro. Probably never had a black pro se litigant. You feel me? Like this. Yeah, man. I'm hitting you on every level. I'm hitting you with a letter from credible organization. I'm hitting you from. You're trying to sully my character. Oh, here you go, Your Honor. Boom, 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 boom. Feel me? You feel me? Like you can't. So he's taking all this in, and you have to make a judicial opinion. Then you have to specify. He has to outline why he's. You feel me? So this is deep. This ain't no minute moment. So I say all that to say that I disagree with the notion that somehow that the other side is chiming in. Oh, it's just prototypical. No, you're chiming in, buddy, because you feel some pressure. You feel some pressure. You feel me? But at the end of the day, I'm here, man. I'm making it do what it do. So, internship. So I did my cover letter for my internship. So boom, and internship to enhance and to enhance and to further expand my legalese expertise.
Who are you going to intern for?
It's literally for law. It's literally for law, bro. It's with the law. It's with the pardon me. I don't want to get there. Okay. It is with the Sustainable Economics Law Center. And it's basically, I'm gonna get to the gist. So basically, what are the qualities we look for in interns and volunteers? This is literally me. At Sustainable Economics Law Center, we are a lean, effective, and collectively run organization. We look for volunteers and interns who possess some of the following qualities: interest and willing to learn, realistic about availability and skill level, can work independently, meaning even remotely, because it's not something I have to be there in person. Good communication skills, responsive, accountable, flexible schedule, i.e., can occasionally meet with staff during normal business hours when needed, has prior research experience, ideally in the legal field, willingness to do non-sexy tasks, committed to our mission. So yeah, and yeah, so like I said, I submitted my resume, and it tells you what to do. As far as you know what you need to outline, etc. Yeah, specify that you're applying for the intern position. Include a short description about yourself. A short description about why you're passionate about economic, environmental, or social justice. That's that part. Yeah. That's the part right there. Social justice. You feel me? A description of the program areas you would like to work in, meet constitutional law, civil law, and the description of the time frame you are seeking to intern with the law center. Yep. So yeah, bro, just we working, man. It's like I said, 15 to 30 hours a week. That's nothing. It's nothing to want to get to my goal, which is to ultimately my objective is to matriculate into an apprenticeship with them.
So are you still going to college and trade school, or?
I'm still doing that too. That's gonna be I'm doing I'm doing that. That's not something that's not going to be a part of the equation, because I love working with my hands. I still want to get a trade. You feel me? But I'm gonna sit here and tell you, I'm more passionate about social justice, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm more passionate about like what's going on with my plight as a black man, and just the entails negative entails, socially, constitutionally, But yeah, I'm more passionate. So, and I was speaking with I got a mentor. He work at Boeing. He's an engineer at Boeing. So, and we talk, all that. He's my mentor. He got like about a little over acre of land in Ghana and stuff. So we just got the land surveyed, and was to let me know how there's no tax. He paid like a little something that was due with the tax. But he said he basically just no tax on the land. He's like, there's no tax on the land like in the U.S. So he about to build a house on the land now. So, but yeah, judges charge dudes with conspiracy in state and federal court every day. Conspiracy is real. Clearly, oh hell yeah, it's real. Shit. Look at the Rico laws. All these Rico laws that was originally fashioned for white Italian men, and now all of a sudden they charging K Flock. K Flock beat his murder charge, but he got found guilty on the Rico charge. The hell, Rico was typically like party of people. The fuck. So come on, that's what I'm saying. Like my legal mind is. That's why I need to be in somebody's. I need to be in some yeah, for real. I need to be under the tutelage of some lawyer. The brother at his book recently, George Henry White. That's how he learned law. Abraham Lincoln. He did not. He learned law. He became a lawyer by reading the law. It took an oral examination and was granted his license. So I don't want to hear that crap about. There's other alternative ways you can become a lawyer and not incur the debt. And that's what I'm getting to right here with these guys. They promote that. That's like their primary focal point of why they promote what they promote.
Are you gonna take the bar exam?
Promote no debt. Yeah, I gotta do. Actually, Washington, California, Vermont is states where you can take the bar. You can take the bar and practice law. So, but yeah, I have to take the bar exam though. But law school is a that particular methodology can be, or that route can be. But pardon me. Let me see something. So, right here, boom, 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 legal apprentice. So, okay, we have one current legal apprentice on staff at the law center, and 3 others have successfully apprenticed to become lawyers. All 3 passed the California bar on their first try. These new attorneys have shared their apprenticing experience and resources on Lincoln.org. They now host webinars for aspiring new apprentices. Look for upcoming Yeah, but okay. So we believe that legal apprenticeships are an important alternative to law school. They enable people to become lawyers regardless of their wealth status, geographical location, or learning needs. And apprenticeships far more readily than law schools can be tailored to train lawyers on the specific legal needs of the resilient communities movement. So boom. Yep. So yeah, and it just kind of let you know how, the benefits of legal apprenticeships. Yeah, just letting you know how, as far as the costs, no crushing debt. The apprentice may even earn and save money during the period of study. So no LSAT or law school application process, which can be costly, time consuming, and must generally commence a year before law school even begins. So, learning at apprentice own pace in a way that best fits an apprentice learning style and needs without the stressful and competitive environment of law school. So, ability to study law in the same jurisdiction in which the aspiring lawyer plans to eventually practice. Many law students leave their communities and fail to return after law school. That's interesting. For apprentices are, just kind of going in, but yeah, man. So, yeah, my brother. So I always got something, man. I'm cooking, man. I'm always cooking on something, man. So, cooking, man. I'm always cooking up something, man. You just be thinking I'm just a weed. Yeah, all right, you think this weed? You don't let this weed cloud your motherfucking mind. It ain't clouding my mind. I mean, it's an impediment, but it ain't got me to where it's got it, But yeah, from the outside looking in, I'm gonna win. I gotta refuse. Yeah. So white liberals.
Liberals.
Ooh, boy, that is gonna be my why I'm gonna tell them white liberals up with that. We're just liberals, period. Liberals. Yeah, Georgia though, man. Georgia. 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 Yeah, for real. Shit, Texas had all them goddamn calamities and disasters and tornadoes. Shit. Conspiracy is real B. Oh man. I gotta plug back in with my guy, man. For real. My brother, man. My brother Jatane. Man. That's who actually put me on to Dr. Clyde Anderson on me. For real. Yep. On me. Yep. My partner. He's from New York, Jatane, from Brooklyn, Jamaican. Born in Jamaica, raised in New York. We were born in Jamaica, but raised in New York, though. Yeah. Put me on to Dr. Clyde. Yep. Sent me a book when I was locked up in the feds on me. Sure did. It's my brother, man. My brother. He been telling me. He been telling me. I'm like, yeah, I read that. I'm like, yeah, but I had to go back in my notes when I was in jail, man. He been telling me, like, man, bro, he been telling me, man, I supposed to been a lawyer. Yeah, this was 2015. Yeah, man, he been telling me I'm supposed to. He been speaking. He been manifesting, like he been speaking that whole lawyerly element into existence, man. Like, been speaking that into existence, bro. Like social justice, man. Niggas really ain't on no social justice. Niggas talk that social justice talk. Niggas be on that together with everybody talk. Yeah. Ain't on that talk. Nigga, what you on, man? You know what I mean? On that everybody talk. Feel me? When you know stuff like this, they can't, how race impacts personal injury. And you got Dr. King up there. You gotta have Dr. King after more than 50 years after MLK's King assassination. Say that again. More than 50 years after Martin Luther King's assassination, race and gender are still used to justify lower payouts. Come on, man. Come on, man. You got the black queen on there. You got to illustrate we black first. Coming all that together with, nah, man. I don't want to hear that shit.
Man,
Black
they might have
articles.
low payouts because their policy.
This is legalese. This is legal law. This is law right here. Personal injury, though. What you said over? My bad.
I said they might have low payouts because their policy.
Nah, bro, because we live in a race-based society. So if you live in a race-based society and the black man is relegated to making a certain amount of money due to being a race-based society, then the payouts is going to be, it's not genuine. It's not a real, you know what I'm saying? It's skewed. You know what I'm saying? Yes, bro. Race. We need to be race. We got to tap back into race first, man. Yeah, y'all. Money and all that, that's important, man. Money's important, bro, but man, what we doing, man? What your legacy gonna say, man? What type of legacy you gonna leave behind, man? What they gonna say about you when you die, man? You feel me? Yeah, we know they're gonna say about. We already know. We on it. We on the virtual. We on the Zayax medium via YouTube. You feel me? We're there, but we're there virtually. We're there digitally. You feel me? But yeah, man. So I'm saying that to say that basically legacy. You feel me? Like what? That's what you need to ask. What they gonna say about you? Not trying to say like, I ain't trying to throw shots, bro. Like, get your money, bro. But I don't even want to say. But I'm gonna say it because I'm gonna say it, but I don't want you to take it the wrong way. Like, damn. I'm trying to. I want to say this. Basically, bro. Like.
Man, say it, man.
He said, "Say it, man." Basically, yeah, bro. I'm gonna just keep it on legacy, man. Like, what type of legacy are we leaving behind? And I ain't just talking about finances, capitalism. I'm talking about as far as like, are they gonna be able, like, is the people gonna be able to look back and be like, look, man, this man, like, this brother, literally. He catapulted himself into the community in such a fashion look there, like you're able to see, you're able to see the, you're able to, it's not just like, like basically, let me make sure. So basically what I'm trying to say is that, because I'm overthinking it sometimes. But basically what I'm gonna say is that what type of legacy you gonna leave behind, man? You feel me? And I ain't just talking about money. You feel me? I'm talking about as far as like it's gonna be beneficial. It's gonna reverberate, the yields of your, the yields, meaning the gains from your toilment, from your, from your workings, like how, like that's being translated, but what is that being translated? How is that benefiting the people basically? Like, how is that benefiting the people, and in what area? Education, health wise? I mean, law wise, legal, like it's just, like, yeah, man, like, my bad, bro. I'm looking for some. I'm in the archives, man. Just looking for this. I got looking for these notes, man. Go ahead,
I mean,
bro.
you gotta have a body of work, you know, outside of finances to start leaving a legacy. But then are people going to gravitate towards it? Because, you know, human beings are self-centered in America. You know, your loved ones, they're going to care about your legacy, but, you know, one day they're going to end up dying. And the people after them, they might care about it or they might not care about your legacy. And if they don't care about it, your legacy just dies.
I hear you, brother. I hear you on that level. I'm thinking from like I hear you. I hear you. I'm talking about from like I want some. I feel like you was more so highlighted. You know, I understand you was talking about the immediate. I understand the immediate. You know, I understand the immediate family. I understand the immediate family. I ain't got no family. I'm an orphan, man. You know, my family is my plight, the people, the information. You feel me? It's the people that, you know, it's the plight shit. That's what my family is to me.
I just say, just try to be a person with integrity, good character.
The plight, I like
That'll take you a long way.
The plight is family. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I totally agree.
But as I get older, you know, when people die, you just get a RIP shirt, and then you know, time just goes, and you know, people forget about you.
Oh, not if you build an institution. Not if you build some type of. That's what I'm saying. That's why. You see what I mean by legacy, though. You see what I mean by.
I think people care more
concerted
about
efforts. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think people care more about the institution than the person behind it.
Well, I'm saying, but the institution is going to be is what forever commemorates. You feel me? That you know, it like, you know what I'm saying. The institution in of itself honors. You feel me? That, you know, it honors the forefather or mother. You know what I'm saying?
You think so?
You know what I'm saying?
Like take a Morris Brown College, for example. Do you think people really care about Morris Brown who go there?
I ain't talking about no white. I ain't talking
No,
about
Morris Brown. Wasn't he black?
So that's not a HBCU?
Yes, HBCU.
I just know a lot of HBCUs are named after white. They're named.
Oh shit! Damn, never mind. My bad.
Talking about that whole coinky dink, and why did that's why the right liberal their agendas is pushed, that naming them behind white folks and they pushing their agenda. You know, nah, bro. It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense though, bro. Not just information. When you just think about certain things about, you funnel these into these white schools. Yeah, that ain't always the case, but it ain't too many. Like, not saying every black person from Morehouse is going, but yeah, bro. A lot of these HBCUs, they push white agendas, bro. They do. So I don't give a damn what nobody talking about. I need my book. Where my book at? I don't just be coming up with this. This shit ain't just coming up with. I know. I done read too many books that like, yeah, bro. Like, okay. That's why I be having to go back in my books, man, and just to get that sense of familyhood, man. Sense of, nigga, you ain't crazy. Yeah. You know, that's my family, man. And they be like, oh, you got booked in your hell.
I always thought
that's all I need is bed and books, nigga. Bed and books and bread.
Yeah,
I
always thought Morris Brown was a black person. I didn't know it was white.
Bed, books, and bread. Like Busta Rhymes said, not Busta Rhymes. My guy David Banner said, you know, I don't care what you think about me. Just think. I just want y'all to think. I need black folks to think. I don't care what you think about me. Just think. Just think. I don't care what you think about me. Just think. But yeah, man. So yeah. So yeah, man. Black folks were protesting the NFL. Let me stop. Got that from him too. Shit. Niggas ain't stand for shit, man. He's bucking for everything. Let me stop, bro. I be feeling like I'm not though.
Well, shoot, Kaepernick, he didn't stand for nothing.
What's the
You remember that Bama still try to get in the NFL.
Paul Robeson. I got Paul Robeson spirit. What'd you say, bro?
I said Kaepernick, he didn't stand for nothing. He still tried to get in the NFL.
You need them old black spirits back, man. You know what's gonna bring them back? That's why I see niggas don't read. You need them when you read. It do something to you. It does something to you. It just you know you get the for one you start questioning. You start asking questions, and then them questions lead into further research, and then yeah, man. So yeah, my bad, brother. What you said somebody you didn't know somebody was a somebody.
Yeah. I said I didn't know Morris Brown was a white person. I thought it was black. And I never cared to look into it.
Yeah, that's how I feel about the Earth flat. The Earth flat. I'm not saying the cosmos. I'm as far as like but as far as like trying to figure out like as far as like black matter, things of that, but all that the diameter and circumference, and I mean it doesn't draw. I'm not drawn to that to the extent of like I am when it comes to social justice. Like actual practical.
Wait, Morris Brown is black. Hold on, let me look this up. Morris Brown,
and that's the school you named, right?
Yeah, Morehouse. Yeah, Morehouse is HBCU.
Oh, Morehouse. I think Morehouse is. I want to say that might not be one. I know Spelman. That's Rockefeller wife. Yeah, but like I said, the majority of I say all. I know I said the majority. But yeah, majority of them joints is stamped, branded with white folks. And if you ask me, it's not a coinky dink. I need to find that quote about Malcolm in there. He talked about how black folks are still enslaved. Yeah, for real. For real. But matter of fact, where that quote at? Like, nigga, you too serious. I was a serious Negro.
Yeah, we got Truth. A Truth. Is Morris Brown was that a black man?
A Negro, and due to the backstory and the.
Oh, all right. So Morris Brown was black. All right.
Oh, it was. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's good to know. I'm trying to find them notes and excerpts.
Yeah, I was googling it. I seen some pictures. I didn't know which one was Morris Brown.
He been telling me to be a lawyer for. It's been. I could say it's been over a decade. Yeah, this was about a decade ago, man. Been speaking it into me, man. That no homo, man. My brother from New York, man. My brother, my God body. You feel me? Shout out to my bro, man. I was just emailing him a couple days ago, man. We gonna finna set up a Zoom. God body, man. Where that at, man? Where's that, man? I gotta find that, man. Who I want to say, yeah, he either about to have his doctorate or but I know he got his master's degree. But I want to say he back damn close to getting his doctorate. So, and he's been speaking telling the God about his intelligence, about the God body, man. Come on, man. Where that at, man? So I'm saying, like, I got a resume. I got